In the Warm Gaming Guild's Group 07, Sun Mei sat in front of his computer screen, ready to begin his daily companion gaming work. As an average skilled gaming companion, he could only take on orders that others were unwilling to accept, earning a modest income. Just as Sun Mei was about to shut down his computer and head home, a bombshell announcement echoed through the guild's voice chat. Insider news about the fully immersive online game Rise of Humanity. Though the game had been heavily advertised 6 months prior, the gaming community had grown skeptical due to the market being saturated with low-quality games falsely marketed as immersive. To everyone's surprise, however, the company announced that it would provide free gaming equipment to a select group of employees. 10 days later, while other players were still waiting for the game's public beta, Sun Mei had already received the Rise of Humanity connector. As the system's notification chimed, he experienced the true essence of a fully immersive gaming world for the first time. Fresh air, a crisp breeze, and a unique talent. Gifted as you are, any social profession you pursue will grant you extraordinary bonuses. Embrace the convenience of your talent, but be prepared to face the challenges it brings. Our salute to every player fortunate enough to receive a talent. Whoa, I actually have a talent. Sun Mei stared at the attribute panel in front of him, his joy almost overflowing. Not only had he received a free linker provided by the company, but now he also started the game with an innate talent. His luck was simply off the charts. In this survival and growth game called Rise of Humanity, players often faced harsh challenges in the early stages of the game. To ease the pressure, the game had a 9,000 chance to trigger small rewards, and talents were among the rarest of these gifts. Excited, Sun Mei immediately logged out and bought a lottery ticket along with 10 scratch cards, hoping to ride this wave of good fortune. Unfortunately, reality hit him hard. All losses, no wins. Returning to the game world, he found himself in a primitive tribal scene. Small, withered grass huts were scattered around, and the oppressive sky was thick with dark clouds. Sun Mei stood on a small, mud-colored altar. This was a player's personal space and the respawn point after death. In front of the altar, a triangular wooden hut bore the floating yellow text, "Newcomer Registration." As soon as he stepped down from the altar, the area was instantly flooded with people. The exclamations of new players rose one after another. Whoa! The texture of these clothes, the mud, the feel of the meat. Hey, don't just touch one side. Help me check the other side too. Get in line. Why are you pushing? Stop backing up. You're bumping into everyone. Though there was some grumbling, every face was brimming with excitement and anticipation for this truly immersive holographic game. Sun Mei obediently queued at the end of the line, waiting about 10 minutes before stepping into the triangular hut. Inside stood a pot-bellied, bearded man whose greasy face wore a kind smile. The walls were lined with various weapons, part of a selection ceremony akin to a ritual. The weapon a player chose would determine their initial role within the tribe. Welcome to the Maha tribe. Please choose a weapon that you like. Without hesitation, Sun Mei picked a nearly 1 meter long wooden spear. This is the choice of destiny. You will become a great hunter of our tribe, the bearded man declared solemnly. A system notification promptly appeared. Congratulations! You are now a member of the Maha tribe and have obtained the hunter role. You have unlocked the societal profession Tribal Hunter. Would you like to activate your talent? Activate. As soon as the talent was activated, a surge of warmth swept through Sun Mei's body. Under the astonished gaze of the bearded man, Sun Mei's figure rapidly grew taller and more muscular. From a lean teenager, he transformed into a lithe yet powerfully built young man. Beneath the animal hide clothing, his long and muscular limbs seemed to herald the beginning of a legendary hunter's tale. Heroic uniqueness. This talent information unfolded clearly in Sun Mei's vision. As a hunter of the central tribe, he gained a unique spear attack ability. Each point of agility allowed him to ignore 1 point of armor, currently enabling him to bypass 7 points of armor. Every 10 points of skill increased the chance of triggering special effects by 1, capped at 20, with his current rate at 0.6. Standing inside the triangular hut, Sun Mei lightly touched his face with his fingertips, feeling the changes brought by the activation of his talent. The resolute determination emanating from within him felt almost tangible. Reflecting on past warnings, this transformation seemed like a small price to pay. Through repeated testing, he understood how the talent worked. Activating it altered his form to gain benefits, while deactivating it restored his original appearance but removed the bonuses. For now, the impact of this transformation was not particularly significant. The Maha tribe was nestled within the jungle at the base of a cliff, its natural location offering excellent concealment. In this game world called Rise of Humanity, humans held a lowly status, to the point where even harsh weather could lead to the destruction of a tribe. The key to survival lay in enduring the early stages. As a member of the Warmth Guild, Sun Mei's primary task was to report to the organization. He soon found the designated contact, a burly young man wearing a hemp rope as a headband. What's your name? Sun Mei asked, eyeing the slightly childish attire of the man. Little B, the young man replied, then quickly corrected himself under Sun Mai's puzzled gaze. Just call me He-shun or Brother Shun. Do you have a small gift? He-shun asked expectantly. Sun Mei briefly explained his skill. I can ignore 7 points of armor, but it's non-tradable. Upon learning it couldn't be traded, He-shun nodded with slight disappointment. There aren't any tasks for now. Just take care of your own things for the time being. After parting ways with He-shun, Sun Mei headed to the tribal square. A large number of players, either preparing to set out or engage in work, had gathered there. The tribe panel displayed key data. Ritual progress. 11 affects fortune and the likelihood of attacks by dark creatures. Construction progress. 11 represents overall strength. Food storage. 11 crucial for the tribe's survival. Time until winter. 6 days, 22 hours, and 45 minutes. In this brief 7-day period, only a handful of tribes managed to reach 50 in food storage, let alone the 80 required to survive the 30-day winter. As a hunter, Sun Mai's primary responsibility was to increase food reserves through hunting. Any guards available? I need 2 friends to protect me while I gather herbs. We'll split the rewards evenly. A player shouted loudly in the bustling square. Another player quickly followed up, calling out, anyone forming a group with a 9 strength shield? I'm a 9 strength hunter. The square was alive with voices, a cacophony of recruitment and trading. Buying small gifts at high prices, money's not an issue, someone yelled, their voice mixed with frustrated complaints. Damn it, I thought the axe was for a berserker, but it turns out it's for a lumberjack. That's nothing, another voice chimed in. I worked on a construction site for months to save up for a connector, only to pick a pickaxe and end up as a miner. Despite the complaints, many found consolation in their roles after all. Lumberjacks and miners earned just as much as hunters. Standing amidst the noisy crowd, Sun Mei carefully listened for information about hunters. Before long, he spotted a large hunting party recruiting members. Quietly, he stepped aside and shifted into his male hunter form before approaching to volunteer. The size of the group was astonishing. 4 shield bearers, 4 spear-wielding guards, 5 or 6 swordsmen, 7 hunters, and over a dozen farmers. Such a well-organized configuration clearly reflected a deep understanding of the game system. Shields to fend off beasts, guards to protect the group, swordsmen for close combat, hunters for ranged attacks, and farmers for transport and gathering tasks. Are you a 9 strength spearman? The guard captain asked. No, Sun Mei replied, catching the captain off guard. Then why are you here? Do you have some powerful gifts? Well, I have 7 armor penetration. How much strength? 5 strength. The captain shook his head. That's not enough, brother. We're planning to go far and hunt lots of beasts. Without sufficient damage output, we won't make it. You'd better find another group. Though Sun Mei had anticipated rejection, it still stung a little. After searching for about 10 minutes, he finally found a smaller group, 2 hunters, 2 guards, 1 shield bearer, and 3 farmers. The leader, a male hunter named Hongya, looked at Sun Mei's build in surprise. Brother, with that physique, you're only 5 strength? Are you trying to play weak to surprise us later? The other team members cast skeptical glances at him. Sun Mei explained helplessly that his appearance was a result of his innate talent altering his form, not his true nature. Really not? After Sun Mei firmly denied it, Hongya nodded. All right then. I'm looking forward to seeing what you can do. Chatting and laughing, the group left the tribe. Under a sky thick with dark clouds, visibility in the forest was extremely poor, shrouding everything in dimness. They had walked for a while without encountering any prey when an unexpected situation arose. A small, jet-black monkey hung from a tree branch, pouting and making odd sounds, inexplicably blocking their path. Now, they had to decide what to do. The event posed no significant challenge, leaving players to rely entirely on their own judgment. Hongya didn't rush into making a decision, but instead looked around to gather opinions from the others. Let's give it some food, suggested Shield, breaking the silence. This seemingly safe proposal quickly gained unanimous support, including from Sun Mei. However, Hongya had a different idea. We're still under the beginner's protection period. Why not take the risk and take it down directly? The tribe isn't far from here, and at worst, we'd just have to make another trip, she explained. The protection period lasts 3 days, and there's no penalty for death. But we need to ensure the farmers are safe if they die. There's compensation involved. If we decide to attack, we must first have the farmers retreat to a safe distance. This unexpected suggestion caught everyone's attention. It was a perspective they hadn't considered before, but it sounded entirely feasible. With the group's approval, Hongya directed the farmers to withdraw. She then signaled the hunters to prepare for an attack. Sun Mei and another hunter raised their spears, each carrying 4 additional spears strapped to their backs, equipment gifted by stubbled uncle upon choosing their profession. The hunter class came with an aim assist feature, making their accuracy far superior to that of regular players. Attack! Hongya commanded. 3 spears flew through the air simultaneously, striking the black monkey directly in the head. This initial assault dealt a total of 36 damage. While it wasn't a critical hit, targeting a vital spot inflicted double damage, and the Black Monkey's hide offered no resistance against the spears. Black Monkey HP, 5490. The Black Monkey let out a furious screech and lunged toward the group. Shield quickly stepped forward to block its advance, standing firm and unyielding. Against such a limited and non-fleeing foe, the fight progressed smoothly. The second volley from the hunters and the guards brought the Black Monkey crashing to the ground, lifeless. At that moment, Sunmei received a system notification. Congratulations! Achievement unlocked. First hunt. You've earned 1 free attribute point. Next achievement, Novice Hunter. Successfully complete 10 hunts. Note: achievements are not shared across professions. Completed achievements will not grant attribute points in other professions. Sunmei found himself debating how to allocate his points. The official information was sparse, only stating that strength affected damage, agility increased armor penetration, and dexterity enhanced skill trigger rates. He decided to consult experienced players at the guild later. Meanwhile, Hongya also received an event notification. She retrieved a necklace made of withered vines from the Black Monkey's neck. The pendant was a rusty, copper-colored key. The system described it as mysterious key, a key imbued with an eerie aura, hinting at its extraordinary nature. Is the event not over yet? Do we need this key later? Someone asked curiously. Hongya shook her head. It's over. Then what's the key for? It must have a purpose, though we might not be able to uncover it just yet, she replied. The Continue feature indeed provides crucial guidance for players. Without such prompts, the Ink Monkey could easily be mistaken for an ordinary creature and either hunted or overlooked. Even if players managed to kill the Ink Monkey and obtain the key, its dense fur might conceal this vital item, causing it to be missed. The group carried the Ink Monkey's corpse and continued on their way. Before long, they came across a short, barren fruit tree. The system indicated that its refresh time was still 23 hours and 13 minutes away. These are medicinal, Hongya explained briefly. In the early stages, tribal medicine still needs to be developed, so players rely on gathering these wild fruits for healing. This tree has already been picked clean, which means someone has been here before us. Let's change direction. How do you know so much? Are you a reborn player? Someone teased. Hongya feigned mystery. Oh, you figured me out. I'm actually a top 10 player from 20 years into the future, known as Little White Dragon of the Waves. Hongya baby? Yeah, right, it's all just official game info. Quit pretending. The group burst into laughter. After adjusting their direction, they soon found a second fruit tree. This one had 5 or 6 fist-sized, rough, and unappealing green fruits hanging from its branches, making their taste highly suspect. The system identified them as green snake fruits, which could restore 10 HP within 10 seconds when eaten directly. These fruits were distributed to the shield bearers and guards, as hunters typically didn't need them. About 10 minutes later, they finally encountered prey, a dirt wolf the size of a calf, with an HP of 190,190. The ferocious beast was gnawing on the carcass of a small animal, its jaws dripping with blood, its savage demeanor unmistakable. At this stage, any player who encountered it alone would undoubtedly face certain death. Aim for the weak points. B. Target its legs. Hongya ordered swiftly. The hunters took advantage of their 15-meter attack range, launching 3 spears simultaneously. The dirt wolf let out an enraged snarl and immediately locked onto the deliberately exposed shield bearer, charging furiously. Hongya struck again, his spear landing a precise hit on the dirt wolf's head, targeting a critical spot. This impressive display left Sun Mei secretly astonished. It was clear that their leader was a gunfight game expert, with lightning-fast and accurate strikes that exuded confidence. In battle, hunters had to constantly adjust their positions, maintaining both a safe distance and precise aim, no easy feat. As the dirt wolf closed in on the shield bearer, its claws swiped heavily, leaving 3 distinct gashes on the iron-plated shield. At this moment, the guard's primary task was to prevent the wolf from clamping its jaws onto the shield and snatching it away. Due to their lack of practical experience, the 2 guards appeared flustered when faced with the highly realistic hunting scenario. In their panic, they fired 2 shots at the hyena's neck, which only served to enrage the creature. In pain, the hyena rammed into the shield with force and lunged directly at the 2 guards. One of them, overwhelmed by fear, even dropped his weapon and turned to flee. However, the hyena's speed far outmatched that of an ordinary person, and it quickly began closing in on the fleeing guard. At the critical moment, the hyena suddenly stumbled and fell to the ground, momentarily unable to get back up. "Get behind me!" the shield bearer shouted urgently. The 2 guards, as if waking from a dream, quickly ran to him and reformed their defensive formation. Under the shield bearer's command, the armed guard adjusted his strategy, only striking back with his weapon when the hyena attempted to bite the shield. After several minutes of intense struggle, they finally managed to subdue the hyena. What caused it to trip just now? Sun Mei asked curiously as he retrieved his spear. If not for this, we might have lost someone, the shield bearer sighed, pulling a red pouch from his pocket, roughly the size of an egg. Embroidered on it was a flower resembling a red spider lily. This is a memory sachet. It can record and release any scent, but it can only be used once a day. I recorded the scent of a large predator's urine, and that's what caused it to lose its balance earlier. The surviving guard gratefully embraced the shield bearer, while the other remarked enviously, so that's your little gift? Huh? Pretty nice. Unlike me, who's got nothing from the draw. Hongya, however, was more intrigued by the sachet's functionality. Can the scent be changed? It can record any scent, but it only keeps the most recent one, the shield bearer explained. With this first encounter under their belt, the team now had a clearer understanding of how to choose their targets. Their combined output was around 200, so taking on beasts with health exceeding 230 would pose too great a risk. When one of the hunters asked if the others had allocated any points, Hongya cautiously replied that she wanted to observe further, leading the hunter who had already allocated points to show a hint of regret. Meanwhile, Sun Mei, still uncertain, decided to hold off for the moment. About half an hour later, they successfully hunted their third coyote. After traveling a bit further, just as the group was about to head back, an unexpected discovery stopped them in their tracks. A creature resembling a pangolin with a single horn slowly appeared before them. Its entire body was covered in glossy black scales, like a natural suit of armor, and it moved leisurely on all fours. The beast exuded an aura that was distinctly unusual. Hongya glanced at the team, silently seeking their opinions. After a moment of thought, Shield suggested, how about we follow it for a bit? But this thing doesn't look easy to deal with. If things go south, we retreat immediately. As they deliberated, the strange beast was sniffing around and gradually moving in another direction. Time was of the essence, and Hongya suddenly turned to Sun Mei. What do you think? The question caught Sun Mei off guard. He knew that if it weren't for his current primitive appearance, Hongya probably wouldn't have sought his opinion. I think following it for a while is fine, he replied. With everyone's agreement, Hongya led the group as they cautiously tailed the beast. About 10 minutes later, they arrived at the base of a cliff, where a dark cave lay before them. The interior of the cave was pitch black, and from time to time, waves of nauseating stench wafted out. Glancing at Shield's heavily damaged iron shield, Sun Mei immediately suggested, we should head back for now. If we're going to explore, we should wait until our equipment is repaired. Without a sturdy shield, who could withstand the beast's potentially devastating attacks? Hongya readily agreed with the suggestion. Although curious about the mysterious cave, they decided to retreat for the time being and planned to gather more information from the tribe. Upon returning to the tribe, Hongya handed over their prey to the natives, who took it to a specialized storage facility. An elderly woman standing outside a grass hut rewarded them with 6 unique brown feathers and 3 pitch-black pills. The feathers, adorned with bright red patterns at their tips, were ceremonial tokens imbued with sacrificial power and could be exchanged for magical items. The pills, on the other hand, could be consumed to increase 1 point of free attribute each, with a usage limit of 20 pills. As they examined their rewards, Hongya proposed a distribution plan. How about this? If you take the feathers, you don't get the pills. I'll take 2 feathers, and the rest of you can decide among yourselves. No sooner had he finished speaking than another hunter voiced their preference for the feathers. The remaining items were just 2 feathers and 3 divine power pills. Following Sun Mei's suggestion, the shield bearer and 1 guard each chose a divine power pill, while the other guard took a feather. Finally, Sun Mei picked up one of the pills. To him, either item was acceptable since both could add a bit to his free attributes, and for now, neither was urgently needed. Hongya turned to the elder woman, Sangpur, and inquired about the cave they had discovered beneath the cliff. The old woman's expression grew grave as she explained that the place used to be a spiritual soil mine. This special soil enabled the tribe to connect with divine entities through sacrificial rituals, ensuring the safety of their people. However, a malevolent creature later took over the mine, and those who ventured in never returned alive. The tribe was eventually forced to abandon the resource-rich site. With this information in mind, Hongya immediately headed to the ritualist's hut. The interior was filled with swirling smoke, and an array of eerie objects hung from the ceiling: feathers, bones, specimens, and strange, unidentifiable trinkets. In the center, a pile of wood emitted thick smoke despite the lack of visible flames. An elderly man clad in tattered black animal skins leaned on a gnarled wooden staff and raised his deeply wrinkled face. When they noticed the ID above the ritualist's head displayed, "Wise Ritualist," everyone felt a surge of optimism. In the rise of humanity, NPCs with prefixes often possess significant power, and a positive prefix like "wise" signified a promising future for the Maha tribe's spiritual leadership. Hongya truthfully explained that they had stumbled upon the cave while tracking a peculiar wild beast. The old ritualist pondered for a moment before suggesting that the malevolent creature might have already formed a connection with the beast, which could create an opportunity to deal with it. He recommended bringing back the beast's corpse for study. Faced with three choices: retrieve the ironclad beast's corpse, directly explore the cave, or delegate the task to others, Hongya unhesitatingly chose the first option. Once the shield-bearer swapped out for an iron shield, the group of 6 set out again. Before long, an ironclad beast emerged from the cave. It resembled the pangolin-like creature they had encountered earlier, with its health displayed as 140-140. Although this value was lower than that of the jackals they had fought, Hongya couldn't shake a feeling of unease. Regardless, they launched their attack. 3 spears flew toward the ironclad beast's head, but only Sun Mai's spear managed to inflict damage. The other 2 were deflected by its impenetrable scales. Shields up! Sun Mei shouted as he saw the ironclad beast charging, signaling the bees to prepare for an attack. After the first round of attacks, everyone quickly realized the beast's astonishing defense. Ordinary spears couldn't penetrate its armor. Only Sun Mei, with his innate armor-piercing ability, could inflict damage. Hong Yi and another hunter promptly ceased their attacks, reserving their precious spears for Sun Mei to use. Seizing the opportunity, Sun Mei swiftly hurled 2 spears. At that moment, the slow-moving ironclad beast finally caught up to the shield-bearing guard. With a sickening slash, its sharp claws scraped across the metal shield, leaving several deep, terrifying gashes. Damn it! The shield-bearer's face turned pale. This thing can break through armor too. In the second round of attacks, the ironclad beast managed to deal damage. This is bad. We're running out of spears, Hong Yi suddenly exclaimed. The beast still had 100 health left, but they only had 9 spears remaining. Bees add power. Got it. The situation was critical. Without hesitation, Sun Mei added 1 point to his strength. Although the guard's harassment couldn't harm the beast, it successfully slowed its movements, giving Sun Mei the window he needed to deal damage. When the ironclad beast finally fell, the shield was battered and scarred. The 9 spears dealt a total of 108 damage. Without that extra point of strength, the kill might not have been possible. The ironclad beast's corpse was as heavy as iron itself, requiring 3 farmers to lift it. The team had no choice but to return early. Fortunately, the shield was a beginner's item, eligible for 10 free replacements per day, making the hunt barely worth the effort. With newfound experience, their second hunt went much smoother. Hong Yi and the other hunter focused on passing spears to Sun Mei, and 15 spears were enough to take down another ironclad beast. During the hunt, they encountered a rival group, a team of 4 men and 1 woman accompanied by 4 farmers. Overconfident, they got too close and were nearly killed by the ironclad beast's claws. Sun Mei stepped in to help, but the shield-bearer they saved fled in a panic, without even offering a word of thanks. What a jerk! One of the hunters grumbled indignantly. Hong Yi, however, smiled calmly. Saving them was just something we could do in Pasing, no need to mind it. Sun Mei wholeheartedly agreed. If it had jeopardized their own safety, he wouldn't have stepped in, even if the other party had been profusely grateful. Finally, they gathered the corpses of 5 ironclad beasts and delivered them to the priest. I need time to study the power of these cursed creatures. Come back in an hour, the old priest said with a pleased smile. This matter concerns whether our tribe can reclaim the sacred land. Your efforts are invaluable, and you deserve this reward. He raised his right hand, the tip of his index finger glowing with a red light. One by one, the group stepped forward to receive the mysterious blessing of the ritual. The priest gently drew a mark on Sun Mei's forehead, and this simple action immediately granted him a noticeable enhancement. The system notified him that he had acquired the Hunter Skill Basic Mastery Level 1, with 1 to all attributes, and a maximum level of 10. He also learned that this skill could be upgraded by asking the priest for assistance using merit feathers. His attribute panel was instantly updated. Constitution 7, Spirit 7, Strength 7, Skill 7, Agility 8, plus 1 free attribute point. Such base stats were already quite impressive. A new system notification popped up. Task completed. You must wait 1 hour before consulting the priest again about the research progress on the power of the corrupted. Let's disperse for now and meet back here in an hour, Hong Yi suggested, but her expression quickly turned resigned. What can you even do in an hour? It's not even enough time to go hunting. The others also looked uninterested. Sun Mei glanced at the time. It was already 9:30 p.m. in the real world, and he was starting to feel a bit drowsy. This made him grumble internally. All the other fully immersive games claim to induce deep sleep, yet the Rise of Humanity doesn't even have that feature. Feeling bored, Sun Mei wandered into the bustling square, which was alive with chatter and shouting. Buying feathers, 20 coins each. Higher prices for bulk. Offer ends soon. Looking for a strong guy to help me gather herbs. Potential CP pairing. Seeking a strong woman to chop wood. Marriage optional. Kids can take your last name. As Sun Mei aimlessly strolled through the lively crowd, a group of people suddenly blocked his path. At the forefront stood a young man with thick eyebrows and bright eyes, wearing a warm and inviting smile. His demeanor exuded an air of unfathomable confidence. "Friend, are you interested in joining the Azure Dragon Guild?" The question left Sun Mei momentarily stunned. As a guild member himself, he was well aware of the reputation of the Azure Dragon Guild, one of the top 3 talent scouting organizations in the gaming world of Long Kingdom. They were known for recruiting skilled players from major guilds, and were even rumored to dabble in some less than legitimate activities. "Sorry, not interested," Sun Mei replied bluntly. "May I ask why?" The man maintained his elegant smile. "I'm Wu Ming, one of the leaders of the Azure Dragon Guild. I'm already part of the Warmth Guild." "Ah." Wu Ming nodded in understanding. "Then how about considering a switch? It's almost the end of the month, and I can offer you a very generous deal." Faced with the prospect of a 350,000 coin penalty for breaking his contract, Sun Mei could only shake his head and politely decline. Wu Ming didn't press further. After shaking hands and bidding Sun Mei farewell, he led his team away, clearly in search of other targets. Watching their retreating figures, Sun Mei frowned deeply. The arrival of the Azure Dragon Guild was undoubtedly bad news. The resources of a single tribe could never support multiple guilds sharing the spoils. For the Warmth Guild, this formidable competitor was about to become their greatest threat. As a member of the Nuanyuan Guild, Sun Mei understood that the guild's growth and expansion within the Maha tribe would directly affect his personal benefits. He quickly reverted to his original form and headed to the guild's gathering point to report the situation to the on-duty manager. "You encountered Qinglong Guild recruiting members?" the slightly chubby manager asked seriously. "Yes, someone named Wu Ming, who claimed to be the team leader of Qinglong Guild," Sun Mei responded succinctly. The manager flipped open a record book. "Your ID is Little B, the one with 7 points of armor penetration?" "It's 8 points now," Sun Mei confirmed with a nod. "Excellent. This information is very important. Credit to you for this." The manager's praise caught Sun Mei by surprise. If Qinglong Guild intended to settle in the Maha tribe, their formidable presence might force the Nuanyuan Guild to consider relocating. This intel would allow the guild to adjust its strategy in time and avoid unnecessary investments. At 10:30, Sun Mei arrived at the sacrificial house in his male hunter form. Hongye and the others were already present. The priest looked thrilled. "The power of this evil creature might actually be an opportunity for our tribe. I need you to enter the cave and negotiate with it, exploring the possibility of cooperation. How about we choose option B?" Hongye suggested. "Last time, we had a hard time dealing with just one ironclad beast. It was all thanks to Little B." After receiving everyone's agreement, Hongye tactfully asked the priest for more details. Understanding the concern, the priest cast a spell and summoned a pitch-black wooden box. "These are specially crafted weapons prepared for you, strong enough to handle the beasts in the cave." Inside the box were pieces of equipment made from the scales of ironclad beasts: a refined iron shield, defense 30, durability 1010, a refined spear, attack 4, sharpness 10, and refined javelins, attack 2, sharpness 10. With these higher, more penetration weapons, even Hongye and the others could effectively combat ironclad beasts. The 6 of them excitedly claimed their gear, with each hunter receiving 5 javelins. The priest spoke earnestly. "I've given you all these weapons, didn't let me down." With such powerful equipment in hand, the option to explore the cave became the obvious choice. Having taken the weapons, the mission was clear. It was time to fulfill their task. Reputation is the foundation of a tribe's existence. It not only determines the access to exchange items with the chieftain, but also directly impacts relationships with the native inhabitants of the tribe. Those with negative reputation find themselves unable to take a step forward, facing difficulties even in recruiting the most basic farmers. As part of the preparations before setting out, Hongye recruited 6 farmers and carefully prepared torches. Shield expressed concern about the number of farmers, but Hongye explained, "If we encounter danger, I'll ensure they retreat first. Having too few people makes everything inconvenient." Seeing his resolute attitude, Shield could only sigh and relent. The group, holding torches, arrived at the entrance of a cave. Although the cave entrance was narrow, the interior was remarkably spacious. The ground was covered in a layer of shiny black mud, sticky and cumbersome to walk on. The jagged rocks along the cave walls severely obstructed visibility, so the group kept the farmers protected at the back and moved forward cautiously. Before long, strange, squeaking sounds began to echo in the air, resembling the noise of metal mechanisms grinding against each other. Hongye casually tossed a torch ahead to illuminate the path, revealing 5 or 6 fist-sized ants carrying black soil. These jet-black iron armor ants were nearly indistinguishable from the ground unless observed closely. "Iron armor ants, HP 6060, Hongye briefly introduced. Though bulky in size, they're covered in a hard shell, like miniature generals. They have around 300 health points and can put up a decent fight." Before he finished speaking, he had already launched his spear. His 11 points of damage came from 7 base strength, 2 attack power from the spear, and a 1-point strength boost from basic training, clearly the result of specialized stat allocation. Despite landing all 3 strikes on the head, no critical hits were triggered. The attacked iron armor ants quickly counterattacked, but their efforts were rendered harmless by the refined iron shield's defense and were swiftly dealt with. A system notification chimed, indicating that Sun Mei had achieved the Novice Hunter achievement, earning 3 free attribute points. He now needed only 100 more successful hunts to reach the next milestone, Elite Hunter. This battle brought his free attribute points to a total of 4. Hongya ordered the farmers to collect the spoils before pressing deeper into the cave. After defeating several more waves of iron armor ants, the group began to feel a slight sense of relief only to encounter a far more formidable foe at another cave entrance. A massive pitch-white scorpion, the size of a millstone, stood guard, its pincers menacingly raised. Iron armor scorpion, HP 300300, Hongya announced, its daunting stats striking fear into the group. Even more problematic was its sharp mandibles and pincers, which seemed capable of penetrating armor, and its tail's stinger, which might be venomous. Attack, guards, focus on controlling its mouth and tail. Hongya commanded decisively. The first round of attacks struck vital areas, but the refined spear failed to fully penetrate its armor. Sun Mei quickly shouted, "The neck is its weak spot." Hongya and another male hunter exchanged bitter smiles. This information wasn't very helpful since hitting a weak spot only added 4 extra damage if the armor couldn't be pierced. The scorpion, having endured 2 rounds of attacks, charged into the fray. Its pincers came crashing down on the iron shield with a resounding boom, forcing Shield several steps back and almost causing him to fall. "Damn it!" Shield shouted in a mix of anger and shock. This was the result of the vast attribute disparity, triggering a brute force effect that could cause knockback or even knockdown. To make matters worse, the iron armor scorpion followed up with an elegant spin, its tail stinger whipping through the air like an iron whip, delivering a seamless, fluid attack. The guards kept a wary eye on the iron-armored scorpion's tail, swiftly firing back in retaliation. Despite their efforts, the scorpion's heavy tail strikes injured 2 of them, forcing them to retreat. However, their actions bought enough time for the shield bearers to regroup and reinforce the defensive line. "Hold steady! Hold steady!" Hongya shouted anxiously, fully aware that if the front line fell, the entire team would be in grave danger. During the 3rd spear attack, the shield bearers and guards barely managed to fend off the scorpion's assault once more. Every defensive move was nerve-wracking, with the slightest mistake threatening to collapse the line. Finally, with Sun Mei's last spear throw, the terrifying creature crashed to the ground, lifeless. "Damn it! Fighting a wild monster nearly cost me my life," the shield bearer muttered, exhaling deeply as he cursed under his breath. He pulled out a Qing snake fruit and ate it to recover his strength. The 2 guards followed suit, their faces etched with relieved smiles after narrowly escaping death. "My hands are still shaking," one guard said, holding up the hand that had grabbed the fruit. His trembling palm was a stark reminder of the intense battle they had just endured. "What does Qing snake fruit taste like?" Sun Mei suddenly asked. "It's disgustingly bad," the shield bearer grimaced. "Like an unripe mango, sour, bitter, and it dries out your mouth." The 2 guards nodded vigorously in agreement. Hongya explained, "I guess they made it taste awful so people wouldn't snack on it casually. After all, it's a rare medicinal item." "Does that mean someone will have to guard the trees tomorrow?" the shield bearer wondered aloud. "No," Sun Mei clarified. "Wild fruit trees spawn in random locations, so you can't guard them." The shield bearer and the guards nodded in understanding. Once everyone had rested, they ventured deeper into the cave. Leaving the iron-armored scorpion's massive corpse outside, it was far too heavy for even 6 farmers to move. Deeper inside, they discovered a pitch-black chest embedded in a stone pillar, its surface covered in sticky black soil. "Do you think we need that key for this?" the shield-bearer speculated. Hongya tried the copper key but found that the chest lock was already broken. It didn't even require a key to open. Inside, they found a bundle of mud-colored beast hide scrolls, detailing the forging techniques for a mysterious black metal. "Holy crap! We're rich!" Hongya exclaimed, barely able to contain her excitement. The others' faces lit up with joy. "How rich are we talking?" the shield-bearer asked eagerly. "I might have gotten a bit ahead of myself," Hongya admitted sheepishly. "I thought it was a skill book, but it's actually an item meant for the tribe. Still, it should earn us a decent reward." She hesitated for a moment before handing the copper key to a puzzled Sun Mei. "Responsibility can't rest on just one person," Hongya said. "Although we were strangers before, we are now friends and teammates. Even if you trust me, I need to prove that trust with my actions." With that, he handed the key to Shield. Shield nodded in agreement. "All right." Sun Mei took the bronze key, hesitating slightly. "If any of you get good equipment and want to sell it, I can help connect you with buyers. Actually, I'm a member of the Nuanyuan Guild." This revelation surprised the group, but they quickly accepted it. Sounds good. Let's see how many good items we can trade for with this blueprint first. With their plans settled, the team moved forward. Moments later, the scene before them left everyone stunned. On the inner wall of the cave stood a massive, lifelike black sculpture. A bird-headed, human-bodied figure entirely covered in pitch-black feathers. The sculpture loomed above them, gazing down at the group as if they were insignificant ants. Hongye reacted immediately. This must be the object of worship. He raised his voice and declared, "O great being, we are messengers of the Maha tribe, sent by the priest to negotiate with you." The sculpture remained silent for a moment before speaking. "I understand your purpose, but first, you must pass my trial. The eagle does not favor the weak." As soon as the voice faded, the sound of mechanical gears echoed in the darkness. A massive, pale purple scorpion emerged slowly, its form in the muddy ground resembling a finely crafted piece of art. Ironclad Scorpion HP 400400. It was the same type of creature they had encountered before, but this one was clearly far stronger. Facing the ominous trial, Hongye turned to his teammates. A. Face it, Heaton. B. Abandon the challenge. The group fell into silence. Giving up felt like a defeat, but the scorpion stats were undeniably intimidating. Finally, Sun Mei broke the silence. "Why not give it a shot? We've already got the technical blueprint. Even if we fail, it won't be a wasted trip." Her words awakened the group. "Right, let's go for it. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. We've already profited. We can afford to take this risk." With the team's support, Hongye immediately gave the order. "Prepare for battle." The group quickly formed their positions, and he declared to the sculpture, "We accept your trial." The battle erupted instantly. After 2 rounds of attacks, the ironclad scorpion suddenly lashed out, striking with its pincers and sending shields sprawling to the ground. Its tail then whipped around like a whip, targeting 2 of the guards. Though the guards retaliated in time, they were still flung backward. One was knocked unconscious on the spot, while the other barely managed to stand. In just 1 round, 2 guards were nearly taken out. Oh no! Everyone's hearts sank simultaneously. At this point, there was no turning back. The hunters launched another round of attacks, but the iron-armored scorpion's counterattack was even more ferocious. With a single whip of its tail, it knocked over a shield and instantly killed one of the guards. "I can take 2 more hits. Lao Zhu, get up and take one for me," the shield-bearer shouted angrily. Lao Zhu, the injured guard from earlier, was now being called upon. At this moment, the iron-armored scorpion had lost half of its health, and hope for victory still lingered. Lao Zhu struggled to his feet, his debilitated condition leaving him dizzy and unsteady. After another round of attacks, Hongye urgently shouted, "Pull the scorpion to the side. We're running out of spears." The iron-armored scorpion had 165 health points left, but they only had 1 spear remaining. The shield-bearer understood immediately. After being struck down by the monster, he dropped his shield and ran off into the distance. Though dazed and injured, his sacrifice bought the team precious time. The iron-armored scorpion turned to chase the shield-bearer. Sun Mei and the others seized the opportunity, simultaneously throwing their last spear before rushing to retrieve discarded weapons from the battlefield. 1 round, 39 damage, 126 health left. "Damn it," cursed the shield-bearer, now defenseless, before being crushed to death by the scorpion's claws. 2nd round, 39 damage, 87 health left. "We can win. Spread out." Hongye's command was clear, and the 3 of them instinctively moved in different directions. This was their prearranged tactic. No matter who the scorpion chased, the others would have a chance to deal damage. As predicted, the nearest hunter was quickly caught and killed. 48 health left. "It's up to you now, brother. Put in those points." Hongye shouted the final instruction. With only 2 spears left, a normal attack wouldn't be enough to end the fight. At this critical moment, Sun Mei remembered he still had 4 unallocated attribute points he had been saving to consult with guild experts. But now, there was no time for deliberation. The iron-armored scorpion charged forward, landing a fatal blow on Hongye. In his final moments, Hongye finally understood why the shield-bearer had cursed earlier. This visceral sense of impending death was overwhelming. It was like the uncontrollable scream on a roller coaster, a primal fear from the depths of his soul. Now facing the massive creature barreling toward him, Sun Mei remained calm, waiting for the perfect moment. When he was certain of a fatal hit, he hurled the last spear with all his strength. Die! The iron-armored scorpion's massive body convulsed violently before collapsing to the ground, lifeless. A pitch-black statue spoke in a cold, indifferent tone. "You have passed my trial. Return and tell your priest that the eagle will watch over you." With those words, it reverted to an inanimate stone figure, devoid of life. "You have completed the eagle's trial. Please deliver this message to the priest. Our Maha tribe is about to receive the blessing of the eagle." Upon hearing this, Sun Mei did not leave immediately but waited for a moment. Sure enough, Hongya and her group soon returned, collectively carrying the heavy corpses of 2 armored scorpions. These spoils of battle earned them 6 feathers and 4 divine power pills. As the primary contributor, Sun Mei received 2 pills, while the rest were distributed among the team. When they relayed the message to the priest, all 6 received a system notification simultaneously. They exchanged knowing glances before a broadcast echoed around them. Congratulations to players Hongya, Little B, Lao Zhubi, Handsome Grandpa, Zilong, and Chuang Chuang for completing the event Power of the Eagle. All members of the Maha tribe gained 2 strength and 2 agility. The aforementioned players also receive an additional 2,000 reputation points. The statue functionality is now unlocked. Players are encouraged to assist in the construction of the statue. For details on how to build it, please consult the priest. Once completed, the priest can use offerings and sacrifices to further enhance the tribe's attributes and unlock related skills. Sun Mai's attribute panel now displayed a new entry. Power of the Eagle level 1, 2 strength, 2 agility. The elder priest generously upgraded everyone's basic skills to level 5, granting them a 5 to all attributes bonus. Additionally, each of them received 20 merit feathers. Overwhelmed by such generous rewards, the 6 were visibly delighted. Hongya promptly handed over a blueprint they had discovered along the way to the priest. After examining it carefully, the elder priest nodded and remarked, "This is an advanced forging technique, but it should be handled by the chieftain." The group then sought out the chieftain and soon found the nearly 50-year-old thin man in his tent. He was dressed in luxurious animal hide clothing, lounging lazily on a bamboo chair while enjoying fruit. 8 servants had carried him to the location. Upon noticing his ID, the foolish chieftain, the group couldn't help but feel a twinge of dismay. Nonetheless, Hongya respectfully presented the blueprint. The chieftain appeared pleased. "Excellent. With this forging technique, our tribe will have stronger weapons and armor in the future." He then rewarded them with beast hide pouches, valuable items for hunters that provided 5 1M x 1M spaces without adding any weight. Additionally, each of them received 3,000 reputation points, bringing their total to 5,000. However, the chieftain's next decision left everyone stunned. He announced plans to host a grand celebration in their honor, disregarding the looming winter and the tribe's dire need for resources. Hongya tried to dissuade him. "Chieftain, this is but a small matter. There's no need for such extravagance." "Nonsense," the chieftain insisted. "You are heroes. If I don't reward you properly, outsiders might think I mistreat my people." Shortly afterward, a second system announcement declared that a banquet would be held the next evening at 8 p.m., requiring all Maha tribe players to prepare in advance. This decision left everyone present in shocked silence. Is this chief out of his mind? Amid the clamor of curses outside, this phrase stood out sharply. Hosting a single feast consumed 5 of the food reserves, while it took players an entire night of hard work to increase it by just 1. Currently, the reserves were only at 12. Such a small amount was nowhere near enough to survive the impending harsh winter. Although Sun Mei felt frustrated, he understood that complaining wouldn't change anything at this point. Upon closer observation, he noticed something peculiar. While the chief was undeniably incompetent, he was surprisingly generous, essentially the textbook definition of a spendthrift. "Chief, we hope to receive some assistance from you," someone asked. The chief immediately nodded in agreement. "You are all heroes of our tribe. I am willing to lend you my support. However, these are rare treasures, so please follow me." The group followed the chief to a heavily guarded treasury. As the doors creaked open, an array of dazzling rare items came into view, glimmering with gold and exuding an air of extraordinary value. Wood Force Stone, level 1. 1 armor resistance. 1,000 reputation points required for exchange. Fire Force Stone, level 1. 1 armor speed. 1,000 reputation points required for exchange. As Sun Mei scanned the neatly displayed gemstones, his extensive gaming experience kicked in. He instantly recognized what this was: a gambler's paradise in hell. A gemstone with a maxed out 20 single attribute could fetch a fortune, but it could also drive countless people to ruin. Recalling a certain classmate surnamed Ma, who defied the laws of probability through sheer persistence, Sun Mei resolutely decided to ignore the gemstones altogether. Beyond the gemstones, the treasury also housed various accessories and set equipment. Suddenly, a particular item caught Sun Mei's attention. At first glance, it seemed ordinary and offered no additional attributes, yet it perfectly complemented his innate abilities, allowing him to maximize his combat potential. It was a medal of the free, requiring a staggering 200,000 reputation points to redeem. Considering the potential shifts in his future profession, this medal was invaluable. It allowed him to prepare 2 separate attribute builds simultaneously, whether focusing on the agility and skills he currently needed, or the constitution, spirit, and strength he might require in the future. In the end, neither Sun Mei nor Hong Yi redeemed anything. Meanwhile, Shield and Chuang Chuang opted for gemstones, planning to resell them to other players for profit. Hong Yi remarked that she wasn't short on money, while Sun Mei simply didn't want to squander his hard-earned reputation points. As they left the treasury, Hong Yi suggested, "I'm planning to hunt through the night. Want to join me?" "No thanks, I need some sleep," Sun Mei replied, shaking his head in polite refusal. "I'll go sell these gemstones first. Little B, do you want to ask around and see if anyone in your guild might need these?" Chuang suggested. Sun Mei shook his head resolutely. "No, let's not. I don't want to offend anyone over something like this." Although the group planned to part ways, they all happened to head toward the square. From a distance, they saw a large crowd gathered there, forming a circle. "What's going on, brother?" Hong Yi stopped a passing player to ask. Sun Mei's gaze swept over the crowd and landed on Wu Ming, the leader of the Qinglong Guild, who stood at the center, chatting animatedly with those around him. The young man being questioned lowered his voice. "Have you heard about the clan leader planning a banquet?" Hong Yi nodded. "Yeah, I know. Is that related to this?" "Of course." The young man pointed toward Wu Ming in the crowd, his tone turning serious. "Choosing to host a banquet at a time like this, either the clan leader's an idiot or he's completely out of touch. Keeping him around is just asking for trouble. The Qinglong Guild leader plans to take him out tomorrow night and replace him." The six of them were stunned into silence by this revelation. But on further thought, the idea did seem to make sense. A foolish clan leader not only made poor decisions but also consistently opted for the worst possible solutions when faced with critical tribe-wide choices. If a high-risk event were triggered during the harsh winter, such a leader could very well doom everyone. How exactly are they planning to do it? Hong Yi couldn't help but ask. With little gifts, the young man gestured toward the crowd. "They're collecting small items now, offering rewards regardless of success. Can this really be trusted? They have guarantees. If you lend them something, they'll give you a deposit. I don't know the specifics, but that's the gist of it." Hearing this, Chuang, who happened to have a small gift on hand, immediately squeezed into the crowd. The others waited in the background for about 10 minutes until he returned, beaming. "How'd it go?" the guard asked. "Pretty well," Chuang replied with a grin. "They gave me a 30,000 coin deposit as a guarantee. Once the item is returned, they'll refund the deposit and also pay a 500 coin reward." "You can trade right now?" the guard asked, surprised. Sun Mei nodded and explained. "Yes. The officials set up an external marketplace specifically for player transactions. It protects privacy after the trade is completed in the marketplace. The system automatically handles the transfer of money and items, so neither party gets the other's information. But it does require meeting in person." "This Wu Ming really knows what he's doing," Hong Yi remarked. "With this setup, not only do they figure out who has the small gifts, but they also rally people to their cause." "Exactly," Chuang teased, glancing at Sun Mei. "If they pull this off, your Nuanyuan guild might end up sidelined." Sun Mei could only shrug helplessly, indicating that he was just an ordinary member and had little say in guild rivalries. Afterward, the group split up. Sun Mei reverted to his original form and returned to his hut. As he exited the game and removed his headset, he immediately heard his aunt nagging. "You keep saying how much pressure you're under with your studies, yet you still find time to play games? Your grades this semester are worse than last. How can you even think about doing anything else?" "Mom, I know how to manage my time," Yang Yifan responded in a low, frustrated tone, clearly showing his impatience and annoyance. There was a clear anger in Aunt's voice. "What do you even know? If you were truly considerate, you wouldn't make such a request. Do you have any idea how expensive the rent here is? Do you know how much your dad earns in a month? Where do you think the money for a 20,000 yuan connector is coming from?" The argument in the room grew louder and louder. Even with a wall in between, the noise was piercing. Sun Mei had originally planned to take a shower, but now he didn't dare to move, fearing even the slightest sound would draw their attention. This kind of quarrel was a regular occurrence at home, and as an outsider, he could only remain silent. Throughout the building, arguments could be heard on and off. Today it was the neighbors. Tomorrow it would be the people upstairs, and the cycle repeated endlessly. Sun Mei closed his eyes, forcing himself to sleep, but the dispute between aunt and cousin dragged on until 2 a.m. In the end, it was the neighbor across the hall who, unable to endure it any longer, knocked on their door to intervene. Only then did it quiet down, but the issue remained unresolved. The next day, with heavy dark circles under his eyes, Sun Mei arrived at school. In the classroom, his classmates were animatedly discussing the reliability of The Rise of the Human Race. Those from wealthy families were enthusiastically sharing their gaming experiences, while most others were still observing, waiting for a definitive answer. "Sun Mei, I heard you got a connector from the gaming guild. How was it? Did you play yesterday?" someone asked. Yawning, Sun Mei slumped weakly on the desk. "Don't bother me. Let me sleep for a bit. Hey, is your guild still recruiting? Can you ask for me?" His deskmate leaned closer. "There's no way my parents would buy me one for over 20,000. This immediately drew a crowd of curious classmates. Count me in. I'll do any kind of work. May, I brought you a Coke. Looking at this miniature version of society in the classroom, 16-year-old Sun May's eyes revealed a trace of maturity beyond his years. I can ask, but I'm just an errand boy. Don't get your hopes up. By evening, he relayed his classmates' request to his supervisor, but the response was unexpected. The supervisor said over voice chat, "Tomorrow, give them my Kaka account and have them contact me directly. The guild does need people, but we'll screen them first. Why not recruit from the general public? They have more flexible schedules and are easier to reach," Sun May cautiously asked. The supervisor explained, "People out there are under heavy pressure to survive. Without pay, they can't make it, and they're very unstable. This isn't as simple as you think. What we need are grassroots players, not mid to high level ones. The requirements for guild members aren't too strict. They simply need to keep up with the mainstream teams and actively participate in guild-organized events." The manager's voice came through the headset. "Recruiting directly in the game is too naive. Without tangible benefits, why would anyone want to follow you? Players nowadays won't cave in just because they're afraid of pressure. On the contrary, without sufficient perks, even if you manage to recruit some free players, the guild will only end up accommodating them. What's more, players with questionable behavior could damage the guild's reputation." The manager paused briefly before continuing, "We have a long-term partnership with the game's developers, allowing us to obtain connectors at a lower cost. Players only need to make installment payments on schedule. This not only makes recruitment easier but also supports players with limited financial means, thereby expanding the game's audience." The manager then went on to explain another type of contract to Sun May in detail. This contract, while lacking a base salary, allowed players to earn rewards by completing guild tasks, which could be used to pay off the cost of the connectors. Depending on their performance, they could enjoy varying levels of repayment discounts, ranging from 80 to 30. If they acquired rare items, they might even turn their fortunes around overnight. The manager also specifically warned Sun May to be cautious of certain poorly managed guilds, listing a few entities to avoid. It was clear the manager suspected that Sun May might be exploring opportunities with other guilds. "Oh, by the way," the manager added, "from now on, we'll be using the name Apocalypse Guild externally instead of New Annuan. There's no need to explain this change, it's obviously to avoid an overly soft image." Just before logging off, Sun May suddenly remembered something and hopped into the group voice chat to ask a few online experts about their skill allocation strategies. Their answers varied. One opted for 3 strength and 1 agility to ensure a PvP advantage, another focused on farming achievements from low-level monsters, and yet another chose to wait and observe before deciding. The last expert spoke meaningfully. "My friend, trust me, don't rush to achieve everything at once. No one can maintain a relentless pace forever. Taking a single step at the most critical moment can surpass the efforts of others over 100 steps." "You're so cunning," someone else teased. "If the whole tribe were like you, they'd be doomed for sure. Parasites. You're all so naive." A voice suddenly broke the silence in the conference room. "This guy must have talent. Otherwise, why would he play so conservatively?" The supervisor immediately intervened. "Watch your words. Speak properly. He's Ghostfire, and he's known for winning games using his brains. He just signed with the company yesterday and was assigned to our team. Let's take a moment to get to know each other." This brief statement brought a moment of silence to the group, followed by polite but superficial exchanges. However, it was obvious from their glances that these gaming prodigies were far from convinced. Soon, no one paid much attention to Sun May, the so-called small fry. Sun May quietly exited the voice channel and re-entered the game. He switched to his male hunter form and returned to the square, which was even more bustling than the day before. Various calls and shouts filled the air. "Looking for a 20 strength pro. Top-tier hunting team needs 2 hunters. Discount on healing fruits, just 1 feather to take them home. Buying feathers, 22 each, high volume, high price, don't miss out. Need a carry. Looking for a 200 health expert." The situation in the Maha tribe was far from optimistic. Ritual progress at 13, construction at 14, and food storage at only 10. Winter was just 5 days, 23 hours, and 45 minutes away. After a full day and night, the food reserves had decreased instead of increasing, thanks to the tribe leader's feast. Without it, the reserves might have reached 15. At a daily progress rate of 5, the reserves would peak at 40 by the time winter arrived. An alarming outlook. Sun May first headed to the simple weapon shop, where he collected 50 free wooden spears. With his talent granting 14 points of armor penetration, even these basic spears could deal decent damage in his hands, only slightly less effective than precision-crafted weapons. As he stashed the spears into his backpack, nearby players quickly took notice. "Wow, nice backpack. Selling it? How much?" 2,000. "Forget it." Sun May left the weapon shop without a word. With 2 hours left until the grand feast, he decided to join a hunting party. Luck was on his side, as he soon found a team with a task that matched his skills. Looking for a high-damage dealer for logging. Shrine mission need 2 strong players. Quick in, quick out, and you'll make it back in time for the feast. A sallow-faced man with a weary expression called out. How much damage do you need? Sun Mei stepped forward to ask. The man sized him up. What are your stats? 14 strength, 14 penetration. Sun Mei replied curtly, drawing surprised reactions from those nearby. Armor penetration had become a critical attribute, especially for dealing with beast defenses when lacking advanced weapons. Sun Mei's current stats were Constitution 11, Spirit 11, Strength 14, Dexterity 11, and Agility 14, with an additional 5 unallocated attribute points. These stats were a result of consuming 3 power pills, far behind the levels of wealthy players who could afford premium enhancements. Alright, hold on, brother. Let me get one more person. The logger called out again until a burly man arrived. 19 strength though you need me? Yes, exactly what we need. Let's go. The burly man turned out to be Hishun. Seeing him trying to maintain a stoic, expert demeanor almost made Sun Mei laugh. What's your name, brother? The logger asked. Call me Aki. Just call me Ashen, Hishun said, forgoing his usual Great Demon King persona. Offing, Sun Mei replied, deciding that using his little BID wasn't appropriate with Hishun around. The team was quickly assembled. 4 hunters, 4 guards, 2 shields, and the logger, Aki. Missions like this usually promise substantial rewards and high reputation, exactly what Sun Mei was after. Of course, high rewards often came with high risks. I'm heading to Spider Forest this time. Aki explained the mission to the team on their way to the destination. There's a type of blood redwood there, which is an essential material for building temples. However, cutting it down might attract wild creatures, so I'll need your protection. How much do you need? Sun Mei noticed there weren't even any laborers in the group and guessed the required amount must be small. Just 4-century-old blood red trees will be enough. This type of wood isn't particularly heavy, Aki replied briefly. At this point, a hunter raised an interesting question. Have you ever heard the saying that the more people on a mission, the harder it gets? Is it true? This rumor was widely circulated on social media, but since Sun Mei rarely paid attention to such information and there was no official explanation on the website, he wasn't familiar with it. It's true, Hishun, a senior member of the guild, answered with authority. It's not just the difficulty of the mission. Even event triggers are closely tied to the size of the team. For instance, on the same path, a team of 10 might pass without incident, but a team of 5 could trigger a hidden event. Seeing the surprised expressions on everyone's faces, Hishun continued explaining. Of course, this doesn't mean that fewer people are always better. Some special events actually require a larger team to be triggered. The key is finding the right number of people, but exactly how many is often a matter of luck. However, it is true that mission difficulty scales with team size. Before long, the team arrived at their destination. In front of them was an untouched forest with no clear paths. The ground was covered in moss, and spider webs of various sizes were scattered everywhere. The most dangerous were the pale green web traps hidden in the moss. Stepping on one would leave you dangling in the air. Everyone, be cautious. The spiders here are venomous, and without an antidote, the poison is fatal, someone warned. The brighter the color, the more dangerous they are. Suddenly, Aki exclaimed in excitement. Found it. He quickly approached a tree as thick as a basin, gently stroking its slightly reddish bark. At first glance, the blood-red tree looked no different from an ordinary tree, except for the faint red hue of its bark. I'm going to start cutting it down. Get ready. Go ahead. The group of over 10 quickly spread out, with 2 hunters, 2 guards, and a shield bearer covering different directions. The rhythmic sound of chopping echoed through the forest, and from the noise, it was clear that this wood was exceptionally tough. Tree sap splattered as the axe struck. Suddenly, a strange screech shattered the forest's stillness. Moments later, a fist-sized spider with purple and green patterns darted toward them. Hishun reacted swiftly, killing it with a single spear thrust. But more spiders were already swarming in from all directions. Although the venomous spider only had 3030 HP and unimpressive stats, its name alone was enough to make anyone wary. Sun Mei gripped his wooden spear tightly and began a cautious hunt. With only 14 strength points and no additional attack power from the wooden spear, even striking a weak spot would deal a maximum of 28 damage. Fortunately, he had recently added 1 point to his strength, allowing him to deliver a decisive one-hit kill. After several rounds of spear throwing, most of the spider swarm had been cleared, and the few stragglers were swiftly dispatched by the guards. The hunters quickly retrieved their spears and regrouped. Are we just leaving these spider corpses behind? Someone asked. Without looking up from his woodcutting, Achi replied, what would we do with them? You can't eat these things. Unless we figure out how to extract poison, they're completely useless. Just as Achi had completed about a third of the woodcutting, another wave of spiders emerged from the surroundings. This time, in addition to the purple-green ones, red-green varieties appeared, with significantly enhanced stats and HP ranging from 40 to 60. Leave the ones with 40 HP to the guards. Don't waste time on extra attacks. He-Shun ordered decisively. Among the hunters, the highest damage output was He-Shun's 38 points. It wasn't worth spending an additional attack for just a couple of extra HP. While the guards weren't skilled at targeting weak spots, they were perfectly suited for finishing off low-health enemies. Thanks to the special quivers that everyone had exchanged for 5 feathers each from the priests, they could carry up to 10 spears at a time, avoiding the predicament of running out of weapons during the intense battle. Once the fight was over, Achi paused his woodcutting to give the hunters time to retrieve their spears. "Hey, Achi!" A surprised voice suddenly called out. Another logging team had crossed paths with them. One of the loggers from the other team clearly recognized Achi and, after glancing at the group, remarked in amazement, "You've got guts, bringing a team like this to harvest blood redwood." Standing beside him was a fully armored swordsman, clad head-to-toe in meticulously crafted black armor. What stood out even more were the glowing gemstones embedded in his helmet, armor, boots, and great swordstones of gold, fire, wood, water, and more. "Brother Tao, I know him well," the logger said ingratiatingly. The swordsman gave a faint nod in response. "What do you want?" Achi asked with a frown. "Just saying hi. Don't waste Brother Tao's valuable time," the logger said, waving dismissively as he led his team away. Once they were out of sight, He-Shun pulled a golden gemstone from his pouch, looking unimpressed. "Those are just low-grade stones. I've got one too." It was a level 2 gold stone, which provided a 1 boost to weapon attack power and a 2 resistance to gold-based attacks. Upgrading it required only 2,000 reputation points. "Where'd you get that?" the others asked curiously, examining the gemstone. "Traded for it with the clan leader using reputation points. It's 1,000 points per stone. I spent 3,000 on this one, and used another 1,000 to upgrade it to level 2. Once I save up enough points, I'll upgrade it again. Who knows? Maybe you'll get something extraordinary. Are you planning to use it yourself?" A trace of melancholy appeared on He-Shun's face. "I can't afford something like this. I just want to see if I can get a 10 attack stat. If I do, I might be able to sell it for some money." "How much could you sell it for?" "Hard to say. Maybe tens or hundreds of thousands." He-Shun shrugged. "But if I get a 15 stat, that's a real jackpot. Could sell for over 10 million. His words made everyone around gasp. "Are you kidding? How could it be that expensive?" "Haha, just rumors I've heard." He-Shun chuckled lightly and explained. "People say this game might impact reality in the future, so a lot of high-level factions are secretly bidding, driving up the price of rare items like gems." "That's nonsense," someone scoffed, shaking their head. He-Shun cleared his throat. "Take it as a joke if you want, but gems really are going for these prices now. Big bosses are buying them up, really big ones. I've seen it with my own eyes." The group exchanged uncertain glances. The gambler's mindset began to spread, and a glimmer of excitement flashed in several people's eyes. "I only have 140 reputation points. How could I afford a 3000 reputation gem? Right now, there aren't many people breaking 1,000 reputation, but give it a few days, and there'll be more." As they chatted, the group reorganized and got back to work, with Achi resuming his logging. When the blood-red wood was 2/3 chopped down, the surrounding forest was eerily quiet. Achi swiftly kicked over the tree, cleared the branches, and hoisted it onto his shoulder, ready to find the next target. Sunmei curiously gave it a try, and was surprised by how light the blood redwood felt. He could lift it with one hand. "This easy? Logging is all about luck," Achi explained as he walked. "If you're lucky, you run into small monsters. If you're unlucky, you face a boss." As he spoke, they encountered Brother Tao's group in the forest. Before they could even greet each other, one of Brother Tao's loggers swung his axe, and a piercing scream echoed through the woods. "Holy crap! Run!" Achi's face turned pale as he spun around and bolted, still carrying the wood. The others, though unsure of what was happening, were swept up in the panic and fled in a hurry. The ground suddenly bulged, moss cracking apart as a massive, car-sized, pitch-white spider emerged. Its wax-like body glistened, and its countless red eyes sent shivers down their spines. "White Jade Spider HP 800800. You idiot! Why did you have to come over here and trigger this thing?" the logger shouted angrily. "This proves the number of people really does affect the mission difficulty." Achi snapped back. "Don't pin this all on me. You saw us here, so who told you to start swinging your axe?" Judging by the spider's speed, it was clear no one could escape the forest in time. "Fight back! Fight back! Hold it off! Let Achi get away first. Split up." The loggers head toward the tribe, and well go the other way to lure the spider away. No matter what, the blood redwood had to make it back. They couldn't leave empty-handed. The scene was chaotic, but aside from 2 lumberjacks, everyone else followed orders and retreated in the other direction. The hunters launched their spears in retaliation, only to discover the astonishing defense of the white jade spider. Even Sun Mice, 14 points of armor penetration, could only deal 5 points of damage to its weak spots, while the other spears were simply deflected. After dealing just 1 point of damage with his spear, Shun couldn't help but curse. This thing must have at least 24 armor. Given his 19 strength and the wooden spear's 5 sharpness, his estimation seemed spot on. In the blink of an eye, the white jade spider had already cocooned 2 shield bearers along with their shields. Sun Mei hurled another wooden spear, fully aware it was a suicide mission and unwilling to waste his refined spear wouldn't be able to retrieve it anyway. Unexpectedly, this strike triggered the 1.1 additional effect of his talent. The pure white spider suddenly emitted a green glow, and the words poison wood appeared above its head. Takes poison damage equal to the caster's skill x1 per second for 3 seconds. Duration refreshes upon subsequent attacks by the caster. A skill? Is that a skill? The group exclaimed in shock. This is our chance. Shun shouted excitedly. Hold it down. We might be able to poison it to death. Ah Feng, keep attacking to refresh the passive. Sun Mei quickly switched to his refined spear. With 14 points of armor penetration and 10 sharpness, it was enough to break through the spider's defenses. This strike dealt a massive 34 points of weak spot damage. With 800 health points, the spider couldn't last a minute under the combined poison and sustained damage. However, the white jade spider seemed to recognize the real threat. It abruptly abandoned its current target and lunged straight at Sun Mei. Brother Tao hesitated for a moment, but then stepped forward resolutely, delivering a powerful slash that inflicted significant damage. The spider immediately spewed a sticky, white glue-like substance, cocooning him tightly. The group rushed forward to intercept, but the spider began capturing one person after another, turning them into writhing human cocoons. When its health dropped to 213 points, it suddenly started devouring the cocoons. Each cocoon consumed restored 200 health points, and in no time, it was back to full health. Damn it! This thing can regenerate health by eating the cocoons? Shun cursed angrily. At that moment, one of the lumberjacks, who had stayed behind, used his axe to cut open the cocoons and rescued Brother Tao. Seeing the spider's restored health, Brother Tao's expression became conflicted. Tao, just run, the lumberjack urged. If you've got any trump cards left, now's the time to use them. The rewards for killing this spider must be incredible, Shun said anxiously. With a bitter smile, Brother Tao pulled out a palm-sized bamboo sword. I can't. Using this on the spider would be such a waste, he explained. This is a one-time ultimate item. It immobilizes the target for 3 seconds and puts me in a void state, dealing 10 unblockable attacks per second, up to a maximum of 5,000 damage. If the target doesn't die, I will. I spent 500,000 on this. Do you think it's worth using on this thing? Shun fell silent. The value of the jade white spider was clearly not worth 500,000, but now was not the time to dwell on that. Brother Tao's expression shifted unpredictably, his hand gripping the small green bamboo sword yet hesitating to make a move. At this critical moment, Sun Mei's attack triggered its additional effect once more. The massive jade white spider suddenly emitted an eerie green glow, its movements becoming unnaturally sluggish, like a rusted machine. This was the effect of slowing soil victims would suffer reduced agility and attack power proportional to the caster's skill value for 3 seconds, with the duration refreshed upon a new attack from the caster. 1.1 chance to trigger twice in a row. Fall back. Shun, though unaware of the exact numbers, immediately recognized the opportunity upon noticing the spider's abnormal state. The remaining 3 quickly distanced themselves from the spider, while Brother Tao swung his sword, slicing open the white cocoons around them and rescuing a few survivors. Unfortunately, some had already perished, leaving only puddles of fluid behind. The jade white spider sluggishly pursued Sun Mei, but the dense trees of the jungle became its natural obstacle. With its massive size, it was forced to either crawl sideways, detour around, or crash through barriers. Each choice cost time, allowing Sun Mei to maneuver deftly through the narrow gaps between the trees. As time passed, the spider's health dropped below 300. It attempted to turn back and consume the human cocoons to recover, only to find that Shun and Brother Tao had already destroyed them all. The group watched the scene unfold from a distance. Screech! The jade white spider angrily raised its front legs, making a threatening gesture towards Sun Mei, but it was all in vain. In less than 10 seconds, it collapsed to the ground with a resounding thud, completely lifeless. A solo kill. That's insane. This thing must be worth a fortune, the group exclaimed in awe as they gathered around. The bolder ones even reached out to touch the spider's corpse. Let's carry it back together, someone suggested, and the group worked together to hoist the spider's body. Brother Tao, his face full of envy, asked, Hey man, was that skill from the little gift you got? That was incredible. What's the trigger rate? Not as high as you think, just 1.1, Sun Mei replied, shaking his head. 1.1? 2 triggers and less than 20 attacks? You should try your luck gambling on gemstones, Hishun remarked in amazement. Yeah, right? I couldn't even win the lottery yesterday, Sunmei retorted with a look of disdain. On their way back, they encountered Aki at the entrance of the tribe. When Aki learned they had taken down the jade white spider, his eyes widened in amazement, and he showered them with praise. Ah, Feng, I could tell from your aura that you're extraordinary, truly the purest bloodline of the cave dwellers. If there's ever a Tarzan remake, I'm not watching it unless you're in it, someone joked, imitating a Tarzan call. Oh ho ho oh oh. Amid the teasing, Sunmei could only silently roll his eyes in his heart. When they finally brought the spider to the warehouse, the elder Granny Tsong suggested offering it to the priest, reasoning that the spider wasn't suitable for consumption. Sunmei couldn't help but reflect. Even primitive people wouldn't eat this thing, yet in reality, some people would actually try it. Maybe it's to avoid forming a habit. If the kid grows up and starts munching on spiders whenever they see one, that would be disastrous. Sunmei muttered to himself before suddenly realizing something. This might be the game's way of hinting that we need to go somewhere else to claim the reward. The group made their way to the sacrificial house, where Sunmei was the first to present the white jade spider. A flash of surprise crossed the priest's eyes. This spider. I've wanted to catch it for a long time. Unfortunately, it always hid so well that I could never get it. I can't believe you managed to capture it. The priest nodded in satisfaction. It brings me great joy to see such brave warriors in our tribe. This is the reward I bestow upon you. A system notification chimed in. Reputation 1000. Simultaneously, a message appeared above the priest's head. The wise priest has gained some growth. Sunmei nodded to himself, confirming what the official game guide had mentioned about NPCs being capable of growth and development. Hey, I have 1000 reputation points now. I can exchange them for gems, an excited player behind them exclaimed. It was clear that everyone had received the same reputation reward. In addition to the reputation, the priest handed Sunmei 20 feathers and 5 divine power pills. Sunmei kept 1 pill for himself and generously distributed the rest to Hishun and Tao Ge. This act of generosity left everyone visibly surprised. What's your name, brother? Tao Gu took the initiative to start a conversation. I'm Chun Tao, in game ID, Jing Tao. Just call me Ah Feng, Sunmei replied. Feng bro, you're really generous, Tao Gu said with a grin. Someone as righteous as you, we have to get to know each other. Another player chimed in. I'm Xiao He, in game ID, Jianao. The two sides formed parties again and continued chopping wood. Hishun quietly approached Sunmei and asked, Feng bro, any interest in joining a guild? Not for now, Sunmei declined politely. Alright, but if you ever change your mind, let me know. I'm with the Tianqi Guild, formerly known as the Nuanyuan Guild. I've heard of it, Sunmei replied with a nod. The group spent the next stretch of time chopping down 2 more blood-red trees. This time, they didn't encounter any white jade spiders. They had to abandon the 4th tree, however, as the feast was about to begin. In the Maha tribe's plaza, grass mats had been laid out, and fresh green banana leaves served as tabletops. Tribe members used woven bamboo utensils to hold a variety of dishes, their aromas filling the air. Sunmei, Hishun, and Chen Tao found a spot to sit down together. A system announcement rang out at just the right moment. Dear players of the Maha tribe, the tribal feast will begin in 10 minutes. Please return to the tribe promptly to join the celebration. The delicious food is not only mouth-watering and satisfying, but also calorie-free. What are you waiting for? Dig in. The king of big appetites is here who can compete? As the system announcement echoed, the atmosphere in the square grew tense in an instant. Players began stretching and preparing themselves. Some loosened their belts, while others rinsed their mouths or picked their teeth, all gearing up for the grand feast to come. Chen Tao took a sip from his teacup, a faint smile flickering across his face. The tribe's chief and priest had agreed to replace the chieftain. Now, it was up to Wu Ming to put on a show. The Meihan tribe has 3 major leaders, Sunmei asked curiously, the guardian chief, the warrior chief, and the hunter chief. How did you convince them? Hishun replied proudly. As long as you inform them about the situation, it triggers a quest. Complete the quest, and they'll agree. This task is under the responsibility of our Tianqi Guild. Tianqi Guild is collaborating with the Qinglong Guild? Sort of, Hishun nodded and explained. We've already spoken with Wu Ming, and he promised that in the future, there will be peaceful coexistence between him and our guild and the Meihan tribe. As for the new chieftain candidate, Hishun directly pointed to the warrior chief, with a straightforward reason. This guy has the Ironblood prefix. In the game, nothing speaks louder than a powerful prefix. 10 minutes passed quickly. With the second system announcement, the entire square erupted into chaos. Players eagerly grabbed the food in front of them, devouring it without a care for their image. Giant beast legs, half as tall as a person, gave off an irresistible aroma, tender, juicy, and perfectly spiced with just the right level of heat. The food on the green leaves was quickly wiped clean, and the tribespeople continuously brought out fresh dishes. Sun Mei downed his drink in one gulp and continued feasting, the combination of beer and roasted meat proving utterly intoxicating. At that moment, an aged voice rang out. The feeble chieftain was carried into the crowd. He wobbled as he stood on a bamboo chair, raising his cup high. Brave warriors, to celebrate your arrival, let us drink together. From now on, we shall work together for the glory of the Mahan tribe. Cheers! The chieftain, his face flushed with excitement, downed his drink in one go, blissfully unaware of the disaster looming over him. Players raised their glasses in response, their smiles enigmatic. Yet as time ticked by, the old chieftain was carried away again, and the anticipated plan had yet to unfold. Where is he? The crowd exchanged confused glances, looking around but failing to spot Wu Ming anywhere. Several minutes later, a player rushed to He Shun's side, his expression grave. Brother Shun, something's gone wrong. When He Shun received the news, his face turned deathly pale. The confirmation from the Qinglong Guild was shocking. There was no such person as Wu Ming. What do you mean? He Shun shot up from his seat, slamming both hands on the table. The messenger gave a bitter smile and explained, that guy's a fraud, pretending to be a Qinglong Guild member to scam small gifts. As far as we know, more than 10 people have already fallen for it. The news hit like a bolt of lightning, leaving Sun Mei and Chan Tao stunned. He Shun, unwilling to believe it, demanded to know why the truth was uncovered so late. The messenger explained that because contacting the Qinglong Guild required an appointment and Wu Ming had approached them first to propose a collaboration, his convincing act raised no suspicions. Even if Wed realized he was a fraud earlier, it would have been too late to stop him, the messenger sighed. At least others can avoid being tricked now. Chen Tao couldn't help but remark, that guy's got some serious skills. I can't even pay to get those gifts, and he pulls this off like it's a walk in the park. Scumbag! He Shun cursed, seething with anger. The messenger urged, what matters most now is regrouping with Captain Yu and the others to come up with a countermeasure. Today, that clan leader must die, no matter what. We can't afford the reputation loss. He Shun was about to leave, but suddenly turned back. Are you guys coming too? You might be able to help. In truth, he was eyeing Chen Tao's powerful ultimate sword, one of the rare small gifts. Chen Tao thought it over briefly and agreed, clearly aware of He Shun's intentions. Sun Mei decided to tag along as well, eager to see what would unfold. The group headed to a wooden cabin, where several top players from the Nuan Guild were already gathered. Captain Yu, full name Yu Long Min, was another gaming expert Sun Mei knew, earning millions annually through his skills. Captain Yu got straight to the point. The only chance we've got is to launch a surprise attack on the main camp and take out the clan leader. But there are 6 loyal guards standing in the way. What are the guard stats? Someone asked. We scouted them out, Captain Yu replied. Each guard has 600 HP and around 70 attack power. Their human armor isn't very strong, so as long as you avoid hitting the armor, you can deal damage. The clan leader himself has 500 HP and 30 attack power, but thanks to a special passive ability, he gains 5 armor for every guard nearby. Chun Tao frowned. This isn't going to be an easy fight. How many players can we muster? A maximum of 20, Captain Yu explained. The 3 faction leaders promised not to interfere with the clan leader's side during the banquet, but if we bring too many people, they'll have no choice but to step in. The room fell silent. Taking on 6 guards with 600 HP, each using just 20 players, seemed like an impossible task. While humans didn't have the overwhelming stats of beasts, their proficiency with tools, reinforced armor, sharp weapons, and advanced tactics made them formidable opponents. Captain Yu let out a heavy sigh before a glimmer of determination lit his eyes. We still have a chance. As long as our damage output is high enough, we can ignore the guards and focus on killing the clan leader directly. Focus him down? Chun Tao asked in surprise. How would that even work? Look, Captain Yu opened his palm, and a small dark cloud, about the size of his hand, floated above it. Occasionally, it crackled with flashes of lightning, accompanied by faint rumbles of thunder. This is a thundercloud, he explained. It charges every 3 days and can create a torrential downpour within a 20-meter radius. Not only does it remove all buff effects from enemy units, but it also interrupts skills that require casting time, lasting for 5 seconds. For every 10 points in skill, the rain area expands by 1 meter. How much did this thing cost? Chan Tao's eyes gleamed with interest, clearly fascinated by the artifact. Captain Yu revealed a smug smile. Someone from our guild found it. I bought it for 2.5 million. Ugh. Chen Tao sighed, evidently deterred by the hefty price tag. Captain Yu's plan was becoming evident. First, use the thundercloud to strip the chieftain's armor buff, then rely on the hunter's high burst damage to take down the 500 HP chieftain within 5 seconds. I need 10 shield bearers with high stamina and strength, and 10 high damage hunters, Captain Yu said, putting away the thundercloud. The shield bearers just need to hold off the 6 guards for 5 seconds, while the hunters deal 500 damage during that time. Currently, we have 4 shields and 3 hunters. We're recruiting the rest. At this moment, Shun eagerly introduced, Captain Yu. This is Ah Feng. His attacks have high armor penetration and can inflict poison effects. He nearly soloed an 800 HP White Jade Spider just now. Soloed an 800 HP White Jade Spider? Everyone turned to Sun Mei in shock. Captain Yu grabbed Sun Mei's hand, his face lighting up with excitement. After learning about Sun Mei's attributes, he immediately had someone bring over 16 divine power pills. Brother Ah Feng, consider these pills a gift of goodwill. If you're willing to help, there will be even greater rewards after we succeed. Sun Mei accepted the invitation and, after consuming the divine power pills, gained 21 free attribute points. After some discussion, they decided to wait until the actual battle to determine how to allocate the points. If they could deal significant damage to the chieftain, they would invest in skill to increase trigger rates. If not, they would enhance agility to improve armor penetration. Count me in too. Chen Tao suddenly pulled out a fatal strike sword. Let's see if this little gift qualifies me. It definitely qualifies. Captain Yu was both surprised and overjoyed upon seeing the sword's attributes. Brother, if you'd brought this out earlier, combined with my thundercloud, we could have taken down the chieftain in an instant. I never said I had to use it. Captain Yu glanced at the item worth 500,000 in his hand. This thing cost me $500,000. If you guys can handle it, I want use it right away. Only if we're really in trouble. Right now, the priority is to find someone. If it weren't for the fact that I don't want to restart, I wouldn't even bother with this mess. He then explained the tribe extinction rules. Once a tribe is wiped out, any player from that tribe who dies will restart and be randomly assigned to another tribe with available slots. While special items won't disappear, all attributes will reset to their initial state. For players without special gifts, this is essentially the same as deleting their account. However, joining another tribe before death or in advance can prevent the restart. Chen Tao's intentions were clear, wanted to use the ultimate kill to gain the prestige reward for defeating the tribal chief. With this assurance, Captain Yu had no reason to refuse. In just 10 minutes, under the lure of heavy rewards, a powerful team was quickly assembled. Captain Yu generously provided the remaining godly power pills to those who hadn't consumed their full dose yet. The entire team was equipped with top-tier refined weapons. This elite group was well organized. 10 shield warriors, 1 swordsman, and 9 hunters. As they approached the main camp, the guards stopped them. What's your business here? We're here to exchange items with the chief. Captain Yu replied simply. The guard took a quick glance and let them through. The 2 guards at the entrance didn't sense anything unusual. Captain Yu signaled 4 shield warriors to slow their pace and prepare to block the door. Inside, the tribal chief was seated at the head table, enjoying his meal, with 2 guards on each side. Brave warriors, he began. But before he could finish, Captain Yu bellowed, attack! In the confined space of the main camp, the hunters, already prepared, simultaneously hurled their spears. The guards reacted quickly, deflecting some of the spears, but a few still struck the chief. To everyone's surprise, the elderly chief displayed astonishing defensive strength. It was then that the group noticed the attributes of the guards and the chief. Maha Tribe Guard, HP 600600. Maha Tribe Chief, HP 494500. Special skill, Sanctuary for every loyal guard within a 20-meter radius, adds 5 armor points. I've treated you well, yet you turn out to be traitorous wolves. Kill them all. The chief roared in fury, and Captain Yu immediately unleashed Thundercloud. However, unexpectedly, even within the thunderstorm, the chief's sanctuary effect remained active. Everyone's expressions darkened, and the hunters panicked. Failing to break through the armor would drastically reduce damage, making it impossible to deal 500 HP within 5 seconds. The guards swarmed forward, each strike knocking back the shield warriors. Although the shield warriors rotated to block, they wouldn't hold out for long. Ah Feng, use the sword. Chen Tao shouted angrily, tossing the ultimate sword to Sun Mei. Catching the sword, Sun Mei hesitated for a moment. His 15 strength, plus 14 armor penetration and 10 sharpness, along with 2 weapon attack power, only dealt 2 points of damage. He quickly calculated. The old chief must have at least 40 armor. If he allocated all 21 free attribute points to agility, he could achieve 35 armor penetration. Adding the refined spear's 10 sharpness, that's 45 armor penetration. Then, he could adjust 5 agility points to strength, resulting in 20 strength, 2 attack power, 30 armor penetration, and 10 sharpness. With 22 times 30 damage, taking down the chief's 500 HP would be more than enough. To be cautious, Sun Mei only added 3 points to strength, allocating the rest to agility. 18 strength, 2 attack power, 32 armor penetration, and 10 sharpness. With damage of 20 times 30, he could deal 600 HP damage, easily enough to finish the chief in 1 strike. Without hesitation, Sun Mei discarded the bamboo sword and hurled his spear at the chief. His figure began to fade. Although the spear was deflected by a guard, Captain Yu immediately reacted, shouting, "Everyone, charge! Don't let the guards free up." In an instant, countless white illusions resembling Sun Mei appeared, each holding a spear. Together, they launched dazzling light spears at the chief. The radiant spears streaked through the air, piercing the old chieftain who stood frozen in place, instantly reducing his health by 200 points. "Protect me! Protect me now!" The old chieftain's terrified roar echoed throughout the tent. The light figure showed no mercy, launching a second wave of attacks. "Protect the chieftain!" The enraged guards abandoned their skirmish with the players and charged forward in a desperate attempt to shield him. But how could mere mortals withstand the might of the ultimate sword? No matter how the guards brandished their spears to block, or even used their bodies as shields, the radiant spear tore through them effortlessly, heading straight for the chieftain's vital points. The third wave of attacks followed immediately. The light figure's assault triggered the armor shatter gold effect, reducing the target's armor by an amount equal to the technique value for 3 seconds, refreshing the duration with each hit. However, this effect seemed unnecessary at the moment the radiant spear struck true, killing the old chieftain on the spot. As Sun Mei retreated to her original position, the 6 guards were still reeling in shock when a cold, raspy voice suddenly came from outside. The old chieftain was incompetent and long overdue for death. With him around, how could the tribe ever grow stronger? "Are you all still so blind?" A burly man with frost-white hair stormed into the tent. Leading his group, it was none other than Udir, the warrior leader. Upon seeing him, the guards' faces were instantly filled with terror. "If you still wish to swear loyalty," Udir said coldly, "I will respect your choice and let you follow the old chieftain to the afterlife. But pledging allegiance to an incompetent leader is an even greater foolishness. We pledge our loyalty to you." The guards hesitated briefly before throwing down their spears. Udir's sharp gaze turned to Sun Mei and her group. "You are warriors of the tribe. Though you assassinated the chieftain, it was for the tribe's future. On behalf of the future chieftain, I pardon your crimes. Tomorrow, we will hold an election for the new chieftain, decided by a vote from all tribe members." The system immediately displayed a choice prompt. Sun Mei quickly selected her options: whether to remain anonymous and whether to participate in the chieftain election. Soon, a system notification popped up. "Players anonymous, Jingtao, Yu Longman, Damawang, and Xiao Xiao have slain the chieftain. The new election will be contested by the guard captain, warrior leader, hunter leader, and Xiao Xiao, with every tribe member holding 1 vote. The voting deadline is tomorrow at 8 p.m. Participating in the vote grants 1 free attribute point, with an additional point awarded if the chosen candidate wins." Cheers erupted across the square. Meanwhile, Sun Mei received a special notification. 40,000 reputation points gained 20,000 base for slaying the chieftain, 20,000 bonus. After leaving the main camp, Chen Tao asked in confusion, "Why did you choose to stay anonymous? People might think it was Wumeng." Sun Mei paused, then explained, "It's just a habit. I prefer to keep a low profile." Sun Mei, considering Ingzi's alternate identity ability, decided to conceal his own ID. Furthermore, he had already signed a contract with the Nuanyuan Guild, who held his real identity. Adhering to the principle of minimizing complications, he chose not to reveal his abilities. "No problem. I'll handle this." "At least Wuming's reputation as a fraud is now solidified," Captain Yu said before turning to Xiao Xiao. "Why are you running for the election? If you become the clan leader, the Maha tribe will be doomed." "Why?" Xiao Xiao, a shield player, looked perplexed. "I was wondering why none of you are running." He Shun patiently explained, "Players as clan leaders can't attract NPCs to join." His unusually warm attitude toward this temporarily recruited player clearly suggested ulterior motives. When the group returned to the plaza, they were greeted like heroes. For the players of the Maha tribe, removing an incompetent clan leader was undoubtedly a cause for celebration. Even though the old leader hadn't committed any grave crimes, his ineptitude as the tribe's head was reason enough for his removal. Sun Mei returned to his seat and checked the 100,000 reward Captain Yu had transferred to him. The amount had already been credited to the account of his school's activity office via the Tianwai market. If not for Captain Yu's claim of recent financial strain, the reward might have been even higher. In just a matter of minutes, Sun Mei had earned 40,000 reputation points and 100,000 in cash, leaving him slightly dazed by the results. He knew that without Chun Tao's ultimate sword strike, defeating the clan leader would have been impossible. Sun Mei had intended to split 50,000 with Chen Tao, but the offer was politely declined. As for the reputation points, he hadn't mentioned them, though they couldn't be directly traded. They could be converted into gems for transactions. As a participant, Chun Tao also received a reward of 20,000 reputation points. Feeling satisfied, Sun Mei enjoyed the food for a while longer. By the end of the banquet, the system announced that the Maha tribe's feast had earned a 5 increase in reputation and a 10 boost in native residents' happiness. These metrics directly impacted the likelihood of attracting high-level NPCs and the work enthusiasm of native residents. From the meal, Sun Mei also gained a 1-point boost in skill and a 2-point increase in strength. Combined with the effects of 20 divine power pills, his current stats were impressive. Constitution 11, Spirit 11, Strength 20, Skill 12, Agility 32, placing him among the top-tier players. At that moment, the system announced the results of the Big Eater competition. Player Lanlan Ramen took the championship with an astonishing appetite: 49 roasted legs, 37 pieces of roasted meat, 21 large pancakes, 89 fruits, and 21 cups of drinks, earning 2,000 reputation points and a mysterious gift. It's me. It's me. A chubby middle-aged female player stood up excitedly. She carried a large blade, wore a black iron helmet and simple bamboo armor, and beamed as she waved to the crowd. Everyone present was shocked. Incredible. I kept eating, and even the servers couldn't keep up, but you outdid us all. Haha. We actually started giving all the food to her toward the end. Is this teamwork, or what? What's the mysterious reward? Amid the crowd's anticipation, Lanlan Ramen revealed a deep yellow gem, the level 1 Big Eater gem, which provided a 3 boost to weapon attack power and could be upgraded by consuming 1,000 reputation points. Wow, starting with a 3 gem? The crowd was amazed. Shun slyly suggested, "Why don't you upgrade it? Beautiful." "Sure." Lanlan Ramen agreed enthusiastically. A system notification flashed in the chat channel. Big Eater Gem Level 2, Weapon Attack 6, can be upgraded with 2,000 reputation points. Instantly, it ignited the emotions of everyone around. Shun's face turned crimson, so agitated that he could barely form words. "A setup. This is definitely a setup," he shouted angrily. "Damn it, you're a shill. Everyone, don't fall for it. This is just the developers planting bait to trick us into gambling for gems." Among the crowd, someone clutched their chest and murmured, "Why does my heart hurt so much? This is unbearable." Lanlan Lamian, clearly aware of the gem's immense value, carefully stored it away as if handling a priceless treasure. Meanwhile, Shun continued muttering under his breath, fiddling with a piece of gold power stone in his hand, his expression full of hesitation. Chen Tao, on the other hand, was far more decisive. He pushed his way into the crowd, intent on buying the gem. Moments later, he returned empty-handed. "How did it go?" Sun Mei asked curiously. "She wouldn't sell it for 60,000, Chen Tao replied, shaking his head. "No, to be precise, she wouldn't sell it even for 150,000. The gem's extraordinary value lay not only in its Big Eater quality, but also in the additional 3 weapon attack attribute that Lanlan Lamian had managed to unlock. With growth potential up to level 8, it was akin to an uncut jade, brimming with untapped possibilities. Although leveling a gem to its maximum required 45,000 reputation points, gems with growth potential like this were often more sought after than fully maxed out ones. After a brief commotion, everyone returned to their tasks. Sun Mei followed Aki to cut down the last blood redwood tree. With his 20 strength and 32 armor penetration, his combat ability had significantly improved. Combined with Shun's 27 strength, their combined firepower was nearly overwhelming. When the final blood redwood was delivered to the temple construction site, each participant received 200 reputation points and a feather as a reward. At this stage, the temple consisted only of its foundation, and workers were busy with construction. The progress was displayed as follows: Spirit Soil 22, Blood Redwood 31, Gold 9, other materials 100. "Are you continuing?" Aki asked. Upon learning that the task could be repeated, both Sun Mei and Shun expressed their willingness to carry on. For Sun Mei, who excelled at farming materials, the opportunity to gain both reputation points and feathers was too good to pass up. Before setting off again, Sun Mei asked, "Does the temple require all materials to reach 100 before it can be completed?" "That's right," Aki explained. "If all the materials are ready, it can be built within an hour. Right now, the biggest shortage is gold." The spiritual soil was located in the cave that Sun Mei had explored earlier, which immediately caught his attention. Not only could they mine the spiritual soil, but they could also attract armored beasts to gather materials for crafting refined weapons. It was indeed a rare and lucrative opportunity. As for the location of the blood redwood, it was clearly marketed, could be found in the spider forest. However, the mention of gold made Sun Mei frown. Currently, there were no gold mines discovered near the Maha tribe, and the existing gold was from past reserves. But Shun quickly added that Captain Yu had already sent people out to explore, and there would likely be new discoveries soon. After all, the temple was of great importance, directly tied to the enhancement of players' supernatural abilities. Without the temple, even acquiring skills would be impossible. Under these circumstances, finding gold was only a matter of time. Once the group reached a consensus, they immediately began an efficient material gathering operation. This time, Achi improved the strategy by cutting down 4 blood red trees at once and transporting them collectively, significantly increasing efficiency. With top-tier players like Sun Mei and He-shun ensuring safety, the team could focus entirely on collection without worries. It wasn't until early morning that they completed 10 full rounds of material gathering. Sun Mei gained 2,000 reputation points and 10 feathers, though he still needed a few more feathers to level up his basic skills from level 5 to level 6. After disconnecting the gaming device, Sun Mei decided to take a shower. Noticing that his cousin Yang Yifun's room lights were still on, he hesitated for a moment before heading over. Pushing the door open, he saw Yang Yifun deeply engrossed in an English book under the desk lamp. How did the talk with Aunt about the connector go? Sun Mei asked directly. Yang Yifun looked up, slightly surprised. What's up? If you're short on funds, I can lend you some. Where did you get the money? From gaming? Yang Yifun asked. Sun Mei nodded, but he didn't expect Yang Yifun to decline outright. Keep it for yourself. I can handle it. How are you planning to handle it? Don't underestimate tutoring. Nowadays, lots of parents of middle and high school students come to the school looking for tutors. Earning enough for a connector won't be a problem, Yang Yifun replied confidently with a smile. Since the matter was settled, Sun Mei didn't press further. Although he considered introducing his cousin to the guild manager, he figured Yang Yifun's limited time would likely make it difficult to pass the selection process, so he let it go. The next morning, as soon as Sun Mei arrived at school, he was surrounded by classmates. He briefly explained the situation. I've already spoken to the guild manager about it, but they'll screen candidates. Not everyone will get selected. They'll share his Kakao Talk ID with you later. Just call him Manager Liu. Seeing the eager looks on everyone's faces, Sun Mei shared the manager's contact information. It was the most he could do. Thanks, Mage. If I get selected, they'll treat you to ice cream. How about pooling money for a meal instead? I say we just hand over the cash directly. That's more practical. The group chatted and laughed, with most feeling optimistic about their chances, though some looked a bit anxious. Sun Mei reassured them, don't worry. Even if you're not selected, you can try other guilds. Many are recruiting entry-level players now, and even provide free connectors. You just have to work for them for a certain period. Just make sure you read the contract carefully. This advice was something he had specifically confirmed with colleagues in the guild's voice chat the night before. It aligned perfectly with what the manager had said. Hearing this, the group visibly relaxed. Before leaving, Sun Mei enthusiastically recommended a few well-regarded guilds to the newcomers and cautioned them to steer clear of some disreputable organizations. When he got home, his cousin was noticeably absent at the dinner table. Feeling puzzled, Sun Mei asked, and his aunt explained that his cousin had gone to tutor someone. How do you always seem to know what's going on? His aunt asked. I specifically called to check today, Sun Mei replied honestly. You brothers really get along well, his aunt sighed. Sun Mei silently shook his head. In truth, he and Yang Yifun were merely cousins and not particularly close. Xiao Mei, do you think I've been too strict with your cousin in the past? His aunt suddenly asked. Maybe a little, Sun Mei replied hesitantly. If his grades were bad like yours, I wouldn't have bothered. But he's always excelled since he was young. I just didn't want him to waste his talent, his aunt said with a worried expression. Auntie, don't say that. My grades weren't that bad when I was a kid, Sun Mei protested with a slight frown. Really? I don't seem to remember that. Anyway, your cousin. And with that, his aunt launched into another round of nagging. Throughout the meal, his aunt hardly stopped talking. Sun Mei patiently endured and responded minimally. After logging back into the game, Sun Mei was about to head toward the square when a familiar voice called out to him. Wait a moment. It was the slightly chubby supervisor from before. Eyeing Sun Mei, he asked, You're little B, right? There's a new task for you today. By the way, what's your current mental attribute? 11, Sun Mei replied, a bit confused about what was happening. The supervisor proceeded to ask how many divine power pills he had consumed and whether he could transition to becoming an alchemist. An alchemist? Sun Mei exclaimed, quickly opening the tribe's event log to investigate. Through the event log, Sun Mei learned that earlier that morning, a player had discovered the remains of a mysterious figure in the Ghoul Lands. After some research by the tribe's priests, 2 new professions had been unlocked, Tomb Raider and Alchemist. Tomb Raider was an advanced version of the miner profession, requiring the elite miner achievement, while Alchemist was more akin to a basic profession. The supervisor elaborated on the characteristics of these 2 professions. Since there were no gold mines near the Maha tribe, they relied on alchemists to extract gold from special bones found in the Ghoul Lands. However, the Ghoul Lands were home to 4 formidable ghoul giants, making it nearly impossible for regular players to approach. Only Tomb Raiders could safely steal the bones, making both professions highly lucrative. Alchemists require mental attributes? Sun Mei asked, intrigued by the profession. Yes, at least 20 points in mental attributes, the supervisor explained. Then I can't switch, Sun Mei said, shaking his head. All my points are maxed out on agility and strength. How can I switch to an alchemist? Sun Mei frowned, pondering his dilemma. Unless you have the free agent badge. The slightly chubby supervisor cut him off directly. As for the Tomb Raider profession, All the slots are already filled. The supervisor paused for a moment and then suggested another option. If you have time, you can head over to the Spirit Soil Cavern and help protect our guild's miners while they dig. This way, they can complete their achievements faster and advance to Tomb Raiders sooner. Look for Outa Biao there, his ID will be visible. He'll keep track of your time and pay you accordingly. That works. Sun Mei's eyes lit up. I haven't had the chance to grind achievements before. Today's a good day to catch up. But first, I'll go cast my vote. At the plaza, Sun Mei carefully examined the data panel. Maha Tribe. Ritual progress. 24 leading significantly, likely due to the temple. Construction progress. 21. Food storage. 15 seems like with some effort before winter, it might reach 50. Winter countdown. 5 days, 0 hours, 4 minutes. On the voting board, to Sun Mei's surprise, Xiao Xiao still had 15 votes. Without hesitation, he cast his vote for Udyr. The system immediately rewarded him with 1 free attribute point. When he arrived at the Spirit Soil Cavern, a strong young man was standing at the entrance. His ID read, Beihai Outa Biao. Who is Outa Biao? Sun Mei asked curiously. I've heard of people like Old Pong or Old Wu from other places, but not him. Outa Biao is more of a spirit or an idea. The young man replied with a smile, offering no further explanation. Instead, he asked simply, are you part of our guild? What's your ID and attributes? Little B, 20 strength. Sun Mei pulled out 20 finely crafted spears. These were the results of his last collaboration with Captain Yu. More than enough to handle the armored beasts in the Spirit Soil Cavern. Not bad. $15 an hour, does that work for you? Outa Biao nodded, seemingly unaware that Sun Mei also had 32 points in agility. After confirming the arrangement, Sun Mei followed Outa Biao into the cavern and was assigned to a 5-person team. Inside, dozens of miners were frantically digging, racing against time to complete their achievements. Behind them, a protection team of shield bearers and hunters stood ready to fend off the ever-present threat of armored beasts. The entire operation was highly organized. Each miner was supported by a team configuration of either 3 hunters and 1 shield bearer or 2 hunters, 1 protector, and 1 shield bearer, with all teams equipped with finely crafted weapons. Though repetitive, the work didn't bother Sun Mei, who was used to monotony. He recalled the days when he'd pull all-nighters grinding materials just to earn $50, even spending 20 on internet fees. Compared to that, this job was a breeze. After repelling countless waves of armored beasts, a system notification suddenly popped up. Congratulations! You've achieved the title of Elite Hunter and earned 6 free attribute points. You are now an outstanding tribal hunter. It seemed the time had come to advance his profession. Bidding farewell to Outa Biao, Sun Mei headed straight for the triangular hut where new recruits registered. At this point, aside from miners, there were no other professions left to advance in the tribe. Most players chose to max out achievements in other professions as well, leaving themselves more options for the future. After all, no one wanted to be stuck waiting indefinitely if their initial profession couldn't advance. Every achievement earned was another glimmer of hope. The achievements of a guard are completing patrols, a shield bearer's achievements lie in successful defense, a blade wielder's are in eliminating targets, and a swordsman's are in winning battles. Meanwhile, an alchemist achievement is successful refinement. In the mine, only the roles of swordsman, blade wielder, and shield bearer are well suited for earning achievements. Although miners can also earn achievements, there aren't any suitable positions left for them. Among these 3 choices, Sun Mei ultimately decided to become a swordsman. Not for any practical reason, but simply because it was the coolest profession. Inside the triangular hut, Sun Mei approached Uncle Hu Cha and made his request for a job change. Please help me become a swordsman. Oh, great warrior. I respect your decision, Uncle Hu Cha replied, handing Sun Mei a simple longsword while taking back the wooden spear he had been holding. A system notification immediately popped up. You have spent 100 reputation points to change your profession. Your social role has been updated to tribal swordsman. Would you like to reactivate your talent? Although the primary goal of the profession change was to farm achievements, curiosity drove Sun Mei to see how the swordsman profession would affect his talents. He found a secluded corner and chose to activate his talent. A cracking sound echoed within his body. In an instant, the youthful and somewhat naive boy transformed into a simple yet resolute woman wielding a sword. Her bronze, weathered skin revealed a life spent under the sun and wind. Her palms were rough, marked with tiny scars and calluses, while her face exuded an aura of pure determination and stubbornness. Even gender can change? Sun Mei was stunned. He instinctively touched the calluses on his palm. As a pampered high school student, his previous hands were much softer than those of this new body. Driven by instinct, he lightly touched his chest, which was now wrapped in animal hide. The faint curve sent a jolt of electric shock through his body, a bizarre mix of sensations created by a male soul inhabiting a female body. His heart raced. Damn! He shuddered and quickly pulled his hand back. This was definitely something he couldn't afford to repeat, better to avoid it entirely than risk losing control. He turned his attention to the attribute panel. Female Tribal Swordsman. The sword grants you the courage to protect your tribe, making you fearless in the face of life and death. Bravery. Each attack increases armor penetration by 1 and speed by 1, up to a limit of strength x1. Upon reaching the maximum value, gain 20 attack lifesteal, attack speed, and cleave effect. Frenzy 50, lasting for 3 seconds. Effects can be refreshed through attacks. Current maximum increase, 20. This talent seemed to build up slowly and appeared more suited for group battles. As for the Frenzy attribute, he decided not to delve into it for now. After reverting to his original form, Sun Mei went to the town square and approached a vendor selling refined weapons. "How about I trade this refined spear for an iron sword?" he asked. The vendor carefully inspected the spear's condition before nodding. "All right, buddy, I'll take a small loss and trade with you just to make a friend." "Yeah, right, taking a loss," Sun Mei silently scoffed. The vendor simply chuckled without saying more. A swordsman only needs one sword, while a hunter requires at least 5 spears. This simple market demand made Sun Mei's choice rather straightforward. The refined iron sword in his hand not only offered a 4 attack bonus, but also came with a 10 sharpness attribute. Returning to his post, an iron-armored beast emerged just in time. Without hesitation, Sun Mei raised his sword and charged forward. With 20 points of strength combined with the weapon's dual bonuses, he easily slew the iron-armored ant. The system immediately displayed a notification. "Congratulations on achieving your first victory." This was quickly followed by another message. "Next achievement, Novice Swordsman. Win 10 times." Compared to the Blade Master profession, the swordsman's achievements were indeed harder to grind. A group of iron-armored ants could yield multiple kill counts for a Blade Master, but for a swordsman, it only counted as a single team victory. As he focused on grinding, a system announcement suddenly rang out. Following a vote by all tribe members, Udyr was elected as the new chieftain with an overwhelming 54,902 votes. The new leader immediately implemented an ironclad policy. Internal tribe conflicts would result in bounties, while external enemies would be marked as foes, granting additional prestige for defeating them. Furthermore, Udyr opened the gladiator arena, allowing tribe members to resolve personal disputes. More significantly, Udyr reached an agreement with Yu Longmin and Jun Maoan to establish the Apocalypse Trade Guild. This marked the beginning of intertribal trade, enabling resources like gemstones, spiritual soil, and crimson wood to be exchanged through the guild. As a supporter of the vote, Sun Mei also received 1 free attribute point. It wasn't until 2 a.m. that Sun Mei finally completed grinding the swordsman achievements. After seeing off the last batch of miners about to switch to the Tomb Raider profession, he confirmed his working hours with Outa Biao and inquired about the temple's progress. "The earliest it'll be completed is tomorrow," Outa Biao said with a shake of his head. The alchemist's refining efficiency isn't that fast. Just as he was about to return to his hut to log off, a commotion erupted in the square. A carefree youth carrying a large blade was passionately rallying the crowd. "Brothers, the protection period is down to its last few hours. Death penalties are about to kick in. Who's willing to join me for one big score?" Amid the crowd's anticipation, the youth made a bold proposal. "Let's team up and take down the ghoul giant." A wave of gasps swept through the crowd. What? The unique trait of the corpse giant lies not only in its defensive capabilities, but also in its immunity to conventional weapons. Even a powerful AK-47 struggles to inflict any substantial damage. This isn't absolute physical immunity, but rather a defense that requires specific methods to overcome. How do we take it down? Sun Mei blurted out, voicing the question on everyone's mind. Faced with this daunting challenge, the young man must have either discovered a way to breach the corpse giant's defenses or brought some extraordinary equipment. Otherwise, his confidence seemed pure madness. Under the expectant gazes of the group, the carefree young man smirked. What is the essence of a corpse giant? Think about it. What does it resemble the most? And what does it love to consume? Wait, zombies. The group suddenly pieced it together. The young man thumped his chest proudly. Exactly. And guess what? My grandpa was a Taoist priest. I picked up a few tricks from him when I was a kid. When it comes to drawing talismans and dealing with zombies, I'm the best within 1,000 miles. I even spent 3 months in jail recently for practicing feudal superstitions. My skills have been proven. The group exchanged uncertain glances, but Sun Mei quickly grasped his planning Taoist techniques to deal with the corpse giant. The idea, while unconventional, seemed plausible. "All right, brother, tell us what you need." "I'm in," declared a burly man wielding a shield, stepping forward as the first to offer his support. Encouraged by his boldness, the others soon followed suit. The young man cheerfully listed his requirements: black dog blood, glutinous rice, peach wood, yellow paper, cinnabar, donkey hooves, and red string. Unfortunately, the tribe's resources were limited, and after much searching, they only managed to find red string and yellow paper. No cinnabar will charcoal work instead? Forget it, the young man replied, biting his finger to draw blood. He began writing rapidly on the yellow paper, his strokes bold and confident. What are you writing? Sun Mei asked curiously. The young man didn't answer, focusing intently on crafting the talismans. Eventually, he completed dozens of small talismans and 10 larger ones. Let's test these first. If they work, we'll prepare more, the young man suggested, earning unanimous agreement. They tied all the talismans together with the red string and set off toward the corpse giant's domain. When they arrived, a desolate and eerie landscape stretched before them. Each step they took released a chilling aura from the soft black soil, seeping into their bones and sending shivers down their spines. Under the pitch-black sky, wisps of dark smoke rose from the ground, as though marking the boundary between the mortal world and hell. The carefree young man pressed his fingers together as though holding a sword, making swift, precise motions. With a flick of his wrist, he hurled the talisman-laden wooden spear straight toward the corpse giant. The string of red talismans unfurled midair, instantly forming a massive fishing net-like formation. Combined with the wooden spears firmly planted in the ground around it, the structure created a secure encirclement. Sun Mei stood dumbfounded, and the others were too shocked to speak. The young man leaped lightly, landing gracefully at the center of the talisman array. Sitting cross-legged, he formed a hand seal with one hand and raised the other skyward. Bring it over, he commanded in a deep voice. The people around him sprang into action. Someone grabbed a pickaxe and began digging into the ground with all their might. In the distance, a massive figure began to emerge from the darkness, its eerie green eyes glowing vividly in the night. Seeing this, the crowd hastily retreated. Even the person digging abandoned their pickaxe and scrambled away. The ground trembled as a giant, roughly 5 or 6 meters tall, charged toward them. Its bloated body was unnaturally stiff, its skin a grotesque purplish-black, and a low, guttural growl emanated from its throat. Strangely, despite its bulk, its movements were unnervingly rigid, as if its entire body were a solid mass of metal. It's a lesser corpse giant, the young man shouted. Come on, show me what you've got. As everyone held their breath in anticipation, the giant's fist hurtled toward the talisman array only to freeze midair in an eerie pause. To their astonishment, the creature suddenly turned and fled. Ha ha ha! The young man burst into triumphant laughter, leaping out of the array. With my skill in subduing the undead, taking down this corpse giant means the world is mine to roam as I please. Just as the crowd was about to shower the future master with flattery, someone pointed into the distance, their face pale with fear. A swarm of dark silhouettes surged from the shadows, creating an overwhelming and terrifying scene. As the figures drew closer, it became clear they were a group of people fleeing in desperation. The group surrounded an elderly man with white hair and beard. Their armor was battered and scarred. Run! We're being chased! A young woman with disheveled hair shouted hoarsely. The old man bore an ID above his head that read, Chief of the Luoshan tribe. One of his people, seething with anger, explained, the Guhu tribe ambushed us. Those bastards took advantage of the temple's activation to attack us with iron weapons and armor. We didn't even get to open the temple, we had no way to fight back. If I hadn't stayed up late, I'd have lost everything today. As the players of the Maha tribe exchanged uneasy glances, a spear suddenly whistled through the air, narrowly missing the old chief's head. The weapon pierced his abdomen, and blood gushed out. Chief, take a potion quick, someone from the Luoshan tribe shouted frantically. Since players of the Maha tribe could respawn after death and faced no immediate penalties, they volunteered to cover the retreat. Sun Mei swiftly withdrew, vanishing into the night. When she reappeared, she had transformed into a resolute young woman wielding a sword. The silver-armored spearmen converged from all directions, their equipment gleaming coldly under the sunlight. Among them were squads of sword and shield soldiers wielding triangular mirrored shields. These small shields stood in stark contrast to the massive, door-like shields of the Maha tribe. The unit was in pursuit of a ghoul giant, and had been forced to scatter in their chase to this point. As the lead spearman caught sight of the tightly constructed shield wall of a dozen large shields ahead, his brows furrowed. He was about to issue a threat when a voice of doubt emerged from within the ranks. Wait a second, big brother. Why are we helping the Luoshan tribe? This sudden question left the burly leader momentarily stunned, his imposing demeanor faltering slightly. At that moment, a carefree youth brandishing a massive blade roared angrily, Are you stupid? Today they're fighting the Luoshan tribe. Tomorrow they'll come for us in the Maha tribe. We can't let these troublemakers run rampant. His voice grew more passionate. In this game, it's either you take them down, or they take you down. The more you compromise, the easier it is to be bullied. If you don't want to be pushed around, you've got to fight to the end. Fine, let's do it, someone echoed. But let me just say, this is my first time in a group fight. Stay away from me, I don't want to accidentally hit one of ours. Hearing the curses from beyond the shield wall, the spearman leader's face darkened. Without hesitation, he gave the order, break through them. Both sides had similar numbers, but the spearmen's tactics were ferocious. They hurled their long spears like javelins into the crowd. Shields that weren't reinforced with fine iron were easily pierced, blood splattering in all directions. The first volley alone caused over a dozen casualties, with many more injured. Seizing the opportunity, the sword and shield soldiers charged forward, followed by spearmen who had already drawn their long swords. Sun Mai's heart raced as she raised her sword to face the enemy. This was indeed her first group battle, but she quickly realized that while the sword and shield soldiers had strong defenses, their speed left much to be desired. Her high agility allowed her to disengage swiftly after each strike, as long as she avoided exposing any vulnerabilities. During the fight, her stats steadily improved. Armor penetration 1, speed 1. She focused on timing her attacks, flanking the sword and shield soldiers while they were distracted by others, and delivering critical strikes from behind. Though her attacks on vital areas like the neck didn't always result in instant kills, her speed and fluidity continued to increase. As the battle raged on, a faint red glow, like a mist of blood, began to envelop her. The frenzy effect was triggered, 20 lifesteal, attack speed, and damage splash, 50 berserk. Die! Die! She screamed. Her great sword, shrouded in crimson light, slashing down on the triangular shields with relentless fury. Her continuous strikes left her opponents no chance to counterattack. The deafening clang of metal echoed across the battlefield, a relentless cacophony that filled the air. Swish! Another strike fell, the sharp blade effortlessly slicing through the triangular shield. The blood-red 5 vampiric greatsword in Sun Mei's hand swung wildly, like a force of chaos, tearing through the dense crowd. Wherever it swept, enemies dropped like harvested wheat, unable to withstand her onslaught. In her frenzied state, Sun Mei's vision blurred, her mind buzzing as if she were inside a speeding race car. At this moment, all that remained was her primal instinct kill. Friend or foe, reason or motive, none of it mattered. She swung her greatsword relentlessly. In the blink of an eye, the chaotic battle scene was forcibly split in two by her rampage. Charge! Fight to the death! A warrior from the Maha tribe recklessly rushed forward. She's one of us. Look, she's not wearing armor. Hey, you're attacking the wrong side. The enemy's over there. As Sun Mei, radiating a crimson glow, charged toward her own allies, panic spread among them. Faces pale, they scattered in all directions to flee. Meanwhile, on the opposing side, the spear commander hesitated until a thunderous roar echoed across the battlefield. The corpse giant had arrived. Damn it! Retreat! The spear commander cursed through gritted teeth, leading the remnants of his forces in a frantic escape. As the frenzy subsided, Sun Mei's vision cleared instantly. The battlefield fell into eerie silence, shrouded in darkness, with no signs of life anywhere. Just as relief washed over her at surviving, an icy chill crept up her spine. She turned to see the towering corpse giant looming over her, its clenched fist ready to strike. At this critical moment, a choice suddenly appeared before her. You find yourself in a cold, desolate land inhabited by 4 strange and mysterious creatures. As you prepare to leave, the key in your hand begins to react. Make your choice. A. Use the key. B. Refuse. Was there even a choice? Sun Mei immediately pulled the mysterious key from her pouch. In an instant, an overwhelming sensation of weightlessness engulfed her. The ground beneath her feet cracked open into a massive black void, swallowing her whole. Thud! She hit the ground hard, the pain nearly knocking the wind out of her. Lying on the icy floor, it took her several minutes to recover before she could force herself to sit up and survey her surroundings. She found herself in a semicircular cellar built from dark stone bricks. Overhead, a single rope hung from the ceiling. In front of her stood a massive, pitch-black iron door, its surface etched with countless cryptic symbols. Slumped against one of the door's columns was a corpse, disheveled and clad in tattered rags, with an iron chain fastened around its neck. Looking at the bronze key in her hand, a chilling thought flashed through Sun Mei's mind. This key came from that begging black monkey. Could this corpse be? She moved closer to inspect it. The body was frozen stiff, but the skin, tinged with a purplish hue, still had some elasticity, indicating the person hadn't been dead for long. What a tragedy, Sun Mei muttered. She was almost certain now the cause of this person's starvation was tied to their earlier decision to kill the black monkey. Her gaze shifted to the mysterious iron door. Whatever lay beyond it was an enigma. The cryptic symbols engraved on the door might hold answers, perhaps decipherable by a learned scholar. Another choice appeared before her. You've fallen into an underground chamber, discovering a starved corpse and a peculiar iron door. From the crack in the door, a terrifying aura seeps out, as if it contains a power capable of destroying the world. You sense great danger. Make your choice. A. Peek through the crack in the door. B. Take the key and leave this place. C. Attempt to open the door. Sun Mei stood before the ground hole, her mind swirling with thoughts. The strange scene before her raised a series of questions. The key came from that monkey, and the monkey belonged to the scholar who had starved to death. If the scholar had the key, why didn't he open the door to escape but was instead chained in front of it? This strongly implied that option C was absolutely off the table. Trying to open the door might lead to dire consequences. After a moment of consideration, she ruled out peeking through the door crack, which was option A. While players didn't have to fear death, she was more concerned about the potential horror behind the door that could endanger the entire Maha tribe. If the tribe were to perish because of this, all her previous efforts would have been in vain. So, she chose option B to return and explore the mystery when she was stronger. She attempted to take the scholar's corpse with her, but when her blade struck the body, it only sparked, as though hitting solid iron. The chains were equally unbreakable. Realizing it was improper to disturb the dead, Sun Mei picked up the key from the ground, reverted to her original form, and climbed out of the hole using the rope. Once she left, everything returned to its initial state. The ground closed up, the undead giant vanished without a trace, and the system notified her that the rusty copper key could no longer be used. However, it indicated that someone else could still trigger the event. Back at the tribe, an announcement echoed. Udyr had decided to accept the surviving members of the Luoshan tribe and allocate them land in the northern district. For her participation in rescuing the Luoshan chieftain, Sun Mei earned 5,000 reputation points, along with an increase in tribal reputation. In the square, the survivors were still discussing the intense battle. That woman was insane. She attacked anything that moved. It's pure luck we managed to escape, one of them said, still shaken. Sun Mei noticed Captain Yu and a group of people hurrying toward the tribal center, their expressions grave. As a player focused on commerce, Fish Leaps over Dragon Gate being alerted at this time clearly signaled a major incident. There's big trouble at the Guhu tribe, muttered Jinao, the former guard who had followed Chen Tao. The atmosphere instantly grew more tense. Jinao spoke gravely. The Guhu tribe has long been despised. The Luoshan tribe wasn't their first target for a sneak attack. Their methods are extremely ruthless. They usually wait until a target tribe has just finished repairing their temple, then launch a surprise attack that very night, continuing their assault the next day. The Luoshan tribe was the second tribe they conquered, and their next target might very well be us. How are they able to pull this off? The crowd looked puzzled. Convincing a tribal leader to attack another tribe is no easy feat. Sun Mei was about to respond, but Jinao shook his head and continued. Their leader is a player named Yi Xiaofengyan. On the very first day, he somehow managed to eliminate the original tribal leader, possibly by bribing them with small gifts. After taking over, he immediately purged the tribe, executing all elderly players, weaker individuals, and female players, leaving only the most aggressive fighters. That ruthless? Players can become tribal leaders now? No need for NPCs anymore? I'm not entirely sure of the specifics, but this guy is definitely insane, Jinao said with a complicated expression. You all know the descent system only allows players to choose a region, not a specific tribe. Many players who arrive in their tribe are forced to undergo a combat willingness test. Anyone unwilling to fight is executed or exiled on the spot. Being exiled means you can't respawn within the tribe. If you're killed again, you have to restart and get randomly assigned to another tribe. It's no wonder everyone hates them. How strong are they? Extremely strong. After conquering 2 tribes, they've seized a massive amount of resources. If we hadn't rescued the Luoshan tribal leader, even their treasury would have been emptied. Can we stand a chance against them? Jinao answered tactfully, but the implication was clear. They were no match. The enemy's spearmen and sword and shield soldiers worked together seamlessly, and their javelin throwers inflicted devastating piercing damage when they focused their attacks, leading to heavy casualties. Sun Mei felt a sense of dread. He didn't want to restart. Not only would it mean losing all his efforts from the past few days, but if the Maha tribe were destroyed, all the reputation he had built up would also vanish. To his surprise, the greatest threat in the early stages came not from external forces, but from fellow humans. Can we surrender? Someone asked. Jinao let out a cold laugh. Winter is coming. They already control such a vast territory, but limit the number of players they accept. Do you think they'll take in newcomers who would only add to their burden of storing food? The crowd fell into a gloomy silence. No one wanted to restart. Just then, the guard Captain Hamoin and the hunter Captain Wailini led the tribe's warriors and marched out in formation. As everyone looked on in confusion, a system announcement sounded. Udyr has issued a mission. Battle of the Earth. Guard Captain Hamoin and hunter Captain Wailini have led troops to the edge of the Ghoul lands to establish defenses against a potential sneak attack from the Guhu tribe. All players may participate in the defense mission. We can earn reputation points? We're on the brink of annihilation, and they're still thinking about that. Whatever. I was about to sleep anyway. I'll just go AFK there. The crowd gradually dispersed. Sun Mei hesitated for a moment, then went to the triangular hut to switch his role to a male hunter before heading to the edge of the ghoul lands to join the defense. He felt that the female swordsman role was too reckless in group battles, often causing accidental injuries to allies. The male hunter, with its armor-piercing abilities, was more effective against sword and shield soldiers and spearmen. After setting up his AFK mode, he logged off to rest. Meanwhile, on the other side of the ghoul lands, the Guhu tribe's army was busy looting resources at the ruins of the Luoshan tribe. Boss, the Luoshan tribal leader has been taken in by the Maha tribe. Should we strike them now while they're unprepared? In the crowd, a sharp-featured man was gently stroking a wolf-head silver ring on his index finger, a symbol of his status as the clan leader. His gaze was deep as he looked in the direction of the Maha tribe, his expression exceptionally composed. Who would have thought that this man, relentlessly criticized across major social platforms, was none other than the renowned Xiao Fengyun. Standing beside him was a young man armed with a rifle. Lai Long. Although they had only known each other for less than 3 days, Lai Long was silently awaiting Xiao Fengyun's decision. There are 4 corpse schools in the ghoul lands. Forcing our way through will result in heavy losses, Xiao Fengyun analyzed calmly. If we split up, and the Maha tribe intercepts us, we'll be caught in a dilemma with no way forward or back. So, are we giving up? Lai Long asked with a frown. No, Xiao Fengyun shook his head. If you want to fight, stay here. Before today's death protection period ends, see if you can take them down. Lai Long nodded in agreement. Within hours, he had assembled thousands of riflemen and sword and shield soldiers, dividing them into teams of about a dozen each to traverse the ghoul lands. Despite their caution, many teams were relentlessly pursued by giant corpse ghouls. After much difficulty crossing the ghoul lands, they were met by the Maha tribe's well-prepared defensive forces. Break through their lines. Don't stay in the ghoul lands. Lai Long commanded the few hundred soldiers who had regrouped. Riflemen, break their shields. Charge. His innate talent for command allowed him to remain clear-headed even amidst chaos, pinpointing the weakest spot in the enemy's defenses for a decisive attack. A storm of spears rained down on the least shielded positions. Even the finest iron shields couldn't fully withstand the assault, and the damage caused the frontline defenders to fall in an instant. Sword and shield soldiers seized the opportunity to push forward, forcing their way into the breach. More soldiers poured out of the ghoul lands to join the fray. Kill the NPCs. Focus on the NPCs first. Players from the Guhu tribe charged with reckless abandon, reviving after death only to rejoin the battle. The Maha tribe, leveraging their geographical advantage and the unique dangers of the ghoul lands, held their ground. The battle raged on until 7 in the morning. The entire Maha tribe was thrown into turmoil, and the fighting in the ghoul lands disrupted grave robbers from collecting bones, halting the restoration of the temple. When Sun Mei woke up from her sleep, she found the voice channel in chaos. Don't we have anyone from our guild in Karla? We do, but it's hard to send reinforcements. The distance is one issue, and some maps are simply impassable. Forcing support through could lead to total annihilation. Is the fight already underway? Sun Mei asked in surprise. It started around 2 in the morning and hasn't stopped since. They've been fighting all night, little B, someone replied casually. Supervisor Liu's expression was grim as he spoke. This Xiao Fengyun is absolutely insane. Who could have guessed he'd pull something like this? The guild is already planning to spend money to settle the matter. What? Everyone was stunned upon hearing this. We haven't been able to contact him yet, Supervisor Liu continued. From what I've gathered, the guild is ready to spend up to 5 million to calm things down. There's a major sponsor involved, and we can't afford to let them feel mistreated. This is money we have to spend. He sighed heavily. The Mayhan tribe's situation is just awful. If there were any gold mines here, we wouldn't need to fear them. The top players present all looked displeased. As experts in their respective fields, being beaten so badly by an unknown player was truly frustrating. Sun Mei quickly logged into the game and discovered that, while he hadn't died, all the spears in his inventory had been depleted. A system notification popped up. Participation in defense mission. 5 hours 12 minutes, 150 reputation points earned. Players of the Ancient Hu tribe killed, 217, 2,170 reputation points earned. Note: no penalties for deaths of players under protection status. No rewards for killing them. Reputation rewards are derived from Uter's hate mark. Despite his reputation nearing 60,000, Sun Mei couldn't feel happy. He was still 140,000 short of redeeming the free agent medal. If he could secure that medal, he'd feel a bit more at ease even if the tribe was wiped out. Just as he was about to restock his weapons, the plaza descended into chaos. Low-priced gems for sale. Discounted premium weapons. Feathers. 10 each. Don't miss out. Due to the impending reset, most items had plummeted in value, including low-grade gems. Only max-level gems could be permanently bound. Sun Mei stopped at Lanlan Ramen's stall and noticed a Big Eater gem. Big Eater gem level 2. Weapon attack 6, upgradable for 2,000 reputation points. 200,000, immediate transaction through the outer market. Lon Lon Ramen said decisively. After some bargaining, Lon Lon Ramen finally let it go for 60,000, clearly eager to sell. Why so little faith? What if we manage to hold the line? Sun Mei asked. It won't matter even if we do, Lon Lon Ramen replied, looking at Sun Mei with a hint of pity. He knew all too well that the Meihan tribe was backed against a cliff, with nothing but the wastelands beyond the spider forest. Those lands were prowled by giant lizards larger than vans, and one of Thema Lizard Lord was as massive as a 32-wheeler truck. In short, the tribe had no escape route. You probably don't know this, Lon Lon Lamy sighed and explained to Sun Mei. The geographical location of the Maha tribe is terrible. It's situated on the outskirts of Karla, in an extremely remote corner. Behind it lies the Upper Divine Mountain. To the left is the coastline past the giant lizard wasteland, and below is the land of ghouls. It's practically inaccessible. She continued, the Upper Divine Mountain isn't just an ordinary mountain. It's a unique region. Although it shares the same continent as Karla, the terrain is completely different. The Upper Divine Mountain keeps rising, while Karla is slowly sinking, creating a natural cliff between the two. The Maha tribe is stuck in this precarious position. Sun Mei nodded silently, signaling her to continue. So, Lon Lon Lamian said, even if they manage to hold out this time, there's no room for future development. Instead of struggling here, it would be better to restart and move to a tribe with more potential. I suggest you sell that stone as soon as possible. Keeping it only benefits the enemy. If it ends up in the hands of the Guhu tribe, that would be a real loss. Sun Mei didn't argue. As an ordinary employee of the Worm Guild, he never aspired to rule or dominate. He just wanted to make the most of his abilities. To him, success was simply earning enough money. Nothing else mattered. His expectations were modest, living a middle-class life in Qingyang City with a car, a house, a pet cat or dog, and occasionally dining out. Such a simple, high schooler-like dream was enough for him. Meanwhile, at the ruins of the Luoshan tribe, inside the main tent, Yue Longmin wore a dark expression. You people are unbelievable. I've been waiting here for 3 hours, and not a single person has shown up. Does no one know how to contact Yixiao Fengyan? You're free to leave anytime. No one's stopping you, Lai Long said with a blank expression. They had already paused their offensive since even players needed rest. Captain Yu took a deep breath to suppress his anger and asked in a low voice, then give me a straight answer. When can I meet Yixiao Fengyan? Or just name a price how much to make you stop. That's not up to me, Lai Long said, pointing to his temple. I'm not the brains here. Whatever Yixiao Fengyan says, I follow. If he hasn't given instructions, how could I dare make a decision on my own? Captain Yu let out a bitter laugh in frustration and finally sat down in defeat. Take your time waiting. I'm going to sleep, Lai Long said, yawning as he left the tent. However, he didn't actually go to rest. Instead, he waited for Yixiao Fengyan, who had just logged in. After briefly explaining the situation, Yixiao Fengyan couldn't help but chuckle. Didn't expect someone to willingly bring us money. So, boss, what's the plan? How much should we ask for? Lai Long inquired. I didn't ask for a price, Yixiao Fengyan replied. After thinking for a moment, Yixiao Fengyan said, once the protection period ends, agree to negotiate with them. We should be able to get a good amount. So, are we not attacking the Maha tribe anymore? Or do we take the money and keep attacking? Lai Long asked, clearly puzzled. Yixiao Fengyan touched his empty eye sockets, momentarily forgetting that he no longer wore glasses. I never planned to conquer them in the first place. This afternoon, you lead an aggressive assault on the Maha tribe while I launch a sneak attack on another tribe. 5 o'clock is dinner time, so there will be fewer players online. An hour should be enough. Let's aim to take down another tribe before the protection period ends. Sun Mei took out the Glutton King's gem and showed it to Yishan. Wanna buy this? Still interested? The Maha tribe was in a tough spot. Although many had chosen to leave, a significant number of players remained for various reasons. Some relished the thrill of massive battles, while others saw potential profit. The relentless attacks from the Guhu tribe had nearly brought the development of the Maha tribe to a standstill. Gold, food reserves, sacrificial rituals, and construction progress all were struggling. As members of the guild, Sun Mei and Yishan were tasked with guarding the area, earning 15 coins per hour. When Yishan saw the Glutton King's gem, his eyes lit up. How did you get your hands on this? I bought it. For how much? Sun Mei held up 6 fingers. 6,000? Yishan gasped. If the Maha tribe holds out, you'll make a fortune. If it doesn't, you'll lose big time. After a brief pause, he added, 6,000 is no small sum. How about selling it to me for 7,000? I might be able to max out its reputation level and upgrade it to level 10. No way. Come on, man. As they chatted, a group of people carrying pickaxes quietly snuck into the ghoul grounds, starting to dig up corpses. The calm atmosphere lasted until noon, when suddenly, Groups from all directions converged like streams into a roaring river, launching a massive assault on the Maha tribe. Battle's starting. Battle's starting. Damn it, I'm so nervous. With a deafening roar, a rain of spears poured down like a storm. This piercing skill was devastating in group battles. Even though the Maha tribe members tried to spread out, many were still taken down. By the time they attempted to regroup, it was too late. The sword and shield soldiers had already breached the defensive line. Amid the chaos, Sun Mei switched to his swordsman form. He had spent hundreds of reputation points experimenting with different classes and ultimately found that the swordsman's talents were best suited for group combat. He allocated all his free attribute points to strength, 2 points from voting, 6 points from achievement rewards, and the all-attribute bonus from leveling up his basic skills to level 6. He followed a strength agility build, with current stats of Constitution 12, Spirit 12, Strength 29, Dexterity 13, and Agility 33. While his berserk state didn't distinguish between friend or foe, as long as he followed a straight path and cleared the area ahead, the frenzy would naturally subside. Sun Mei targeted the gap in the defenses created by the sword and shield soldiers and charged into the fray. Learning from past experience, he didn't rush to deal damage, but instead focused on slashing shields to stack his passive bonuses. Finally, with one decisive strike, the ferocious effect activated. Armor penetration 1, speed 1, 20 life steal, attack speed, and damage splitting. 50 frenzy. 29 armor penetration 29, attack 4 weapon attack power 10 sharpness. 29 speed 33 agility. Die. Die. Sun Mei descended into madness, his greatsword cutting through the air like a storm. He transformed into a red beast, shattering shields and armor wherever he went. With 39 points of armor penetration, he easily pierced through the sword and shield soldiers' defenses. One swing shattered a shield, and a sweeping strike left a trail of red across the battlefield. Holy crap! Brothers, charge with me. It's that lunatic. Stay away. She'll even attack her own allies. The brilliant red glow emanating from the center of the battlefield was blinding. Those who knew better quickly backed away, while others, unaware of the danger, tried to follow Sun Mei's charge only to be cut down by his sword aura as soon as they got close. Seriously? How can someone like this fight in a group battle? She's killing her own people. I told you not to go near her. You didn't listen. Surround her. Don't defend, it's useless. Just surround her. However, as a vacuum formed around Sun Mei, the downside of his berserk state became painfully apparent. The triangular shields were as fragile as tofu in front of Sun Mei, offering no defense whatsoever. Seeing this, the swordsmen and shield bearers abandoned their shields altogether and launched counterattacks with their blades, exchanging injury for injury. However, Sun Mei had already descended into a state of madness, completely oblivious to the attacks around her, rendering even the lifesteal effect ineffective. Charge! Don't let her get surrounded. An urgent shout came from the crowd. Damn it! She's attacking her own team. Let her. She's more useful alive than any of us. The players from the Maha tribe quickly moved to fill the gaps on Sun Mei's flanks. On the battlefield, black and white arrows collided midair, but a single streak of red light from an arrow turned the tide of the battle. Die. 6 lifesteal. 6 lifesteal. In her frenzied state, Sun Mei's greatsword swung like lightning, striking indiscriminately. However, the split damage effect only harmed members of the Guhu tribe. Within a 10-meter radius, her greatsword swept through everything in its path, hitting multiple targets with every swing. As long as she wasn't surrounded, any health she lost was instantly replenished through lifesteal. Just as the swordsmen and shield bearers struggled to break the stalemate, an even greater threat emerged. The corpse giant is here. Fall back. With a shout of alarm, the corpse giant crushed dozens of spearmen and shield bearers with a single punch, scattering them like insects. At that moment, everyone witnessed an astonishing scene. Instead of retreating, Sun Mei charged forward, swinging her greatsword directly at the corpse giant and slashing its Achilles tendon. The corpse giant hunched over and swept its arm across the battlefield, sending dozens of players flying. It glanced briefly at Sun Mei, who was busy fixing its foot, but then turned away to chase other targets. What? Everyone was dumbfounded. Sun Mei soon snapped out of her frenzied state after losing her target. Spotting the rampaging corpse giant, she quickly withdrew from its domain. Noticing the odd looks from those around her, she coughed lightly and explained, "Sorry, my skill works indiscriminately. Do you even know what just happened? Did I hit my own team?"
No.
A young man with thick eyebrows pushed his way through the crowd and asked, "Why didn't the corpse giant attack you?" After repeated experiments, the shocking discovery was confirmed. The corpse giant indeed refused to attack Sun Mei. This reminded her of the strange creatures she had encountered earlier in the underground cave. A system notification popped up. When you return to this cold land and encounter those 4 strange creatures again, they display friendliness toward you. Though you remain puzzled, one thing is certain. You have earned the friendship of the corpse giant. Inform the priest of this discovery, and you might gain some new insights. Options appeared. A. Inform the priest. B. Wait and see. Sun Mei hurried back to the camp, surrounded by curious players. So, what's the deal? It really didn't attack you. You saw it with your own eyes this time. Make way. Make way. I need to see the priest. Sun Mei shouted anxiously as he pushed through the crowd and ran ahead. The surrounding people, curious about the sudden commotion, tried to follow and see what was happening, only to be stopped by the guards. Stay in your places. If there's anything to announce, you'll hear about it, the guard barked sternly. Reluctantly, the crowd retreated to their spots. Sun Mei hurried across the bustling square and soon arrived at the solemn house of the priest. Priest, something strange happened. When I was in the land of the undead giants there didn't attack me. A hint of confusion appeared on the priest's aged face. Tell me exactly what happened. I found a key in the land of the undead. Sun Mei briefly recounted the events. After hearing the story, the priest's expression cleared with understanding. Child, you did the right thing. Through the memories of that skeleton, I saw that they were a group of tomb raiders lured by power, trying to open the so-called gate of eternity and enter the divine realm. Those 4 undead giants were actually guardians. You didn't succumb to the temptation of the power behind the gate, and that's why you earned their trust. This is an honor for our tribe. Soon, the system issued a server-wide announcement. An anonymous player has completed the mysterious gate event, earning the friendship of the undead giants for the Maha tribe. From now on, the undead giants will no longer attack tribe members excluding miners and tomb raiders. The system provided additional details. The undead giants possess terrifying power. Offering fresh flesh can increase their favorability. Once the favorability reaches its maximum, the tribe will gain command rights, allowing them to summon 1 large and 1 small undead giant for cooperative combat. As the news spread, the camp erupted in thunderous cheers. Amazing! The undead giants are our allies now. Let's go, brothers. Follow the giant guardians into battle. Excited players poured into the land of the undead, chasing down the remnants of the Guhu tribe. Meanwhile, in the negotiation tent, Lai Long noticed Fish leap over Dragon Gate, suddenly standing up with a meaningful smile. What's the matter? Can't wait anymore? Lai Long asked. Captain Fish sneered. Since you lack sincerity, there's nothing more to discuss. What do you mean? You don't want to make peace anymore? No need. If you want to fight, we'll fight to the end. With that, Captain Fish turned and left without looking back. Lai Long immediately stepped out of the tent to investigate and quickly learned that the undead giants had become allies of the Maha tribe. Damn it! Of all times now? He cursed through gritted teeth. No matter. Keep attacking. Even with the undead giants, we'll fight until the protection period ends at 6 o'clock. We can't let anything disrupt the boss plans. The corpse titan loomed at the center of the battlefield, its towering form over 10 meters high resembling a moving black metal statue. Each movement of its dark purple body sent tremors rippling through the earth. Are these Guhu tribesmen insane? Charging straight at the corpse titan, someone whispered in disbelief. Clearly, their opponents had been driven to desperation. Faced with this colossal foe, the Guhu tribe's forces had no choice but to scatter and charge in disarray. They resembled waves crashing futilely against a rocky shore, crumbling before the shield wall formed by finely crafted iron shields. Even their prized piercing lances, once their pride, failed to turn the tide of the battle. Sun Mei quietly reverted to his original appearance and blended into the ranks to join the fight. With the corpse titan holding the line, he no longer needed to fight with reckless bravado. Members of the Warmth Guild seemed to be searching everywhere for the swordsman who attacked his own allies. But Sun Mei simply shook his head, feigning ignorance. If only I could have multiple IDs, he mused to himself. Maybe I could even score an extra paycheck. The battle raged on until 5 in the evening, when the Guhu tribe finally retreated. To stay on the safe side, the Maha tribe players took turns eating and standing guard in shifts. This victory catapulted the Maha tribe into the spotlight. For every person who despised Yixiao Fengyun, there were just as many who hailed the Maha tribe as heroes. Of course, everyone knew that without the corpse titan, the outcome of the battle might have been very different. As Sun Mei was eating dinner at home, a voice came through the voice chat channel. It was Manager Liu. You squad said they wanted to give that girl $1 million as a reward, but they can't find her. The comment froze Sun Mei's chopsticks midair. Xiao Mei, stop playing on your phone while eating, his aunt scolded with a frown. Although Sun Mei put down his phone, social media platforms were already in an uproar. While the Maha tribe's successful defense was certainly big news, what grabbed even more attention was Yixiao Fengyun's audacious maneuver. Under the cover of a fierce assault on the Maha tribe with his Lai Dragon forces, he launched a surprise attack on the defenseless Manta tribe, completely annihilating them in just half an hour. The internet was rife with debate. Some cursed Yixiao Fengyun as a monster, while others defended him. A disorganized army is a doomed one. Isn't the Guhu tribe strong enough now? If you don't want to get hit, you have to plunder. The arguments grew more heated, with some reminding everyone that this was no time for internal conflict, while others pointed out the massive profits the Guhu tribe had reaped in just 2 days. Each member was estimated to have earned tens of thousands. All eyes were on the unfolding storm, waiting to see how it would ultimately be resolved. Heh, I'm from the Guhu tribe, and my stats are pretty high, a player bragged. I've been grinding for days and I'm exhausted, but I made a clean profit of 40,000. Xiao Feng Yun, our hero. Another player mocked, you're just a brute. All you have is impotent rage. Impotent rage? I'm from the Maha tribe. Do you even know who's the boss around here? The first player shot back immediately. If you're so tough, why don't you have Xiao Feng Yun come fight us? I'm itching for a challenge. When Sun Mei logged in after her meal, her reputation had already reached 110,000. More importantly, the Maha tribe's temple was finally completed. A system notification popped up. Temple construction completed. The following advanced classes are now unlocked. Players interested in advancing can visit the temple. Guardian advances to Sacred Eagle Spear Guard, Swordsman advances to Sacred Eagle Sword Guard, Shield Bearer advances to Sacred Eagle Shield Guard. Additionally, Level 2 Eagles might unlocked. Strength 4, Agility 4. The advanced classes left Sun Mei deep in thought. Shield Bearer didn't match her attributes, and both Guardian and Swordsman were female forms. She couldn't help but wonder if the advancement would alter that. But before choosing a class, there was something more pressing to take care of: collecting the promised 1 million from Captain Yu. As she strolled across the plaza, someone stopped her. Hey wait, we've been looking for you all day. What is it? Sun Mei, now in her swordsman form, asked with a puzzled expression. You're a master at playing dumb, aren't you? The young man chuckled. Come with me, and you'll see. Captain Yu wants to meet you. It's good news. You know Captain Yu from the Dragon Leap Guild, right? Don't worry, we mean no harm. Following the young man's lead, Sun Mei soon found herself face-to-face with Captain Yu. Ah, you're a lifesaver, little sister. Captain Yu greeted her warmly. Have you joined a guild yet? Interested in developing your skills and ours? No, Sun Mei replied bluntly. She had no intention of joining a guild. Signing a contract required an ID, and if anyone discovered her true identity, she feared the inevitable exclamation. What? It's you, little bee. Captain Yu didn't press the matter. No problem. You don't have to join if you don't want to. As long as we're from the same tribe, we're friends. You helped me out a lot today, and I won't forget it. I've already prepared 1 million as a token of thanks. A system notification appeared. Dragon Leap Guild has initiated a trade on the outer market. Accept? Without hesitation, Sun Mei claimed the money and left, leaving the guild members around her stunned. Wow, no sense of tact at all. Not even a polite word. She's still young. It's normal. But Captain Yu seemed pleased. All right, spread the word. Make sure everyone knows about this. I want the whole server to see that our Apocalypse Guild is fair and just grateful to those who help us. Finally, Sun Mei arrived at the temple, shrouded in an air of solemnity. A magnificent statue of a soaring eagle stood proudly at its center, and players lined up, waiting to advance their classes. She joined the crowd, listening to their discussions. How's the Sacred Eagle Spear Guard? Not bad, comes with 2 skills. One boosts spear attack, and the other is a skill bestowed by Eagle's protection. Technically, it's more like one skill. What about attributes? What's ideal for the Sacred Spear? No clue. Seems like you can make it work with any attributes. These conversations only made Sun Mei more confused about the 3 advanced classes. Sun Mei was standing in line when the announcement from the temple suddenly echoed all around. Congratulations to our tribe for achieving victory in the battle for territory. All players gained 2,000 reputation, a booming voice declared. Those who achieved over 100 kills, earning the title of 100 Slayer, receive an additional 5,000 reputation. Those with over 1,000 kills, earning the title of 1,000 Slayer, receive an additional 20,000 reputation. The temple erupted in celebration as players began to chatter excitedly. Haha, this makes up for the 4,000 reputation I lost gambling on gems. Now I'm back to 7,000. I've already saved up 20,000. 20,000? That's insane. I spent all mine upgrading my gems. Among the crowd, Sun Mei's reputation had already reached 140,000, but she merely said calmly, stay humble. Soon, it was her turn to undergo the temple's trial. The priest's solemn voice resonated. You are a swordsman of the tribe, victorious in hundreds of battles without a single loss. This is undeniable proof of your strength. Today, the mighty eagle has chosen to bless you. Will you accept the honor of becoming a Sacred Eagle Sword Guard? A system prompt flashed before her. Advancing to the next class requires 5,000 reputation. I accept. Sun Mei replied without hesitation. In an instant, a divine light enveloped her entire body. System notifications appeared one after another. Acquired skill, Swordsmanship Beginner Level 1, 0. Attack 2, Max Level 100, with progression every 10 levels. Acquired Skill, Triple Strike after charging 3 times. The next strike deals an additional heavy blow with 20 strength. Skill Tree Update, Crescent Slash unlockable at Swordsmanship Level 10. After leaving the temple, Sun Mei found a secluded spot and activated her new talent. As the sound of bones cracking echoed from within her body, her appearance underwent a dramatic transformation. Her refined features now carried a sharp, commanding aura. Loose waves of long hair cascaded over her shoulders, and her clear eyes held a trace of cold detachment. Though her frame was slender, she exuded the unmistakable presence of someone from a warrior's lineage. Her newly unlocked talents appeared. Heaven's Favorite, Swordsmanship Proficiency Bonus 3.1. Every 10 points of strength boosts an additional 1. Challenge, locks onto a target, dealing 20 true damage while negating 35 points of other attacks based on Agility 1. Wow, strength and agility. Sun Mei exclaimed in delight as she examined her updated stats. Constitution, 12, Spirit, 12, Strength, 31, Technique, 13, Agility, 35. It was a perfect match for her chosen attribute build. Back at the War-Torn Plaza, prices had slightly recovered from their earlier crash, but still hadn't returned to pre-battle levels. This might have been linked to the departure of many high-spending players. Sun Mei approached a stall and asked, "How much for the armor?" The vendor looked up, a glimmer of astonishment flashing in his eyes. "Miss, everything here is 5 feathers apiece." Sun Mei surveyed the equipment displayed on the stall. As a player with no immediate plans to change her class, she needed to complete her set of basic swordsman gear: iron helmet, armor, bracers, knee guards, and boots. "I saw these going for 3 feathers each this morning, and no one was buying them. Now they're 5 feathers?" Sun Mei questioned with a frown. The vendor sighed helplessly. "Miss, you're beautiful, but don't be unreasonable. We just fought with the Guhu tribe. With so much damaged armor and equipment, it's a blessing prices haven't gone up even more. Feathers aren't even expensive right now, just 11 coins each." "That's a bargain." Sun Mei did a quick calculation in her head. A full set of equipment would cost 25 feathers, plus another 30 feathers for an iron sword. Reluctantly, she went off to gather 15 feathers. Combined with her existing stash, she finally had enough to buy the entire set. The equipment attributes were as follows. Refined Iron Helmet, 10 defense to armor parts, durability 55. Refined Armor, 10 defense to armor parts, durability 55. Refined Iron Boots, 10 defense to armor parts, durability 55. Fully equipped, Sun Mei swung her long sword, feeling the sturdy armor enveloping her. It gave her a sense of security, almost like being inside a miniature mech suit. The feeling was far more exhilarating than simply wielding a sword. She now had 2 pressing tasks: hunting to replenish the Ma tribe's food stores and improving her swordsmanship score. Fortunately, these goals could be pursued simultaneously. Though there were no advanced maps nearby, those giant lizards in the wastelands, as big as vans, were far beyond her current capability. The nearby hunting grounds were sufficient. Sun Mei gathered a group of a dozen villagers and began hunting wild beasts in the outskirts, gaining both prey and feathers to level up her basic skills. When she encountered jackals again, the situation was completely different. Challenge! Sun Mei locked onto her target and struck at the jackal's head with her sword. With 31 points of strength, 2 points in swordsmanship, and 4 points from her weapon bonus, the damage was significant. The jackal retaliated, but its attack was directed at the villagers. Thanks to her 35 points of damage reduction, the jackal's modest 30-point attack posed no real threat. Thus, Sun Mei and the villagers embarked on an intense, 3-day hunting spree. Whenever the villagers' backpacks were filled with game, they returned to the tribe's warehouse to exchange it for feathers, then resumed hunting. Her enthusiasm never waned, as each sword strike brought tangible progress. By the end of the 3rd day, her swordsmanship had finally reached level 10, granting her an additional 20 points of attack power. Even more thrilling was the discovery that her sword now left a trail of silvery light with each swing, her movements fluid and seamless. As she returned with her spoils, she ran into a familiar young player known as Honest Xiaobei. "Hey, miss, are you farming gold?" Xiaobei asked curiously. "Why do you ask?" "Heh, just curious," Xiaobei replied, a bit shy. "Actually, I'm a gold farmer myself. My friends and I team up to hunt jackals every day. We've been making decent money lately. Want to join us?" Since leveling up her basic skills required a large number of feathers, even at the current price of 12 coins per feather, it wasn't exactly cheap. However, Sun Mei decisively declined. Her goal in collecting feathers was to grow stronger, not to make money. Over the past 3 days, she had already leveled her basic skills to 9, needing just 50 more feathers to reach level 10. After handing in her prey, she received 24 feathers as a reward from Granny Tsong. With those in hand, she prepared to head to the temple and unlock the half-moon slash. Wait a second. Is there something else? Sun Mei looked at Xiao Bei in surprise, noticing his awkward and hesitant demeanor. Inwardly, she speculated, could this guy possibly have some odd thoughts about her holy sword form? After hesitating for a moment, Xiao Bei pulled out a piece of dark yellow animal hide from his pocket and handed the folded item to her. Here, take this. We probably won't need it. Someone as skilled as you might find it useful. Sun Mei gave him a playful glance as she accepted the hide. While taking it, she casually said, actually, I'm a guy, bro. What? Xiao Bai's eyes widened in shock, and he froze as if struck by a paralysis spell. Unfolding the animal hide, Sun Mei discovered it was a map. A red line marked a route from the Maha tribe to the giant lizard wasteland. She couldn't resist teasing Xiao Bei, who was still in a daze. Don't believe me? Well, don't be silly. Even if I were a girl, you wouldn't stand a chance. Listen, man, there's nothing more important than being capable and having money. By now, she had grown accustomed to her holy sword form. The reflection shed seen in puddles was indeed that of a stunning beauty, someone who, in the real world, would undoubtedly attract countless admirers. Seeing Xiao Bai's flustered expression, Sun Mei sighed. All right, fine. I was kidding. I'm actually a girl. Really? Not really. Xiao Bai's face turned bright red, as if he were about to burst into a nosebleed. Take this map, but you have to tell me, are you a guy or a girl? No lying. In the end, Sun Mei reluctantly accepted the map, promising to share any gains with him if it proved useful. She then turned and headed toward the temple. Behind her, she could hear Xiao Bei and his friends talking, but she couldn't be bothered to listen. At the temple, Sun Mei unlocked the half-moon slash skill. Even though it was already 11 p.m., she still felt full of energy and kept grinding for feathers to level up. Learning this level 10 swordsmanship skill required 200 feathers, which made her grumble. Why so stingy? Couldn't you just slap a price on it? What a waste of time. Still, she didn't feel tired, which she considered a blessing. At least she hadn't developed the bad habit of getting sleepy at a set time. The data panel for the Maha tribe displayed, Development 41, Food Storage 40, Winter Countdown, 19 hours and 31 minutes. Sun Mei stood in the center of the tribe's square, surveying her surroundings. After several days of effort by the tribe members, the food reserves had barely reached 43, and by 6 p.m. tomorrow, winter would officially begin. Anyone in the giant lizard wasteland? She called out loudly. She was fully equipped with a refined set of gear, which, while common at the time, still showcased her impressive capabilities. Someone responded immediately, but mentioned that the tribe members had been suffering frequent defeats in the giant lizard territory recently. Many had turned to exploring the ruins of the Luoshan tribe instead. Although the ruins were perilous, any encounter with the Guhu tribe there would turn into a life-or-death battle. This isn't an exploration, it's a mission. I need a few skilled people. Sun Mei's words quickly drew attention. A heavily armed man in black armor stepped forward from the crowd. He carried a massive iron shield on his back and said confidently, Miss, how about me? Shield skills at level 6, maxed out basics and divine power pills, total stats at 54. Plus, I've got a 3-slot beast hide waist pouch. Sun Mei nodded in approval. She then recruited a holy shield bearer, a guardian, and a musketeer to form a 5-person team. The musketeer profession, created by an alchemist player, was significantly more powerful than the traditional hunter class. Although slower in movement, it boasted a 20-meter attack range and armor-piercing capabilities. Miss, what should I call you? The man in black armor asked. Yellow Jacket. Just call me Captain, she replied. Yellow Jacket? Haha, I once teamed up with someone called Honeybee. The man introduced himself. Name's Chuang Chuang. With the team assembled, the group left the tribe and headed toward the giant lizard wasteland. On the way, Sun Mei asked Chuang Chuang about being scammed by woman. Chuang Chuang sighed and explained that he had already reported it, but in the heavily AI-regulated environment of the outer market, tracking the culprit was challenging. They soon arrived at the giant lizard wasteland. The area was desolate, with a patchy, barren surface and sparse, waist-high wild grass scattered across the landscape. Consulting the map, Sun Mei chose a direction and led the team carefully, avoiding the distant giant lizards, until they reached a peculiar patch of wasteland. This is the spot. Stay alert and watch the surroundings, Sun Mei instructed. She took out a pickaxe and began digging. As the red glow on the map grew brighter, she confirmed that they were in the right place and continued excavating. Clang! About 3 meters down, the pickaxe struck something solid. The group perked up and quickly cleared the surrounding dirt. Before long, the top of a black metal chest was revealed. The black metal chest was massive, nearly 1 meter long and half a meter wide. Sun Mei strained to drag it out, and with a swift swing of her sword, she broke the iron lock. Holy, Captain, is that level 10 swordsmanship? Chuang Chuang exclaimed in amazement. Yes, Sun Mei replied curtly. Impressive. Ignoring her companion's praise, Sun Mei immediately pried open the lid of the chest. A nauseating stench hit them like a wave, making them gag. Inside, The chest was filled with a glossy black, rotting mass that reeked 100 times worse than aged, filthy socks. What the heck is that? The group instinctively wrinkled their noses and stepped back. Sun Mei silently cursed the designer's twisted sense of humor, but forced herself to endure the repulsion as she reached into the slimy muck to search. Her hand first encountered a broken bottle, which she tossed aside carelessly before continuing her search. Suddenly, her fingers brushed against the outline of a book. Though the pages were waterlogged and deformed, parts of the text remained legible. With a heart full of excitement, I finally set foot on this land. I felt its aura, and I believe I can bring this power back. We docked the ship at. Not sure how long this journey will take. I just hope the ship isn't wrecked by the time we return. What a bunch of lunatics, pathetic fools. Imagine worshipping a mere plant as if it were a god. Thankfully, my parents gave me a brain that still works. I'm so fortunate to have a great scholar as a friend. He showed me the true divine. I will bring this power back and burn that revolting plant to ashes. Placing the damaged diary aside to let it dry, Sun Mei continued rummaging. Before long, she uncovered a silver badge. After wiping off the grime, the intricate design of stars, a crescent moon, and an island gradually became visible. The moon goddess emblem. The moon goddess guides her children back to her cradle. The chest contained nothing else but the gluey, rotten sludge. What do we do now? The musketeer asked in confusion. We head to the coast to find the ship, Sun Mei replied. She carefully stowed the diary and emblem before leading the team through the desolate wasteland of giant lizards to reach the shoreline. After an hour of searching in vain, someone suggested that the ship might have already sunk. Impossible, Sun Mei declared firmly. The diary mentioned it. There must be some trace left. During their journey, they came across a fruit tree and harvested 5 red berries. These fruits could restore 30 HP within 10 seconds. Sun Mei handed 4 to the 2 holy shield bearers and kept 1 for herself. Captain, if there really is a ship, we'd spot it right away. Where could it possibly be hiding? Chuang asked, puzzled. Sun Mei's gaze shifted toward the cliffs of Mount Shangshan. Do you think it might be over there? The group made their way to the shallow waters at the base of the cliffs, with Chuang leading the way into the water. After rounding 2 bends, a massive, pitch-black, decaying ship loomed into view, nestled within a hollow in the cliff face. A massive ship, abandoned for who knows how many years, sat half-buried in the sand, its hull severely damaged and weathered. As the group approached, several pitch-black creatures burst out from the ship's cavities. Covered in slime, they resembled hunched, grotesque fish-like humanoids with gnarled fangs. Without hesitation, they lunged at the group with gaping jaws. The display panel read, Twisted Fishmen HP 600600. These fishmen were not only formidable in stats, but also numerous. The dual-shield warrior immediately raised his shield to defend, while the gunner was the first to fire. The sound of the gunshot echoed, followed by a notification in the smoke. Armor break effect activated, enemy defense reduced by 10 points. The fishmen ferociously pounded the iron shield at an alarming speed. Though they couldn't breach the defense immediately, the shield's surface began to chip away under the relentless assault. Seizing the moment, Sun Mei launched an attack on one of the fishmen. Her strike packed a devastating punch, 35 points of strength bonus, 20 points of swordsmanship bonus, 4 points of weapon damage, and an additional 20 true damage. With one swing, she dealt a staggering 71 points of damage, far surpassing the gunner's double weak point damage. The group, momentarily stunned by her attack, quickly focused on their respective opponents. However, the battle took an unexpected turn. The fishman targeted by the gunner, just as it was about to fall, let out a bizarre cry. Its wounds began to heal visibly, and grotesque pink tumors sprouted all over its body, making it even more horrifying. The display panel updated, Twisted Fishman HP 800800. Soon, the other fishmen began undergoing similar mutations. The dual-shield warrior struggled under the intensifying onslaught, his stance faltering as he absorbed more and more damage. Acting decisively, Sun Mei shouted, Focus fire on one and take it down. She aimed for a fishman's eye and delivered a critical strike, dealing over 100 points of damage. With everyone concentrating their attacks, they finally managed to bring one fishman down. The strategy of taking them out one by one proved effective, and the remaining fishmen were eventually eliminated. After the fight, Chuang collected the fishmen's corpses into his inventory. The group then ventured deeper into the ship's interior. Amid the ruins, they discovered a valuable ship blueprint, carefully preserved in an iron box. As they continued their exploration, they encountered a new massive, pale purple, one-armed octopus. Its enormous body nearly filled half the room, and its silent, writhing tentacles moved ominously through the air. The display read, Twisted Octopus HP 11001100. Facing this 1000 HP monster, the gunner suggested a tactical retreat. This space is too cramped. Let's lure it outside to open ground. I can attack it from 20 meters away, and my bullets can penetrate the ship's hull. As they withdrew, they stumbled upon an unsettling sight, a peculiar skeleton. A broken rope hung from its neck, the other end still attached to the ceiling. On the ground lay a rusted knife, surrounded by chillingly carved words. I killed everyone, including myself. Chuang Chuang glanced around nervously, his voice uneasy. What the hell? Are we in some kind of ghost story now? Let's thoroughly search the ship first and see what else we can find. After a brief moment of thought, Sunmei decided to hold off on dealing with the octopus for now. The team agreed without objection and began a meticulous search. Aside from the skeleton that had killed everyone, they discovered 9 more scattered around the ship, but nothing else of value. The musketeer stood outside the ship and fired the first shot at the hull, followed by a second and a third. Just as he was about to fire a fourth shot, a sudden crackling noise came from inside the ship. The team quickly retreated according to their plan. The musketeer took one position on his own, while the 2 holy shields positioned themselves on either side. Sun Mei and the holy spear took their places behind each shield. Soon, the one-armed octopus broke through the hole near the bullet holes and crawled out. Armor break defense reduced by 10 points. The musketeer observed sarcastically. This thing practically has no defense. Before he could finish his sentence, one of the octopus's tentacles lashed out like lightning, striking a holy shield with a loud smack and sending him flying. The team immediately unleashed their full firepower, while the musketeer continued searching for the octopus's weak spot. Sunmei attempted to sever its tentacles, but achieved little effect. The octopus's attacks were erratic and unpredictable. After striking the holy shield, it lashed out at the holy spear. It wasn't until then that it turned its attention to Chuang Chuang. The eyes, the musketeer shouted, identifying the weak spot. Unfortunately, he was the only one who could currently aim at the octopus eyes. After delivering a slash, Sunmei quickly moved to the rear of the octopus, while Chuang Chuang was also sent flying by a tentacle. Although the 2 holy shields could withstand the attacks with their 500 health points, Sunmei and the holy spear couldn't take more than a couple of hits. The octopus suddenly shifted its focus to attack the holy shield, its massive tentacles swinging with terrifying force. If this fight were happening inside the ship, the team would undoubtedly have been wiped out. The holy shield was struck and sent flying again, but the holy spear had learned to adapt after a single strike. He immediately repositioned. The octopus then pursued Chuang Chuang. 3 heavy strikes. 1 unarmored hit 95 damage. If they could land a blow on the weak spot, the damage would likely be even greater. Using a circling tactic, the 4 managed to bring the octopus to the brink of collapse. But just as it seemed they had the upper hand, the octopus suddenly stopped attacking. Its massive body began to convulse violently. 100. 100. The creature started regenerating health, with gelatinous flesh rapidly growing over its wounds at an alarming rate. Damn, it's mutating? Chuang Chuang's face paled. Those twisted fishmen we fought before did the same crazy regeneration right before mutating. Gritting his teeth, Sun Mei leapt onto the octopus's body, slashing furiously at its eyes. The holy spear followed closely, also aiming for its eyes with precise thrusts. 100. 100. The octopus continued to convulse, regenerating health while temporarily ceasing its attacks. Its maximum health began to skyrocket. Twisted Octopus HP 240 1700, HP 196 1900, HP 252 2100, HP 208 2300. Despite their relentless efforts, the team's damage output could barely keep up with its regeneration. At this critical moment, Sun Mei's 3 heavy strikes triggered again. With an additional 20 points of strength, the final strike landed squarely and decisively, killing the octopus just before it could complete its mutation. Everyone let out a collective sigh of relief, their tension finally easing. My goodness, if this thing keeps regenerating health, how high could it go? Just now, its 4,200 health points were already terrifying enough, not to mention the horrifying 300 attack power. The group stared at the octopus's corpse, still shaken. Such attack power was practically a one-hit kill for any one absolute brute force, guaranteed to be fatal. Sun Mei climbed back into the room through the hole left by the octopus, carefully searching until she found a small, crystal-clear round vial. Inside was just a trace of golden liquid, which swirled slowly at the bottom as the vial was tilted. Moon God's blood. Sun Mei read aloud from the label on the bottle. The devout are blessed by the moon god, who bestows divine blood. Consuming it allows one to transcend mortal limitations and evolve. Anyone want to try a sip? Sun Mei raised an eyebrow as she asked. No way. The others quickly shook their heads. I don't think this is anything good. After seeing the eerie appearances of the octopus and the fishmen, no one dared to casually experiment with such a mysterious liquid. The group returned with the octopus's corpse. Sun Mei didn't rush to submit the quest. Instead, she waited at the warehouse for Xiao Bei's team to arrive. Choose one moon god's blood for the priest, or the blueprint for the chieftain, she said. Sun Mei had already explained the origins of the map to Chuan Chuan and the others, and no one objected to the plan. Xiao Bei gave Sun Mei a complicated look. They'll take the blueprint. Sure, Sun Mei nodded, handing the iron box to Xiao Bei before leading the group to the priest hut. They handed over all the remains and the moon god's blood to the priest. Inside the hut, the white smoke seemed to come alive, engulfing both the priest and the corpses on the ground. Soon, a system notification sounded. Players Anonymous, Chuan Chuan, Bukayakun, and Wang Liai discovered the remains of a mysterious figure on the shore and handed them to the priest, unlocking the advanced pirate profession. Additionally, the priest has developed the formula for the Berserk blood potion using the moon god's blood. Sun Mei gained 20,000 reputation points, bringing her total to 160,000, just 40,000 short of achieving the Free Wanderer title. The priest produced 3 grape-sized purple clay vials. The Berserk blood potion is perfect. Consuming it will guarantee an increase of 3 points in constitution, strength, and agility. This is your reward, child. Overjoyed, Sun Mei accepted the vials and turned to her teammates. How should we divide these? After discussing, they decided that Sun Mei would keep 2 vials while the remaining 4 teammates would share 1 vial. Everyone agreed with this distribution. Afterward, the priest explained the process for creating the Berserk blood potion. The key ingredient was the blood of powerful creatures. The stronger the creature, the better the potion's effects. The other ingredients, fortunately, were relatively easy to find. After downing 2 bottles of Berserk blood potion, Sun Mei's stats skyrocketed. His physique rose to 22, spirit to 16, strength to 41, skill to 17, and agility to 45. His beginner-level swordsmanship also reached level 11 at 4, with an added attack power of 24. With these attributes combined with beginner swordsmanship, each level up granting 4 attack power left him ecstatic. As he logged off and went to bed in high spirits, he was unaware that the Berserk blood potion had caused a huge stir within the tribe. The prices of related materials skyrocketed, leading to shortages, especially the blood of the strong, which became nearly impossible to obtain. The next day during class, a fatigued Sun Mei slumped over his desk, dozing off. Despite being called out twice by the teacher, he remained drowsy. By now, the teachers were used to his behavior and no longer bothered addressing it. Mage, a slightly chubby boy named Wu Lexi, seated behind him, whispered. Wu Lexi was short, but had a passion for sports. Years of playing basketball had tanned his skin dark, making him a textbook example of failed exercise-based weight loss. What is it? Sun Mei lazily glanced at him. Promise me you'll help with something first, Wu Lexi stammered. What's wrong with you? Who asks for favors like that? Sun Mei rolled his eyes. But seeing Wu Lexi's flushed, embarrassed face, he decided to hear him out. I've been in an online relationship. We agreed to meet today at noon. Can you come with me? I'm a little nervous going alone. Ever since the last incident, Sun Mei had gained quite a reputation in the class knowing company managers, understanding contract terms, and being well-versed in major guilds. This made Wu Lexi feel that Sun Mei was the perfect person to ask for help. What's the situation with the other person? Sun Mei's interest was piqued. A student from Fufeng University, over 5 years older than me. 5 years older? Sun Mei looked at him in shock. You two are from completely different worlds. To her, you're probably just a kid. It's not as bad as you're making it sound. We get along really well, Wu Lexi retorted defensively. Fine, I'll go with you. Thanks, Mage. Lunch is on me. By noon, the two had taken a 10-minute bus ride to the food street near Fufeng University. As they passed by a food cart, a familiar voice called out, 12 yuan please. Sun Mei looked over and nearly dropped his jaw. What the cousin? Yang Yifun stood behind a food cart plastered with price lists, busy selling sausages, pancakes, and other snacks. Shaking his head, Sun Mei followed Wu Lexi into a flamboyantly decorated dessert shop. The walls were covered in heart-shaped stickers with messages like, Hui forever loves Li. Not long after, 2 girls walked in, both dressed up meticulously, one of whom had even styled her hair freshly for the occasion. The girl with freshly straightened hair looked a bit unnatural, even slightly odd, but her overall demeanor was reserved. Her features were well-proportioned, exuding a shy and modest charm. What do you want to eat? How about this? The 4 of them sat awkwardly, as if on pins and needles. Sun Mei silently calculated the time. The entire date lasted barely half an hour, with fewer than 20 sentences exchanged. Even holding hands had been a fleeting touch, like a dragonfly skimming the water. Before parting, the girl gave Wu Lexi a clover bracelet as a gift. What do you think? Sun Mei glanced at Wu Lexi, whose face was brimming with joy. What aspect are you asking about? Her, as a person. She's all right, I guess. Back at school, Wu Lexi immediately messaged the girl. I just got back. Did you make it home? Watching this exchange in broad daylight where he was worried about her safety over a mere 10-minute journey, Sun Mei shook his head inwardly. The enthusiasm of these two was truly baffling. In the evening, when Sun Mei returned home, his cousin Yang Yifan happened to be there. Mom's working overtime today. She left $50 for you to grab something to eat. How's the tutoring gig going? Come on, you already know. Yang Yifan replied nonchalantly, eating takeout with one hand and scrolling on his phone with the other. Sun Mei thought for a moment, but said nothing. He took the 50 yuan, grabbed a quick meal, and returned home to play games. In the game, winter had arrived. Snow fell heavily, and the biting wind swept across the land, turning the entire virtual world into a frozen wonderland. The data panel for the Maha tribe displayed: ritual progress, 48. Construction progress, 49. Food reserves, 49. Countdown to early spring, 8 days, 23 hours, 59 minutes. Wow, a 9-day winter. Geez, I almost had a heart attack. If it had been a 30-day winter at the start, we'd be toast. That's impossible. No way the game starts with a 30-day winter. Players gathered in the snowy square, their anxiety easing after seeing the tribe's stats. Everyone thought that as long as they survived this winter, their improved attributes would make the next one much less daunting. At that moment, a mysterious traveling merchant arrived at the tribe, announcing he would stay for a day. The news spread quickly and someone shouted, "He's at the tribe gate." A crowd rushed over, with Sun Mei blending into the mix. Soon, they all saw a massive black unicorn-like creature, resembling a wild boar with 2 tusks. The merchant riding on its back was dressed entirely in black and white, with only a pair of cloudy eyes visible. Don't push. Line up, will you? He hasn't even stopped yet. The unicorn soon crouched down, and the merchant dismounted, speaking politely, "Thank you for the warm welcome. Since I'm here, I'd like to set up shop and do a bit of trading with you all." He spread out a cloth beside the unicorn, displaying an array of items. Fragrant wine. Grants 20 combat skill points for 1 hour. Ineffective for experts above level 30. Feed pellets. Pet food with a unique aroma that can attract nearby animals. 1 chance to tame them upon consumption. Crocodile sword. 10 attack, 25 sharpness. Gems lot compatible. Holy crap. Sun Mei's expression shifted when he spotted an unnamed badge, identical to the freedom badge stored in the Maha tribe's treasury. How much for this? I heard your tribe is rich in gemstones. Let's trade with those. 2 gemstones for a flask of fragrant wine. The merchant's offer left many players dumbfounded. Gemstones could only be exchanged for through reputation points, and most people had already gambled their points away trying to get gemstones. However, some had hoarded their reputation points and were now overjoyed. Who would have thought gemstones would become a currency for trade? Jewels for sale. High prices for jewels. The shouts echoed endlessly through the bustling crowd. Stop yelling and move aside. A frustrated voice cut in. I just traded 30 jewels for 30,000 reputation points. This is a huge win. The jewel market was experiencing wild fluctuations. At first, due to their rarity, players like Chuang could sell jewels for as much as 3,000 or 4,000 points each. But as players' reputations grew, prices plummeted. After the Battle of Earth, they dropped drastically to just 200 points per jewel. Only rare jewels, like the 3-starter jewel Big Eater, maintained high value, while the ordinary 1 jewels lost their appeal. Buying jewels for 1,000 points. 2,000. I'll pay 2,000. The bidding war intensified. A player pushed their way forward, holding up an upgraded jewel. This is a level 4 gold power gem. Weapon attack 1, sharpness 2, defense 2. It costs 4,000 reputation points to upgrade. The merchant gave it a quick glance and shook his head. Upgraded jewels aren't pure. He'll count it as just 1 regular jewel. The player clutched their chest dramatically, looking heartbroken as they retreated into the crowd. About 10 minutes later, as the crowd thinned out, Sun Mei stepped forward to inquire about the price of the nameless badge. The merchant examined her badge closely. This is rare. I only have 1 in stock. The original price is 130 jewels, but since it's for you, they'll give it to you for 120 jewels. Sun Mei's heart leaped with joy. Spending 120,000 reputation points to earn 80,000 back was a deal too good to pass up. Just as she was about to leave, a voice called out urgently. Wait, miss. A man with a mustache stepped up to her. Why not sell me the jewels first? You can stock up on reputation points and then buy the free Wanderer badge later. It's the same thing, right? Sun Mei shot him a cold glance. Dream on. It was obvious that the free Wanderer and nameless badge were part of a set. If she could find the 3rd piece, it would undoubtedly activate a powerful set bonus. How could she let an opportunity like that slip away? Seeing her hesitate, the man smirked confidently. If you buy that badge, your reputation points will be drained. Why not let me have it? You'll buy the free Wanderer badge instead. Then you'll never complete the set. Suddenly, a system notification popped up. A player has challenged you to a duel in the arena. Do you accept? Warning. This is a life or death duel. Losing will result in a full restart. The man's face turned pale. Sun Mei made a subtle threatening gesture with her eyes. I'll remember your face. Watch yourself. With that, she turned and walked away. What a ruthless woman, murmured the onlookers, clicking their tongues in amazement. Serves him right for picking a fight with her, someone whispered. I've worked with her before level 10 swordsmanship, and her base damage is 95 per strike. The musketeer in the crowd watched the scene unfold with a smug, gloating expression. After all, the berserk blood potion was her creation. A single strike with 95 pure damage? The crowd gasped in shock. The man with the mustache immediately turned pale and hurried after her. Miss. No, my lady. Please wait. Now he's really crossed the wrong person, someone muttered under their breath. I was just doubting if she had that much reputation, but now I believe it. A single strike with 95 pure damage? I've never seen anything like it before. She must have a solid team behind her. The players watched the mustached man retreat in embarrassment, their faces filled with amusement. Sun Mei hadn't gone far before she was caught up. Facing her cold gaze, the mustached man wore a deeply apologetic expression. That was my fault earlier. I got desperate and had a lapse in judgment. My lady, I know I was wrong. Please, be magnanimous and forgive me. Sun Mei initially intended to let the matter slide. It was, after all, a trivial issue. However, the mustached man gritted his teeth and pulled out a jade piece from his pocket. It was a vivid green and shaped like a lipstick. He removed the cap to reveal a single drop of bright red liquid inside a mysterious blood sample that, despite its unknown origins, radiated immense, pure energy. A small token of apology. As long as you don't take it to heart, you'll feel at peace. Oh. Sun Mei raised an eyebrow, suppressing a smile. What's your name? In the game, I go by Camel, but you can call me Old Luo if you prefer, the mustached man said with a sheepish grin, clearly relieved. Not bad, you know how to show respect. Sun Mei accepted the vial of powerful blood. I'll let it go this time, but if there's a next time, you'd better have something even better to offer. No, there won't be a next time. I promise, Old Luo assured her repeatedly before cautiously retreating. Looking at the jade vial in her hand, Sun Mei reflected to herself, strength really is a remarkable thing. A single word is enough to make someone set aside their pride and grovel. Arriving at the treasury, she knew that after the initial exchange with the clan leader, subsequent transactions could be handled directly by the guards. I'd like to exchange for 160 gems, she said, planning to purchase the nameless one and use the rest to buy fragrant wine to prioritize improving her swordsmanship. The guard quickly packed the gems into a small leather pouch and handed them to her for inspection. After confirming everything was in order, Sun Mei sought out the traveling merchant. Under the astonished gazes of those around her, she purchased the nameless one and 21 bottles of fragrant wine, one of which was a complimentary gift from the merchant. The small wine bottles, crafted from bamboo tubes, were no taller than a finger and as thick as a coin, making them easy to store in her backpack. The nameless one medal was a flat, egg-sized silver-black badge, its surface worn and scratched, with the faint outline of a human figure etched upon it. After putting on the medal, Sun Mei activated her second build, and her attributes immediately shifted. Physique, 22, Spirit, 16, Strength, 27, Skill, 17, Agility, 27, with an additional 32 free attribute points. Fixed boost from the Berserk Blood Potion, basic skills, Eagle Strength, and the Banquet could not be converted into free attribute points. She didn't rush to assign fixed points to the medal, knowing that a rare item like the nameless one could be carried over during resets, making it worth saving for later use. Just as she was happily heading toward the square, an announcement suddenly rang out. Winter Event Countdown. 1 hour and 30 minutes. All players, please prepare. The game system broadcasts a notification every half hour. Since Sun Mei entered the game right on the hour, she missed the previous announcement. However, all this information was recorded in the event log. Standing in the central square, her thoughts were focused on the Winter Challenge. It was a trial that every tribe had to face, one that required a delicate balance. Too difficult, and it could threaten the tribe's survival. Too easy, and the rewards would be lackluster. Striking this balance was entirely dependent on the chief's judgment. No wonder Yu Longmin was willing to go to any lengths to remove that incompetent chief. As Sun Mei paced the square, an unsettling discovery made her stop in her tracks. All the ingredients for the Berserker potion had vanished. Not just the rare ones like candlelight grass and blood phoenix flower, but even the most common green serpent fruit was nowhere to be found. Looking for something? A familiar voice interrupted her train of thought. Sun Mei turned to see Xiao Bei standing not far away. He looked much more composed than their last encounter, though his smile still carried a hint of stiffness. The materials for the Berserker potion, she replied. I've got some, Xiao Bei said quickly, pulling out a peculiar red flower. As soon as the recipe was released, I figured this would happen. I stayed up all night waiting for uninformed players to log in and bought up all their materials. He waved the blood phoenix flower in his hand with a smug grin. This stuff can restore 50 HP in 10 seconds and even has a mild detox effect. Pretty handy, huh? But Xiao Bei's tone shifted. I can give it to you for free. I heard you're quite skilled. I'd like to propose a partnership. Sun Mei raised an eyebrow, gesturing for him to elaborate. Xiao Bei explained that he had stockpiled a significant amount of materials enough to start a small workshop. However, the bustling marketplace was rife with interference from all kinds of troublemakers. He needed a protector, and in return, he was willing to gather any items Sun Mei needed. You don't think I'm affiliated with the Apocalypse Guild, do you? Sun Mei asked. No, no. Xiao Bei waved his hands defensively. We're just gold farmers trying to make a living. We wouldn't dare provoke the Apocalypse Guild. Sun Mei pondered for a moment. This was a small, low-profile workshop that thrived on scraps overlooked by the bigger guilds. She had intended to remain a quiet observer, but with both her skills and this opportunity aligning, why not give it a shot? All right, we can work together. Sun Mei nodded. But I won't share my ID with you. If you run into trouble, just say you're under the protection of Yellow Jacket. Got it. Xiao Bei agreed enthusiastically. Let me know if you need anything. Warrior's blood, she replied. With the Berserker potion ingredients Xiao Bei provided, Sun Mei went straight to the priest and had a bottle crafted. Perfect. The blood rage potion is flawless. Sun Mei looked at the vial in his hand with satisfaction. The origin of the powerful blood provided by Camel was clearly mysterious, far beyond what an ordinary player could acquire. After consuming the third potion, Sun Mei quietly calculated how many more he would need. Even bottles were still required. His attribute panel displayed Constitution 25, Spirit 16, Strength 44, Skill 17, Agility 48. Combined with the Holy Sword talent, these stats were enough to let him ignore any player dealing damage below 48 in group battles. At 8 o'clock sharp, the winter event began. The sky suddenly turned pitch black, thunder crackled, and fierce winds howled. Snowflakes, seemingly guided by some unknown force, fell at an accelerated speed. Outside the tribe, thick fog rolled in, and within it, the faint outline of a massive shadow loomed. That figure exuded an overwhelming, suffocating pressure, as though the entire world trembled in its presence. It presented the tribe with 3 choices. A. Sacrifice 50 members of the tribe. B. Sacrifice 15 of their stored food. C. Refuse and await the decision of the tribal leader, Udyr. That's an ancient demon god, one of the earliest beings in this world, someone explained. Don't even think about challenging it for now. Udyr ultimately decided to sacrifice 50 tribe members. A wave of anguished cries erupted within the tribe. No, I don't want to die. May the gods above bless our sacrifice, so the young may have a future. Anyone who tries to run, they'll kill them myself. A group of elderly tribe members was escorted into the fog. Some wept and begged for mercy, others struggled frantically, while a few whispered devout prayers. This scene cast a shadow over the hearts of all the players. The ancient demon god accepted the sacrifice. As the fog dissipated, a mysterious pathway appeared, and the world returned to calm. The snowstorm resumed its gentle descent. Suddenly, a black vortex split open in the center of the plaza, swallowing 2 unfortunate players in an instant. The system notification popped up. Howling Stone Tower, once a town renowned for its iron-forging craftsmanship, fell into hell due to a massive bell forged from mysterious metal. Beginner tips. 1. Visibility in this area is extremely low. Bring a light source. 2. The hourly chimes pose a danger. Block your ears in advance. The players quickly shook off the heavy atmosphere of the sacrifice and began forming teams enthusiastically. Sun Mei picked up a torch, stuffed wooden plugs into his ears, and was about to announce his stats to join a team when an urgent voice called out from behind him. Wait. Hey, beautiful captain, come join our team. Just call me Wasp, Sun Mei said, gazing into the distance. A familiar voice sounded from behind. Turning around, he saw Chuang Chuang's trademark mischievous grin. All right, Captain Wasp, come over to our side and take me along for the ride, Chuang Chuang said enthusiastically, grabbing Sun Mei's arm and pulling him toward his team. The other teams recruiting nearby exchanged puzzled looks, clearly surprised at how effortlessly Chuang Chuang managed to bring Sun Mei over. Chuang Chuang's team was full of familiar faces. Hong Yi, a pirate with a hunter's background, had collaborated with them before. There were also 2 members from the Apocalypse Guild, Buku and the Saint Shield known as Northern Sea Odurbio. Sun Mei pretended it was their first meeting and exchanged a few polite greetings. Once ready, the group stepped into the vortex. With a faint hiss, Odurbio lit the torch in his hand. Through the swirling green mist, a desolate garden gradually came into view. The overgrown ground showed faint traces of what used to be a vegetable patch. What is this place? Someone asked. Who are you asking? You guys. How would we know? Chuang doesn't know anything. Hong Yi interrupted the pointless chatter. It's probably a random landing point. Otherwise, why is there no one else around? Let's move forward and scout ahead. They'll stay alert for any bell sounds. The team quickly formed a formation. Chuang led the way. Odurbio held the torch at the rear, and the others stayed protected in the middle. Taking advantage of the brief lull while walking, Sun Mei asked Hong Yi about the characteristics of the pirate class. 3 to all attributes in water areas, a chance for critical hits, and 5 drop rate. Hong Yi explained. It's a non-temple class, so it has more basic skills than temple classes, but it can't learn temple-exclusive skills. Those have to be acquired through skill scrolls. Basic techniques like blade skills are included, though. Firearms are a bit more unique. Overall, pirates are great for casual players' high drop rates and excellent for farming gold. As they chatted, an abandoned house appeared ahead. Suddenly, a dark figure charged forward at an alarming speed. Left side, Odurbio shouted, raising his shield instinctively. With a loud clang, sparks flew as his sturdy forged iron shield blocked the attack. By the torchlight, the team got a clear look at the eerie humanoid creature. It was dressed like it belonged in a special effects costume, clutching a hoe. Its face had hollow eyes and jagged teeth, and its entire body seemed to be made of flowing black goo. On the screen, its name and stats appeared. Farmer HP 210210. The battle began immediately. Buku was the first to strike, firing a shatter armor bullet that slammed into the farmer's head. The impact sent splatters of black goo flying like jelly. Sun Mei and Hong Yi followed up with well-placed attacks. Though traditional weak point strikes seemed less effective against this creature, the damage was still significant. After the second round of attacks, the farmer dissolved into a puddle of black sludge. That thing was way too weak. Is the winter event difficulty just this low? Chuang asked skeptically. Hong Yi shook his head and explained, don't jump to conclusions. This might be meant for beginners. After all, new players join the game every day. They can't make it so hard that newcomers can't even handle the monsters, right? The group then searched the abandoned house, unable to shake the ingrained habit of scavenging. Most areas were empty, but they managed to find some rusty iron tools, which could likely be refurbished or reforged for future use. Chuang showed no hesitation in collecting the seemingly worthless items, tossing them all into his backpack. As they exited through the main door, they were greeted by the sight of an overgrown street. The houses on either side were almost entirely in ruins. Some had collapsed, while others were decayed. Rusted iron objects were scattered everywhere, their dull gleam faintly visible in the dim light. Don't hold back, take everything, joked Huaqiang. Chuang didn't refuse. With an empty backpack, he simply swept up the odds and ends without a second thought. As the group hesitated, unsure which direction to take next, a sudden, piercing shattering sound broke the silence, clear and jarring in the darkness. They turned toward the source of the noise and saw flashes of firelight at a distant corner. A group of 4 or 5 players, each holding a torch, came scrambling into view, fleeing in panic. Behind them, several fully armored warriors were in relentless pursuit. These warriors were clad in silver heavy armor that covered them completely, even concealing their eyes. They carried long blades that gleamed with a chilling light, their focus fixed on chasing down the fleeing players. Run. These things are ridiculously tough. One of the fleeing players managed to shout before vanishing into the ruins like a frightened mouse. How tough can they be? With only 30-something attack power, Chuang muttered skeptically as he raised his shield and charged forward. We've got to at least try fighting them. Buku fired a shot at the armored warrior, but the damage was negligible. The 3 guards immediately shifted their attention and charged at the group. Adibio and Chuang moved to intercept them, but to their shock, one of the guards' blades cleaved Chuang's finely crafted iron shield clean in half. Fortunately, Adibio dodged in time, escaping unscathed though his shield was destroyed. What the hell are these things? Chuang exclaimed in alarm. At that moment, Sun Mei darted forward, sword slashing out. With 44 strength, 24 swordsmanship, and a weapon bonus of 4, her total attack power reached 72. Yet her strike only dealt 23 damage. Of that, 14 points came from the 20 true damage of her attack, the absolute minimum. In contrast, the 2 strikes the guards landed on her despite 48 points of damage being mitigated still left her significantly injured. You all handle this one. I'll deal with the other 2. Sun Mei quickly commanded. The group immediately followed her orders, focusing their efforts on the guard she had singled out. Although the other 2 guards continued attacking Sun Mei, their damage was minimal and not enough to pose a serious threat. Remembering how easily the finely crafted shield had been destroyed, Sun Mei was extra careful to avoid letting the guard's blades strike her sword. Triple strike. With an additional 20 points of strength, Sun Mei's power surged to 64. 1 slash sent a guard flying. These things have low base stats that are entirely reliant on their equipment. Hong Ye astutely pointed out. The guards had neither high health nor overwhelming attack power, but their weapons were so sharp they could easily break shields. Meanwhile, the group struggled to deal effective damage due to the guards' high armor defense. So we need crowd control, but who has any? Buku said helplessly. Our class skills are too limited. Other than triple strike, there's no real control ability. Chuan added. And even triple strike is just brute force overpowering them. Our shield skill unlocks a damage reduction ability at level 10 man and shield is 1. Could that help? Chuan suggested. Let's give it a shot. What other choice do we have? Buku sighed. This place makes firearms pretty useless. In the end, under the relentless power of Sun Mice triple strike, one guard fell lifeless to the ground. The second guard, unable to withstand her attacks, was knocked down and quickly finished off by the group working together. The last guard met the same fate, overwhelmed by their combined efforts. After an intense battle, the 3 guards were successfully defeated, but the victory came at a heavy cost for the group of 5. Aadibio and Chuang were gravely injured and on the brink of death, while Suamei's health points had dropped to just over 90. The guards' corpses quickly decomposed into a pool of sludge, leaving behind 3 palm-sized fragments of silver metal. Feeling the difficulty yet? Chuang said with a bitter smile, sweat streaming down his face. If it weren't for the wasps, we might have been completely wiped out. After taking some time to recover, the group of 5 had to rework their plans. Chuang and Aadibio needed to return to the tribe to learn the skill of merging with their shields. Their shield techniques were still at level 9, and even with the aid of aromatic wine, it would take some time to improve. Meanwhile, Sumei planned to use this downtime to enhance her swordsmanship and collect feathers to learn the half-moon skill. She first brought the 3 pieces of secret metal to the tribe's priest. What incredible craftsmanship, the priest marveled. Unfortunately, our tribe does not possess the technology to work with this material. However, if you can gather 100 pieces, I might be able to use my priestly powers to forge a piece of equipment for you. In the plaza, Hongya, who was in charge of reconnaissance, shared critical intelligence. The guards only appear on the streets, so as long as we avoid the streets, we'll be safe. Rusty iron tools can be exchanged for feathers. As for the farmers, they appear randomly, sometimes in groups of 3 or 4. Armed with this information, Sumei returned to the vortex with Hongya and Buku, focusing on improving her swordsmanship. Since Chuang and Aadibio needed to endure hits to advance their shield techniques, they had to act separately. Using the challenge system's teammate locking function, the farmers posed no threat to Sunmei. By around 1 a.m., the effect of the 6th bottle of aromatic wine finally wore off. Sunmei's swordsmanship had reached level 14, with 1 progress, and her attack power had increased by 36 points. However, as her level rose, the difficulty of leveling up grew significantly. Advancing from level 11 to 12 required just 1 bottle of wine, but moving from level 12 to 13 took 2 bottles, and from level 13 to 14 consumed 3. Even with a 4.4 talent bonus, the leveling process remained painstakingly slow. At the temple rendezvous, Hongya and Buku had both advanced their blade and firearm skills to level 11. Since they were unable to learn temple-exclusive skills, they handed all the feathers they had collected to Sunmei, just barely reaching the required total of 200. The description for the half-moon skill appeared. Harnessing the power of the sword, the half-moon forms a slash. When activated, it delivers a powerful strike to targets in front, with an additional 5 strength boost. If the target's strength is lower than the player's, the force suppression effect is guaranteed to trigger. The system helpfully included usage instructions. When players master this skill, they will have taken a significant step toward understanding the rise of humanity. The skill can be activated in 2 ways. One through a verbal command, allowing the AI to fully take over the character and execute the skill, and the other by returning control to the player after execution. The activation of skills through physical movements serves as a secondary triggering method. Its main feature is that as long as a specific motion is mastered, the skill can be activated. Compared to verbal commands, movement activation avoids the brief pause caused by neural AI switching, making it more conducive to chaining combos and maintaining pressure. However, it requires some practice to master. Half-moon slash, huh? Sunmei walked out of the temple with a puzzled look. How was it? Hongya asked. Half-moon slash. As Sunmei shouted the command, her body immediately lost control. She gripped her sword with her right hand, braced the back of the blade with her left, raised it in front of her face, spun around once, and then slashed forward with force. The long sword traced a silver arc in the air, resembling a crescent moon. This was the standard movement for half-moon slash. Sunmei could clearly perceive every detail of the action as it was executed under the control of her neural AI. After 3 or 4 attempts, she successfully replicated the move on her own. She secretly looked forward to mastering more skills and unleashing combos that would undoubtedly look impressive. Before long, Chuang and Odibio arrived as well. After a brief discussion, the group of 5 re-entered the vortex and headed straight for the streets to locate the guards. Soon, 2 guards stormed toward them aggressively, attempting to drive them away. Man and shield as one. Odibio and Chuang Chuang activated their skills simultaneously. Their large shields disappeared, and golden particles shimmered around their bodies. Their forms seemed as solid as cast bronze, effortlessly blocking the guards' swift blades. With two tanky defenders boasting 600 health points each, the rest of the group had ample room to deal damage. Sun Mei also stepped in to absorb some of the attacks when needed, coordinating seamlessly with her teammates. Triple sword strike. Mighty upward slash. Sun Mei delivered a series of 3 strikes from below, launching one of the guards into the air. Half moon slash. Mighty downward strike. She followed up with a wide, sweeping half moon slash, sending the guard flying back as if struck by a massive blow. The thrill of executing such powerful techniques filled Sun Mei with excitement. The 5 of them quickly took down the 2 guards, with the shields losing only about 40 health points. After the fight, Sun Mei mentioned what the priest had told her, that 100 pieces of mystic iron could be used to craft a piece of equipment. Should I craft a shield for you guys? Sun Mei asked. Not sure, Odibio replied, shaking his head. I think it might be better to craft a sword for you first. We can still manage for now. You never disappoint me, Sun Mei said with a satisfied nod. All right, I'll hold on to the mystic iron for now. The group continued to grind, encountering guards in groups of 2 to 4. When there were more enemies, Sun Mei stepped up to tank. When there were fewer, she focused on dealing damage. By 3 a.m., they had collected over 30 pieces of mystic iron. Exhausted, Odibio and Chuang Chuang had to return to the tribe to recover their health. In the tribe, players could regenerate 1 of their status per minute. The 5 of them sat in the plaza, taking a break. If only we had some healing potions. This recovery rate is way too slow, Chuang Chuang sighed. Having even a fruit would be a blessing, Odibio added with a sigh. Due to the demand for blood frenzy potions, stalls selling healing fruits had disappeared from the plaza. After a moment of hesitation, Sun Mei said, I actually know where we can buy some fruits. Where? Chuang Chuang and Ao de Biao both looked surprised. Sun Mei replied cautiously, let me clarify first. I'm not sure if he still has any left, but we can ask. While waiting in the warehouse, Xiaobei arrived quickly. He had been out with his friends farming and scavenging rusty iron tools. Upon seeing Sun Mei and the group, he seemed to immediately understand their purpose. Miss Hornet, are you looking for healing fruits? He asked. Sun Mei nodded to confirm. They need them too. Do you have any? What's the price? Xiaobei smiled warmly. Since they're your friends, they'll give them the regular price. Green snake fruit, which restores 10 HP every 10 seconds, is 3 feathers each. Chicken blood flower, which restores 50 HP every 10 seconds, is 45 feathers each. The price for green snake fruit was reasonable, as it was relatively easy to find. However, chicken blood flower, due to its rarity, was quite expensive. Both Chuang Chuang and Ao de Biao purchased 100 green snake fruits and 2 chicken blood flowers, each to prepare for their expedition. Sun Mei took 20 green snake fruits and 5 chicken blood flowers, free of charge as a friend. Is he your friend? Chuang Chuang asked in surprise. Yes, Sun Mei replied simply. The group exchanged glances, clearly realizing that this skilled player had a strong team supporting her. With the healing items in hand, the 5 of them re-entered the vortex. After several attempts, they had figured out the general patterns. While the drop points inside the vortex were random, they usually landed in open areas like vegetable gardens. This time, with ample supplies, they were able to explore farther into the streets. They fought fiercely until 5:40 in the morning, exhausting their healing items. The rewards were substantial, a total of 113 pieces of mystic iron, with Sun Mei claiming 100 pieces and Chuang Chuang 13 pieces. The group took turns forging mystic iron weapons. Eventually, they reached the central stone tower of the small town. This gray-white giant tower was constructed from massive square bricks, overgrown with vines. Its pitch-black door was tightly shut, and the torchlight couldn't reach the top of the tower. As they tried to push the door open, a system notification appeared. Key required. Let's stop here for today. Tomorrow, we'll prepare more healing items and continue. Sun Mei suggested. Sounds good. What time? Someone asked. 6 p.m. tomorrow, she replied. Got it. As for the key, they decided to deal with that tomorrow. Back at the tribe, Sun Mei used her 100 pieces of mystic iron to commission the priest to forge a silver longsword. The stats of the mystic iron longsword were impressive. Attack 14, sharpness 35. It was even better than the perforated crocodile sword they'd seen before. Priest, can't this sword be socketed with gems? Sun Mei asked. Only forged equipment can be socketed. Refined equipment cannot, the priest explained with a shake of his head. With the mystic iron longsword, their efficiency in farming guards tomorrow would undoubtedly increase. The pace today had been slow, and they hadn't even dared to indulge in fragrant wine. Tomorrow, they could celebrate properly, or rather, later today. After logging off from the game, Sun Mei quickly washed her face and went to school. During the morning's lessons, lulled by the rhythmic recitation of her classmates, she unknowingly fell asleep. After school, she rested and regained her energy. Once dinner was finished, she logged back into the game. Now armed with the mystic iron longsword, she could finally deal full damage. Triple slash. Crescent strike. As Sun Mei swung his sword, the guard collapsed instantly. With the combined attacks of Hongya and Bukong, they could take down a guard every 2 to 3 strikes, significantly boosting their combat efficiency. I spent over 5,000 on potions today, just waiting for you to carry us. Chuang exclaimed excitedly, his face full of anticipation. I spent over 4,000. Odibio grumbled with a pained expression. These potions are ridiculously expensive. Hongya chuckled and reassured him. With Captain Hornet leading us, we'll earn it all back in no time. The group exchanged smiles, and Sun Mei nodded, saying, let's focus on finding the key first. We'll see if we can get into the tower. Hongya immediately chimed in. I've already gathered some intel. There's a tree in the town, and under it, there's a green spirit. You can trade 100 rusty iron pieces for a key. Those iron pieces are mostly being used to trade for feathers nowadays, Sun Mei said, frowning slightly. Don't worry, Hongya said with a smile. I've collected 1,000 pieces. That's enough for 10 keys. In the dim environment, the 5 of them began searching along the path. Sun Mei took a sip of fragrant wine, drawing an envious look from Chuang. Captain, how much wine did you trade for? I only managed to get 7 bottles, and now they're all gone. She has 21 bottles, Bukong replied with a sigh. I bought 11 bottles and spent tens of thousands on gems to get 8 more. Now I'm down to 5. I have 9 bottles, Hongya said with a smug grin. Odibio and Chuang exchanged bitter looks. They were the only ones without any left. The price of gems is insane right now, Odibio muttered. Desperate buyers are even offering 5,000 per gem. But once the merchants leave, the prices will definitely drop. After 40 minutes, they finally found their target, barren, leafless tree. Beneath it floated a green, ghostly figure that faintly resembled an 8 or 9-year-old girl. Hongya stepped forward to greet her, and the girl spoke bluntly. If you want the stone tower key, bring me enough iron pieces. The trade was completed swiftly. Hongya handed over 1,000 iron pieces and received 10 keys in return. A system notification popped up. Stone tower key consumed upon each entry into the stone tower. With the keys in hand, the group moved on, continuing to clear out monsters. After several excursions, they had a basic understanding of the town's layout and quickly located the stone tower. Sun Mai's second bottle of fragrant wine still had over 10 minutes left, and his swordsmanship had reached level 15 with 40 attack power. Pushing open the tower doors, they found the first floor empty, save for a staircase leading upward and floating dust particles. As they ascended to the second floor, they were met with stronger guards and a zealot draped in a blood-red cloak. The zealot held a black bell in his left hand and a dagger in a reverse grip in his right. The moment the zealot rang the bell, a piercing sound echoed through the air. Damage numbers appeared above everyone's headset. Was a powerful area effect skill. In this perilous stone tower, no one dared to let the fanatic ring the mysterious bell. Sun Mei acted decisively, launching a direct assault on the fanatic. Chuang and Odibio immediately stepped forward to absorb the damage, but the fanatic's attacks still broke through their defenses, inflicting 48 points of damage on Sun Mei. Even with immunity effects, the damage was significant. Both shield bearers also lost over 20 health points each. During the battle, Sun Mei demonstrated an astonishing level of offensive power. With 44 strength, a 14-point weapon bonus, and level 40 swordsmanship, each strike delivered explosive damage. Meanwhile, the musketeer took advantage of their range to land a shot on the fanatic, bypassing the guards. Buku, frustrated that none of the enemies here had weak points to exploit, cursed under his breath. Hong Yi coordinated with the 2 shield bearers to deal additional damage. In the end, Sun Mei delivered a finishing blow to the fanatic with 3 strikes, though he was grazed by the enemy's dagger. While it only caused 1 point of damage, it left him with the brain infection X1 status, the effects of which were still unclear. They then worked together to take down 4 guards, but had to stop to recover their strength. The guards dropped some mithril, while the fanatic dissolved into a puddle of sludge, leaving behind a piece of blood-red, high-quality silk fabric. The cost of the battle was steep. Chuang and Odibio each lost nearly 500 health points. With medical expenses at 3 coins per health point, and the fanatic's spell capable of causing over 100 points of damage, their supply of medical items was clearly insufficient to sustain them for long. After taking stock, the team found they had about 2,100 points worth of healing items remaining. Sun Mei proposed either waiting until they were better equipped to return or farming for a shield in the meantime. The team unanimously agreed to prioritize strengthening their gear and to use Sun Mei's remaining alcohol to improve his swordsmanship level. At present, they had collected 80 pieces of mithril but still needed 320 more. Sun Mei spent the night grinding skills, using up 13 bottles of alcohol to raise his swordsmanship to level 19 with 73 progress. Although they initially worried that 21 bottles of alcohol might be excessive, it now seemed insufficient. Nevertheless, they managed to farm 240 pieces of mithril overnight, demonstrating impressive efficiency. The next day, as Sun Mei prepared to continue farming mithril, he was stopped in his tracks by the slightly chubby supervisor. "You've been coming and going like a ghost every day. What have you been up to?" the supervisor asked bluntly. "Making money. Got a task for me?" "There's no such thing as a free lunch," the supervisor said seriously. "The guild is currently collecting a large amount of mystic iron. It's 100 coins per piece. As a guild member, I need you to get one for me. No pressure, right?" Sun Mei hesitated slightly. A little bit of pressure. No worries, we've got time. Just get it done before winter ends. If you can hand in 10 pieces, there's an additional reward of 500 coins. The supervisor gave her a meaningful smile. "Work hard. The guild is short on management lately, and since you're a familiar face, you might get promoted. I don't usually share this kind of thing with others. I'll do my best." Sun Mei nodded earnestly. After saying goodbye to the supervisor, she calculated in her mind. If she farmed 240 pieces of mystic iron in one night, at 100 coins each, that would be 24,000 coins. She couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, earning tens of thousands in a day." Just as she was about to transform into her beautiful form to meet up with Hongya and the others at the plaza, Xiao Bei hurried over. "Huang Feng, I've got news about the mysterious blood you wanted. But the other party doesn't want money, they'll only trade items for it." Xiao Bei eyed Sun Mei cautiously, as if testing her reaction. "What do they want?" she asked. "They didn't specify. Just said they'll trade for something useful in the game." Sun Mei took stock of her belongings. The key of the strange gate, the glutton gem, the moon goddess badge, the nautical diary. "Where can I find them?" Xiao Bei led Sun Mei to a corner of the plaza, where a sturdy young man was squatting on the ground, waiting. "See? I wasn't lying, and you didn't have to wait long." The young man sized up Sun Mei, a flash of admiration in his eyes. "What are you offering for the trade?" Sun Mei took out the glutton gem. "I've got this, and mystic iron. What's your preference?" "Isn't that the reward for winning the banquet contest?" The young man looked surprised. After a moment of thought, he said, 200 pieces of mystic iron, and I might consider the trade. As for the glutton gem, I doubt you'd agree to trade that." Indeed, a single drop of mysterious blood wasn't worth the glutton gem. While the blood's current market price exceeded 200,000 coins and was incredibly rare, it was ultimately a consumable item and couldn't match the enduring value of the glutton gem. "All right, let me see the item first." The young man opened a jade slip, revealing a single drop of blood inside. This mysterious blood, obtained from a special item, was the key ingredient for crafting a perfect-grade berserk blood elixir. After some negotiation, they agreed to complete the trade by midnight. 200 pieces of mystic iron in exchange for the drop of mysterious blood. "We'll be waiting for your good news," the young man said with a smile. "And may I ask your name, miss?" "Imu Jila. Huang Feng," she replied. The young man looked astonished. "You're the legendary female swordsman with insane damage output?" "That's right, she's the one." Xiao Bei nodded vigorously from the side. Fish Jila nodded approvingly. Meeting an expert like Sun Mei made him secretly look forward to benefiting from such connections in the future. After the two parted ways, Sun Mei led the Red Leaf team to continue their mission, while Fish Sheila went off in search of other teams to farm guards. At this stage, farming guards required some basic guarantees. Either someone with a holy shield skill for defense or damage dealers equipped with mithril weapons. While larger groups could be efficient, the rewards had to be split among more people. However, with some luck, triggering events, completing tasks, or opening treasure chests could lead to significant gains in the next Stone Tower run. Many players acquired their mithril gear directly this way, though Sun Mei hadn't been so fortunate and hadn't encountered such opportunities yet. While Fishshila was restocking his steel ball ammunition in the square, a group of people suddenly surrounded him. "Do you have the mysterious blood?" "It's already spoken for," Fishshila replied calmly. "What do you mean by spoken for?" "Someone has already reserved it." The middle-aged man leading the group frowned deeply. "So it hasn't been sold yet? How about selling it to me?" "No, I've already made a promise. I can't go back on my word." "Who did you sell it to?" Their interest in the mysterious blood was understandable. The frenzy potion was extremely important to players seeking to enhance their power. However, the strong blood variant was still unstable. If it only added one attribute point, it would be a huge waste, considering the limit of 10 potions. Even Sun Mei aimed for the perfect grade variant when given the chance, let alone these wealthy players. A lady named Huang Feng. She should be farming guards at the Stone Tower now. Huang Feng? The group exchanged glances before the middle-aged man pressed further. "When are you supposed to make the trade?" "Before midnight." "Wait for my word. Don't sell it until I've found her. Remember, my name is Shu Daoshan Tai Tu, the middle-aged man said with a threatening tone before leading his team into the vortex. Their team, equipped with 3 mithril weapons, was highly efficient at farming guards. 2 hours later, the two teams crossed paths on the town's main street. Boss, could that be her? Let's go ask and find out. Tai Tu led his group forward. At that moment, Sun Mei was performing a seamless series of combo attacks. Triple heavy strike, mighty launch, crescent slash. After being launched into the air, the guard was struck by the crescent slash and instantly killed. Sun Mei had mastered this combo to perfection and could execute it effortlessly without verbal commands. Captain, I think they're heading straight for us, Chuang Chuang said with a puzzled expression. Typically, when teams encountered each other, they would tactfully avoid crossing paths and move in different directions to continue farming. Really? Sun Mei looked at the group approaching them with some confusion. Doesn't seem like it. Oh, maybe I was mistaken. The group continued farming. Meanwhile, Tai Tu and his team broke out in cold sweat. Damn, 161 base damage with a single strike? What level of swordsmanship is that? I have 70 strength and 15 levels in swordsmanship, and my heavy strike only hits for 144. Tai Tu looked utterly shocked. Level 20 swordsmanship? The group returned to the square and found Fishilla again. The Huang Feng lady you mentioned, is she a swordsman? Yes. How much damage does one sword strike do? I heard it's almost 200. Tayata's face instantly darkened. Why the hell are you only telling me this now? You didn't ask, bro. Damn it, if I knew, I wouldn't have bothered coming. Tai Tu waved his hand in frustration. Forget it. Let's pretend we were never here. At exactly midnight, Sun Mei arrived at Fishjoy as promised and traded 200 pieces of secret iron for the mysterious blood she had been dreaming of. Under the envious gazes of Chuang Chuang and the others, she downed her 4th bottle of Berserk blood potion in one gulp. Her attribute panel immediately updated. Physique, 28. Spirit, 16. Strength, 47. Skill, 17. Agility, 51. Armed with her newfound power, Sun Mei led her team back into the stone tower. This time, as soon as they stepped inside, an unexpected event was triggered. A pitch-black vortex suddenly appeared before them. A wave of pure soul energy emanated from it, seemingly seeking help. The system immediately displayed 2 options. A. Enter the vortex and offer assistance. B. Refuse. Without hesitation, Sun Mei chose A and led the team into the vortex. They were transported to a space resembling an underground waterway. An arched ceiling overhead, a dried-up riverbed in the center, and narrow stone paths barely wide enough for people to pass on either side. Chuang Chuang held up a torch and led the group to the end of the riverbed. There, they found the remnants of a square reservoir. The brick walls were covered with dried waterweed stains, mottled in shades of green and blue. A massive dragon-head stone carving was embedded in the wall, and a bronze door stood tightly shut. Standing guard before the door was a towering knight. He was several times larger than the guards outside, his armor covered in battle scars, and his massive sword full of nicks and dents. The system displayed. Lost Knight HP, 143030000. With those stats, are we supposed to fight him? Chuang Chuang asked, puzzled, as he looked at Sun Mei. Let's give it a try, Sun Mei said after a moment of thought. Worst case, we die. I've died several times before, Hongya said nonchalantly. As long as it's not more than 5 times a day, we won't lose attributes, just some items. Learning that the death penalty wasn't too severe, the group decided to take on the challenge. Chuang Chuang and Outa Biao formed a shield wall and, after securing the torch on the wall, charged forward. With a loud snap, Buhu's steel pellet hit the knight squarely on the head. Filth. A furious roar erupted from within the armor as the knight raised his sword and charged straight at the shooter, knocking Chuang Chuang and Outa Biao aside. Buhu retreated in panic, while Sun Mei seized the opportunity to launch a powerful strike. Half-moon slash. The knight countered with a sweeping strike, sending Sun Mei flying. Even with the challenge lock reducing damage by 51 points, the attack still dealt 45 damage, with a total damage output of 96 points. Strangely, after the knight's attack, he didn't pursue but instead wandered aimlessly like a headless chicken. Is he blind? Hongya asked in surprise. No, he's deaf too. After a brief moment of thought, Sun Mei devised a strategy. Chuang Chuang, draw his attention. When he attacks you, the rest of us will strike together, then retreat. The group cautiously approached, Chuang Chuang from the front, Outa Biao from behind, Sun Mei and Hongya on either side, while the gunner positioned himself at a distance. Despite their proximity, the knight remained oblivious. Bang! Chuang Chuang landed a heavy punch on the knight's helmet. Got you! The knight roared, his massive sword slashing through the air like lightning. In an instant, it sent Chuang Chuang flying, forcibly breaking his shield fusion state. Even his mithril shield was knocked away, rendering his skill completely ineffective. The moment the knight struck, Sun Mei and the other two seized the opportunity to launch their attack. Crescent slash. they cried, executing their moves before retreating as planned. Aedibio intended to withdraw with them, serving as a tank in case the knight pursued his teammates. However, the knight's reaction far exceeded expectations. Enraged, he spun around and delivered a flying kick that landed squarely on Aedibio's abdomen. Aedibio was sent hurtling through the air like a ragdoll, and before he even hit the ground, the knight followed up with a devastating slash. His greatsword struck Aedibio with a bone-crunching force, slamming him to the ground. Without hesitation, the knight stomped on him, roaring furiously, "Die, filth!" He then drove his sword straight through Aedibio's body. The fatal blow, amplified by a triple damage effect due to the overwhelming stat suppression, left no chance for survival. The knight withdrew his sword and immediately plunged it down again. Pinned under the knight's boot, Aedibio was unable to escape and was gruesomely killed by the consecutive strikes. A deathly silence fell over the battlefield. The knight slowly turned his impenetrable helmet, scanning for the remaining enemies. Sun Mei and his team exchanged silent glances, stunned by the sudden and brutal turn of events. What now? No one had anticipated Aedibio being taken down so quickly by the knight's relentless combo. Keep going. Sun Mei took a deep breath. Watch his hands and feet. Don't let him hit or grab, one can save you if he does. Understood. With no other choice, the group stuck to their original strategy, waiting for Chuang's shield fusion skill to finish its cooldown. The skill could be activated at will unless interrupted, but once forcibly broken, it required a cooldown time that depended on the user's physical constitution. The higher the constitution, the longer the cooldown. After more than a minute, Chuang activated his skill again, drawing the knight's attention. Sun Mei and the others seized the opportunity to unleash a burst of damage before quickly repositioning. This time, the knight's retaliatory kick missed, and he furiously swung his sword at empty air before stopping. As the cooldown ended once more, the team prepared to repeat their tactic. However, the knight seemed to have caught on. He launched a powerful punch directly at Chuang's shoulder, knocking him to the ground and once again breaking his shield fusion state. Damn it! Sun Mei and the others, having just finished their attack and begun retreating, froze in alarm as they saw Chuang fall. Got you! The knight stomped on Chuang, pinning him in place, and raised his sword once more. Chuang struggled desperately but couldn't move an inch. As the great sword descended, the searing pain forced him to curse aloud. Damn it, that hurts like hell. Seeing the sword rise again, Chuang, in a moment of desperation, threw his satchel toward his team. Captain! He shouted with all his strength. Sun Mei caught the satchel and quickly checked its contents, only potions and materials. I'll take the hit, Sun Mei declared, downing several recovery fruits. If I die, abandon the fight and take Chuang's mithril shield and my sword with you. Understood. Hongye replied firmly. Sun Mei stepped forward to face the knight, swinging his sword aggressively. He didn't even dare to use Crescent/its wide arc, and slow recovery were too risky in this situation. Sun Mei struck with her sword and immediately retreated, but the knight's heavy punch followed closely behind. Hong Yi and Buku seized the opportunity to launch their attacks before quickly repositioning. This time, Sun Mei, already on guard, narrowly dodged the knight's crushing blow. The silver fist grazed her cheek as it descended. However, the knight reacted even faster. Missing his punch, he swiftly changed tactics and delivered a fierce kick that sent Sun Mei flying, slamming her into the wall. After mitigating 51 points of damage, Sun Mei barely managed to steady herself. The knight paused after kicking Sun Mei, seemingly losing his target momentarily. Hong Ye's eyes lit up. Captain, as long as we're not suppressed by his strength, we can win. The three repeated their strategy. With more experience, Sun Mei evaded the heavy punches more quickly this time. Yet she was still unable to avoid the deadly kick and was sent flying once again. After restoring her health, they continued their attempts, but the same tactics seemed to lose effectiveness. This time, when Sun Mei struck, the knight's heavy punch hovered in midair without landing. Suddenly, he shifted his attack, sweeping out with a sword in his right hand. Hong Yi, having just finished her attack, had no time to dodge and was instantly decapitated. The knight's health dropped to 540-3000. Captain, Buku hesitated and asked, should we keep going? Sun Mei thought for a moment. This time, don't intervene. Got it. Sun Mei engaged the knight again, striking and retreating. The knight raised his fist and hesitated, his right hand gripping his sword as if waiting for the right moment. But this time, the gunslinger did not attack. The knight let out a cold snort and resumed a defensive stance. What now? Buku asked in surprise. This is just a game of rock, paper, scissors, Sun Mei said, rubbing her temples. Don't make a move. The battle continued in cycles until Sun Mei decided to change tactics. She launched a triple sword strike at Buku, prompting the knight to respond immediately with a fierce kick, attempting to recreate the scene of Ao de Biao's defeat. But Sun Mei's agility far surpassed Ao de Biao's. Though she couldn't completely evade the attack, she avoided being sent flying. The knight seemed incredulous and swung his sword forward to confirm his target. Captain, you stay out of this. Let me handle him alone. If I die, take the items back. Buku hesitated before nodding in agreement. The fight became even more perilous. With one less person to distract him, the knight's overwhelming strength became an even greater threat. A single mistake could cost Sun Mei her life. After restoring her health, Sun Mei shifted her focus to Buku. As expected, the knight abandoned his initial strategy of targeting the gunslinger and turned his full attention to her. His attack landed, sending her flying. Fortunately, her 28 points of constitution and damage mitigation saved her life. Slumped against the wall, Sun Mei ate fruit to regain health while carefully observing the motionless knight. Time ticked by until the knight suddenly tested the ground with his sword tip and began moving slowly toward the bronze door. At that moment, a cold flash of light struck his back. "You're not dead?" The knight roared in anger, turning to counter. His swing failed to be fatal, merely pushing his opponent back. With his health dropping to 143, just one more combined strike would finish him. Yet suddenly, the knight fell to one knee. Aina, sword in hand, he unleashed a meteor-like surge of ferocious energy that swept through the entire reservoir, sending Sun Mei and Buku flying. The entire space plunged into silence. The quiet was broken only by the sound of chewing. A flicker of fire rekindled the light in the surroundings. Under the firelight, her strikingly beautiful face was smudged with dust, and fine beads of sweat glistened as they emerged. Her brows furrowed tightly as she cautiously scanned her surroundings. A single strike from the knight took 31 health points from her, followed by another blow that cost her 249 points, leaving Sun Mei's health at exactly 280. By all accounts, such damage should have been fatal, but the lingering effects of the green serpent fruit restored 2 points just in time, allowing her to barely survive. Staggering, she made her way to where the knight had fallen. All that remained was a pile of ash and scattered armor. She picked up the severely deformed iron helmet, confirmed it was beyond repair, and stuffed it into Chuang's backpack along with the rest of the broken equipment. While sifting through the ashes, she discovered a pale green bead, about the size of a peanut, emitting a faint glow the knight's soul. This material, formed from a powerful body that resisted decay for a millennium, piqued her interest. Her gaze shifted to the twisted and warped bronze door. Sun Mei walked up and kicked it open with 2 forceful strikes. Beyond the door was a cramped space, where a skeleton lay on the ground beside a wooden chest. Suddenly, a green spectral figure emerged from the skeleton. It was the ghost of a princess, dressed in a blue silk gown and wearing a glittering silver crown. "Thank you," the apparition said gratefully to Sun Mei before hurrying outside. However, upon seeing only the ashes left behind by the knight, she murmured in disappointment, "He's gone, isn't he?" "This must be Princess Aina," Sun Mei cautiously asked. "Is there anything else I can do to help you?" "You've done more than enough," Aina replied, setting aside her sorrow and offering a graceful smile. "Thank you deeply for your help, warrior. My knight had been lost for far too long. He shouldn't have continued guarding someone who has long since passed. It's time for him to rest." She removed a pure silver necklace and handed it to Sun Mei. "This is my only keepsake. I hope you won't mind accepting it. Now, I must go." The necklace, adorned with a heart-shaped pendant, contained a unique magical power that could protect the souls of the deceased from dispersing. Sun Mei was momentarily baffled. What use could this possibly have for a player? Could it mean turning into an eternal ghost after death? Once Aina's figure faded away, Sun Mei stepped into the chamber and opened the wooden chest, finding a black envelope. It turned out to be an invitation from the Seven Stars Empire, meant to recruit unaffiliated NPCs into a tribe. After gathering these unusual spoils, Sun Mei returned to the tribe with Chuang's shield in hand. Hong Yi and the others had been waiting in the plaza and rushed over the moment they saw her. "Captain, how did it go?" Chuang asked curiously, taking back his shield. "What did you get?" "These," Sun Mei replied, displaying the 3 items she had obtained. "Can this invitation letter be used to invite that little girl?" Chuang asked, pointing at the soul of the young girl. Hong Yi immediately showed a look of disbelief. "Why would we invite her? We should be inviting powerful NPCs instead." Still unclear about the purpose of the 3 items, the team decided to continue heading to the stone tower to farm mithril. Around 4 a.m., as they passed the area where the little girl was, an unexpected storyline was triggered. A system notification popped up. "You have helped Aina and laid her knight to rest. You have received a necklace with the ability to protect souls. You encounter the soul of a young girl. Please choose. A. Gift Aina's necklace to her. B. Keep the necklace for yourself." Sun Mei took the necklace back from Chuang and handed it to the little girl. "What a beautiful necklace." The little girl's eyes lit up with joy. "If you like it, it's yours," Sun Mei said with a smile. "Can I really have it?" "Of course. Thank you." The little girl accepted the necklace, put it on, and lovingly stroked it. My name is Wameli. What should I call you, big sister? Hearing someone call her big sister for the first time, Sunmay cleared her throat, feeling a bit awkward. Just call me Hornet. Hornet sister, here's a gift in return, Wameli said with a bright smile, pulling 5 dark purple candies from the pocket of her white dress. A system notification appeared. Wameli's gummies. Consuming them grants 2 free attribute points, maximum of 3 candies. Are there more? Sunmay immediately turned ravenous, startling the other 4. Wameli shook her head. No, these are my last candies. Just 2 more, please. There really aren't any left. Reluctantly, Sunmay accepted the gummies and distributed 1 to each person. Suddenly, Wameli added, if you want more, you can help me find blue-tongue flower petals. I can make more for you. Really? That's great. Sunmay's eyes lit up. Even though she'd never seen such a flower, the potential for more candies was enough to excite her. Then a thought struck her. Besides candies, what else can you make? I can bake all kinds of pastries. The 5 exchanged glances. Hongya lowered her voice. Captain, these pastries might be healing items. We need to find a way to bring her with us. Seeing the others give her serious looks, Sunmay stepped forward. Wameli, would you like to leave this place? Wameli's smile instantly faded. I can't leave. I have to find my dad. Where's your dad? I don't know, but he's definitely looking for me, somewhere in this town, Wameli said firmly. Could her dad be in the stone tower? Hongya speculated. We've almost explored the entire town except for the tower. Maybe the blue-tongue flower is there too, Chuang added. Wameli, I'll help you find your dad. Thank you. With their goal clear, Sunmay eagerly ate 1 of the candies, gaining 2 to her strength. She then led the team to accelerate their grind. Thanks to their earlier victory over the night, their battle scores had significantly improved, and Sunmay's swordsmanship soon reached level 20. A system notification popped up. Swordsmanship Mastery level 21. Attack Power 60. As Sunmay's swordsmanship reached level 20, his techniques became increasingly refined. With a single swing of his sword, it was as if a crescent moon sliced through the sky, the overlapping sword shadows exuding an air of elegance and heroism. To his delight, the temple granted him access to a brand new skill Swallow's Spiral Corridor. This skill, which required 500 feathers to learn, was incredibly powerful. The user could hurl their sword at high speed, spinning like a deadly blade, dealing piercing damage within a 10-meter range with an additional 20 points of armor penetration. Even more astonishing, the weapon would automatically return after reaching its maximum range, dealing another round of piercing damage along the way. If obstructed, the weapon would return prematurely. The skill had a cooldown time of 60 seconds. Standing outside the temple, Sunmay immediately began to practice the new skill. He flung his mithril sword horizontally, transforming it into a spinning silver disc that roared forward like a sharp lawnmower, only to return steadily to his hand moments later. The command-based activation was relatively simple, but triggering it through physical movement required significantly more precision and skill. The entire skill involved 2 crucial actions, throwing the sword and retrieving it. Throwing required precise control of both force and angle. Any misstep could result in losing the sword entirely. Retrieving it demanded impeccable timing. Otherwise, one risked injuring themselves. This move is just too cool, Hongya exclaimed enviously. If I had known, I would have chosen to be a swordsman too. Keep dreaming, Chuang replied bluntly. Without level 20 swordsmanship, you'd be useless even if you switched. Then, with growing interest, he asked, Captain, can you throw it vertically? The answer was yes. Sunmay demonstrated the vertical version of Swallow's Spiral Corridor. The mithril sword spun like a windmill, slicing back and forth through the air. While the command-based activation looked just as effortless, performing it with physical movements made the vertical throw at least 10 times more challenging than the horizontal one. The skill's power was astonishing. With 49 strength points, level 60 swordsmanship, 14 weapon attack points, 35 sharpness points, and 20 armor penetration points combined, the damage was immense. For approaching guards barely had time to react before the silver windmill struck twice, leaving them gravely injured and barely clinging to life. Holy! Everyone was stunned. With this single skill, all the guards were left on the brink of death. The group quickly finished off the weakened guards. Surveying the aftermath, Chuang said excitedly, with this efficiency, farming mithril is going to be a breeze. Just pair the captain with any level 20 swordsman wielding a holy sword, and 2 spinning blades will handle everything. We won't even need to lift a finger. You're being way too optimistic, Hongya retorted. Go ahead, find me another level 20 swordsman if it's that easy. Chuang could only chuckle awkwardly. I was just saying. Sunmay smiled and announced, that's it for today. We'll continue farming tomorrow. We should be able to enter the tower by then. Sounds good. The group's spirits lifted. They had already gathered 210 pieces of mithril, and they expected to collect the remaining amount the next day. Since there was still some time left, and Sun Mei didn't want to risk falling asleep if he logged out, he decided to stay online for a while longer. Sun Mei, feeling a deep sense of fatigue, strolled across the plaza and stumbled upon a rare treasure. It was a petal from a blue tongue flower, shaped like a tongue with a white interior and blue exterior, emitting a dreamy, luminous glow. It was said to restore 200 HP within 10 seconds of consumption. How much for this? She asked the vendor. This? Not selling it for less than 300 feathers, the vendor replied bluntly. After a quick calculation, she realized the cost was equivalent to 15 coins per point of HP. In comparison, green snake fruits were only 3 feathers each, which worked out to 3 coins per HP. Blood chicken flowers, priced at 50 feathers, even at the discounted rate from Xiaobei, still came to 10 coins per HP. From a cost-effectiveness perspective, green snake fruits were the best deal, as most players didn't mind waiting a few extra minutes during downtime. Blood chicken flowers served more as an emergency backup, while the blue tongue flower, capable of restoring 9,000 HP in one go, was a luxury few were willing to splurge on. Where did you find this? Sun Mei pressed further. The vendor chuckled and gave her a knowing glance. Came across it in the small town near the stone tower. If you're looking to strike it rich, you could try your luck there too. Sun Mei decided against purchasing the petal and instead headed to the storage area to wait for Xiaobei. When she saw him, she asked curiously, "How come you're around both day and night? Don't you need to sleep?" "My friends cover for me during the day. I usually sleep in the mornings," Xiaobei explained. "All right then," Sun Mei instructed. "If you have the time, buy up all the blue tongue flower petals in the plaza." After logging out of the game, the exhaustion hit her hard. At school, she spent most of the day napping on her desk. Lunch was courtesy of Wu Lexi, who brought food over from the cafeteria. "How's it going with that girl he Xiao Xiao?" Sun Mei asked casually while eating, referring to Wu Lexi's girlfriend. "Things are great," Wu Lexi replied, then shifted the conversation. "By the way, Mage, do you know of any good summer jobs? My dad got me a connector on an installment plan and now wants me to work to pay it off. How would I know about summer jobs?" Sun Mei shrugged. After school, feeling re-energized, Sun Mei logged back into the game. She first handed over 2 pieces of mithril to her supervisor. Then, she found Xiaobei and learned that they had managed to collect 20 petals throughout the day. She took 10 of them and distributed them among Chuang and the others, agreeing that if they found similar petals in the stone tower, 2 petals would offset a 300 feather debt. Finally, the team sought out Wu Meili to craft 8 candies, dividing them so everyone received 2 each. After consuming hers, Sun Mei allocated all 4 points of free attributes to strength. Her updated stats were Constitution 28, Spirit 16, Strength 53, Skill 17, Agility 51. For the first time, her strength surpassed her agility. Fian Corridor. With a sharp cry from Sun Mei, the clock struck 1 a.m. A silver windmill swept through the air in a graceful arc as the 5-person team worked seamlessly to take down 4 guards. Another batch of mysterious iron was secured. This brought their total to 803 pieces, far surpassing the initial goal of 500. While inspecting their gear, they realized Sun Mei's sword was in poor condition. Its attack power had dropped from 14 to 13, and its sharpness had plummeted from 35 to 20. The team quickly called upon a priest to reforge a new mysterious iron sword. After restocking their supplies, they headed straight for the stone tower. The second floor presented a familiar scene. 4 guards accompanied by a zealot. Sun Mei unleashed the Fian Corridor, the windmill slicing through the enemies. Buku followed up with a precise shot. With a loud bang, the 400 health zealot fell before it even had the chance to ring its bell. The remaining 4 guards focused their attacks on Chuang and Ao de Biao, but their strikes inflicted no more than 9 damage each, and they were swiftly dealt with. Upon reaching the 3rd floor, they found another 5-person team already resting there. After some polite exchanges, Sun Mei led her team directly to the 4th floor. Here, the enemy numbers had noticeably increased. 8 guards and 2 zealots. Sun Mei's Fian Corridor demonstrated its full potential, maximizing group damage. Buku systematically eliminated the 2 zealots, and while the team suffered some health loss from the bell's effects, it was manageable. The 5th floor introduced a new type of enemy, 2 floating wraith guards. They had no lower bodies, wore sharp silver claw gloves, and each had 800 health points. The battle began with a startling revelation. These guards could perform ranged attacks, inflicting stacking bleed damage. The first swipe triggered bleeding, the second intensified the effect, causing the 2 shield warriors' expressions to darken. The third swipe struck Sun Mei, who had volunteered to take the hit, and she immediately sensed danger. 1 guard was finally taken down, but the remaining one's third swipe unleashed a triple-stacked bleed effect, dealing 36 damage per second. Fortunately, the bleed effect lasted only 3 seconds. Despite the team losing over 1,000 health points collectively, they discovered a blue tongue flower in the corner of the room. This sunflower-like plant had only 2 petals remaining. Sun Mei distributed them to the two shield warriors, a small compensation for their losses. As they stepped onto the 6th floor, the sight before Sun Mei made her frown. The cramped space was occupied by 6 guards, a wraith guard, and 2 fanatics. The unique structure of the stone tower made the situation even trickier the higher they ascended, the smaller the space became. The guards at the front completely blocked the wraith guard and the fanatics in the back. I can only pull off one whirlwind attack at most. Sun Mei quickly assessed the situation. You two take turns tanking the claws. I'll deal with 3 of the guards. The gunner should prioritize taking out the fanatics. Hongya, assist me in quickly taking down 1 guard, and then I'll charge in to attack the claws. While she couldn't withstand the wraith guard's attacks, she could handle the regular guards. The group responded in unison, and the battle commenced. Sun Mei opened with a whirlwind slash, her soaring swallow corridor skill unleashing an AoE attack that covered the battlefield. Aedibio and Chuang instinctively moved left, drawing the attention of 3 guards and the wraith guard. Meanwhile, Sun Mei lured the other 3 guards to the right, with Hongya following closely behind to provide support. Bang! The sound of the gunshot rang out, and 1 fanatic fell instantly. The second fanatic managed to ring a bell, causing a health drop for everyone, but a second gunshot quickly took him down. Sun Mei and Hongya worked seamlessly together, taking out 1 guard in a single attack round, breaking through the defenses to target the wraith guard. Chuang immediately redirected the remaining guard's aggression. However, a slight misstep in the coordination between Aedibio and Chuang caused Aedibio to take an additional claw strike. The bleed effect stacks up to 3 times. Aedibio warned urgently. Before he could finish speaking, Hongya delivered a swift, lethal blow, taking out the wraith guard. The remaining guards were swiftly cleared by the team. What's your crit rate? Sun Mei couldn't help but ask, noticing Hongya's frequent critical hits. 16.1. Hongya replied with a smile. Base rate is 10, with 0.1 added per point of strength, capped at 20. Pirates are so overpowered. They even get a guaranteed crit rate, Sun Mei remarked, somewhat envious, noting that her abilities lacked such guarantees. After the battle, Hongya, with her 5 loot drop rate, stepped forward to open the chest. A golden light flashed, revealing 2 yellowed scrolls lying quietly inside, exuding an ancient aura. Warcry consumes 20 HP to boost the attack power of friendly units within a 10-meter radius by 20 for 10 seconds. Cooldown, 60 seconds. Both scrolls contain the same skill. After some discussion, 1 scroll was given to Hongya to learn, while Sun Mei kept the other. Ascending to the 7th floor, they were met with an unexpected calm. In the corner of the spacious room, 3 blue flowers bloomed quietly, each with 9 petals. This trip has already been worth it, Hongya said excitedly. Just the petals alone are worth 99,000. Once their use is revealed, the price will only go up. The group shared smiles of delight, carefully collecting the petals before heading to the 8th floor. Suddenly, a strange and twisted howl shattered the tranquility. A pitch-black figure wielding a jet-black longsword appeared before them, standing silently in their path. Shadow Swordsman HP, 600600. This stat made Sun Mei frown. A single monster with such average attributes on the 8th floor was highly unusual. However, there was no time to dwell on it. The battle had already begun. Battle cry. Swallow corridor. Sun Mei stood at the forefront, spinning his whirlwind attack. Unexpectedly, the shadow instantly flashed in front of him, its blade gleaming coldly as it struck down. A critical hit of 160 damage appeared in red, and what was even more alarming was that the shadow immediately healed for an equivalent amount 100 life steal. As the second strike was about to land, Chuang stepped in just in time. Sun Mei seized the opportunity, caught his returning mithril sword, and launched another whirlwind slash. Unfortunately, it also grazed Chuang. The Shadow Swordsman took advantage of the opening to deliver another strike, nearly restoring its HP completely. Hong Yi saw an opening and landed a precise strike, while Ao de Biao joined the fray to prevent Chuang from collapsing. The Shadow unleashed 2 consecutive slashes, each dealing 118 damage, causing its HP to fluctuate wildly between attack and defense. Use the potions, Sun Mei shouted. We need blue tongue flower petals. The 20 HP regeneration per second became their only hope. Even the sacred shield couldn't withstand such rapid attack speed without it. With over 700 HP, Ao de Biao bravely stepped forward to take over for the heavily injured Chuang. Half Moon Slash. The 3 of them launched a coordinated burst attack, pushing the Shadow to critical HP. However, the Shadow retaliated immediately, stealing over 200 HP from Ao de Biao with 2 strikes. As they prepared for a second round of Half Moon Slash, Hong Yi delivered a critical hit, finishing off the Shadow in 1 decisive blow. Damn it! We wasted the petals. Chuang stood there stunned. Buku let out a sigh of relief. Good thing our damage output was high enough. Just as Sun Mei was about to search for loot, the system notification sounded. In the stone tower, you encountered a strange swordsman. After defeating it, you obtained a token of pink rice spoon. This was a custom-made spoon used by Wu Meili as a child. Since she often broke porcelain spoons, her father had specially crafted this one for her. The shadow swordsman was, in fact, her father. The rewards for the 8th floor were substantial. 5 pieces of mithril equipment, including 3 helmets, a pair of boots, and a bracer. All the items had uniform stats, 45 defense for armor parts, and 1010 durability. The sacred shield was given priority for the gear, as it synergized well with the mithril shield. Sun Mei took one of the spare helmets after all. With more runs, they could eventually complete their set of equipment. The group of 5 finally reached the 9th floor, standing at the very top of the stone tower. The cold wind howled through the high ground, but the enveloping darkness deprived them of the chance to admire the view. At the center of the tower's summit hung a massive black bell, over 2 meters tall. Beneath it stood a serene and elegant black figure, motionless, holding onto a rope that dangled from within the bell. The system displayed, Aina HP, 400400. Sun Mei's expression suddenly turned peculiar. This Aina? Is this shadow what we're supposed to deal with? Chuang asked curiously. I seem to remember our necklace. Wasn't it called Aina's necklace? Hong Yi said thoughtfully. That's right, Buku chimed in. The knight we fought earlier also mentioned the name Aina before he died. Sun Mei reenacted the scene for everyone. A system prompt appeared. You encounter a familiar figure on the top floor of the stone tower, Princess Aina. However, she has been completely corrupted. Trapped in this place, with no escape and without the knight's protection, her soul will ultimately succumb to the bell's pollution. What does that mean? Chuang asked, confused. Why aren't there any options? What are we supposed to do with this event? Buku frowned in thought. There's still the knight's soul, Hong Yi reminded them. Sun Mei quickly retrieved the knight's soul from her inventory, but nothing happened. The group fell into deep contemplation. Since the event had been triggered, there had to be some hidden clue. How about I try attacking her? Chuang suggested. Hold on, Hong Yi analyzed. The event mentioned the bell. Why don't we wait for it to ring and see if the knight's soul reacts? Good idea, Buku exclaimed, enlightened. The event said the bells sound corrupt souls. Let's see what happens to the knight's soul when it rings. They plugged their ears with wooden stoppers and waited for the bell. After replacing 2 torches, the hour struck, and Aina suddenly pulled the rope. Dong! The deafening bell sound reverberated instantly. The knight's soul in Sun Mei's hand erupted in a brilliant green light. Aina, the knight's voice roared again. The green light absorbed the bell's sound, gradually turning pitch black before transforming into a shadowy figure that floated out. In the blink of an eye, the shadow solidified into the towering form of a knight. Corrupted Knight appeared. Attributes: HP, ATT. The knight charged straight toward Aina beneath the bell. Suddenly, a black shadow emerged from the ground. Roaring, "You cannot take her! Out of my way!" the knight bellowed, hurling his shadowy sword. It instantly struck down the formless figure. The knight grabbed Aina, whistled sharply, and a black shadowy horse galloped out of the darkness. The two mounted the horse, leapt into the air, and vanished into the night beyond the stone tower. The 5 stood frozen in shock. A system prompt appeared. The knight has been reborn. Though empowered by the bell's corruption, he now faces the threat of losing his sanity. Before succumbing entirely, he took Aina and eliminated your enemy. Now, all that remains is to destroy the cursed bell. The stats for Carlos Bell appeared. HP, 2E2E. 2 billion. The group collectively gasped. At that moment, Sun Mei received a system prompt. Remain anonymous? The system released an important announcement. Players anonymous, Chuang, Hong Yi, Beihai Adibio, and Bukiku successfully reached the top of the stone tower and defeated the bellkeeper, earning 20,000 reputation points each. From now on, regular guards inside the tower will respawn every hour, excluding special elite monsters. After defeating the guards, all players can proceed to the tower's summit to participate in the bell destruction mission. Each point of damage inflicted on the bell will grant an equivalent amount of reputation points. If the bell is successfully destroyed before the winter event ends, all Ma Tribe players will receive a mysterious reward, and the top 1,000 players in damage ranking will receive additional grand prizes. The system also emphasized that the summit is an independent space where different teams will not encounter each other. As soon as the news broke, the Ma Tribe players were in an uproar. No way. Someone already cleared the stone tower? It was Chuang's team. Anonymous must be Yellow Hornet. The Queen of Violence lives up to her name. The game chat channel was instantly flooded with requests for assistance. Looking for a pro to carry me to the base of the tower. Newbie here, seeking help. Generous rewards offered. Offering $200 for an escort. Meanwhile, Sun Mei and her party discovered several items near the bellkeeper's corpse. Carlos's ring. A silver ring adorned with a green gemstone, containing 10 5 by 5 meter storage spaces. Bull's token, a horn that can be exchanged with a priest for information. Silver mirror, possibly an imitation of a magic mirror, but without the ability to answer questions. Seed bag, a mud-colored cloth bag containing bluetongue flower seeds. Unexpectedly, the first item Sun Mei picked up was the silver mirror. She gazed at her reflection. Indifferent eyebrows, a stern face, and long hair swaying in the wind, partially obscuring her features. Her eyes carried a sense of solitude from reaching the summit and a weariness from seeing through the world. The scene brought knowing smiles to her four companions, who assumed it was simply a beauty admiring her reflection. However, Sun Mei felt an inexplicable pang of sorrow, as if mourning a soulmate she could never be with. It was the first time she had felt such a profound emotional connection to a female character. Pushing aside her emotions, Sun Mei stored the loot and the rare iron in the ring and prepared to attack the bell. However, just as Hong Yi swung her first strike, something unexpected occurred. "Where's Hong Yi?" Chuang asked, bewildered. "What's with this brain contamination?" "My screen says 120th floor," Bukiyaku said, equally confused. This abnormal state was not unfamiliar to Sun Mei. She had encountered it before when she was cut by a zealot's dagger, but it had disappeared on its own after she returned to the tribe. Hearing Buku's explanation, she immediately checked her status panel and indeed saw the brain corruption X182 debuff. "We have to be cautious," she analyzed thoughtfully. "If this passive effect reaches your health points, you'll die instantly." Hongya just now got a critical hit that caused 230 points of brain corruption, and with insufficient health, he went down immediately. "Then how do we deal with this?" Buku asked, puzzled. Sun Mei explained. "Returning to the tribe will clear it. That's what worked for me last time." Chuang's eyes lit up. "So, as long as we have health points, we can endure that much damage?" "Exactly," Sun Mei nodded. "But you need to be prepared for the possibility of dying." This news made Chuang sigh in relief. "I thought this was a nightmare for shield-bearer classes, but it seems we still have a chance." "Indeed," Odibio chuckled. "While shield-bearers have low attack power, they have high health, so they can endure a significant amount of damage." The black cat asked worriedly, "Captain, can you still go on?" "They'll die if I take another hit." "One hit, and I'm done too," Sun Mei said helplessly. "Let's head back and turn in the quest first, then come back and take our time." Everyone agreed and returned to the tribe. At the vortex in the square, they waited for a moment until Hongya arrived, looking baffled. "What the heck? Who ambushed me?" After Sun Mei explained the situation, Hongya, with her sharp understanding of the game, quickly grasped the cause and effect. They approached the priest and handed over the bullhorn first. The priest gratefully accepted it, waving his staff to turn it into white smoke that he absorbed. The system immediately notified them. The Maha tribe has gained a new guardian deity, the wild bull. Related profession advancements have been unlocked, and the temple's level has been upgraded. Additionally, the tribe has gained the effects of the wild bull's power and the eagle's power, along with 20,000 reputation points. "Finally, a guardian power that suits me," Chuang said excitedly. For shield-bearer classes, the wild bull's power was indeed more valuable than the eagle's power. Next, Sun Mei approached Xiaobei to handle the loot. She received Carlos's ring, Chuang got her pouch, and Chuang's pouch was passed to Odibio. They tallied up the items to be dealt with: 670 pieces of arcane iron, 9 blue-tongue flower petals, and 1 battle cry scroll. Afterward, they found the tribe chief, Udir, and handed over the blue-tongue flower seeds. The system notified them that the tribe had received the seeds, and in the future, players contributing to the tribe would have a chance to earn blue-tongue flower petals as a reward. They also gained another 20,000 reputation points. When Sun Mei took out the silver mirror, the chief merely glanced at it and repeated the same words as the priest. It seemed the true purpose of the mirror was yet to be discovered. Once all the tasks were completed, the group re-entered the vortex, preparing to search for Yumeli. "Yumeli, is this yours?" Sun Mei handed the rice spoon to the little girl in front of him. Yumeli took the spoon, a trace of confusion flickering in her eyes. "My rice spoon? How did it end up with you?" Sun Mei took a deep breath, his expression heavy. "We found your father at the stone tower. He's gone. Before he passed, he asked me to take care of you." Yumeli's eyes instantly welled up with tears, her voice trembling. "No, that can't be true. You're lying, aren't you? My dad is so strong, there's no way he could die." Seeing the girl's heartbroken expression, Sun Mei quickly changed his tone. "Your father might not be dead. He just disappeared. Maybe he's gone somewhere. Why don't you come with us for now? Who knows, we might find him someday." "All right." Yumeli immediately brightened up, wiping her tears and grabbing Sun Mei's hand. "Where are we going?" "To the Maha tribe." A system notification popped up. Native Yumeli has joined the Maha tribe. She is skilled in pastry making. Players may consult her for advice. Reputation 20,000. "What kind of pastries can you make, Yumeli?" Sunmei asked. Lots of things. Fruit candy, cookies. Before she could finish, a pop-up information box appeared above her. Fruit candy. Restores 400 HP over 10 seconds. Requires green snake fruit x 10. Stuffed cookies. Instantly restores 200 HP. Requires chicken blood flower x 2. Yumeli special gummies. 2 free attribute points. Requires blue tongue flower petals x 1. Yumeli bread. Restores 1000 HP over 10 seconds. Requires blue tongue flower x 5. Other pastries under development. Little Meili, since we're helping you find your dad, could you give us a discount on your pastries in the future? Sunmei teased. Discount? Yumeli looked puzzled, clearly unfamiliar with the word. Sunmei chuckled helplessly. Never mind, sweetheart. After bringing Yumeli to the tribe, she refused to leave the square, showing no interest in exploring other areas. Once she was settled, Sunmei led his team back to the tower's summit. This time, he was much more cautious. He took out the Nameless medallion and prepared to allocate all his points to Constitution. Nameless attributes. Constitution, 34. Spirit, 16. Strength, 35. Dexterity, 17. Agility, 29. Free attribute points, 38. Bull strength LV, 3. 6 Constitution, 6 Strength. After allocating the points, Sunmei quickly calculated. 720 HP, combined with 35 strength, 14 weapon attack, 60 swordsmanship attack, resulting in 109 damage per strike. 6 strikes would deal a total of 654 damage. Adding 2 triple strike heavy attacks for an extra 40 damage, the total reached 694 layers of mental corruption. Just 26 layers short of the 720 threshold, which would cause instant death. Once the state was cleared back at the tribe, they could continue. At this rate, as long as the bell could be destroyed, first place would undoubtedly be his. Sunmei analyzed the situation carefully. No one could match her output and efficiency, especially with the stone tower's guards refreshing every hour. This meant that as long as she was present, the first place was almost guaranteed. Unless someone used a special item to unleash an extraordinary burst of damage, even then, the second place would still firmly be hers. Having settled on a strategy, Sunmei immediately sprang into action. She instructed Chuang and the others to lead their teams independently. As long as the stone tower guards were cleared, they could organize other players to farm monsters and gain rewards. Meanwhile, she led Xiaobei and his dozen companions on a monster hunting spree. In the Fian corridor, Sun Mice Whirlwind skill displayed astonishing power. Boss is incredible, the group exclaimed in awe. Sunmei quickly finished off the weakened guards and raised an eyebrow, correcting them. Call me boss, not big sis boss. Although puzzled, everyone wisely complied, except for Xiaobei, who sighed quietly to himself. Upon reaching the top of the tower, Sunmei switched to her nameless identity. With 6 swift sword strikes, she ended the battle and immediately returned to the tribe, her efficiency leaving everyone speechless. The team she led far outpaced the other teams from the Maha tribe in travel speed, and her whirlwind's area damage was unmatched. As the guards were about to refresh, Sunmei reunited with Chuang and the others. The 5 of them worked together to clear the newly spawned zealots, guards, and lingering soul wardens. Notably, this time, no troublesome shadow warriors appeared. Once the area was cleared, Sunmei maintained her high-efficiency rhythm, switching to her nameless identity, finishing the fight with 6 sword strikes, returning to the tribe to swap team members, and continuing to lead Xiaobei and his group into battle. By the end of the night, the players from the Maha tribe had reduced the stone tower's 2 billion health points by 40 million. The keys were exhausted, and the battlefield was littered with loot that no one had time to collect. When players logged in the next morning, they were stunned to see that the stone tower had already been breached. Meanwhile, the price of blue tongue flower petals skyrocketed from 9,000 to over 20,000 in just one day. The arrival of Womeli had made this item highly sought after. If not for the chance of obtaining petals through tribal quests, the price would have soared even higher. However, plans never go perfectly. Because Sunmei had taken Womeli, the Apocalypse Guild used the healing potions crafted from her to reopen the stone tower by 3 p.m., organizing a team to press forward. This development was indeed beyond Sun Mice expectations. In just 3 hours, the Great Bell had lost 60 million health points. During the daytime, the number of players was noticeably higher than at night, resulting in increased attack efficiency. However, this brought about a tricky issue: key shortages. The current situation was intriguing. Players with insufficient strength didn't need to spend money hiring others to lead them. As long as they were willing to gather fragments to assemble a key and open the door, others would naturally team up with them. Due to the key shortage, the rate at which the Great Bell's health was decreasing also began to slow. The data from the Maha tribe showed ritual progress, 74. Construction progress, 68. Food storage, 29. Time until early spring, 4 days, 23 hours, and 49 minutes. The outlook was clear. The remaining 5 days were more than enough to destroy the Great Bell, that much was certain. As for food reserves, despite an average daily loss of 5, they had narrowly avoided disaster. A 25 consumption over 5 days would leave them with just 4 by the time early spring arrived. After logging in, Sun Mei went straight to Xiaobei to collect the earnings from their sales. The items Xiaobei had handled previously sold for a total of 470,000. Mithril, 150 per piece, totaling 100,000. Blue tongue flower petals, 20,000 each, totaling 180,000. Warcry skill, 160,000. Miscellaneous items like silk dropped by fanatics, over 20,000. Sun Mei wasn't particularly concerned about most of the items, except for the Warcry skill, which left her with a slight sense of regret. It was simply a matter of poor timing since auxiliary effects of the same type didn't stack. It happened to coincide with the newly unlocked Barbarian Shaman class. Although the Barbarian Shaman currently only added 10 attack points compared to Warcry's 20, it had growth potential, and surpassing it was just a matter of time. Sun Mei had initially estimated the Warcry's value to be between 50,000 and 100,000, so selling it for 160,000 was an unexpected windfall. Splitting 470,000 among 5 people meant each person would get 94,000. While Sun Mei was doing the math in her head, Xiaobei made a suggestion. Are we farming again today? My friend's been collecting keys all day and is waiting for you. Let's farm. Sun Mei nodded. They'll open the door with Chuang and the others first, then we'll go together. We don't need to open the door ourselves anymore. The Apocalypse Guild has already cleared out the Stone Tower Guardians, so we can head straight in. This news instantly set off alarm bells in Sun Mei's mind. There was no way she could let the Apocalypse Guild take first place. If someone else took first using small tricks or gifts, she could accept it. But if it was based on pure strength, she absolutely wouldn't stand for it. She firmly believed that no one currently had the power to surpass her. How many keys do you have? She asked. Not many, but enough for us to farm all night. Then what are we waiting for? Let's get started. Grinding items is truly a skillful task. In the Great Bell Dungeon, choosing the right landing spot is particularly crucial. With good luck, landing near the stone tower allows you to complete a damage cycle in just 10 minutes. Conversely, landing far away means spending a lot of time just traveling, and a single cycle could take over an hour. Thanks to her familiarity with the town's terrain, Sun Mei had developed a strategy. If she could reach the landing point at the top of the tower within 20 minutes, she would continue. If it took longer, she would immediately return to the tribe and re-enter to find a better landing spot. With this calculated approach, she maintained a high efficiency of 15 minutes per cycle, dealing 694 damage each time. This allowed her to complete 4 cycles per hour, totaling 2,776 damage. The entire server's players were racing against the clock to deal damage. Some aimed just to get on the leaderboard, while others were determined to claim the top spot. Yet, after an entire night, the Great Bell had only lost 40 million health points. The issue wasn't the players' output, but the lack of keys. Too many people were wasting time collecting iron tools. This progress wasn't promising for Sun Mei. She had already dealt nearly 30,000 damage overnight. If the Great Bell could be destroyed at this point, she had undoubtedly claimed first place, as no one could match her efficiency. However, the longer the bell remained standing, the worse it would be for her. Top players nurtured by guilds had no shortage of keys and could continuously deal damage just like her, eventually catching up and even surpassing her score with their time advantage. Making a swift decision, Sun Mei chose to take a leave of absence. With Xiaobei's team consistently gathering iron tools to support her, she could fully focus on dealing damage in a group. She sent a message to her homeroom teacher, Lao Tang. Hey Lao Tang, I need to take a day off. What's wrong? Feeling dizzy, not well. Alright, but don't make it a habit. Got it. With her leave approved, Sun Mei immediately went back online to keep grinding. From 6 a.m. to 1 a.m. the next day, she played for a staggering 31 hours straight without sleep, stopping only for quick meals. Yet, by the end of the final cycle, the Great Bell still had 30 million health points left. Exhausted beyond measure, she could no longer continue. Even if she didn't secure first place, she felt no regret. She had given it her all. As waves of fatigue overtook her, she collapsed into bed and fell asleep instantly. When her alarm went off at 5 a.m., she intended to check whether the Great Bell had been destroyed but found herself unable to get up. It wasn't until the 6 a.m. alarm rang again that she forced herself out of bed, dragging her weary body to wash up and head to school. The moment she arrived in the classroom, she laid her head on the desk and fell into a deep, dreamless sleep. At 3 p.m., Carlos's Grand Clock Tower collapsed under the relentless attacks of the players. The system immediately issued a server-wide announcement, celebrating the Ma tribe's success in destroying the clock tower. All players received a reward of 2 to all attributes and a lucky gift box. The damage leaderboard was then revealed. The top player, who was offline, remained anonymous but had dealt an impressive 108,264 points of damage. The Apocalypse Guild dominated the 2nd to 6th positions, with Apocalypse Kieran taking 2nd place with 81,293 points, followed closely by Apocalypse Wildgoose with 78,999 points. Notably, Honest Xiaobei and Drooling secured the 9th and 8th spots with 71,903 and 73,412 points, respectively. I made it onto the leaderboard. A player in the plaza jumped up excitedly, only to slump moments later. Damn it, I barely made it. Me damage was 3,189, just 1 point ahead of the last place. Players eagerly opened the lucky gift boxes provided by the system. Though the boxes were only teacup-sized, their purple-blue exterior adorned with yellow ribbons made them look exceptionally exquisite. Most players found mithril equipment inside, sparking a wave of trades in the plaza. Mithril spear for mithril armor. Mithril boots for mithril sword. Mithril rifle for mithril bracers. Suddenly, a startled cry interrupted the bustling trades. A weary-looking young man held up a coin, gold on one side and silver on the other, etched with intricate floral vine patterns. The system identified it as a lucky coin, rumored to have the power to bargain with devils or command divine intervention, though its exact use remained a mystery. 240,000. My dad was diagnosed with stomach cancer just the other day, and we're short this amount for the surgery, the young man said urgently. Whoever can pay this, the coin is yours. Without hesitation, Xiaobei stepped forward. Over the past few days, his trades in materials for blood rage potions and blue tongue flowers had turned his 570,000 capital into over 4.4 million. After Xiaobei accepted the coin, the young man thanked him profusely before logging off in a hurry. Meanwhile, in the tent of the Apocalypse Guild, Yu Longmin listened with delight as a middle-aged man across from him made an offer. 8,000 per gift box. For your 5 items, our company is willing to pay 85 million, provided you deliver them in person. We can pay a deposit now and settle the rest upon delivery. Haha, Boss June, come on now. If I don't trust my own father, I'd still trust your Feiyu group. Yu Longmin agreed readily, though a trace of concern lingered in his expression. If all goes well, we should be able to deliver it to you by spring, said Yu Dui, though his brow furrowed slightly. But as you know, we have to pass through the territory of the Guhu tribe, and dealing with Yixiao Fengyun is no easy task. Can't you just pay them for a pass? Jun Maoan asked, puzzled. Yu Dui recalled his last encounter and couldn't help but smile bitterly while shaking his head. Money isn't really the issue. The bigger problem is whether they'll even agree to meet us. He was hoping that Jun Maoan's Feiyu group might step in to mediate, but from the look on Jun Maoan's face, it was clear he had no intention of doing so. Not easy to say, but I'll do my best, Jun Maoan finally replied. At that moment, Sun Mei logged into the game and was immediately greeted with an exhilarating system notification. Congratulations! You have achieved first place in the Destroy the Great Bell event. Your rewards have been delivered to your inventory. Good. It was his first ever first place achievement, and he was bursting with excitement. He quickly checked his rewards. In his inventory, there were 21 lucky gift boxes and a deep green, dragonized eyes gemstone. The system described it as Soul Orb LV.1. Weapon Attack 2, Magic Damage Amplification 1. Upgradable with 1,000 reputation points. Each level adds a fixed 2 weapon attack and 1 magic damage amplification. A top-tier gem among top-tier gems. Sun Mei exclaimed in delight. Though he couldn't use it yet, he couldn't resist spending 45,000 reputation points to upgrade it to the maximum level. Soul Orb LV.10. Weapon Attack 20, Magic Damage Amplification 10. A rare item that cannot be dropped. He then began opening the gift boxes. You obtained X1 Mithril Sword through the lucky gift box. You obtained X1 Mithril Helmet through the lucky gift box. The final gift box revealed a drop of mysterious blood. He also found a bone pill. Consuming it grants 2 free attribute points, with a maximum of 5 pills allowed. Sun Mei headed to the treasury to check his remaining reputation points, just over 180,000. If he hadn't spent so much upgrading the soul orb, he would have been able to exchange them for the free roamer medal by now. As he prepared to head to the plaza, Xiaobei approached him and immediately initiated a trade request. In the trade interface, Xiaobei placed a deep blue, dragonized eyes gemstone and set the price at 1 coin. Ice Core LV.5. Armor Defense 15. Upgradable with 5,000 reputation points. This was the reward for 9th place, Xiaobei explained with a smile. The rewards for 4th to 10th place are all level 5 top-tier gems, level 6 for 3rd place, level 7 for 2nd place, and I imagine yours is a level 10 top-tier gem, right? Sun Mei took out the Phantom Soul Orb, waved it in front of Xiaobei, and decisively agreed to the deal. With the Ice Core in her possession, it was indeed an offer too good to refuse. Not bad, Xiaobei commented briefly, his gaze fixed on the Phantom Soul Orb. He then handed over the items he had prepared for Sun Mei. 21 lucky boxes, 1 lucky coin, and 5 bone pills. I collected all of these as soon as I could. They're all out of stock in the market now, and no one is even willing to sell Mystic Blood. Xiao Bei explained. Sun Mei observed Xiao Bei's excited expression. She intended to praise him, but suddenly noticed something odd. His behavior seemed as if he was deliberately fishing for her compliments. What's wrong? Xiao Bei asked curiously when he noticed her spacing out. Nothing. You did well. Thank you for your effort, Sun Mei replied with a faint smile, pushing her thoughts aside. Of course, Xiao Bei's smile grew even brighter. Despite his modest tone, a hint of pride was evident on his face. Sun Mei cleared her throat lightly. I'll keep one bone pill for now, and see if I can get anything good from the boxes. You can handle the rest. All right. The unboxing process that followed only reaffirmed Sun Mei's terrible luck. 21 lucky boxes, and every single one contained mithril equipment. While she barely managed to piece together 2 complete sets with some extras, the drop rate was truly frustrating. She kept one set for herself, one as a backup, and handed the rest to Xiao Bei to deal with. Though the availability of lucky boxes would inevitably drive down the price of mithril equipment, selling early was undoubtedly the smarter choice. Half an hour later, the Mystic Blood was successfully refined into the 5th perfect grade Berserk Blood Elixir. With the addition of 5 bone pills that boosted strength and factoring in the global player attribute bonuses, Sun Mei's stats saw another significant increase. Constitution, 33, Spirit, 18, Strength, 70, Skill, 19, Agility, 58. She then spent 35,000 to upgrade and bind the Ice Core. However, the attributes of the level 10 Ice Core were unexpectedly underwhelming. 16 defense for armor, 3 fire resistance, 1 suppression resistance. The first 5 levels only yielded a defense boost, leaving Sun Mei inwardly vowing never to gamble on luck-based items again. At the town square, she overheard an important update. With Carlos' clock tower destroyed, the town would no longer spawn monsters. This essentially meant that mithril equipment would stop circulating, and the winter event had come to an early conclusion. With 2 days and 23 hours remaining until the official end, players from the Maha tribe could finally take a well-deserved break. Players in the square were abuzz with conversation. Some regretted not farming more mithril equipment, but most were simply relieved to get some rest ahead of schedule. What they didn't know was that the lucky boxes were actually a special reward for early completion of the event. The sooner it was completed, the more boxes they would receive. Humming softly. A cheerful humming sound came from the room as Sun Mei skipped out with a spring in his step. His aunt looked at him in surprise and asked, "Not playing video games today? Taking a break? Life's all about balance." Sun Mei replied as he grabbed the keys from the wall. "Auntie, I'm heading out for a walk. Make sure you're back early to sleep. No staying up all night." "Got it." With the confidence of having over $1 million in his account, Sun Mei wandered aimlessly down the street. The sense of wealth gave him a noticeable swagger, hands in his pockets, feeling utterly relaxed. On a bustling commercial street, a peculiar stall caught his eye. It featured a modified balloon popping game. Unlike the traditional toy gun setup, this one used playing cards instead. Apparently, someone had reported toy guns as being unsafe. The rules were simple. Stand 2 meters away and pop a balloon with a playing card to win a prize. This reminded Sun Mei of the flying swallow corridor technique he'd been practicing in his game recently. His fingers twitched in anticipation. "Boss, how do I play?" $10 for 10 cards. Pop a balloon, win a prize. The more you pop, the bigger the prize. Hit all 10, and you win a phone, the boss called out energetically. After paying, Sun Mei took the deck of cards, feeling their familiar texture boost his confidence. With a quick flick of his wrist, a card shot out with a sharp whoosh, not only popping a balloon but also embedding itself into the wooden board behind it. Holy crap! Even Sun Mei was startled by the force. Whoa, a pro? Huh? The boss raised an eyebrow. Go on. Keep going. Let's see how good you are. The next 9 cards flew out in rapid succession. Though his aim faltered slightly, he still managed to pop 6 balloons, each card firmly piercing the wooden board. Impressive. The boss gave him a thumbs up and handed over an oversized brown bear plushie. This is your prize for popping 7 balloons. You can exchange it for something else if you want. Sun Mei tucked the giant bear under his arm but decided not to continue the game. Instead, he bought a new deck of cards and started practicing the flying swallow corridor retrieval technique. Though the cards couldn't achieve the 10-meter spin like in the game, he managed to make them whirl within a 1-meter radius. However, retrieving the cards remained a challenge. Too low, too crooked, and he couldn't quite catch the returning cards. Playing with the cards as he walked, he unknowingly ended up outside Fufeng University. From a distance, he spotted his cousin still manning his pancake stall on the food street. Not wanting to disturb him, Sun Mei continued fiddling with the cards and headed home. The next day, he arrived at school, flicking playing cards along the way. His antics immediately caught the attention of his homeroom teacher. "What are you doing, performing tricks?" "No." "Why did you bring playing cards to school? Planning to open a casino here? If I invest, can I get some shares?" asked Tang Yichu, the homeroom teacher, with a smile. He was a typical middle-aged man who often connected well with the students, partly because he had twins around the same age as Sun Mei. Here, take the casino. You can be the boss, Sun Mei said, handing the cards over. Tang Yichu took the cards and slipped them into his pocket, then gave Sun Mei a sharp look. You've been playing Rise of Humanity, haven't you? Yeah. Let me remind you. Tang Yichu's tone turned serious. A game is just a game. I won't blame you if you struggle with your studies, but eventually, you'll have to face the real world. I'm not forcing you to do anything, but I suggest you don't get too addicted. Spend more time discovering your talents. If you have a skill, you won't suffer in society. I'm already making money playing games. How much? Tens of thousands. Tang Yichu looked at Sun Mei in astonishment. Really? Don't try to fool me. Why would I lie? It's true. Wow, I didn't realize you had this talent. Tang Yichu chuckled. I was young once too, and esports is definitely a young person's game. Since you have the talent, make the most of it. Who knows, maybe one day I'll see you become famous in the esports world. When that happens, don't forget to give me a signed photo. Sun Mei laughed sheepishly. Oh, by the way, Tang Yichu said, hands behind his back, I heard Xinjiang City is planning to build a private university focused on esports, possibly related to Rise of Humanity. The investors are all major companies. You might want to check it out when you have time. An esports university? Sun Mei looked stunned. Yeah, it's a big deal. It should be completed before you graduate, so you're in luck. Sun Mei felt a surge of excitement. He was well aware of how much Rise of Humanity had changed his life. Perhaps he could truly ride this wave of the times and achieve something remarkable. Over the next 2 days, aside from occasionally logging in to check on things, he mostly rested and adjusted. During this time, he came across an interesting situation. While dining at an upscale restaurant, he overheard a conversation at the next table. One of the people turned out to be a player from the Maha tribe. What's the matter? Feeling desperate now? The person said smugly. Yesterday, you were saying how easy the Maha tribe's quests are. Now your own tribe can't even get through the winter crisis, huh? Damn it! His friend cursed, looking exhausted. Ah, feels good, the Maha tribe player said gleefully. The best feeling is the relaxation after finishing something tough, the peace after achieving results through hard work. I grinded for days, lost a few pounds, but I made it onto the leaderboard and got 8th place. That gemstone is gorgeous, someone from Tianqi is offering 12 million for it. Now I can rest for a few days. This feeling, it's indescribable. Sun Mei recalled the damage rankings. Xiaobei was 9th, and the 8th place player was drooling. We're definitely not getting through the winter crisis. The other person sighed deeply. It's driving me insane. I invested hundreds of thousands, and we can't even get past the clockkeeper, let alone ring the damn bell. That thing is just disgusting. The challenge of the clockkeeper sparked an amusing conversation. I'm just a slacker. I have no idea how to beat the clockkeeper, one player said with a slightly embarrassed smile. But then he quickly added, luckily, we've got a pro on our team, the fierce female swordsman. She's incredible. She cleared the stone tower by the 5th day. We smashed the clock in less than 3 days, and I managed to climb to 8th place. Noticing the other person's displeased expression, he immediately pulled out double the compensation and generously said, it's too late now, so we'll pay you back double for the loss. This gesture seemed to work as the other person's expression softened considerably. They let out a light sigh and said no more. Sun Mei watched the exchange with a subtle smile. He knew the key to breaking through the stone tower was bringing back Wu Meili, an NPC capable of crafting instant and large heal potions, something rare among other tribes. With these potions, players truly had the ability to perform miracles. By 6 p.m., Sun Mei logged back into the game. Spring had arrived, and the system displayed the following. Maha Tribe. Minor ritual progress, 80. Construction progress, 68. Food storage, 4. Countdown to scorching summer, 13 days, 23 hours, 59 minutes. The spring sunlight was warm and bright, with white clouds drifting lazily across the sky. The forest was coming back to life, and the ice and snow were beginning to melt. The event log highlighted 2 features of spring. A daily 1 accumulation of food supplies to be tallied in autumn, but no farmers could be hired. However, for players with storage tools, this wasn't much of an issue, though building speeds would slow down slightly. Just as Sun Mei was preparing to challenge the giant lizard, an unexpected tribal event was triggered. A mysterious traveling merchant arrived and would stay for just 1 day. The merchant brought several unique items. Fragrant wine boosts martial arts score by 20 for 1 hour. Ineffective for martial arts experts above level 30. Sea fishing rod, a one-time use, low-quality fishing rod. Piglets, 5 red-skinned, black-backed piglets. The most eye-catching items were the 5 lively and adorable piglets. The merchant explained that once they grew up, every part of them would be valuable. However, these prized piglets came with a hefty price, 500 gems, equivalent to 500,000 reputation points. In comparison, the fragrant wine and fishing rods were far more affordable, costing just 2 gems each. Sun Mei looked at the 150,000 reputation points left in her account and immediately purchased 70 bottles of fragrant wine and 5C fishing rods. The topic of buying the miniature pig caused quite a stir among the crowd. Where are those big earners with tons of reputation points? Someone complained. Wasp, letting a solo player handle this? Another voice chimed in. Before long, the blame shifted toward the Apocalypse Guild. Where are the people from Apocalypse? Stop focusing only on making money and step up. The atmosphere grew tense. Although the Apocalypse Guild had contributed little during the winter crisis, mainly hoarding leaderboard resources, they had indeed played a role in taking down the chieftain. At this moment, Xiao Bei unexpectedly stepped out from the crowd, catching even Sun Mei off guard. They'll do it, he said. I have 370 gems, but am short 130. Who's willing to help? They'll buy them for 500 each. Even though gem prices had plummeted after the winter crisis, few were willing to sell at 500. As everyone started discussing and pooling gems, a hurried voice interrupted them. Let us handle it. Yu Longmin arrived at the scene, a relaxed smile on his face. I got held up grabbing the gems. Apocalypse Guild isn't a bunch of leeches. They'll buy the pig. Xiao Bei, you don't need to worry about it. All right, Xiao Bei said with a smile, stepping aside. Why are you buying a pig for no reason? Trying to make a name for yourself? Sun Mei asked curiously. I don't actually have that many gems, Xiao Bei admitted, shaking his head. I just wanted to make an impression since I knew they'd buy it. Before leaving, Yu Longmin didn't miss the chance to advertise. If you need to trade anything, come to the Apocalypse Guild. We're fair and honest. As he led the 5 little pigs to find the chieftain, someone reminded him, You DUI, it seems Xiao Bei is part of a team, and Wasp's got his back. Could this affect us? Don't overthink it, Yu DUI sighed. Let's focus on doing our job right. This is my first time managing things, and I'm inexperienced. If the higher-ups don't say anything, we'll just ignore it. Soon, the tribe issued an announcement. The Maha tribe had acquired miniature piglets. Once successfully raised, players who contribute to the tribe would have a chance to earn pork or meat product rewards. By the time Sun Mei received the announcement, she had already arrived at the coastline of the giant lizard wastelands. Instead of hunting the giant lizards immediately, she headed straight for the magnificent wooden shipyard. This structure had been unlocked by the tribe after Xiao Bei submitted the design blueprint, and being by the seaside, there was no risk of lizard attacks. The shipyard offered various boats. Small boats for 200 feathers, medium boats for 500 feathers, large boats for 2,000 feathers, and merchant ships for 20,000 feathers. By now, the sea was already dotted with players fishing. Sun Mei chose a small red boat, over 2 meters long and half a meter wide, suitable only for shallow waters. She attached a coyote carcass she had hunted earlier to her fishing rod and cast it into the sea. Looking around, she noticed others using green snake fruits as bait, some using chunks of meat, and others, like her, employing entire coyote carcasses. Suddenly, a sharp scream broke the calm. Hey, hey, hey. A female player clung tightly to a fishing rod that was bending into an arc. The fishing line pulled taut. It was clear she had hooked something big. Gasps filled the air on the boat as everyone's eyes snapped toward the water. They watched as the female angler wrestled with her catch. After a few minutes of struggle, she finally pulled her fishing rod upward. A red-robed fish leapt out of the water. Though it was no bigger than a teacup, the fish was plump and vibrant. Its oval body adorned with shimmering scales of red on its back and white on its belly. It flopped energetically on the deck, full of life. This was a prized ingredient, especially favored by the eagle guardian spirits. The angler's eyes lit up as she quickly stunned the fish and tucked it into her bag before preparing a new rod to continue fishing. Gradually, cheers of success echoed all around, as others reeled in catches of fish or shrimp. However, things weren't going as smoothly for Sun Mei. One fishing rod after another snapped, and every time she seemed close to a catch, her equipment failed her. Just as her frustration peaked and she was about to give up, an exclamation shattered the calm. Holy crap, is that a shark? Where? Look at that dark shape over there. The group steered the boat closer, only to discover it was a floating corpse. The body, dressed in black, was bloated from being in the water. The stench of decay hit them, causing many to cover their noses and back away. Yet one burly man, braving the foul odor, approached and prodded the corpse with his fishing rod, accidentally hooking a piece of oil-stained parchment. It's a map, he shouted excitedly. A map of the Crescent Moon Sea. We need to take this to the chieftain. But what sea is this? He squinted at it, turning it this way and that, unable to make sense of the markings. As the others clamored to return to the tribe, Sun Mei chose to go off on her own, heading toward the giant lizard wastelands. This area was home to swordback lizards, massive creatures with thick, tough hides and a row of sharp-boned spines running along their pale green backs. Facing a swordback lizard with 700 HP, Sun Mei launched into a whirlwind attack. Despite her weapon's 55 points of armor penetration, her strikes rebounded prematurely, failing to break through the lizard's defenses. What surprised her, though, was the creature's reaction. It didn't retaliate as expected. Instead, it let out a braying, donkey-like wail and turned to flee. "What's going on?" Sunmei muttered, momentarily stunned, before giving chase. The lizard's movements were cumbersome, but its speed was impressive. She only managed to close the gap once her whirling swallow cooldown reset, allowing her to use her whirlwind attack again. In this pursuit, the lizard's health gradually dropped to just over 100 points. Suddenly, the massive beast stopped, curled its limbs inward, and adopted an almost resigned posture, as if awaiting its fate. "Your strength has instilled fear in it, and it is willing to submit to you. Will you accept its submission?" The system notification chimed in, accompanied by a warning. "Please note, taming the giant lizard will require a daily upkeep cost of 4 feathers if entrusted to the tribe for care." Sunmei paused slightly in surprise. A giant lizard could actually be kept as a pet? As for the giant lizard lord, she shook her head. Without even being able to see its stats, challenging it recklessly would be no different from courting death. Without hesitation, she decided to tame the sword-backed giant lizard. Taking out some snacks from her inventory, she fed the lizard, and its stats panel appeared. HP, 487,700. Mood, 21 low. Hunger, 9 full. Base attributes, Constitution 65, Spirit 15, Strength 74, Skill 11, Agility 49. Special abilities. Beast Body Mastery Level 2014, 60 to Self-Defense. Devour Low. Can restore HP by consuming energy substances, up to a maximum of 500-2000. "Can you understand me?" Sunmei asked tentatively. The giant lizard responded by snorting a puff of hot air through its nostrils. "Pets can understand player commands," the system promptly clarified. As Sunmei explored how to find a comfortable seat between the bony spikes on the giant lizard's back, a system-wide announcement echoed. "Uter has obtained the Crescent Sea map. Players can collect detailed maps at the dock and begin exploring the mysterious seas after purchasing a ship." "Get up and take me to the dock," Sunmei commanded. The giant lizard obediently stood up, though it seemed a bit hesitant. To the left. With her further instructions, the lizard finally determined the direction and began running steadily. Along the way, other giant lizards appeared indifferent to her due to her mount status, each minding its own business. When she arrived at the dock riding the giant lizard, she found a large crowd of players lined up to collect their maps. Her dramatic entrance left everyone stunned. "Whoa, a mount. Did you tame it with beast feed pellets? You managed to hit the 1 success chance?" "I caught it directly," Sunmei replied openly. Giant lizards can actually be tamed as pets. This revelation immediately ignited a frenzy among the players. Many abandoned the map collection line and teamed up to hunt giant lizards. Before long, the rules of the giant lizard wasteland were figured out. Taming required a solo victory. Attempting to tame in a group resulted in a 100 failure rate, and killing a lizard by mistake would trigger a 1-year giant lizard hatred debuff, during which the player would also be hunted by the giant lizard lord. However, very few players succeeded in solo battles without a level 20 swordsmanship skill like Whirlwind Slash. The 35 armor penetration of an iron sword was insufficient to break through the lizard's defenses. While others dispersed, it took Sunmei only 2 minutes to collect her map. The Crescent Sea map unfolded before her. In the bottom left corner was a small portion of Kalar, marking the location of the Maha tribe. The upper right area of the sea was dotted with numerous islands. The nearest was Jest Island, while the largest was the Sacred Palace Island in the center, which was marked with a warning: "Keep out." To reach Jest Island from her current location, a large ship would be necessary to traverse such a long distance. "Miss Wasp," a familiar voice called out just as she was engrossed in studying the map. "Fish leaping over the Dragon Gate?" Sunmei turned around in surprise. "I could use a little help with something," Fish Team said with a friendly smile. "Of course, here's a small token of my appreciation." Seeing the item he offered, Sunmei raised an eyebrow in interest. "The Freedom Medal?" Sunmei stared at the gleaming emblem in Fishleap Dragongate's hand and couldn't help but ask, "What kind of help?" Fishleap Dragongate patiently explained, "Here's the situation. I have a trade caravan that needs to cross the territory of the ancient Pot tribe to reach the Holy Light tribe. But given the current relationship between us, they obviously won't agree so easily." He paused before continuing. "However, after some negotiation, they're willing to give us a chance. Each side will send 3 players for a duel, best of 3 rounds. If we win, players from the Maha tribe will be allowed to move freely through their territory in the future. And if we lose?" Heh. Fishleap Dragongate gave a bitter smile. "If we lose, they'll have to pay compensation, and they'll permanently ban players from the Maha tribe from entering their territory. If anyone trespasses, they'll be killed on the spot, and they'll be held accountable." He added, "Whether you agree to help or not, this Freedom Medal is a gift to you as a token of goodwill." A medal worth 200,000 reputation points was undeniably generous. But at this point, Sun Mei was already in possession of the ghost orb, valued at over 1 billion. If it weren't for the fact that this was the freedom medal, she probably wouldn't have given it a second glance. Wins the fight? Sun Mei accepted the medal, which was exactly what Fish Leap Dragongate had hoped for. Knew that since Sun Mei held the nameless medal, using the freedom medal to seek her help would undoubtedly succeed. It was a far safer bet than offering money. We can leave anytime, Fish Leap Dragongate replied. We can start as soon as we get there. Then let's get it over with quickly. On the way back to the tribe, Sun Mei decided to name her giant lizard Mount Wangkai. It was an amusing cycle. The older generation liked giving pets names like Wangkai or Da Huang, while younger people preferred names like Lychee or Tangyuan. Yet here Sun Mei was, returning to the most traditional naming style. The Maha tribe's lineup for the challenge, in addition to Sun Mei, included 2 skilled players from the Apocalypse Guild, Kirin and Dian. These 2 were the very teammates she had encountered during her first successful run of the Stone Tower. After a brief exchange of greetings among the 3, Fish Leap Dragongate began spreading the news. This was both to rally the morale of their tribe's players, and to add pressure on the participants. There was no room for failure with so many spectators watching. The news spread quickly, and it was clear that the ancient Pot tribe also took the duel seriously. Within just 10 minutes, a large crowd of players had gathered in the Maha tribe square. Everyone was eager, itching to take the field themselves. What the heck? Why is the square so crowded today? We're about to fight the ancient Pot tribe. Seriously? Yeah, it's true. It's a duel though, best of 3 rounds. Players who had just logged in were instantly hyped. Damn, we've got to crush them. Fish's team is heading out. Let's follow them and show some spirit. With a shout, the dense crowd in the square surged toward the exit like a tidal wave, forming a massive procession as they followed behind. Sun Mei rode on Wang Kai's back, leading the way, and asked his companions, "What are the specific rules for the duel?" "The rules are simple," a companion replied. "They get to choose their opponents, but the only restriction is that no output items obtained from small gifts can be used. Otherwise, the fight would be meaningless." "They initiated the duel?" Sun Mei asked. "That's right." Sun Mei frowned slightly. "What's their deal? Are they still bitter because they couldn't take us down last time?" "It's not just about failing to take us down," Udui chuckled softly. "Miss Hornet probably doesn't follow online trends much, does she?" Seeing Sun Mei nod, Udui briefly explained the whole story. The duel stemmed from an intense conflict online. Many players harbored deep resentment against the Guhu tribe and vented their anger on various social media platforms. Naturally, as the victors, the Guhu tribe refused to back down. What began as mutual attacks quickly escalated into outright humiliation. Some members even flaunted their looted gains, boasting amounts ranging from tens of thousands to over 100,000. This further enraged the victims, who immediately brought up the only undefeated tribe, the Maha tribe, as a target to mock the Guhu tribe relentlessly. Many even posed as members of the Maha tribe to launch a barrage of insults. Though the Guhu tribe tried to act tough, they couldn't deny their failure to conquer the Maha tribe, nor could they bypass the Corpse Ghost lands to launch an attack. This frustration eventually led to today's duel. They wanted to prove their dominance over the Maha tribe by showcasing their 3 strongest players. Meanwhile, the Guhu tribe had already arrived in force at the ruins of the Luoshan tribe. After enduring the harsh winter event, their strength had grown significantly, with everyone equipped in enchanted iron armor. The removal of the newbie restrictions in the spring had also caused their numbers to swell to more than 3 times that of the Maha tribe. Players swarmed the ruins, some even climbing onto tree branches to secure advantageous positions. "Finally, we can get our revenge." Angry voices erupted from the crowd. "If it weren't for those 4 giants in the Corpse Ghost lands, we would have crushed them ages ago. Look at them already trembling in fear. Hey look, the boss is here." At the shout, everyone's gaze turned in unison to one direction. Yixiao Fengyun arrived with a group of well-known players, flanked by their 3 chosen contestants, 2 men and 1 woman standing protectively by his side. "Don't worry, brothers. Victory is ours today," Lai Long roared, immediately sparking a deafening cheer from the crowd. Standing beside Yixiao Fengyun were 2 men and a woman. One of the men was the renowned Lai Long, while the other, a young man with thick eyebrows and bright eyes named Tai Xiong, was a sword and shield fighter. Though Tai Xiong had been following Yixiao Fengyun from the start, his reputation paled in comparison to Lai Long's. Tai Xiong was like gold buried in the sand, waiting for the right moment to shine. As for Lai Long, his ability to remain calm amidst chaos was truly extraordinary. The young woman clad in armor, Kai Feng, was a crossbow archer. She had earned Yixiao Fengyun's favor through her outstanding performance during the winter incident. At this moment, a slight smile played on her lips, as if she had thought of something amusing, and her eyes sparkled with anticipation. "The Guhu tribe is indeed the undisputed #1 tribe in Kalo right now," Tai Xiong scoffed, curling his lip. "Those cowards are holed up inside, waiting for their doom. Just a bunch of trapped turtles. Don't underestimate them," Yixiao Fengyun reminded him calmly. It's not underestimation. It's just the truth, Tai Xiong replied with a chuckle. As they spoke, a scout rushed over with a report. They're here. The group immediately perked up. Moments later, the army of the Maha tribe came into view. The expressions of everyone shifted slightly. The Maha tribe's forces were far stronger than anticipated. The warriors in the front ranks were well equipped and exuded a menacing aura. Most striking of all was the figure at the very front. A female commander clad in gleaming silver armor. She carried a long sword at her waist and rode a massive lizard mount, leading tens of thousands of troops. The scene fell into a tense silence, broken only by the rhythmic sound of footsteps and the metallic clinking of armor. The commanding presence of the swordswoman radiated an innate regal aura, compelling everyone to hold their breath. As she raised her arm, the entire army came to an abrupt halt. The players of the Guhu tribe were inwardly taken aback, their prior confidence in victory beginning to falter. Udui stepped out from beside the giant lizard, walking forward like an envoy to meet the opposing side. After a brief handshake, Yixiao Fengyun spoke with an apologetic tone. My apologies for not making it to our previous meeting due to unforeseen circumstances. I was momentarily surprised by this cordial attitude and, unsure how to respond, simply asked, shall we begin directly, or? Let's start right away. No need to waste time right here, Yixiao Fengyun replied decisively. All right. Udui signaled to her troops. Sun Mei, riding her giant lizard, led Qilin and Dian to the open space between the two sides, while Lai Long and the other two followed closely behind. According to the agreement, you may choose. Udui began, but was interrupted. You are our guests. The choice is yours, Yixiao Fengyun waved dismissively. Make it a decisive win. Very well. I hope the result matches your current confidence, Udui remarked. Turning to Lai Long and the others, Yixiao Fengyun instructed, you three, begin. Lai Long, you first. Without a word, Lai Long drew a silver spear and pointed it directly at Qilin. Qilin drew his secret iron blade, exuding the ferocious aura characteristic of the pirate class. Sun Mei and her three companions instinctively stepped back in unison, giving the two combatants ample space for their duel. With one hand, Lai Long raised his spear skyward, his other hand gesturing provocatively. Come on, you think I'm scared? Qilin smirked coldly at the taunt. In a flash, his figure blurred, bolstered by an agility buff, and he darted toward Lai Long like a streak of lightning. Is that all you got? Lai Long rooted himself firmly in a battle stance and roared, slowing earth. The skill activated instantly, and Qilin felt his body grow sluggish, his agility and dexterity dropping by 20 points each. Seizing the fleeting opportunity, Lai Long's spear danced like a silver dragon, a barrage of overlapping thrusts descending upon Qilin. Level 20 spear mastery? Gasped someone in the crowd. Despite the onslaught, Qilin stood his ground. Instead of retreating, he swung his blade directly at the spear. The clash of metal echoed, and to everyone's astonishment, the impact sent Lai Long staggering backward. Ha ha, what silver spear? All show and no substance, jeered the warriors of the Maha tribe. Lai Long stared in disbelief. You, how much strength do you have? Qilin sneered, revealing an astonishing number. 76 strength, 49 agility. If the winter event hadn't ended on the 6th day, did you really think I wouldn't have reached level 20 in blade mastery? The crowd erupted in shock. Such stats were terrifyingly high for this stage of the game, clearly aided by the Umairi gummies that had closed the gap between him and the Guhu tribe. Are you surrendering, or should I send you packing? Qilin asked coldly. Lai Long didn't respond. He steadied himself, recalculating. With 70 strength and 50 agility, he wasn't weak, but he was indeed outmatched in raw power by 6 points. He realized that Qilin's earlier strike must have been skill-enhanced. There was no way a mere 6-point difference could have caused such a result otherwise. Lai Long dragged his spear across the ground, sparks flying. Channeling his energy, he unleashed a skill that sent a row of glowing spikes erupting from the earth, rushing toward Qilin like a wave of bamboo shoots. Too crude, Qilin scoffed, spreading his hands in a mock prayer. He allowed the spikes to pierce him. Radiant Divine Light 47. Before Lai Long could react, Qilin closed the distance in a single leap, delivering a swift left hook aimed directly at his face. The punch initiated a seamless combo of strikes, an unrelenting barrage of fists and kicks that left Lai Long utterly defenseless, unable to counter. Sitting atop her giant lizard mount, Sun Mei watched in awe. She realized that while these non-weapon attacks didn't benefit from martial skill bonuses, they relied purely on raw strength to dominate. It was like being shoved regardless of similar strength. The one on the receiving end would always need time to regain their balance. The relentless blows from Qilin completely threw Lai Long off balance. Instead of simply being knocked back like a ball, he spun uncontrollably in place like a top. This effect wasn't something achievable with a blade. Qilin wasn't skilled in swordsmanship to begin with. It was purely the result of his superb hand-to-hand combat skills. Die! Qilin snarled, landing a powerful punch squarely on Lai Long's face. Blood splattered as Lai Long's body crashed heavily to the ground. The Maha tribe erupted in thunderous cheers. This was a special mechanism in the game when one player killed another. The defeated could forcibly free themselves from any restraints and even choose to die voluntarily, likely a measure to prevent malicious acts like corpse desecration or imprisonment. What the? He's not dead. Qilin, mid-celebration with his hands raised, suddenly noticed the shift in atmosphere. His smile froze as he quickly turned around. Divine Regeneration 349. Lai Long stood up, his expression icy cold, completely unharmed as if he had never been injured. Yi Xiao Fengyun, seemingly anticipating this, smirked faintly. Is this your talent? Qilin's face darkened. That's right. As long as I don't want to die, no one can kill me, Lai Long admitted with calm confidence. A wave of shocked murmurs rippled through the crowd of the Guhu tribe. Some were astonished that Lai Long was a talent user, while others were puzzled as to why he had never revealed this ability before. Qilin sneered. Oh really? Then let's see if you're truly immortal or just pretending. This time, Lai Long was more cautious, refraining from recklessly using any skills. However, his spear techniques were no match for Qilin's martial arts. In less than half a minute, Qilin found an opening, landing a punch on Lai Long's armor, followed by a seamless combo of strikes. Already aware of Lai Long's 350 health points, Qilin opted for a direct throat slash this time. With one swift motion, blood gushed as the blade cut deep. Divine Regeneration 349. The death mechanism activated again, and Lai Long rose once more, his neck perfectly intact. I told you, as long as I don't want to die, no one can kill me. Players from both tribes were left in awe, buzzing with discussions about the terrifying nature of this talent. Some marveled at why such a godlike ability hadn't been used earlier, while others speculated that there must be some kind of cost. Qilin took a deep breath and readied his stance again. I'm going to find out today just how many times you can resurrect. Lai Long smirked. There is a cost, but as long as I don't want to die, I want. Lai Long faced the overwhelming presence of Qilin with remarkable composure. You should surrender. My divine power regenerates. Before he could finish, Yi Xiao Fengyun frowned and interrupted him, forcing Lai Long to fall silent. Qilin's face turned cold, his eyes sharp. Enough talking. Either you kill me today, or I kill you. He had already seen through it. Lai Long didn't seem like someone who would lie. This only meant one thing. As long as Lai Long didn't want to die, Qilin truly couldn't kill him. Fine. He'll fight you to the end. Lai Long's gaze sharpened as he thrust his spear forward. Qilin effortlessly dodged the strike, but noticed Lai Long starting to move in a circular pattern. He immediately realized that his opponent was about to unleash some kind of special skill. With the close-quarters combat leaving no time for deliberation, Qilin quickly activated a divine light, spreading his hands and closing his eyes with a devout expression, as if awaiting a sacred blessing. Yet this time, Lai Long didn't strike immediately after circling his spear. Instead, he planted the spear tip into the ground, holding it still. Qilin opened his eyes to witness the scene, his pupils contracting sharply. Rise! Lai Long shouted fiercely, completing his unfinished technique. The spear tip shot upward into the sky, releasing a burst of light. The resulting shockwave hurled Qilin high into the air. Lai Long followed with a diagonal strike and roared again. The great rock spreads its wings. The spear traced a crescent arc, launching Qilin even higher. Seizing the moment, Lai Long delivered another strike, sending Qilin flying backward. He crashed heavily to the ground, his figure disintegrating into nothingness. The faces of the players from the Maha tribe turned icy, while the Guhu tribe erupted into thunderous cheers. They had won, but the victory felt hard to accept. Anyone could see that Qilin had overwhelming strength compared to Lai Long. However, Lai Long's extraordinary resurrection ability had tipped the scales in his favor. Dian stepped forward with a furious expression, gritting his teeth. Do you have any talent other than relying on sheer luck? As a skilled fighter, he found it hard to stomach this kind of victory. Luck? I don't need talent to deal with you. Feeling bitter, aren't you? Let me take care of you. Tai Xiong stepped up to replace Lai Long, wielding a sword and shield. Losers should behave like losers. Dian didn't even bother drawing a weapon, clearly a close combat expert himself. Tai Xiong scoffed, raising his shield and charging forward, his mithril triangular shield glinting faintly. However, his advance was too obvious, and Dian easily sidestepped it, delivering a precise knee strike to Tai Xiong's waist. Tai Xiong staggered, clearly struggling to recover. Against these seasoned fighters, ordinary players stood no chance unless they caught them off guard like Lai Long or relied on overwhelming stats. Dian's punches and kicks were swift and precise, leaving Tai Xiong dazed and disoriented. Amused, Dian circled behind Tai Xiong and paused. When Tai Xiong finally turned to face him, he was met with a fierce uppercut. Though it didn't send him flying, it snapped his head back, leaving him unsteady on his feet. The crowd of players watched in awe as Diane showcased her skills, their eyes sparkling with excitement. It was as if everyone present was itching to rush home and practice their combat techniques. With precise control over her raw strength, Diane effortlessly subdued Taixiong without relying on any special skills. A swift spin and a sidekick sent Taixiong flying backward. This wasn't some exaggerated display of brute force, but rather a clever use of the game's disengagement mechanics. Without the ability to regenerate his divine power, Taixiong collapsed to the ground, defeated. Dusting off her hands with a calm composure, Diane fixed her gaze on Lai Long. Remember, this talent might win you a fight once, but it won't carry you forever. In my eyes, you won't get a second chance. Her words hung in the air as Lai Long's expression darkened. He opened his mouth to retort, but was quickly called back by Yixiao Fengyun. Lai Long glared coldly at Diane, saying nothing. Yixiao Fengyun clapped his hands and remarked, "Impressive. Tianqi Guild truly lives up to its reputation. As expected of a top guild, you've got some real experts on your side. We ordinary players can't compare." Though his words were simple, they sent a chill through the players from the Guhu tribe. Fish Captain, ever prepared, chuckled and replied, "We're hardly a top guild. You're giving us too much credit. These are just our close-knit brothers and sisters. And this lady, Miss Yellowjacket, is undeniably the champion of the Ma tribe. We're all just ordinary players here. They'll make proper introductions when the time comes. For now, let's keep things moving." Champion of the people? That explains a lot. Yixiao Fengyun gave Fish Captain a knowing glance. He understood the strategy at play here. To rally independent players, a guild alone wasn't enough. It was already a challenge to gain their trust, and Tianqi Guild had clearly thought this through. By selecting a renowned independent player like Yellowjacket to participate, they were sending a message. If the team were composed solely of guild members, the unaffiliated players would feel disconnected. But with someone from their own ranks, the dynamic shifted. People are naturally inclined to support those they identify with. "Kaifeng, step forward," Yixiao Fengyun called out, and Kaifeng strode confidently into the fray, retrieving her secret iron crossbow and loading it with rapid-fire bolts. "Kaifeng, Yellow Jacket, Queen of Chaos." Cheers erupted from both sides of the battlefield. Sun Mei dismounted from her giant lizard, drawing her secret iron sword. Kaifeng asked nonchalantly, "Not bringing your pet into the fight? Wang Kai? That clumsy, slow thing is only good as a meat shield. No need." With that, Sun Mei charged forward to launch the first attack. Kaifeng swiftly retreated, raising her crossbow. "Then you'd better watch out." With a sharp twang, a bolt zipped through the air, only to ricochet off Sun Mei's bracer with a metallic clang. The bolt, boasting a sharpness of 35, was no match for the bracer's defense rating of 45. Another bolt whizzed toward its target, this time striking Sun Mei's thigh. Kaifeng raised an eyebrow. "You're a swordsman? With defense that high?" She quickly recalculated in her mind. 35 points of strength, combined with the level 15 crossbow skill's 40 attack bonus, plus the bolt's inherent 7 attack points under normal conditions, this should deal at least 82 damage if it bypassed defenses. An arrow hit its target, but only inflicted 24 points of damage. This unusual result left Kaifeng puzzled. She knew that typically, only defensive martial arts like shield techniques could enhance a person's protective abilities. Sun Mei remained silent and did not pursue her opponent. She had already discerned that Kaifeng was an agility-based archer. Seeing Sun Mei's reaction, Kaifeng sneered smugly, "Better watch yourself. A clumsy warrior like you is nothing but a plaything for me." As she spoke, another arrow whistled through the air. The past 3 days of rest had been anything but idle. The grueling practice that had worn out 5 decks of playing cards was finally paying off. With a flick of her wrist, Sun Mei launched her long sword. Soaring Swallow Corridor. The spinning blade, like a windmill, precisely split the arrow and hurtled straight toward Kaifeng's face. The overwhelming pressure, akin to a buzzing saw blade bearing down, caused Kaifeng's expression to change drastically. She barely dodged with a hurried somersault. Though the two were separated by 7 or 8 meters, Sun Mei had hoped to close the gap, but Kaifeng's agility was too overwhelming. Kaifeng moved with extreme caution, performing consecutive backflips to widen the distance, resembling a startled rabbit. Her excessive defensiveness, while somewhat comical, revealed her inner fear. Sun Mei stood motionless, catching her returning long sword with ease. The crowd from the Maha tribe erupted in mocking laughter. Kaifeng's face darkened as she gritted her teeth. "You'll die a horrible death. You're too old to be this childish," Sun Mei mocked silently, advancing with her sword. Kaifeng used her agility to dart around the arena, firing arrows to harass her opponent. While vital areas were protected, she aimed for weaker spots in Sun Mei's armor, hoping to wear her down over time. This kind of long-range agility-based tactic was indeed troublesome and nearly unbeatable under unrestricted conditions unless one possessed overwhelming skill or agility. Sun Mei sighed deeply, exasperated. You should surrender. Even if you keep shooting until tomorrow, you won't kill me. Is that so? I don't believe it. Kai Feng retorted with a cold laugh, firing another arrow. Whoosh! The arrow shot forward. Impossible. How is this possible? Kai Feng wasn't the only one. The entire audience was stunned. Sun Mei was completely unharmed. The truth was that Sun Mei had switched to her free agent form, Constitution 33, Strength 40, Agility 88. With her challenge talent locking onto her opponent, she was immune to any damage below 88 points. I gave you a chance. Soaring Swallow Corridor. The spinning sword flew out once more, but this time, Sun Mei followed closely behind. Although Kai Feng evaded the sword, she found herself cornered against an opponent equally agile. Just as she tried to steady herself, Sun Mei closed the distance, catching the spinning sword single-handedly with precision. Attribute switch, challenge lock, throat slash. A flash of the blade, and Kai Feng was sent flying backward by the disengagement mechanism, crashing to the ground and disintegrating into white light. As Sun Mei slowly sheathed her sword, the Maha tribe erupted in deafening cheers. Yellow Wasp, the eternal legend, the queen of violence. Fish Leap and Wild Goose exchanged a knowing smile, recognizing the level of mastery that even top guild players struggled to achieve. The score was finalized at 21. Laughing Wind applauded and declared, "A bet's a bet. From now on, when your Maha tribe comes to our territory, as long as you don't harm our people or break the rules, you're always welcome." Much appreciated, Fish Captain replied with the grace of a victor. The 85 million prize was secured. The Guhu tribe left in disgrace amidst jeers, their expressions a mix of frustration and humiliation. Sun Mei mounted her giant lizard once more, and the crowd parted to form a triumphant path for her. In that moment, she was like a true emperor, basking in countless gazes of admiration, reverence, and fervor. We won. We won. The jubilant cheers of the returning team were the first thing Qilin encountered as he rushed back. Even though the outcome was obvious from their ecstatic expressions, he couldn't help but confirm it. Once he received a definite answer, the tension in his body finally melted away. Good thing you guys won this time. Otherwise, I'd be the one taking the blame, Qilin said, turning to Dian. You should thank Huang Feng. Without her, even if I won, it wouldn't have mattered. Dian smiled, but before Qilin could express his gratitude to Sun Mei, she raised a hand to stop him. We all contributed. There's no need for thanks, Sun Mei said, shaking her head. Even if you lost, it wouldn't have been your fault. No one could have won against Lai Long's innate abilities. Her words struck a chord with Qilin, and a look of gratitude crossed his face. Sigh, I was too careless. I didn't expect his skill could charge up like that. Otherwise, I could have beaten him to the point of no return. In that close-quarters fight, even knowing that Lai Long's skill could be charged, there was little he could do at such a short distance. It came down to a psychological battle. The Divine Light only had 0.5 seconds of suppression resistance, and timing it perfectly in such proximity was nearly impossible. Back at the tribe, though everyone quickly returned to their own tasks, this battle had clearly strengthened the team's cohesion. What do you think of Huang Feng's abilities? Yu Due asked curiously after they returned to the camp. She's definitely not a seasoned fighter, Dian replied. I'd guess she has some innate talent, probably tied to her attributes. Otherwise, she wouldn't have started collecting Freeman medals so early. If given time, do you think you could overpower her with sheer skill? Are we planning to turn against her? Qilin asked hesitantly. It's not about turning against her. The company is putting pressure on us, Yu Longman said with a sigh. The company's development in the other 16 tribes has been unsuccessful. Only one tribe managed to complete the winter event, and they didn't even make it into the top 30 on the damage leaderboard. The competition is fierce. 9 tribes have already been wiped out by the winter event, and the remaining 7 that failed to complete it hold little value. That's why the company is so focused on us. They want us to fully control the resources of the Maha tribe. The top 5 must be our people. Take this winter event, for example. Huang Feng took first place and claimed the reward a level 10 premium gem which is worth more than all our combined gains. Do you see what I mean? Qilin and Dian exchanged a glance before Dian nodded firmly. Don't worry, Yu Due. Next time something like this happens, we won't just aim for the top 5. First place will definitely be ours. Good. With that assurance, I'm relieved, Yu Due said with a satisfied smile. We're all here to make a living. No need to distinguish between superiors and subordinates. Stick with me, and if you ever face any challenges, don't hesitate to speak up. I'll do everything in my power to help you. All right, Yu Dui said firmly, his gaze sweeping over everyone present. But remember one thing, winning through strength is fair, but no underhanded tricks. The situation is unclear right now, and we absolutely cannot afford to antagonize these solo players. If we push them to the opposing side, we're basically handing talent over to other guilds. This is not the time for us to act like we're untouchable. If they join another guild, we'll only be helping our competition grow stronger. Stay steady and play it smart. Got it? Seeing everyone nod in agreement, Dui leaned back and stared at the ceiling, carefully going over the events of the day. After a moment, he spoke again. Send Xiaobei 100 bottles of wine. The Hornet helped us a lot today, and just a simple thank you from a freelancer isn't enough. Cash is too tacky. Fine wine is more fitting for a solo player. Plus, it's a good opportunity to strengthen our bond with Xiaobei. Meanwhile, the atmosphere in the Guhu tribe's quarters was utterly somber. The crushing defeat was far beyond anyone's expectations. If it weren't for Lai Long's innate regenerative ability, they might not have won even a single battle. Tai Xiong looked utterly humiliated and lost, while Kai Feng's face remained cold and expressionless. Lai Long, however, had mentally prepared for this. Even during their early streak of victories, he had anticipated that setbacks would eventually come. Yet now that the moment had arrived, he found himself at a loss for words to comfort his teammates. Suddenly, Yixiao Fengyun slammed the table heavily, startling Tai Xiong and Kai Feng into shrinking back. But then, unexpectedly, a sly smile spread across his face. Is this the reaction you were expecting from me? Seeing the confusion in their eyes, Yixiao Fengyun continued, everyone gave it their all, so there's no one to blame for the loss. You're all just regular people. Losing to professional players isn't surprising. Take Lai Long. For example, wasn't he working at a bubble tea shop before he met me? If it weren't for his extraordinary talent, I wouldn't have dared to rely on him. He stood up, his tone relaxed. Sure, we've made decent progress, but those players have the full backing of guilds behind them. They're top-tier talent nurtured by the collective efforts of countless players. Why would they lose to a ragtag group like us? Don't overthink it. We started from nothing, and at worst, we'll go back to nothing. I'm not bothered, so neither should you be. Tai Xiong clenched his fists tightly and declared with determination, Big brother, they'll work even harder. Next time, I won't let everyone down. Kai Feng also broke into a smile. As long as you don't mind having me around, they'll stick with you guys to the end and see what kind of trouble we can stir up. I've always loved a good challenge. Haha, good. Yixiao Fengyun let out a hearty laugh. They say you should look at someone with fresh eyes after 3 days. I'm looking forward to seeing your growth. Next time you face them, make sure they see you in a whole new light. He then let out a cold chuckle, his tone turning serious. Use the time wisely to hunt, stockpile supplies, and prepare for the tribe's upgrade. The Maha tribe will eventually aim to upgrade too. Heh, without outside help, let's see how they manage. After returning to the tribe, Sun Mei immediately formed a new team to prepare for a sea expedition. While her current strength allowed her to handpick her teammates, the overly respectful attitude of many tribe members toward her made her uncomfortable. Instead of enjoying this star-like treatment, she preferred the company of familiar faces. The new team consisted of Chuang Chuang, Hongya, and 2 of Xiaobei's companions Black Cat and Milk Candy. Xiaobei couldn't join this mission as he needed to focus on his role as a merchant and keep track of market trends. Though Black Cat, a musketeer, couldn't match Buku's output, his reliability as a trusted ally made him more than qualified. As for Milk Candy, she was a Minotaur Shaman, a new class hailed as a blessing for the common folk, gaining an AoE healing ability at just level 10. Though its initial effects were modest, it was akin to carrying a portable healing pool. The 5 of them split the cost of the boat equally and purchased a brand new, bright red ship as tall as a residential building. With Wonkai in tow, they boarded the vessel and set their course for Jest Island. At the bow of the ship, Sun Mei pulled out a mithril boot and held it out to Wonkai, who was sprawled on the deck. Want to eat this? Wonkai snorted softly, refusing the offer. It seemed it didn't eat just anything, and the storage ring only had healing pastries left. Noticing Wangkai's hunger level had dropped to just over 40%, Sun Mei had an idea. She grabbed a fishing rod and cast it into the sea. The other 4 sat nearby, chatting casually. Why not just teleport there? Why waste an hour on the sea? Chuang Chuang asked, puzzled. Maybe it's to let us enjoy the scenery, Milk Candy replied, spreading her arms to embrace the sea breeze with a blissful expression. This is my first time on a boat. You'll get tired of the scenery eventually. Chuang Chuang shook his head. An hour could be used for so many things. Could it be for some special event along the way? Hongya speculated thoughtfully. As they conversed, Sun Mei's fishing rod suddenly bent sharply. Excited, she gave it a strong tug, only for the fishing line to abruptly lose tension. In the next moment, a soaking wet, burly man with a full beard leaped out of the sea, following the fishing line. To everyone's shock, the hook was lodged right in the nose of this fierce-looking man. Pirate HP 599600. What the hell? Are you so bored that you're fishing? A burly man with a thick beard roared as he leapt out of the water. Before his words even faded, Water splashed in all directions as more pirates sprang onto the deck. One of them quickly pulled out a small black tube, aimed it at the sky, and fired. A black firework exploded high above. Sun Mei and her team immediately shifted into battle stances, with Wang Kai alertly positioning himself beside them. Despite the threat, they held their ground for now. After all, Hongya herself had once been a pirate. A dozen pirates surrounded them tightly. The bearded man, still muttering curses, removed the fishing hook that had caught him and began sizing up the group. Suddenly, a gleam of excitement flashed in his eyes. "Boss, there are only 5 of them and this giant lizard on the ship," someone shouted from the back. "Perfect." The pirate leader's face lit up with glee. "What a beautiful woman. I've never seen skin so smooth and fair. Must be royalty. Brothers, capture them. We'll enjoy this prize together later." Milk Candy's brows furrowed deeply, and Sun Mei's expression darkened instantly. Though they had anticipated trouble, they hadn't expected to be harassed by NPCs. The fight erupted in an instant. Chuang Chuang and Hongya charged to one side, while Wang Kai used his massive body as a shield, creating a safe zone for Milk Candy and Black Cat. Hongya let out a battle cry while Black Cat's bullets struck a pirate squarely in the face with precision. Milk Candy quickly chanted, raising a skull to cast the level 10 spell, Sanctuary of the Faithful, enveloping the team in a ghostly blue light that provided continuous healing. Die! The pirates swung their blades at Chuang Chuang. But with his human shield fusion ability and a full set of mithril armor, Chuang Chuang's defense was nearly impenetrable. Combined with Milk Candy's healing, he easily withstood the attacks. Meanwhile, Hongya stayed behind, waiting for the right moment to strike, occasionally unleashing another battle cry. On the other side, Sun Mei faced 7 pirates on her own. Switching to her freelancer attribute, her 88 damage reduction combined with mithril armor rendered her almost invincible. She executed a series of flying swallow spins, cutting through the pirates like a whirlwind and draining their health with each strike. When Hongya landed a critical hit, killing one of the pirates, the tide of the battle had clearly turned. "These guys are tough. Retreat!" the pirate leader shouted. Without hesitation, the remaining pirates dove into the sea, giving no chance for pursuit. "Seriously?" Chuang Chuang muttered in frustration. "Could it be that these enemies flee if they aren't killed instantly?" Black Cat speculated. "If that's the case, we're in trouble. No kills, no rewards." "I observed something earlier," Hongya said thoughtfully. "It seems they retreat when their health drops below 200. We'll need to either use control skills to stop them or unleash a burst of damage to kill them before they reach that threshold. If we can't manage that, we won't be able to defeat the pirates." "No way." The Black Cat frowned in doubt. "The pirate still has 300 HP. "I'm talking about the average HP," Hongya replied with a confident smile, her gaze sweeping over the stunned Sun Mei and the others. "I'm very precise with details. Just now, there were 13 pirates, each with 600 HP, making a total of 7,800. I killed one, and except for the nearly full health pirate leader, the rest are heavily damaged. Now their total HP is around 2,000. So I deduce that if their average HP drops below 200, they retreat." "That makes sense," Sun Mei nodded. "If they retreat below 200 HP, the nearly full health pirate leader wouldn't run. But if it's based on average HP, it all adds up." Chuang Chuang squinted suspiciously. "And you still claim you're not a reincarnator? I've been watching you for a while. You know so much." The official website never revealed this kind of information. The group couldn't help but laugh. "Please, read fewer novels," Hongya said with an exasperated smile. "What kind of reincarnator would be doing this poorly?" "You're not doing poorly at all." As they spoke, Sun Mei rummaged through the pirate's corpse and found a few silver coins, each the size of a red date. The front of the coin displayed a miniature map of the Crescent Moon Sea, while the back bore a skull emblem. "Crescent Moon silver coins, the currency of the Pirate King's court," Sun Mei explained. "Can we use this money to trade with the pirates?" Naitang asked curiously. "If it dropped here, it should have a purpose. Could we counterfeit it?" "Probably not. It's like the feather currency of our tribe. It looks ordinary, but counterfeits are unusable." "What's that?" Naitang suddenly exclaimed. In the distance, a black dot rapidly approached, soon revealing itself as a massive black ship flying a pirate flag. The previously fleeing pirates leapt out of the water and back onto the ship. Clearly, the dark clouds in the sky had drawn the pirate ship here. Just as the group braced for battle, a deep, resonant roar echoed from beneath the sea, shaking them to their core. The sky darkened, the sea boiled, and an enormous column of water shot into the air, tearing the pirate ship to shreds. A system notification appeared. "You have encountered one of the 10 great disasters of the seas, deep sea terror. Its unconscious actions alone can destroy you. Resistance is futile." The group was thrown about as the ship rocked violently on the massive waves. In a critical moment, Sun Mei suddenly remembered the lucky coin. She quickly retrieved the coin, gold on one side and silver on the other, from her ring. As she held up the coin, the raging storm instantly subsided. A system notification followed. In this moment of crisis, you have presented the lucky coin. The deep sea terror senses its aura and ceases its actions. Please choose. A. Throw the coin into the sea. B. Attempt to escape. Should we pick B? Sunmei joked. Captain, this is no time for jokes. Chuang said, doubling over and vomiting. With a chuckle, Sun Mei tossed the coin into the sea. The deep sea terror accepted the offering and granted Sun Mei a 10-year promise of safe passage across the seas. As she pondered whether this meant she had obtained some kind of maritime qualification, the surface of the ocean began to churn. Suddenly, a massive black-purple figure was thrown onto the deck by the waves. It was a rampaging tuna, a top-tier ingredient brimming with immense energy. Its appearance immediately caught everyone's attention. Wang Kai let out a strange cry, charging at the dazed fish like a starving donkey, only to be unceremoniously swatted away by Sun Mei with the flat of her sword. Even so, the gluttonous creature whimpered longingly from the side. The tuna was over a meter long, its body jet black like ink. Its plump form was covered in tightly packed scales, neatly arranged and gleaming with a metallic sheen. As the five of them examined this unexpected catch, Chuan suddenly spoke up, correcting their confusion between tuna and swordfish, displaying a rare moment of knowledge. When Sun Mei prepared to handle the fish, she was astonished to find that ordinary slashes couldn't pierce its body. Left with no choice, she attacked from the mouth, repeatedly stabbing with her secret iron sword until she finally subdued the sea beast. Just as she stored the tuna in her spatial inventory, dark shadows began emerging one after another from the ocean, climbing onto the ship. Most of these pirates were injured, their health nearly depleted, their faces filled with unwillingness and rage. Sun Mei and her companions immediately launched a counterattack, quickly dispatching the pirates who had boarded the deck. However, more pirates surged in from the stern and other parts of the ship, and the battle grew increasingly intense. Suddenly, an exceptionally hulking figure leaped out of the water, landing heavily on the deck with a thundering crash that shook the entire vessel. It was the pirate captain. Although his health had dropped to 950 out of 3,000, his scarred, bloated face showed a look of relief at having survived. He glared viciously at the five battling individuals, shoving aside his subordinates like a giant as he advanced step by step. Captain! Naitang's urgent cry rang out as Sun Mei quickly retreated, donning her iron helmet while Chuan temporarily took her position. The group was forced to fall back into a corner. Naitang swiftly dipped into a black clay jar, drawing ash to inscribe a mysterious symbol on Sun Mei's forehead. She cast Earth Strength, boosting Sun Mei's defense by 10 points for 15 minutes. With the enhancement complete, Sun Mei gripped her sword and charged forward once more. This sudden ambush left them no choice but to fight back hastily. Naitang had already drawn runes for everyone and raised a skull to activate the blessing of the faithful. On the battlefield, two buff auras enveloped the team. Sun Mei, regrouping her strength, charged to the front lines. Amidst the flashing of blades, her body was covered in wounds, yet she pressed on with determination. Switching to the agility panel of the Free Wanderer, she maneuvered nimbly at the front line. After downing a flask of aromatic wine, she unleashed the Swallow Corridor Technicia. A whirlwind of sword strikes tore through the dense crowd of pirates, leaving a mist of blood in its wake. Clang! A loud clash interrupted her moment of triumph. The pirate captain, wielding a massive blade as large as a white flag, struck her attack with precision. The mithril sword snapped under the immense force, spinning away and embedding itself deeply into the railing. The team's hearts sank. This captain's swordsmanship had clearly reached level 20 or higher. Fortunately, Sun Mei was prepared. She quickly drew a backup mithril sword to continue the fight. But the captain, swift as the wind, turned his focus toward Chuang. Even with level 16 shield technique, 44 base defense, the additional 45 defense from merging with his shield, and an extra 10 points from Earth's strength totaling 99 defense, Chuang was still sent flying, shield and all, by a single strike. Hongya, seemingly resolved to risk her life, seized the moment to deliver a fierce slash to the captain's abdomen. Simultaneously, Haimao's gunshot rang out. Enraged, the captain kicked Hongya aside and turned to pursue Haimao. A wave of pirates surged forward to finish off Hongya, but Chuang, despite his shield merge still on cooldown, managed to return just in time to block the assault with his shield. Meanwhile, facing the advancing captain, Haimao's expression turned ferocious, but he stood his ground, steadily reloading and aiming his weapon. Sun Mei, trapped on the right flank and unable to assist, resorted to throwing her sword while taking a potion to mitigate damage. Swallow Corridor. Clang. Once again, the captain precisely deflected the whirlwind attack. However, in the fleeting moment gained, Haimao and Hongya seized their chance. Hongya, suppressing her injuries, drank a potion and activated her battle roar as she leapt to strike the captain on the back of his head. With Natang's flame power adding 10 to her attack and the battle roar providing 20. The critical blow triggered a staggering fourfold critical hit. Eh! The captain let out a piercing scream and collapsed, lifeless. The 5 teammates breathed a collective sigh of relief as the pressure lifted. With Natang's healing and Fruit Canda's support, they launched a powerful counteroffensive. Sun Mei found an opening to reclaim her mithril sword and unleashed whirlwind slashes to clear out the remaining enemies. After more than 10 grueling minutes of combat, every pirate who chose to fight to the death was eliminated. Under the effects of the aromatic wine, Sun Mei's swordsmanship finally broke through to level 21. Specific improvements included Sword Mastery level 21 at 266 attack power, Sword Chi Armor Penetration at level 21 with an additional 6 attack power, and 2 points of Sword Chi Armor Penetration bonus. With the battle over, Chuang collapsed to the ground like a deflated balloon. What are you sitting around for? Clean up the battlefield. Sun Mei urged with a grin. The 5 began inventorying their spoils: 3,174 crescent silver coins, a skill book, a treasure map, and a sealed letter. Gunfire Negotiation. Exclusive to bladesmen. Sun Mei carefully read the skill description. This skill not only allowed the user to equip and bind a handgun, but also enabled all of the bladesman's attacks and effects to be applied to firearm attacks. Additionally, killing a target granted a 5 bonus to loot drop rate. Besides the skill scroll, she also discovered 2 mysterious items. A treasure map marked with a red dot, which clearly depicted some location but was too vague to determine the exact spot, and a letter written in the secret code of the Pirate King's court, its content completely indecipherable. Without hesitation, she handed the skill scroll to Hongya, who had been eagerly waiting. Chuang exclaimed with delight. With this, wouldn't you basically become a ranged fighter? Black Cat explained. The main difference between melee and ranged combat lies in the skill effects. Melee fighters excel at attribute suppression, while ranged fighters tend to specialize in applying negative statuses. With Gunfire Negotiation, Hongya can give her handgun melee bonuses and potentially even achieve attribute suppression. For example, Sun Mei's triple strike, Black Cat continued. If the third strike is executed with a gun, it could impose strength suppression from a distance. Combined with Hongya's critical traits, targeting weak spots at range becomes much easier. Although there's no extra damage bonus, a critical hit would deal 4 times the damage. Hongya, however, shook her head and poured cold water on their excitement. Don't get ahead of yourselves. Firearm users still have to reload, and the effective range is only about 20 meters. How much better can a handgun really be? At that moment, Black Cat pulled out a dark silver handgun. This nearly 2-foot-long mithril pistol had a sturdy build, and its specially polished surface lacked any metallic sheen, giving off a calm and steady aura. The mithril handgun, attack 7, armor penetration 35, Black Cat introduced. This is a flintlock pistol crafted by the Gunpowder Workshop with a range of 7 meters. Reloading may be cumbersome, but you can always preload one shot. It's incredibly handy in critical moments. Since you've acquired this skill, it'll give you this spare gun. Hongya was overjoyed, thanking him profusely, and immediately learned the skill and bound the handgun. During a break, Sun Mei sat at the bow of the ship, fiddling with the moon goddess emblem. When they had first boarded the ship, it had shown no reaction, but now she noticed that one of the stars at the 9 o'clock position had suddenly lit up. I've discovered a new destination, she announced to her companions. Do you all want to check out the moon goddess cradle? Chuang immediately recognized the emblem and exclaimed, Isn't that the one we dug up earlier? Yes, Sun Mei nodded. The star points to the 9 o'clock direction. Shall we go? Exploring requires boldness. I'm in, Black Cat said with a smile. Chuang and Hongya both raised their hands in agreement, and even Naitang nodded in approval. With that, the group decided to set off for the moon goddess cradle. Seeing that everyone agreed, Sun Mei immediately turned the boat around and steered toward the 9 o'clock direction. Just at that moment, an unexpected event occurred. A system notification sounded in everyone's ears. Due to selecting the ocean navigation mode, all crew members will now have water and hunger levels displayed. High values in these stats will lead to negative effects, including death. Instantly, new data appeared on everyone's status panels. Little B showed 2 dehydration and 5 hunger. The crew collectively felt parched and their stomachs empty. What the heck? Chuang exclaimed, clutching his stomach. Am I constipated or something? Without a word, Sun Mei immediately adjusted the course, steering back toward Jest Island and disabling the long-distance navigation mode. No explanation was needed. Everyone understood continuing forward without supplies or knowledge of the journey's length was nothing short of suicide. We'll move forward once we're fully prepared, Sun Mei said simply. Before long, Jest Island came into view. It was a small, balding island bare around the edges, but lush and green in the center, with a simple dock along the shoreline. The entire journey took less than an hour, possibly due to the pirate incident being resolved earlier than expected. For now, no other players' ships were visible near the island. Do you think there might be a tribe here? Someone asked. The group disembarked one after another. Starving, Wang Kai couldn't resist munching on the plants near the shore and refused to move forward despite their attempts to stop him. Left with no choice, Sun Mei decided to leave him behind and led the rest of the group cautiously into the forest. Suddenly, the system issued another notification. Yebasai has yet to form an alliance with the Maha tribe. Death within their territory will be strictly penalized after revival. You will be restricted to your tribe's territory for 1 hour. Furthermore, only the first 2 deaths per day will be protected by the equipment item drop only mechanism. Exceeding this limit will lead to random penalties, such as the loss of medicinal boosts, with punishments increasing in severity with each subsequent death. The 5 of them froze in unison. This was the first time Sun Mei had received such detailed death penalty information. So, the island is home to pirates? Nitang's comment put everyone on high alert. The memory of their earlier encounter with the pirates was still fresh, and it was clear these pirates were anything but friendly. Let's scout ahead, Sun Mei said in a low voice. As they ventured further, a simple encampment came into view on a clearing ahead. A few burly men wearing cloth headbands were patrolling. Their stats were similar to those of the pirates they'd faced earlier on the ship. 600 health points and roughly 90 attack power, with groups of 5. However, the number of patrols here was significantly higher. What do you think? Should we fight them? Black Cat asked. Fighting them right at their base entrance isn't a good idea, Chuang Chuang said bluntly. Let's lure them out in smaller groups. Who knows what might be inside the camp? If something too strong appears, at least we'll have the option to retreat. Agreed. The group quickly settled on a strategy. A moment later, a stone was flung through the air, landing a short distance away. Although it hit no one, it caught the attention of the patrolling and sentry pirates. They exchanged glances, and one of them shouted, "Could it be a witch? You few, go check it out." Sun Mei bent down to pick up a pebble from the ground, catching sight of 2 groups of pirates heading her way from the corner of her eye. As the most agile member of the team, she nimbly stepped back, continuing to lure the pirates with the stones. With a sharp whoosh, another pebble landed precisely in front of the pirate group, successfully diverting them away from the village. As the pirates were about to step into the ambush set by Hong Yi and the others, a cautious voice among them suddenly called out, "Stop! Don't go any further. What if it's really a sorcerer? If something happens, we're too far to provide support. It's too risky, let's head back." Just as the pirates were about to turn around, the stalemate was broken by a sudden attack from a black cat. "Damn it! We've got enemies. Are they from Yaten?" The pirates roared, brandishing their blades as they charged toward the trio. Chuang Chuang, with his level 17 shield mastery enhanced by Nitang's earth power, activated his shield unity and effortlessly parried the attacks. Meanwhile, Hong Yi, with her level 18 blade skills, unleashed a fierce battle cry, following up with a throat slash technique that seamlessly transitioned into her gunfire negotiation move, instantly taking down one of the pirates. With the support of gunfire negotiation and Sun Mei's area damage windmill skill, Hong Yi's attacks became even bolder. The only downside was the slow reload time of her flintlock pistol, making it difficult to fire a second shot in the heat of battle. As the fight intensified, 2 more groups of pirates arrived as reinforcements. Enemies. Fire the signal flare. One of the pirates pulled out a black short tube and aimed it skyward. Whoosh bang. A black cloud burst open in the air, identical to the one they had seen earlier from the ship. Pull back for now, Sun Mei called out, hurling another windmill attack to signal a retreat. Her biggest concern was the possibility of encountering a fully armed ship captain. If it hadn't been for the deep sea terror's unconscious assault earlier, they might not have survived. However, it wasn't the captain who arrived but a pirate leader. His stats displayed, HP 800800. Where did these stray dogs come from? The middle-aged man in gray combat gear bellowed, dragging a sinisterly black spiked mace that left a dark trail in its wake. With a swing reminiscent of a golf shot, he sent Chuang Chuang flying, shattering his shield unity in an instant. Martial arts above level 10, Chuang Chuang exclaimed in shock. But before he could process his thoughts further, the gunfire of the Black Cat and Hong Yi rang out. 2 critical hits landed, instantly taking down the pirate leader. Run for it. The remaining pirates, pale with fear, fled back toward the village in a panic. Seizing the opportunity, Sun Mei sent out another windmill, cutting down several retreating pirates, while the rest managed to escape. Chuang Chuang picked up his fallen shield, clicking his tongue in amazement. Damn, that pirate was way too strong. If every shot landed as a critical hit, we'd be in real trouble. Hong Yi smirked smugly. It's not me who's strong, it's the skill. Paired with a critical hit, it's absolutely devastating. Gunfire negotiation is seriously powerful. The group quickly cleaned up the battlefield, collecting a total of 210 crescent silver coins. Among the pirate captain's loot were 2 white weapons resembling small fish, clearly a result of the high drop rate being triggered. These were white bone poison darts, with a quantity of 11. Their attributes indicated that upon hitting a target, They reduced the opponent's dexterity and speed by 20 points, while dealing 4 points of damage per second for 10 seconds, a small yet formidable artifact. Captain, I've reached level 15 in firearms skills, Black Cat said to Sun Mei, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Shall we continue? His face betrayed his excitement, not just because of his skill improvement, but also because he finally saw hope in narrowing the power gap with his teammates. Of course, Sun Mei responded, gulping down a fragrant bottle of wine. The other 3 teammates followed suit. This time, with prior experience, Hong Yi and Black Cat deliberately saved their ammunition, focusing on targeting the pirate who launched the signal flare. Their main goal was to level up their combat skills, as the pirate captain's appearance would only slow them down. Sun Mei consistently managed to lure 2 groups of pirates, totaling about 20 enemies when reinforcements were included. With 4 spinning windmill attacks combined with Black Cat and Hong Ye's firepower, they could finish the battle in under 5 minutes. The efficiency of their fighting scores was leagues ahead of their earlier attempts. After 6 hours of relentless combat, they consumed only 6 bottles of wine but gained substantial rewards. Sun Mei's swordsmanship reached level 22, with 72 attack power and 4 armor-piercing sword energy. Hong Ye's blade skills increased by 2 levels. Black Cat's firearms skills increased by 2 levels. Chuang Chuang's shield skills increased by 2 levels. Only Nai Tang's sorcery progressed slowly due to the need for refining. Additionally, they collected over 7,000 crescent silver coins. Captain, with my coordination with Black Cat, we should be able to take down the pirate captain in one strike. Hong Yi calculated aloud. Sun Mei shook his head. Let's continue tomorrow. It's already past 5 a.m. As they prepared to head back, an unremarkable small tree suddenly began to shake, and a half-meter-tall tree creature emerged. Its body was covered in cracked bark, with branches extending all over. I mean no harm, the tree creature said, raising its branch-like arms. I've been observing you for a while. Who are you? Sun Mei replied. I'm from the Carol Maha tribe, a sacred eagle swordsman, and these are my clansmen. I am the tree spirit of this place, referred to as a witchkind by the pirates, the tree creature said. I've never left this small island, but I've heard of the giant lizards from Carol that give pirates such trouble. Are you their enemies? You could say that, Sun Mei answered cautiously. Why are you looking for us? The tree spirit spoke angrily. Can you help us drive these pirates away? They've stolen our homeland, peeled our bark, and even captured us for sacrifices to the sea god. If you're willing to help, we can offer you some of the bark shed by our elders as a reward. The system immediately displayed a prompt. You have unlocked the quest, drive out the pirates. Quest. Help the tree spirit drive the pirates off the island and destroy Yebus's pirate forces. Reward, Bark X3, Tree Spirit's friendship trade rights. Accept the quest? Bark. Sun Mei frowned slightly, and was about to ask when the tree spirit pulled out a palm-sized piece of black bark from within itself. The bark naturally curled, resembling a delicate black Swiss roll from a distance. A system prompt appeared. Tree spirit bark. Not yet recorded. Upon use, it automatically begins recording the player's martial arts. After 24 hours, it converts into a martial arts experience book of the same type and level based on the player's martial arts skill level. Limitation: can only record 1 book at a time. Players below the experience book's level can directly gain martial arts points upon use. Usage limited to 15 books per day. Sun Mei quickly grasped the value of this item. It was an economical tool designed for advanced martial arts players. For instance, a level 20 swordsmanship player could use the bark to create a level 20 swordsmanship experience book and then sell it to swordsmen below level 19. For buyers, it was a direct way to gain martial arts points and accelerate their progress. For sellers, it promised considerable profit. The 5 exchanged a knowing glance compared to the difficulty of the task. Wasn't this reward a bit underwhelming? Clearly, the real value lay in the trading rights. What can I trade for here? Sun Mei asked. The tree spirit paused for a moment before understanding dawned. We don't have much to offer, just leaves, branches, and bark. If you're interested, you can exchange for them using those silver coins from the pirates. After all, you'll get those coins when you defeat the pirates. It then elaborated. Tree spirit leaf, refining material, can be used to create spirit liquid with restorative effects, capable of repairing broken or heavily damaged equipment and special items. Price: 100 crescent silver coins. Tree spirit branch, fuel, can ignite the tree spirit flame, used to smelt forging materials or gourmet ingredients that ordinary flames cannot handle. Price: 1,000 crescent silver coins. Tree spirit bark. Price: 50,000 crescent silver coins. So expensive. Chuang Chuang muttered under his breath. But Captain, remember that set of knight equipment? The ones left behind after the knight's deathblow? You asked me to hold on to them back then. Sun Mei's eyes lit up. You still have them? You didn't throw them away? Of course not. Chuang Chuang grinned. My inventory's always been pretty empty, so I've kept them safe all this time. That's fantastic, Sun Mei said excitedly. If we can repair the knight's equipment, just imagine the stats on it. As for the refining part, we can leave that to Naitang. Although the bark reward itself wasn't particularly impressive, the potential of the leaves made Sun Mei decide to accept the tree spirit's task. The tree spirit beamed with joy. Thank you so much, Honorable Saint Eagle Swordsman of the Carol Maha tribe. I will lend you this bark for now. If you can avenge us, I will gladly gift it to you permanently. With that, it handed the curled bark to Sun Mei. The warning from the tree spirit was clear. Accepting the gift meant being unable to form any cooperation or alliances with the pirates on Ghost Island. Breaking this agreement would result in a curse. Sun Mei initially wanted to refuse it didn't seem worth the risk for a piece of bark. But when she examined the bark scroll's attributes, she immediately changed her mind. This was no ordinary piece of bark. Eternal bark. Rare item. Effect. Once placed in a backpack, it automatically records the player's martial arts daily and generates 2 martial arts experience books of the same level. This was a permanent treasure, essentially granting 2 martial arts experience books every day. The eyes of the other 4 people lit up with desire. Too bad it's only on loan. If we could keep it, that would be perfect, Chuang Chuang said regretfully. The black cat smirked. Why not just kill Yebisai and take it? That might be a bit tricky. With enough money, nothing's tricky. Don't we have the funds now? Exactly. When the money's in place, anyone can become a professional hitman. As they debated back and forth, Sun Mei quietly placed the eternal bark into her backpack. Yebis's fate was sealed. Nothing, not even divine intervention, could save him. Afterwards, she purchased 100 leaves from the tree spirit and handed them to Nai Tang for refinement, then led the team back to the main ship and logged off. The next day, Sun Mei rested at school. When she returned home, she walked into a scene of intense conflict. Her cousin Yang Yifan and her aunt were in the middle of a heated argument, more serious than any she had witnessed before. The room was a mess: broken teacups, shattered planters, and torn paper scattered everywhere. Her aunt sat collapsed on the floor, sobbing uncontrollably. Yang Yifan leaned against the sofa, expressionless, but his eyes betrayed deep pain and guilt. Auntie, Sun Mei was taken aback by the scene and hurried over to help. Her aunt clung to her like a lifeline, crying loudly. Though her aunt said nothing, Sun Mei could guess the cause. It was likely about her cousin setting up a street stall outside Fufeng University. A heavy silence hung in the air for half an hour. Auntie, let me take you to your room to rest, Sun Mei suggested softly. Her aunt, exhausted from crying, allowed herself to be helped to the bedroom without a word. After closing the door, Sun Mei turned to her cousin. Auntie found out about your stall outside Fufeng University, didn't she? Yang Yifan gave her a startled glance, clearly surprised she knew about it. I've actually made quite a bit of money in the game. How about I buy you a connector so you don't have to run the stall anymore? Sun Mei proposed tentatively. Don't bother, Yang Yifan replied, shaking his head. I'm not buying one before I graduate. His voice wavered as his eyes reddened, tears spilling out uncontrollably. With my mom in her current state, if you buy me one, I'm afraid she'll start resenting you too. Let's just leave it. With that, he turned and walked back to his bedroom. The oppressive atmosphere was suffocating. Sun Mei silently cleaned up the mess, ordered takeout, and left it on the table. After a quick meal, she returned to her room and logged into the game. Upon logging in, the 4 members of the team, led by Naitong, were already waiting on the ship. Naitong pulled out a delicate porcelain vial and handed it to Sun Mei. The vial contained a small amount of thick, green liquid, less than 1/5 full. Captain, it takes 1 leaf to refine a single drop of repair solution. This vial contains the equivalent of 100 leaves, Naitong said with a faint smile. Sun Mei uncorked the bottle and carefully applied the repair solution evenly onto the knight's greatsword. The system promptly displayed, Knight's Sword, repair status, 1% repaired for 10,000 crescent moon silver coins worth of leaves. Sun Mei was nearly furious at the inefficiency. Just then, the black cat spoke up. Captain, Xiao Bei called earlier and said that Fish Squad wants to send you 100 bottles of liquor as payment for your help last time. They're asking if you want to accept it. Why not take something that's free? When can they deliver it? Sun Mei replied. Although he still had over 60 bottles of liquor in stock, the hope of reaching level 30 swordsmanship seemed slim, so having more reserves was always a good idea. The black cat shook his head with a wry smile. Probably not anytime soon. Right now, Ghost Island is crawling with fully recovered pirate captains, and other players can't handle them. Most have shifted to exploring the ancient Hu tribe instead. No wonder we're the only Ma tribe players around today, Sun Mei remarked, finally understanding the absence of other players. Hongya, looking relieved, added, good thing we ran into the deep sea terror that weakened the captain, plus the captain's lucky coin. Otherwise, we'd be in trouble too. Keep farming, Sun Mei said, unconcerned with the struggles of other players, fully focused on his own goals. This time, they actively lured out the pirate captain. Hongya and the black cat worked seamlessly together, With Hongye's 64 strength boost and level 20 blade skills paired with battle cries and a flintlock pistol, she could deal 151 points of damage with a single shot. The Black Cat, leveraging mixed damage bonuses and level 18 firearm skills along with various buffs, managed to deal 127 points of high damage. The two quickly targeted weak points, heavily injuring the pirate captain, and Sun Mei delivered the finishing blow. "Where did these stray dogs come from?" roared the pirate captain as a signal flare burst into a black cloud. Hongye's critical hits had quietly become the highest in the team. Even so, Sun Mei's whirlwind area damage still gave him an edge in farming efficiency. This round was particularly rewarding. 6 bottles of liquor, over 10,000 crescent moon silver coins, and 52 poison darts. Including the time spent pulling enemies, they maintained a rhythm of 1 cycle every 10 minutes, with the pirate captain significantly boosting their gains. At midnight, the system suddenly notified Sun Mei that his inventory now contained 2 experience books. The originally dry, dark purple tree bark scrolls had softened, emitting a faint purple mist. The system displayed, Swordsmanship Experience Book, level 22 grants battle points to players below level 21. Source: an anonymous player's martial arts insights. "How much do you think these could sell for?" Chuang asked curiously. "Hard to say," Hongye replied, shaking her head. "Let's keep going," Sun Mei exclaimed excitedly, rallying the team as the 5 of them plunged back into battle. Hongye and Chuang knew Sun Mei was a master at grinding monsters, but they didn't expect him to grind non-stop for 3 days straight, including an entire weekend. This relentless pace left the other 4 feeling completely drained. Thanks to his efforts, Sun Mei's swordsmanship proficiency had reached level 25 with 13 progress, granting him a 90 attack boost and 10 armor-piercing sword energy. However, the cost was steep. Out of the original 70 bottles of wine, only 17 remained. Chuang and Hongye were each down to their last bottle, making it impossible to continue grinding. On the bright side, the repair level of the knightly greatsword had increased to 9. When the group gathered that day, Black Cat looked at Sun Mei with admiration, silently vowing to become a grinding expert like him. Meanwhile, Chuang and the other 2 couldn't help but grimace. "No more grinding. Today, well, drink up and go straight for the stronghold," Sun Mei declared decisively. Since Candy couldn't earn battle points, she had spent her time learning about Ghost Island from the Treant. The small island had only 1 pirate stronghold, with its most formidable force being the captain. With everyone out of wine, grinding monsters was pointless, so Sun Mei decided to launch a direct assault. The 5 of them approached the pirate stronghold, immediately drawing the attention of 2 patrolling pirate squads. Gunmen stationed atop the stronghold opened fire, but their attacks posed no threat to Chuang, whose shield proficiency had reached level 22. Sun Mei unleashed a spinning attack, sending her silver chakram whirling through the pirates, cutting them down while also chipping away at the stronghold's gate. Seeing reinforcements pouring in from both sides, she quickly issued a command. "Black Cat, focus on the gate." "Got it." Black Cat responded without hesitation. Chuang and Wonkai held off the pirates on either side, while Candy cast a 10 defense charm on Wonkai. With this defensive setup, the pirates' attacks only managed to chip away a small amount of Wonkai's health. The first pirate captain barely had time to react before being gunned down. By the time the second pirate captain appeared, Black Cat had already broken through the gate. The 5 of them, along with Wonkai, stormed the stronghold, quickly clearing out over 60 pirates. Suddenly, a bald first mate wielding a dark metallic broadsword and a tall, thin second mate armed with a rifle appeared. The first mate charged forward with 8 pirates, while the second mate stayed back, aiming from a distance. "You've got some nerve," the first mate roared. Sun Mei swiftly threw a poison dart, hitting the charging first mate and significantly slowing him down. Black Cat and Hongye simultaneously fired at his forehead, while the second mate targeted Chuang, unleashing a barrage of bullets like shooting stars. Armor break. Target's defense reduced by 20. "Damn it." Chuang cursed as a bullet struck his face. He hurriedly ate a sandwich to recover health. "Pull back. Let's take out the first mate first," Sun Mei commanded, directing the team to retreat. The poisoned first mate lagged behind the 8 pirates, allowing Chuang to block their attacks while Hongye and Black Cat focused on the first mate. As a professional gunslinger, Black Cat reloaded much faster than Hongye, whose pace was noticeably slower. The second mate fired another shot, hitting Chuang again. By the time everyone else had fired their shots, Hongye finally reloaded her second bullet and fired at the first mate. "Arg, you cursed lot." The first mate roared in fury as 2 shots each from Black Cat and Hongye left him with only 360 health. Is this thing about to unleash a last-ditch skill when it's nearly dead? Just as Sun Mei and the others had this dangerous thought, the first mate roared and swung his massive blade. A golden arc of light swept across the room, instantly striking everyone except Nai Tang, Hei Mao, and Wang Kai within a 6-meter range. The pirates collapsed to the ground. Hong Yi felt a chill run down his spine and quickly pulled out a fruit candy to restore health. Thankfully, his 25 points in constitution kept him alive, otherwise, that single strike would have been fatal. Bang! The second mate fired his gun, dropping Chuang's health from 770 to 391 in an instant. He hastily consumed an incredibly expensive stuffed biscuit, regaining 200 health points. Hong Yi and He Mao coordinated seamlessly, each landing a precise shot on the first mate's vital points. The greatest threat was finally neutralized, but before they could breathe a sigh of relief, a cold snort echoed from inside the cabin. I must admit, I underestimated you. To think you could take down my first mate, it seems I'll have to deal with you personally. A rotund-maned pirate captain emerged, wielding a blade. The group's faces turned pale. A captain with 3,000 full health points was no easy opponent. Captain, team up with me to take down the second mate first. Hong Yi quickly issued the command. He knew that Chuang's shield and body technique would surely be broken by the captain, and if the second mate wasn't dealt with first, Chuang was as good as dead. Sun Mei sprang into action, throwing a poison dart at the captain before swiftly switching to his nameless physique to cover Hong Ye's advance toward the second mate. However, the captain effortlessly deflected the dart and charged at Chuang with his blade. Chuang fought defensively, retreating and trying to create distance to buy time. The second mate fired a shot that struck Sun Mei squarely in the forehead, but the armor-penetrating effect on non-armored areas was minimal. As the second mate stepped back to reload, he was struck by Sun Mei's poison dart, drastically slowing his movement. Hong Yi seized the opportunity, performing a throat-slash combo followed by a fiery negotiation attack, reducing the second mate's health to 172. Sun Mei followed up with a sword strike. His 40 base strength combined with level 25 swordsmanship and a battle cry buff, making it easy to finish off the second mate. Meanwhile, the captain caught up to Chuang and sent him flying with a devastating blade strike, separating him from his shield. He Mao fired a second shot, drawing the captain's aggro. The captain, like an unstoppable wrecking ball, barreled toward He Mao. At this moment, Sun Mei and Hong Yi were rushing back to assist, while Chuang lay immobilized on the ground. He Mao quickly reloaded, preparing for a final shot. But just as the captain cleaved through a flying poison dart, he abruptly changed course, heading straight for the source of the attack. The one who threw the poison dart was Naitong. The truth was revealed in an instant. Under the captain's piercing gaze, Naitong's face turned pale with fear. The 5-meter distance was nothing for the captain, who closed the gap in a flash. A cold gleam flashed, the sharp blade slicing her throat, and the skull-shaped ritual tool fell to the ground. This brief delay created an opportunity for the team to regroup. Blackcat immediately opened fire, while Sun Mei seized the moment to charge forward and strike the captain with her sword. The captain reacted swiftly, countering with his blade and knocking Sun Mei to the ground. She quickly consumed a potion. Although her mithril armor was split open, she was fortunate that it didn't trigger a fatal blow. With 810 health points remaining, she could barely endure a few more rounds of attacks. Without a frontline defender, the captain's terrifying damage output kept Hong Yi at bay. Fortunately, Chuang recovered in time, raised his shield, and rejoined the fight. The captain roared, "Die!" and with a single slash, struck down Chuang, who had lost his shield and unity state, leaving him incapacitated with 1,370 health points remaining. At this moment, Sun Mei got back on her feet and began alternating with Chuang to draw the captain's attention. She landed a strike on the captain, but was immediately sent flying by his counterattack. Blackcat then took over, landing a shot that dealt 282 damage. Sun Mei followed up with another slash, reducing the captain's health by 164 and bringing it down to 924. Seizing the opportunity, Hong Yi, wielding a blade in one hand and a gun in the other, leapt towards the back of the captain's head. "Take this," he shouted, unleashing a double critical hit. The power of his gunfire negotiation skill was undeniable. The hefty captain clutched the back of his head, howling in pain as he collapsed to the ground. "Brother Hong Yi, that was incredible," Chuang exclaimed, wiping the sweat from his forehead and giving a thumbs up. "Hee, it's all thanks to the captain's great leadership," Hong Yi replied with a grin, clearly thrilled. A system notification popped up, asking if they wished to remain anonymous. Shortly after, an announcement echoed across the server. Players anonymous, Hong Yi, Chuang, Naitong, and Blackcat successfully crossed the sea, captured the pirate outpost on Jest Island, and established the Ma tribe's trade route. The journey time has been reduced to 2 minutes, and pirate attacks have been eliminated. The 5 players have earned 30,000 reputation points. More importantly, it was revealed that in a fit of rage, Yebusai would dispatch pirates to retaliate at 12 o'clock and 18:30 the following day. The Uter tribe had already sent 800 armed warriors to defend. Players participating in the defense could earn significant rewards, including crescent silver coins and gemstones. Additionally, the Ma tribe unlocked the thirder professions of pirate and naval captain for swordsmen and blade wielders, and gained the privilege to trade with tree spirits on Jest Island. The news caused an immediate sensation among players. Many speculated. So the Yellow Jacket group was targeting Jest Island all along. They must have taken out the signal operator early to avoid pirate ships. Players from the Ma tribe swarmed to the island, and even those exploring the Guhu tribe turned back to investigate. Within just 3 days, numerous players riding giant lizards were seen traveling back and forth, creating a bustling scene. For Sun Mei and her team, while the spoils from the outpost battle weren't particularly abundant, the victory still felt worthwhile. The spoils of battle were laid out before everyone in all their variety. The captain's weapon was a cannon, while the first mate wielded a Wujin blade. The cannon offered 8 attack power and 45 armor penetration, while the Wujin blade granted 16 attack power and 45 sharpness. In addition, the loot included 2 steel body skill scrolls and a bottle of strength blood. The group divided the spoils according to their needs. Sun Mei took the crescent silver coins and 1's steel body scroll. Chuang chose the other, steel body scroll and the strength blood. And Hongye showed great interest in the Wujin blade. As for Black Cat, he unhesitatingly selected the cannon, which suited him best. Just as they were worrying about what to allocate to Naitong, they discovered a warehouse at the outpost. The inventory brought a delightful surprise: 340,000 crescent silver coins and 105 element gems. Naturally, the pirate coins went to Sun Mei, while the 100 gems were entrusted to Black Cat, who had a close relationship with Naitong. After finalizing the distribution, Sun Mei headed straight to the tree spirit and exchanged the silver coins for 3,400 leaves, then collected 3 bark scrolls for completed quests. At this moment, Hongye spoke up, "Captain, are we continuing to grind monsters or—" She didn't finish her sentence, but everyone understood what she meant. Sun Mei needed to gather more funds to repair the knight's greatsword. Although the outpost had been cleared, scattered pirate-like creatures still roamed the island. However, grinding them wasn't nearly as efficient as before. After weighing his options, Sun Mei decided to call it a day. "Let's head back to the tribe for now. We haven't been back in 3 days, and there's still plenty to take care of." He could tell his teammates, though polite, were clearly exhausted. What followed unfolded like a surging tide. 800 native residents loyal to the Uter faction were the first to arrive at Gust Island and efficiently took over the village's defenses. Shortly afterward, thousands of players swarmed in, launching a large-scale anti-pirate campaign. Upon returning to the tribe, Sun Mei sought out Xiao Bei, who handed him 100 bottles of wine as a gift from the fish team. When he inquired about the acquisition of the mysterious blood, Xiao Bei sighed and shook his head. It's not just the Maha tribe. Even the Guhu tribe is in the same situation. The price of mysterious blood has already risen to 350,000 per drop, yet few are willing to sell. This stuff isn't just for making berserk blood potions, it has so many uses. Wouldn't it make sense for an ordinary player to trade mysterious blood for 350,000? Sun Mei asked. That's the problem, Xiao Bei explained. Everyone can see that its value will only go up. It's 350,000 today, but it could be 360,000 tomorrow. Who would want to sell it now? After parting with Xiao Bei, Sun Mei began calculating in his mind. Since mysterious blood was out of reach for the moment, perhaps the Moon God Cradle could provide Moon God blood instead? However, that matter would have to wait until the knight's greatsword was repaired. His chances would be better then. With this thought in mind, he turned to seek out the priest, bringing along the Oceanteed golden tuna for inspection. The priest's eyes glimmered with astonishment when he saw the tuna. He carefully stroked the fish's body, his tone filled with emotion. It's a pity I lack expertise in this area. If I were to handle it, it would truly be a waste of such a treasure. Sun Mei was slightly taken aback. The priest then shifted his tone. However, if you were to offer it as a sacrifice to the great eagle, it would surely bring it immense joy. Perhaps it might even grant you unexpected benefits. Give it some thought and come to me once you've made up your mind. Just as I thought. Sun Mei felt a surge of joy in her heart but cautiously asked, "Priest, may I inquire if this fish is offered as a sacrifice? Would the great eagle's blessings benefit the entire tribe, or would they be bestowed upon an individual?" The priest merely gave a faint, enigmatic smile and shook his head without answering directly. After careful consideration, Sun Mei made her decision. "Priest, I have decided to offer this fish to the great eagle. Even if the rewards were for the tribe as a whole, it would still benefit her. After all, in this tribe, which served as her base for revival, the stronger the tribe became, the safer her development would be." The priest gently waved his staff, and in an instant, white smoke surged around them, enveloping both Sun Mei and the tuna. He began chanting the sacrificial prayer. "O great eagle, guardian of our tribe, your faithful follower humbly offers this gift to you." Through the swirling smoke, Sun Mei once again saw the massive statue of the great eagle. The tuna in her hands vanished in an instant. The statue slowly spoke. For someone of your strength to capture such an extraordinary creature is truly surprising. Could you tell me its origins? After listening to Sun Mei's account, the statue seemed to understand. Ah, so it is from the deep sea terror. This fish is of great use to me. By absorbing it, I have gained a deeper understanding of the guardian spirits. I can now provide blessings to my followers. As the one who offered this sacrifice, I shall grant you a position of blessing. A position of blessing? Sun Mei was puzzled by the term, but had a more pressing question. Great Eagle, how do you compare in strength to the deep sea terror? The Great Eagle then elaborated on the world's hierarchy of power. At the pinnacle are the ancient gods, eternal and indestructible. Below them are the 10 cataclysms, such as the deep sea terror, entities driven solely by instinct and impossible to destroy. Next come the spirits of creation, vast in number and immensely powerful, though greatly diminished after their wars with the ancient gods. Finally, there are the guardian spirits, who must coexist with living beings to survive. I have 2 positions of blessing to bestow Eagle's Wing and Eagle's Eye, symbolizing strength and agility, respectively. Which will you choose? Understanding that the position of blessing was akin to being chosen as a sacred champion, Sun Mei made her decision. I choose the position of strength, Eagle's Wing. From this day forward, you are my blessed one, the Eagle's Wing. Congratulations to the anonymous player for obtaining the blessing of the Eagle's Wing. The system announcement echoed throughout the Maha tribe's territory. This new blessing brought significant improvements. In non-combat situations, the recovery efficiency of all tribe members within the territory doubled, increasing from 1 per minute to 2. Additionally, the Maha tribe's Eagle power was upgraded to level 4, granting an 8 boost to strength and agility. Players exchanged puzzled glances, bewildered by the sudden blessing position. Although similar system announcements occasionally occurred, such inexplicable changes had become so commonplace that most people barely paid attention anymore. As for Sun Mei, the person directly involved, her attribute panel now featured the Eagle's Wing level 4 blessing, 8 strength entry. She also received a special blood red cape. This unnamed level 4 equipment, exclusive to the blessing, not only provided 8 strength but also increased resistance to strength suppression by 8. Uniquely, while the item could neither be dropped nor traded, it could be gifted or temporarily lent to others, with the recipient becoming the new bearer of the blessing. The system then prompted Sun Mei to activate the newly acquired Eagle's Wing talent. Driven by curiosity, she quickly bid farewell to the Eagle Guardian and found a secluded spot to activate the talent. This time, there were no physical transformations, but her talent panel underwent significant changes. The previous options, Little Bee and Holy Eagle Sword Guard, had become mutually exclusive. The new Eagle's Wing talent introduced 2 distinctive traits. Killing monsters would grant honor layers, which could be used to enhance equipment, and it would deal 150 damage to non-tribe units, with a staggering 200 damage to invaders. Sun Mei's initial excitement gradually faded. She had hoped to enjoy the combined benefits of multiple talents, but the reality was that these talents were mutually exclusive. The Holy Sword talent improved martial arts experience, while the Eagle talent focused on strengthening equipment. Both were excellent for grinding, yet they couldn't coexist. It was akin to a utensil that wanted to be both a fork and a spoon, ultimately forced to choose one role. And as her martial arts level increased, requiring more and more experience, the dilemma of choosing only one path would only grow more pronounced. Sun Mei sat on the stone steps of the sacrificial house, lost in deep thought. Honorable equipment enhancement was a bottomless pit. The further she went, the greater the demands would be. She understood clearly that in this ruthless world of survival of the fittest, no one would wait for her to catch up at her own pace. The wealthy and powerful were racing against time to surpass and crush her. Her only advantage was her talent, an asset she absolutely could not squander. While she had no aspirations of becoming the best in the world, she at least needed to rank among the strong. Otherwise, it would be a waste of her exceptional gift. But now, the problem was that her 2 growth-type talents couldn't be combined. One of them would inevitably have to be discarded, which was no better than having none at all. With that thought, she stood up abruptly and stepped into the sacrificial house. Priest, please help me contact the Eagle. She wanted to see if it was possible to switch her blessing position, or if not, to discuss the possibility of an exchange with the tribe's Eye of the Eagle. The priest smiled kindly and waved his staff, enveloping Sun Mei in white smoke. Moments later, the eagle's statue appeared before her again. My blessed one, what is the matter? Can I change my blessing position? The eagle was silent for a moment. Can you tell me why? Sun Mei hesitated briefly before deciding to be honest about her talents. Right now, one of these 2 talents is useless to me. It would be better to switch it to a combat type or support type talent. I understand your request, the eagle said, its tone carrying a trace of delight. Then it revealed an unexpected solution. The 10 calamities and the ancient demon gods possess a certain ability to alter and restructure biological instincts, even distorting biological forms. This ability might help you modify and merge your talents. Sun Mei shuddered. her hair standing on end. Are you saying it could merge heaven's chosen and honor into one? Correct. The eagle nodded. However, it will require at least 2 lucky coins. Once you collect them, come back to me, and I will help you contact the deep sea dread. Of course, if you can't collect them, I can help you switch blessings once my energy recovers. Switch blessings? That was no longer an option worth considering. The temptation of merging 2 growth-type talents was far too great. Even if it required 10 lucky coins, she would find a way to get them. With excitement surging through her, Sun Mei bid farewell to the eagle once again. Lucky coins, as the ultimate reward from lucky chests, were a rare commodity, and no one knew how many were in circulation. Collecting them would undoubtedly be difficult, but perhaps she could inquire with Fish Leaps Over the Dragon Gate. If anyone had sold them before, they likely would have acquired them all. Clenching her fists, hope ignited in her heart. She was determined to obtain those 2 lucky coins. With Sun Mei's reputation, entering the Tianqi Chamber of Commerce to meet Yu Longmin was not difficult. At this point, Yu Longmin had fully transitioned into a legitimate businessman, abandoning the pursuit of power. When Sun Mei stated his purpose, a flicker of unusual excitement appeared in Yu Longmin's eyes. What do you need the lucky coin for? Although it's something even powerful beings desire, no player has figured out its specific use so far. To make a deal with deep sea fear. You can think of it as a task, Sun Mei explained, while eyeing the peculiar expression on the other's face with curiosity. Deep sea fear? Yu Longmin frowned. One of the 10 great disasters? How do you plan to negotiate with it? Humans have always had no connection with it. Eagle said he could help me make contact. Sun Mei cut straight to the point. I've said all I need to. Do you have it? I do have one. Yu Longmin nodded and then added. And I also know someone else who has one. Perfect. 2 coins. Sun Mei's eyes lit up. How much are you selling them for? Before we discuss that, Yu Longmin suddenly shifted the topic. There's something else I want to talk to you about. He then revealed an unexpected situation. Someone in our company is trying to take me down. Seeing Sun Mei's puzzled expression, Yu Longmin continued, it's strange, really. I've been managing things smoothly here with the Maha tribe, but someone keeps pressuring me, demanding I strictly control the Maha tribe, and even subtly pushing me to create trouble for you. His tone grew colder. Recently, I found out that because business in other tribes hasn't been going well, this area has become a lucrative opportunity. Someone is going out of their way to make things difficult for me, trying to force me into a mistake that would offend you, so they can have an excuse to replace me and take over my team here. With a bitter smile, Yu Longmin admitted, this is my first time managing. I don't have connections or a strong background, so I can't handle their combined pressure. Now they're running out of patience, stirring up trouble at the company, and I feel like the higher-ups are already considering replacing me. He looked at Sun Mei with a hopeful gaze. If I do get replaced and someone takes over my position, could you help me get rid of them? Although I can barely access funds right now and don't have much to offer, if you're willing to help me with this, I, Yu Mao Xiao, will fully support you in the future. This highly profitable position was being taken from him before he could fully reap the rewards, and Yu Longmin clearly wasn't ready to accept it. If he had already made a fortune, he might have been more willing to leave without resentment. With over 80 million in revenue, the company takes the lion's share, and I still have to allocate commissions to the team, Yu Longmin said, sitting in the corner of the cafe with a furrowed brow. The Qilin team contributed the most, so their commission rate is higher. By the time it gets to me, there's not much left. If they want me to leave now, it's like asking for my life. Sun Mei sipped her coffee. So, what exactly do you want me to do to get rid of him? Hearing this, Yu Longmin's eyes lit up. Little did she know, Sun Mei had already heard through colleagues about how the company had been transferring Ma tribe resources to the Xinguang tribe, including the rewards from the recent winter incident. When I leave, the new manager might try to win you over. Yu Longmin leaned forward and lowered his voice. All you need to do is refuse to cooperate with him. I'll arrange for the resource transfer issue to be exposed online and have someone stir up the flames. Knowing the temperament of Ma tribe players, at least 80 of them will be furious. His eyes gleamed with calculation. At that point, you can leverage your reputation within the Ma tribe to apply pressure. Independent players will definitely rally behind you. The Tianqi Guild won't be able to withstand that kind of pressure. They'll have no choice but to negotiate with you. But whatever you do, don't give in. When the situation reaches its peak, I'll apply to return. Once I'm back. He made a subtle gesture, his gaze carrying a deeper meaning as he looked at Sun Mei. It was clear this was a meticulously crafted plan, a plan he would have presented to her even if she hadn't shown up today. In this scheme, Sun Mei was the most critical piece. Her influence could unite the independent players. Yet at this moment, Sun Mei hadn't fully realized her importance. Can I really do it? Will the independent players truly follow me? Sun Mei hesitated. They absolutely will. Yu Longmin said with unwavering certainty. Sun Mei fell silent, lost in thought. It was a risky move. Success would be ideal, but failure would mean a complete fallout with the Tianqi Guild. Even if it succeeded, exposure of the plan would lead to the same outcome. However, for her, it didn't matter much. There were countless professions in the rise of humanity, and she could assume any identity she wanted. But for Yu Longmin, it was different. As a company executive, his position couldn't be concealed. If the company finds out you're behind all this, will they let you off the hook? Sun Mei asked, probing to see if the company might retaliate harshly. After all, exposing such a damaging issue as resource transfers could bring the company to its knees in the court of public opinion. A resolute expression crossed Yu Longmin's face. And what if they don't? Worst case, I pack up and leave. I've poured my heart and soul into the Ma tribe. I won't just hand it over. Besides, think about it. If I simply accept this and leave, when I develop in another tribe, they might pull the same stunt again. His words were firm, as if he had already steeled himself for a do-or-die battle. Either he succeeded, or he would leave for good. Yet he seemed oblivious to the deeper implications behind Sun Mei's question. Could it be that my idea is too naive? Sun Mei wondered silently, but she didn't press further. Instead, she said, all right, I'll work with you. The opportunity to obtain lucky coins was indeed tempting. I only have one condition, she stated bluntly. Whenever you receive lucky coins in the future, you must prioritize selling them to me. Also, if I help you drive away the newcomers this time, you owe me 10 lucky coins as payment. You can owe them for now, but the deadline is 1 month. 1 month? Yu Longmin's face immediately showed a troubled expression. Sun Mei raised an eyebrow in surprise. Is that difficult? Yu Longmin gave a wry smile and explained. It's not just difficult, it's extremely challenging. It's not that I'm unwilling to part with 10 coins, but the time frame is just too short. Then how long do you need? At least 3 months, and even then, I can't guarantee you'll have enough. 3 months? Sun Mei's disbelief was evident on her face. Noticing her reaction, Yu Longmin cautiously asked, you're not unaware of the lucky loot box reward mechanism, are you? Seeing her confused expression, he explained in detail, lucky loot boxes are special rewards for finishing events early. If you finish 24 hours early, only the top 100 on the damage leaderboard get them. First place gets 10 boxes. If you finish 48 hours early, the range expands to the top 1,000 players, and first place gets 15 boxes. The number of boxes depends on how early the event ends. This time, we ended 3 days early, and since you ranked first, he paused for a moment. Across all of Kalil, the number of loot boxes awarded to tribes combined is less than 30. Our Maha tribe is the only one where every member got a box. I see, Sun Mei said, finally understanding. She had originally planned to finish events at the last possible moment next time, thinking it would give everyone more time to practice their martial arts levels. But now, it seemed like that plan needed to change. All right, let's go with your suggestion. 3 months. Pleasure working with you. They exchanged a knowing smile. After Yu Longmin traded the lucky coins to Sun Mei, he seemed relieved and added, oh, by the way, there's another coin in the hands of a small merchant named Luatua. He's been doing speculative business in the plaza, but he's probably gone to Gerst to try his luck by now. This partnership was a godsend for him. He had been hesitating about how to collaborate with Sun Mei, given his limited resources. The moment he found out she needed lucky coins, he couldn't contain his excitement. At that moment, the entrance to the pirate camp in Gerst was bustling with activity. 300 per head. Requirements aren't strict: martial arts level 18 and strength above 65. Pirates and musketeers preferred. 330 per head, melee or ranged, as long as you can deal damage. Martial arts level 20, strength starting at 65, 2-hour pirate dungeon tomorrow. 3,000 for a full team to farm pirate scum. Make some money, brothers. Amid the crowd, some people acted like brokers, actively recruiting. Whenever a new face appeared, they were immediately surrounded. Level 20 firearms, 51 mixed damage, weapon with 7 attack. What's the offer? Brother, join me. 350 for 2 hours. They'll pay 400. Get lost. In the scramble, someone was kicked to the ground. The middle-aged man who had been kicked stood up angrily and began shouting at his assailant. While they argued, the target they were fighting over had already been recruited by someone else. At this point, Luatua arrived, frowning. What's going on here? I told you to recruit people. Why are you arguing? Boss, I was following your instructions, but he started a fight. The man who had been kicked grumbled indignantly, emphasizing your instructions as if to hold Luatua accountable. Luatua glanced at the other man and spoke calmly. It's just a game. What's the big deal? Harmony brings wealth. The kicker, however, wasn't ready to let it go. Luatua, you're just shameless, always playing little tricks. If this guy pulls any stunts again, I'll beat him every time I see him. Who are you calling a dog? Donghua glared angrily at Camel. I'm talking about you. Camel cast a disinterested glance at him, his tone softening slightly. Donghua, come on, we're at least acquaintances. Can't we talk properly? What's this about being cheap or cunning? It's just a bit of trading skill. Donghua's fury only grew. Gritting his teeth, he spat. You still have the nerve to call us acquaintances? I worked so hard to stockpile those blood flowers, and you tricked me into selling them. Then, not even an hour later, the price skyrocketed sixfold. Are you really going to deny that you got someone to buy them? Don't make baseless accusations without evidence, Camel retorted with a cold snort. What's stockpiling? You couldn't even sell them. I was just being kind, advising you to sell them cheaper. Didn't you thank me back then? How was I supposed to know the price would go up? Thank you, my ass. Donghua's face turned red with rage as he prepared to throw a punch. The sight of Camel's shamelessness had his blood pressure soaring. Startled, Camel quickly stepped back and warned, don't act recklessly. I've taken a divine strength pill, and my blade skills are at level 10. Don't go looking for trouble. You think I'm scared? Donghua's fist was about to fly when a clear, indifferent voice came from behind. Camel, long time no see. The voice was all too familiar. Camel turned around in surprise to see a stunning woman clad in silver armor, sitting confidently on the back of a giant lizard. Her crimson cape billowed in the wind, exuding an aura of heroism. Her equipment, as part of her sacred sword form, fit her frame perfectly, and the cape only added to her imposing presence. Huang Feng. The crowd immediately parted to make way. Camel froze for a moment, then his face lit up with delight as he hurried forward. As he passed Donghua, he deliberately shoved him aside. Out of my way, you piece of... Donghua ground his teeth in frustration. Lady Huangfeng, it's been too long, Camel greeted her obsequiously. Sun Mei nodded slightly. I need to discuss something with you. Let's talk inside. Of course, of course. Camel nodded eagerly, silently lamenting that his mount, Wang Kai, didn't have reins. Otherwise, he would have gladly led it ahead to show off. As the two entered the village one after the other, all eyes turned to Donghua. Panicking, Donghua stammered, why are you all looking at me? I was just joking with Camel earlier. Didn't you hear him say we're old friends? I even call him Brother Camel. Hey, old buddy, sorry about earlier. Just messing around. Here, take this money to buy some cigarettes. Or, if you prefer, you can give me a kick instead. The person Donghua had kicked earlier stood there, utterly dumbfounded. You have lucky coins? Sun Mei asked with a faint smile. Yes, Camel replied, though his expression grew conflicted. Even though Sun Mei's smile seemed gentle, the overwhelming aura of her sacred sword form made it feel like an oppressive force, impossible to refuse. Seeing him hesitate, Sun Mei raised an eyebrow. Aren't you a businessman? Don't you do low-buy, high-sell deals? That's not what I mean, Camel explained hastily. I bought the coins for 350,000 each. If you want them, I'll sell them to you at cost. Sun Mei could tell there was more to this. And tomorrow, there are 2 pirate raids on the islands. Yes. Can you introduce me to some people? Camel asked straightforwardly. I can pay a commission. Help me deal with some pirates. Ideally, someone I can work with long-term, someone reliable who can assist whenever needed. I promise they'll be well compensated. For Sun Mei, this request was a piece of cake. Just as she was about to respond, Camel's face lit up as he pulled out 2 lucky coins. 2? You have 2? Sun Mei's surprised tone immediately froze Camel's smile. He cursed himself silently if only he had taken out just 1. Trying to salvage the situation, Camel quickly explained. The guy who sold me these coins wasn't willing at first. He tinkered with them for days, couldn't figure out how to use them, and then decided to sell. He ranked on the leaderboard and had 4 boxes, got these 2 from them. You swindled him, didn't you? Absolutely not. Madam Wasp, please don't accuse me unfairly. He sold them willingly. Sun Mei glanced at him skeptically but didn't dwell on the details. With over $1 million in her account, spending 700,000 on 2 coins seemed like a good deal. She shifted the topic. Why not just buy pirate coins directly? Why go through the hassle of hiring people? Pirate Island raids are like resource mines open to everyone, Camel explained with a grin. Instead of waiting for others to gather everything and then buying it, it's more profitable to hire people to gather it directly. After securing 3 lucky coins, Sun Mei wasted no time and went straight to Eagle. Eagle raised an eyebrow in mild surprise. Didn't expect you to find 2 lucky coins so quickly. He summoned a faint yellow glow, which transformed into a dark brown feather that floated down in front of Sun Mei. Take this to the deep sea zone. The deep sea terror will sense its aura and come to you. Without delay, Sun Mei headed to the docks, boarded a boat, and reached Jest in just 2 minutes. She then set her course and began sailing. To ensure the deep sea terror wouldn't affect Jest Island, she waited until she was far from the island before taking out the feather. After a brief moment of calm, the sea suddenly roared to life, and an eerie, drawn-out woo-woo echoed all around. A system notification appeared. Please state your request to the deep sea terror. Sun Mei held up 2 lucky coins. I'd like you to help me reorganize my talents. Are 2 coins enough? The deep sea terror presented her with 4 options. After careful consideration, Sun Mei chose option D. Following the instructions, she tossed the coins into the sea, and in an instant, a massive black mist engulfed her. When the mist finally cleared, everything returned to calm once more. The two innate abilities of the female Sacred Eagle Sword Guard unfolded before Sun Mei's eyes. The first was a combination of mission and challenge, granting her a 150 damage bonus against non-tribal units, and an even more staggering 200 bonus against invading tribal units. She could also lock onto a target to issue a challenge, dealing an additional 20 true damage while gaining formidable defensive capabilities, allowing her to negate damage equivalent to her agility value multiplied by 1 plus 60 points. The second talent, Wings of the Eagle Inherited, encompassed two traits, Honor and Heaven's Favorite. Defeating a unit granted her stacks of honor, which could be used to enhance her equipment. Meanwhile, Heaven's Favorite provided an 8.8 bonus to swordsmanship proficiency, with every 10 points of strength granting an additional increase of 1. Sun Mei switched back and forth between these two talent combinations, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Simply changing their arrangement made both talents incredibly powerful. The damage boost from mission paired with the true damage from challenge was a perfect combination for maximizing output. Meanwhile, the utility of Wings of the Eagle with its stacking benefits and enhanced swordsmanship was equally enticing. As she steered the large ship back to shore, she suddenly realized it was already 2 a.m. somehow. 2 level 25 swordsmanship experience books had appeared in her ring. She recalled that it had been before midnight when she entered the black mist. She hadn't expected time to pass so quickly. Upon returning to Jest, Sun Mei immediately sought out Xiao Bei, who was still busy late into the night. She handed over the items she had collected for him to process. Xiao Bei was amazed at how quickly she had managed to produce so many experience books and agreed to help her sell them and collect pirate coins in return. Oh, and keep an eye out for lucky coins for me, Sun Mei added. I'll take as many as you can find. Having experienced the benefits of lucky coins firsthand, she knew their value would only increase in the future. Xiao Bei frowned, noting that such coins were rare, but assured her he would leverage his connections within the Guhu tribe to search for them. When Sun Mei routinely asked if he was encountering any difficulties, Xiao Bei laughed and shook his head, even sharing an interesting piece of news. Sun Mei was now highly regarded in both tribes. In the Guhu tribe in particular, they referred to her as the Maha Goddess, not only because of her extraordinary strength but also because she was considered the most beautiful person among both tribes. When the words Maha Goddess came out of Xiao Bei's mouth, his tone was deliberately exaggerated, and a knowing smile lingered on his face. Sun Mei immediately felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her, as if she'd been caught red-handed playing a female character by her friends. She silently vowed to herself that no matter what profession she switched to in the future, even if it came with a female appearance, she would never bring up this incident again. Get lost. Sun Mei snapped irritably. Xiao Bei chuckled and replied, all right, all right. In truth, the smooth development of the Guhu tribe had little to do with Sun Mei. It was primarily due to the unique setup of the tribe, which allowed players, rather than NPCs, to take on leadership roles. However, what Sun Mei didn't know was that Yixiao Fengyan had already secretly arranged for a team to infiltrate the Maha tribe. Their mission was to transport medicinal herbs from the Guhu tribe to Wameli, who would refine them into medicine before sending them back. Thanks to its vast territory and abundant resources, the Guhu tribe's drug prices had stabilized and were largely controlled by merchants collaborating with Yixiao Fengyan. This situation also benefited the Maha tribe while its production of pastries increased, creating the opportunity to develop more potent healing potions, which, in turn, helped her gain experience points. Later, Sun Mei casually joined a team at the outpost and grinded until 6 in the morning before logging out in the tribe's grass hut. Although purchasing a grass hut at the outpost as a log-out point wasn't costly, she was concerned about the possibility of Yebisai launching an island assault the next day. If the Maha tribe players couldn't hold their ground, her character might die while she was offline. That evening, after catching up on sleep at school, Sun Mei logged back in to check the event log. 9:45 a.m., players Tanko Shui and others accidentally rescued a brewer on Jest Island, unlocking the tavern building for the Maha tribe and earning a 5,000 reputation reward. 10:54 a.m., player Ban Jinyan successfully tamed a wild water buffalo using feed pellets. 12 p.m., Yebisai launched a pirate raid on Jest Island. 1 p.m., thanks to the efforts of numerous players, the tribe successfully defended Jest Island, earning a generous amount of Crescent Silver coins. After reading the event log, Sun Mei let out a sigh of relief. Her earlier worries had been unnecessary. Although she had missed the pirate battle at noon, there was still time to participate in the evening's action. As she stepped out of the grass hut, she noticed the slightly chubby supervisor waiting outside. She immediately realized that something important was about to happen. Sure enough, the supervisor said, Little B, the guild has a new task and it's quite urgent. What's the task? She asked. Just pirate coins, you know the drill, the chubby supervisor replied. No matter what it takes, you must deliver 1,000 pirate coins to me within 3 days. Based on Sun Mei's experience, each pirate could drop roughly 10 Crescent Silver coins, meaning Shed need to take down at least 100 pirates to collect 1,000 coins. For an average player, it wasn't an impossible task, just a matter of forming a team and grinding steadily. However, it would require a significant time investment, similar to farming regular materials. What's the rate? She asked. The price for pirate coins is a bit unstable at the moment. It'll settle with you once it stabilizes. All right, Sun Mei agreed with a nod. With Sun Mei's current strength and net worth, paying the 350,000 penalty fee to terminate his contract with the guild wouldn't be a problem. He could easily gather the amount by selling off some equipment. However, he still chose to stay in the Nuan Guild for several reasons. Firstly, he had a favorable impression of the Nuan Guild and saw no reason to breach the contract without cause. Secondly, the guild was home to numerous skilled analysts and top-tier players who provided valuable game intelligence. Most importantly, Sun Mei had witnessed a monumental transformation firsthand within the guild. The rise of the human race had triggered a massive reshuffling, causing many veteran players to fade into obscurity. For instance, He Shun, a former professional shooting game champion, was now unheard of. At the same time, a new wave of stars emerged like Gue Hua, who had recently joined the guild and secured an astronomical annual contract worth 15 million. Similarly, the five-man team led by Qi Lin each earned a starting salary in the millions. This was the survival of the fittest in the gaming world. After switching forms, Sun Mei found Xiao Bei. Xiao Bei handed him over a dozen small porcelain bottles. These are from Nitang. She asked me to pass them to you. These were refined from the leaves Sun Mei had previously purchased for 340,000 pirate coins, processed by Nitang through Hei Mao. When Xiao Bei applied the spirit liquid onto the knight's greatsword, its repair percentage reached 43. This is really burning money. Sun Mei muttered to himself, realizing that the 43 repair cost had equaled 430,000 pirate coins. Next, Xiao Bei produced dozens more porcelain bottles divided into 2 batches. These are leaves I collected today by exchanging pirate coins, already refined by someone. The rest are from the Lute Hong Yi and the others gathered at noon. After applying all the spirit liquid, the knight's greatsword's repair percentage rose to 96. Xiao Bei's contribution alone accounted for 53 of the repairs, costing over 500,000 pirate coins, part of which came from Yu Long Min through the Tianqi Guild. When all the spirit liquid had been used up, leaving just a small reserve, the knight's greatsword was completely restored. Its blade gleamed with a deep, obsidian black, while the edge radiated a dazzling silver-white glow. The connection between the hilt and the blade formed a diamond shape, with a groove embedded at its center. This weapon, restored at the cost of millions, did not disappoint. Compared to an ordinary mithril sword with 14 attack points, this sword boasted a staggering 86 attack points. After some contemplation, Sun Mei decided to embed a phantom soul gem into it. Although the increased magic damage attribute was useless for the knight's greatsword, and removing the gem in the future would require 3 lower-grade gems, leaving a gem that provided a 20 weapon attack bonus and used would be a waste. The moment the phantom soul gem was embedded, the knight's greatsword quivered slightly. Wisps of eerie green light flowed out from the gem, swirling around the blade like nimble little fish. Xiao Bei stood silently on the side, observing the scene before him. In his eyes, the waste of such equipment attributes was hardly worth mentioning. There were countless people willing to spend hundreds of thousands, even millions, for a mere 17 points of attack power. Do you still need the restoration elixir? Sun Mei asked. Yes, as much as possible, Xiao Bei replied decisively. Sun Mei paused for a moment, calculating that repairing a full set of knight's equipment would cost several million pirate coins, a considerable expense for someone like Xiao Bei, whose career was just beginning to take off. She had thought about selling the frost core to support Xiao Bei, but quickly dismissed the idea of robbing Peter to pay Paul. You should just collect them for now. There's no rush. All right. Xiao Bei nodded in agreement. Afterward, Sun Mei headed to the plaza to meet up with Chuang and the others. The moment they saw the knight's greatsword, their eyes lit up. Is the knight's greatsword fixed? Captain, can we see its stats? Sure, Sun Mei said, displaying the weapon. But the more valuable item is this. Holy crap. This orb. The phantom spell orb? The first place reward from last time? This orb is insane. It adds 20 attack power and 10 spell damage. The group gasped in amazement, their eyes glued to the orb. Sun Mei smirked with satisfaction. It was indeed her prized possession. The 5 of them chatted as they boarded a ship heading to Gerst. There, the Pirate Island raid event was about to begin. Players weren't stationed at the village that was the final line of defense. If the battle reached the village, NPC deaths would result in irreparable losses. Instead, the players gathered on the beach on the opposite side of the island, where the pirates were expected to land. With only minutes left until the event started, the beach was already packed with people. Nearly all 40,000 players of the Maha tribe were online, with several thousand mounted on imposing giant lizards. The wasp is here. Boss. I love you. I love you so much. Violent Queen. The The crowd instinctively parted to create a path, forming a grand spectacle. Since the ID Wasp had risen to fame within the Maha tribe, everyone had come to know Sun Mei well. Her strength was indisputable. While she had acquired plenty of resources during early explorations, she had undeniably made significant contributions. Without her, the tribe's events wouldn't have been completed ahead of schedule, nor would there have been those coveted lucky box rewards. Her popularity stemmed from other factors as well. She was never online during the day and didn't belong to any team, which meant daytime map resources were left for others. Some even speculated that her presence alone deterred the Apocalypse Guild from acting recklessly. Powerful but never oppressive, low profile yet never vying for resources, she was undoubtedly the tribe's top fighter. Coupled with her striking appearance, it was no wonder she was so admired. The captain is really popular. Popular? More like a leader everyone rallies behind. Hongya and Black Cat each rode a giant lizard, while Milk Candy and Chuang Chuang, unable to tame a lizard on their own due to their class restrictions, followed alongside the group. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the participants could barely conceal their nervousness and excitement. For most, this kind of large-scale event was a first-time experience. Even the seasoned Sun Mei appeared slightly tense, though she managed to keep her composure better than most. As everyone chatted casually, the system notification suddenly chimed. On the distant horizon along the coastline, countless dark specks emerged. It was the pirate forces of Yebis launching their attack. A swarm of black pirate ships cut through the waves and stopped a short distance from the beach. Ferocious pirates leapt into the water, brandishing their blades as they charged toward the shore. Brothers, show them what we're made of. They dare invade our territory? Kill them all. The pirates' roars clashed with the battle cries of the players. Given the participation of over 40,000 players in the event, the system generated an overwhelming number of pirates, wave after wave. From a high vantage point, the entire sea appeared to be dyed black. But this played perfectly into Sun Mei's strategy. Her whirlwind skill swept through the battlefield, leaving a trail of crimson and felling swathes of enemies. With her 88 points in strength, 90 points in swordsmanship, and her weapon's 103 attack points further boosted by a 20-point bonus from her battle cry, her Swallow Corridor Double Strike skill dealt 602 damage, just enough to one-shot the 600 HP pirates. This was precisely why she had chosen to embed gems in her equipment. You have killed one pirate. Reward: 10 crescent silver coins. System notifications flashed repeatedly. Along the front lines of the coast, silver whirlwinds spun incessantly. The sword-wielding class demonstrated its superiority in group battles, driving the commission price for swordsmen proficient in the Swallow Corridor skill to skyrocket to 3,000. Although other swordsmen couldn't match Sun Mei's damage output, they still managed impressive results by taking turns using Whirlwind, carefully timing their skill cooldowns and recovery periods. Unfortunately, the swordsman class wasn't a popular choice, and level 20 martial swordsmen were particularly rare, with only the dedication of players passionate about swordsmanship keeping their numbers alive. The battle raged on for about 40 minutes. With the support of buffs like Heaven's Blessing and Fragrant Wine, Sun Mei's sword mastery leveled up to 26, granting her an additional 96 attack points and a 12-point boost to sword aura armor penetration. At the 50-minute mark, the system announced, players have collectively killed 500,000 pirates and earned the right to board the ships. Capturing a pirate ship will not only yield a large number of crescent silver coins, but also grant all players a 1 bonus to the final event rewards. Captain, should we board the ship? Let's do it. Sun Mei glanced at the time display. It showed 10 minutes remaining. Though hijacking a ship was usually a task reserved for elite tribal teams, at this moment, it made little difference whether they attempted it or not. The 5 of them decided to board. In an instant, their figures vanished from the coastline and were randomly teleported onto the deck of a pirate ship. Unfortunately, the giant lizard couldn't accompany them. As soon as they landed, dozens of pirates swarmed in from all directions. Sun Mei quickly switched to his holy sword talent and unleashed a devastating whirlwind attack. Since the pirates' assault on the island was classified by the system as an invasion force, it granted a 200 damage bonus. The terrifying damage numbers left Hong Yi and the others utterly stunned. This wasn't just an ordinary attack. Each hit dealt a double segment damage of 1228. The whirlwind attack was like a harvester, carving out a vacuum of space amidst the dense crowd of pirates. What kind of insane damage is this? Is the knight's greatsword really this strong? The teammates were in shock. Hong Yi smirked bitterly to himself. He knew this wasn't merely the power of a knight's greatsword. Sun Mei must have had some other kind of fortuitous encounter. A blessing slot, perhaps? He sighed silently. He had thought that their efforts to capture the pirate outpost had somewhat closed the gap between him and Sun Mei. But today, it was clear the gap had only widened. Even with his 186 attack power, which was considered above average among players, it was no match. You scum, you're courting death. With a roar, the plump captain stormed out of the cabin, flanked by his first and second mates, and followed by dozens of pirates. Chuang Chuang, Hold them off. Black Cat, focus on the captain. Hong Yi, team up with me to take down the captain first. Sun Mei commanded swiftly. Got it. Black Cat immediately opened fire to draw the captain's attention, while Chuang Chuang stepped forward to block the oncoming enemies. Since he hadn't unlocked any new skills at level 20, Chuang Chuang's shield techniques remained similar to before. The captain charged forward, slashing Chuang Chuang aside with a single swing. By this time, Black Cat had already fired 3 shots, and Sun Mei and Hong Yi launched their coordinated assault. Challenge locked. Throat piercer. Hong Yi skillfully combined a weak point strike with gunfire negotiation, executing a seamless combo. The 3000 HP captain collapsed and disappeared after a critical headshot. The second mate fired a shot at Sun Mei, but fortunately, his 60 agility points negated 60 points of damage. If that shot had hit Hong Yi, it could have been trouble. However, their positions had been carefully calculated in advance. After Chuang Chuang was knocked back, Sun Mei and Hong Yi temporarily retreated to regroup with him. Then, the 3 of them launched a coordinated attack on the slower reacting first mate. To ensure success, Sun Mei first struck the first mate with a poison dart, combining it with Black Cat's ranged firepower. The 500 HP target was easily taken down without Hong Yi even needing to attack. The damage dealt had already exceeded the requirement. With the captain and the first mate defeated, the second mate was left as a sitting duck. By the time he fell, the cooldown for Sun Mei's whirlwind attack had just ended. After successfully seizing a pirate ship, the system immediately announced the rewards. 1,000 crescent silver coins and 10 gems were credited, and all players received an additional 1 settlement bonus. The 5-member team wasted no time and instantly teleported to the deck of the next pirate ship. The familiar scene unfolded once more pirates swarmed toward them. With Nitang's health regeneration ability of 3 per second and Sun Mei's powerful attacks, the team barely needed any extra supplies. System notifications kept popping up. Player Anonymous. Chuang Chuang successfully seized a pirate ship. Team Reward 1. Player Anonymous. Hong Yi successfully seized a pirate ship. Team Reward 2. Their astonishing efficiency caused a stir among the players. Capturing a ship in under a minute made many wonder. Are pirate ships really that easy to take down? Let's give it a try. However, reality quickly hit them hard. At the respawn point, a player shouted a warning. Don't try to take the ships. Each one has a captain, first mate, and second mate. His words were met with bitter laughter. You think we don't know? I've already died 5 times. Meanwhile, the elite team continued to rack up achievements. Player Tianchi Qilan, Tianchi Dian successfully seized a ship. Team Reward 8. Player Drooling, Loot Master successfully seized a ship. Team Reward 9. Player Half-Eye, Shu Daoshan Ironhead successfully seized a ship. Team Reward 10. Player Anonymous, Nai Tang successfully seized a ship. Team Reward 15. Finally, the system issued a global announcement. The tribe successfully defeated the Yebusai pirate forces, killing 560,000 pirates and capturing 15 pirate ships. All players received an additional 15 settlement bonus. The final results screen appeared. 1,471 pirates killed, 14,710 crescent silver coins. 9 pirate ships captured, 9,000 crescent silver coins, 90 gems. 15 additional bonus, 3,557 crescent silver coins, 14 gems. Total, 27,267 crescent silver coins, 104 gems. In the game lobby, players eagerly discussed their gains. I cleared over 1,400 and got an extra 200 rewards. 1,600 in an hour, that's insane profit. Others seemed less thrilled. I only got 25 kills. I barely managed 70. As players gradually returned to the main city, merchants were already lined up at the gates, buying pirate coins. $1 per coin. Higher prices for bulk. Honest deals for all. Their enthusiastic cries filled the air, adding a lively, bustling vibe to the aftermath of the pirate battle. Captain, I have 15,000 pirate coins here. Do you want them? Hong Yi asked, glancing up on their way back. Sure, Sun Mei replied briefly, already calculating the cost of repairing her equipment in her mind. The knight set helmet, armor, bracers, gloves, and boots each piece required nearly 1,000,000 pirate coins for repairs. Though the amount was staggering, leaving the gear in disrepair wasn't an option. The trade was quickly finalized. Sun Mei exchanged gemstones and aromatic wine for their pirate coins. On the market, gemstones had relatively stable prices, around 300 pirate coins each, and each could be converted into 1,000 reputation points. 50 gemstones were just enough to exchange for the 15,000 pirate coins in Hong Ye's possession. Aromatic wine was slightly cheaper, priced at around 550 coins per bottle, with 2 gemstones trading for 1 bottle. After all, wine had more limited uses compared to gemstones. Surprisingly, the most stable item in value at the moment was the simplest feathers, consistently priced at around 10 pirate coins each. Though low-level resource missions could yield feathers, with the current player base's capabilities, Few were willing to undertake these time-consuming and low-reward tasks, leading to a supply shortage. This trip proved fruitful for Sun Mei, 15,000 from Hongyi, 14,000 from Heimao, plus over 10,000 each from Chuang and Naitang, who had seized coins during the ship raids. Altogether, they gathered 75,000 pirate coins. As soon as they returned to the camp, Sun Mei spotted Xiao Bei waiting at the entrance with two strangers. "Captain, they're here to discuss something with you. Let's find a quieter place to talk," Xiao Bei said bluntly. Hong Yi and the others tactfully dispersed, leaving Sun Mei to follow Xiao Bei into a small room in the camp. The two strangers followed closely, shutting the door behind them. Xiao Bei introduced them. "This is Yi Qiufeng, a merchant from the Gaogu tribe. And this is Zhiling Yun, a merchant from the Han Shuang tribe." "Miss Wasp," they greeted politely, addressing Sun Mei with unexpected deference. "Not from our tribe?" Sun Mei raised an eyebrow slightly but nodded in response. "What do you need from me?" "We were referred by you Long Min." Zhiling Yun spoke first, a hint of amazement flickering in his eyes. Though he had heard of the famed Maha Goddess, seeing her in person exceeded all expectations. Yi Qiufeng appeared equally astonished, clearly not expecting an independent female player to hold the captain's position in a Tier 1 tribal team. Zhiling Yun continued, "I'm here to propose a collaboration." Yu Long Min said he was unavailable and suggested we come to you for assistance. As he spoke, he took out 3 small jade tokens from his pocket and carefully placed them on the table. 3 drops of mysterious blood, a small token of respect. Sun Mei frowned slightly. She didn't need mysterious blood, but the scene reminded her of those shady dealings and conspiratorial meetings in TV dramas. Although she didn't consider herself particularly noble or remarkable, Sun Mei felt uncomfortable with the hypocritical pleasantries before her. As a young woman, she still struggled to fully embrace the worldly rules of adulthood. She spoke calmly, "Do you need my help with something?" Despite his attempt to conceal it, the slight furrow of her brows did not escape Zhiling Yun's notice. His heart sank a little, but he maintained his smile and explained, "I want to purchase some restoration liquid from the Maha tribe." He went on to detail the classification of tree spirit resources. Tree spirit leaves, branches, and bark rolls were considered level 2 resources, unlike the more common level 1 resources such as gold or bloodwood. Though not every tribe possessed them, there were always advanced resources near each tribe like secret iron mines, special bamboo and wood, or rare craftsmanship that players could unlock through exploration, conquest, or development. Currently, few tribes had access to level 2 resource maps, and the Maha tribe was one of the few ahead in this regard. "If you want to buy it, why not just go and buy it directly?" Sun Mei asked in confusion. "Isn't having buyers a good thing? Everyone makes money." Zhiling Yun smiled as he explained his concerns. Purchasing directly at a 1-to-1 price ratio would hurt the local merchants' profits, as they earned by transporting restoration liquid to other tribes and selling it at a markup. He hoped Sun Mei could mediate so that local merchants would buy from players at a 1-to-1 price ratio and then sell to him at a 1-to-1 ratio, ensuring everyone benefited. After hearing his explanation, Sun Mei understood the dynamics at play. These two, as foreign merchants, needed her influence to coordinate with the local merchants and prevent conflicts arising from leaked pricing information. "How much restoration liquid do you need?" Sun Mei asked. 100,000 drops, and I need it all before autumn," Zhiling Yun replied, his demand startling. When Sun Mei learned that the restoration liquid was intended to repair an ancient statue in the Frost tribe, she turned to the other merchant. Yi Qiufeng stated directly, "We need 5,000 tree branches. The price is negotiable." Xiao Bei leaned in to whisper in Sun Mei's ear, reminding her that this was not a simple collaboration. They were leveraging her reputation to connect with local merchants, leaving the decision in her hands. After a moment of thought, Sun Mei spoke. 1 of 5. Her offer left everyone present stunned. Yi Qiufeng, however, agreed readily. "Fine, 500 branches, 2.5 million. But for Zhiling Yun, the cost of 100,000 drops of restoration liquid skyrocketed from 20 million to 50 million, a staggering difference. "You're taking advantage of the situation," he finally burst out, his anger evident. "This isn't taking advantage of the situation. It's the rule," Sun Mei declared firmly, her voice resolute as her sharp gaze locked onto the person across from her. "In the Maha tribe, the purchase price cannot be lower than 1 of 5. This is the standard set for all tribes." Her tone suddenly turned uncompromising. "If you agree to this price, I'll have Xiao Bei gather the merchants here to cooperate with you. They'll purchase at a 1-to-4 ratio and sell to you at 1 of 5, allowing players to make a profit. If you don't agree, you're welcome to head to the Guhu tribe and settle for a 1-to-1 repair solution." Her words left everyone in the room momentarily stunned. Centralized purchasing would indeed significantly boost efficiency, much faster than competing with other merchants at the Guhu tribe. Unreasonable. Zhiling Yun fumed as he angrily snatched up the 3 drops of mysterious blood and stormed out, slamming the door behind him. Yi Qiufeng, on the other hand, seemed entirely at ease, a smile spreading across his face. With one less competitor, the situation was turning in his favor. Xiao Bei, go gather the merchants in the village and have them meet here, Sun Mei instructed. Got it. Xiao Bei gave Sun Mei a surprised glance. Her sudden confidence and decisiveness felt unfamiliar, as if she were making decisions with an extraordinary insight. Though he didn't fully understand, he refrained from questioning her further and left with Yi Qiufeng. Once they were gone, Sun Mei fell into deep thought. This strategy wasn't her own invention. She had overheard it in the guild's voice chat. Ghostfire had once mentioned that in the uncertain landscape of the Karla region, tribes were preparing for potential autumn conflicts. For non-allied tribes, resource pricing should be appropriately raised, but kept within a reasonable margin of 3 to 5 times. The reasoning behind this was clear. When resources in a region could be sold at high prices, not only would buyers in urgent need benefit, but most players could also profit. When players could make money or sustain themselves in a specific area, they would feel their interests were tied to that place. In times of crisis, these players would actively step in to help resolve issues, ultimately strengthening the tribe's cohesion. Although Sun Mei didn't fully grasp the depth of this idea, it resonated with her. She recalled her participation in the battle for soil against the Guhu tribe. What had driven her to fight was the desire to protect her own interests, regardless of who the enemy was. Soon, the wooden village echoed with shouts. Brothers, here's your chance to make money. Pirate coins are being bought at a net 4 ratio. Don't miss out. Wait, 1 pirate coin for $4? That's right. If you've got them, we'll take them now. The uniform purchasing price set by the merchants quickly caught the attention of players, who sensed that something unusual was happening. Have you all lost your minds? What's the deal with pirate coins this time? A player asked impatiently. The Gaogu tribe urgently needs tree spirit branches from us and is willing to pay a high price, the other player explained. Just 500,000 pirate coins, and this opportunity won't come again. Plus, the WASP has ordered that foreign merchants must buy resources at no less than a 1:5 market rate, or we'll collectively boycott them. Then what does buying at 1:4 mean? We have to make some profit too. The sudden spike in the value of pirate coins prompted many players to cash out quickly. Merchants, along with casual players, pooled their scattered pirate coins, soon amassing the 500,000 needed. Those who missed the opportunity could only regret their hesitation. In a modest bedroom, a middle-aged man wearing glasses frowned as he spoke on the phone. They're insisting on a 1:5 price if we want them to sell. There was a brief silence on the other end before a voice replied, fine, agree to the 1:5 rate. The 4 guilds can split the cost. It's manageable. We'll make them pay it back double eventually. You seriously want to accept this kind of rip-off price? The middle-aged man sounded incredulous. Stop complaining. If we don't fix the wreckage of the relic, all our previous efforts will be wasted, the voice added. Just report back that we spent 60 million. 50 million on resources, and the other 10 million as a tribute fee? 10 million for a tribute fee? Do you think the other guilds will believe that? They don't need to believe it. It only matters that the scattered players of the Frost tribe believe it. The middle-aged man instantly grasped the deeper strategy behind the plan. Later, Ji Lingyun approached Xiao Bei. 1:5 works. Let's proceed as you suggested. Xiao Bei, confident that the WASP would also approve, nodded and agreed. Merchants resumed buying pirate coins at a 1:4 rate. On Jest Island, players seized the opportunity, grinding monsters like crazy to earn money. Stronger players reaped greater rewards, with some even reinvesting their earnings to enhance their strength by purchasing powerful bloodlines from the Gaogu tribe, creating a positive cycle. Others ventured to explore new territories on Yebasai's other islands. When Sun Mei's party was preparing to head to the Faroe archipelago, they received a system notification. 4,000 players had already encountered a pirate battle. This must be a challenge event, Hong Yi analyzed. We'll need to wait until they win before we can proceed. How about we head to the Moon Goddess Cradle first? Sun Mei suggested. Black Cat and Nitang immediately agreed, and Hong Yi and Chuang had no objections either. The 5 of them prepared their supplies at the wooden village. After Sun Mei paid 1,000 pirate coins, the group, along with 3 giant lizards, set sail. Using the Moon Goddess emblem as their guide, they charted their course. In an instant, Sun Mei felt a wave of hunger and thirst. The system alert indicated her condition was rapidly deteriorating. Her dehydration level shot up from 1 to 31, and her hunger level surged from 2 to 20. Within just a minute, these numbers had spiked alarmingly to 62 and 40. Something's wrong. She glanced around and noticed that her 4 companions, as well as the giant lizard, were facing the same predicament. Although they had experienced the sailing mode before, this time the rate of consumption was far beyond expectations. It seems like the flow of time here is abnormal, Sun Mei speculated, and her companions nodded in agreement. Fortunately, they had prepared well. Everyone quickly retrieved water flasks and food to replenish their strength. Just then, an eerie white mist began to gather around them, thin tendrils drifting through the air. The ship came to an abrupt halt, and within the dense fog, a massive dark silhouette emerged. Its crimson eyes gleamed like stars, staring down at the five of them on the deck. The system alert informed them that they had encountered an undead entity on the third day of their voyage. It had stopped the ship and presented them with three choices: answer its questions, sacrifice one member of their group, or forfeit half of their supplies. This confirms my suspicion. Time in the sailing mode is indeed accelerated, Sun Mei said, turning to her companions. What should we choose? After a brief discussion, most of the group favored answering the questions, though Hongye suggested sacrificing the giant lizard. Ultimately, with a 3-10 vote, Sun Mei decided to answer the questions. The undead let out a raspy laugh before posing the first question. During the rise of the human race, how many ancient demon gods existed in each region? One or none? Hongye answered firmly. Ancient demon gods were hostile to each other and wouldn't coexist in the same area. What is the highest form of a tribe? An empire. Chuang Chuang answered quickly, his tone filled with pride. What is a defining characteristic of summer? Random disasters. Chuang Chuang responded again without hesitation. The undead seemed pleased with their answers. Before vanishing, it left behind a rusty bronze telescope on the deck. The system notified them it was a single-use navigation tool that could help them avoid dangerous areas for the next 30 days. Following the group's suggestion, Sun Mei picked up the telescope and used it immediately. The ship then resumed its journey. About 2 minutes later, everyone on the ship, including the giant lizard, had to eat again. The journey ahead seemed like a series of cascading disasters. On day 5, a massive, terrifying deep-sea fish appeared through the telescope. Thankfully, they altered their course in time to avoid the danger. On day 9, a violent storm struck. By some mysterious deep-sea protective force, they managed to get through unscathed. On day 11, eerie green spots suddenly spread across the ship's surface, and the crew began to lose health rapidly. Fortunately, Naitang quickly pulled out a skull and started chanting healing spells. The continuous healing of 4 points per second was enough to counteract the strange damage. In the sailing mode, 3 days on the ship translated to just 3 minutes in reality, so it wasn't too overwhelming. On day 13, a bolt of lightning struck the ship. With a deafening crash, a massive charred hole appeared on the left side of the vessel. The entire ship tilted and swayed dangerously on the water, nearly capsizing. How long is this cursed voyage going to take? Chuang Chuang couldn't help but complain. We might die before we even reach the destination. Who knows? Hong Yi replied with a helpless shake of his head. On day 15, He Mao's condition deteriorated rapidly. His face was deathly pale, as if all the color had been drained from him, and he collapsed on the deck, coughing incessantly. Water, I need water, he whispered weakly. Though Chuang Chuang found it slightly amusing, he quickly stepped forward to help him drink. On day 19, Hong Yi suddenly went blind. His eyes were inexplicably covered with a blood-yellow film, leaving him sitting helplessly on the deck, constantly touching his eyes. Are you all still there? He asked anxiously. We're here, everyone reassured him. On day 23, a malevolent spirit with crimson eyes blocked their way and presented 3 choices. Sacrifice 1 crew member, sacrifice 50 of their fresh water, or fight it. Sacrifice my pet. It's useless anyway, Hong Yi, still blind, suggested decisively. Sun Mei agreed to the proposal. In exchange, Chuang Chuang was cursed with a reversal spell. His left and right hands were completely switched in control. Watching him fumble awkwardly, trying to use his right hand only to have his left hand act, everyone burst into laughter. In this seemingly endless journey, they all shared the same hope. Perhaps in the next moment, they might finally catch sight of their destination. The telescope once again helped them avoid danger. On the 25th day of their sea voyage, an ominous change quietly occurred. Nakandi, one of the crew members, experienced an inexplicable corruption of her temperament, becoming malicious. This malicious state caused her to unintentionally harm her teammates, with a 20 chance of triggering. This was evident when she was supposed to cast the 4 green healing spell Believer's Sanctuary, but instead, a harmful green effect would suddenly appear. It was easy to miss if one wasn't paying close attention. Sun Mei's eyes widened in shock. Nakandi wore a bitter smile. Captain, should I keep going? Keep going. A 20 trigger chance isn't a big deal, Chuang Chuang decided on behalf of Sun Mei. What on earth is happening? What does malicious even mean? Hongya asked urgently. Shia. Sun Mei's words were interrupted by a sudden, intense headache. What is going on here? He couldn't help but complain. We haven't even reached the destination yet, and our team is falling apart. A blind man, a seriously ill crewmate, someone with uncoordinated limbs, and now, someone who's malicious. Captain, are we really going to keep moving forward? Although the ship was still sailing, Chuang Chuang voiced the question that had been on everyone's mind. Everything they had encountered so far seemed to be warning them that the moon god's cradle was not a place they should go. Sun Mei hesitated. We're going. We have to go. Hongya said through gritted teeth. We've come this far. Giving up halfway is not my style. I, cough, support this. Black Cat, though frail and sickly, was resolute. I agree too, Candy nodded. Even if it kills me, I want to see what that cradle looks like with my own eyes. And so, the ship continued its journey. Chuang Chuang, despite his awkwardly reversed hands, clumsily took care of Black Cat and Hongya, while Sun Mei took on the responsibility of feeding the two giant lizards. On the 28th day, they encountered a vicious wraith. It presented them with three options. A. Sacrifice one of their own. B. Sacrifice 10 water bags. C. Declare war against it. Captain, choose A. Hongya said after a moment of contemplation. If we choose C, I'm afraid we won't stand a chance. How will we know if we don't try? Chuang Chuang frowned. Brother, look at Black Cat and Mado. You think we're in any condition to fight? Cough, cough. I agree with Hongya, the two sick crewmates said in unison. Sun Mei was silent for a moment before choosing A. Black Cat's giant lizard vanished from the deck. In return, the Wraith cursed them. Their strength and agility stats were swapped. After checking his stats, Sun Mei found that the curse didn't affect him much. Switching to his freeform mode, his original strength of 58 and agility of 90 became strength of 90 and agility of 58, with little overall difference. By the 30th day, the telescope was damaged. On the 31st day, an injured creature landed on the bow of the Sheepa bird nearly the size of an adult human. It had the appearance of a vulture, with black and white feathers resembling a formal suit. Its demeanor exuded an air of pride and elegance. Faced with the choice of whether to rescue it, everyone unanimously chose option A. Cluck cluck, the vulture raised its wrinkled neck and let out two strange cries. The status bar showed its HP was only 1200-13000. Start your healing, Naitong said, muttering under her breath. I should have just finished it off. Hearing the commotion, Hongya curiously asked, what's going on? That bird, only has 1200 HP left, Chuang Chuang replied. Doesn't that mean it'll be quick to heal? Hongya asked. Naitong shook her head. In this case, I have to slowly heal it myself. Using potions isn't an option. We don't even have any left, she explained. Her mithril skullcap had a healing cap, breaking at 4000 HP. However, she still had several drops of repair fluid in her backpack, each restoring 2000 HP, which was more than enough for this situation. 4. The healing process dragged on for nearly an hour, but the massive vulture finally returned to its original state. The gentlemanly bird gazed at the group with grateful eyes. Before it left, it dropped a gift on the ground. It's mine, Naitong exclaimed excitedly. With Sun Mei's nod of approval, she eagerly picked up the scroll on the ground and immediately learned the skill it contained. Sun Mei resumed steering the ship. During the time spent healing the gentlemanly bird, she had gained a deeper understanding of the navigation mode. As long as the ship was sailing, time would accelerate. When the ship stopped or a special event occurred, time returned to its normal flow. This clever design eliminated the monotony of long voyages, focusing only on engaging and worthwhile experiences. On the 37th day of their sea journey, they encountered a massive storm. Thanks to the protection of the deep sea fear, Sun Mei was able to steer the ship safely. Amidst the raging waves, she discovered a strange creature once human, but now something that had lost its identity as part of humanity. The system immediately presented options. A. Kill it. B. Banish it. C. Talk to it. After the ship came to a halt, a grayish-white, stone-like creature appeared on the deck. It retained a humanoid shape and wore wet, tattered clothes. Sun Mei frowned as she examined the stone figure. Who are you? She asked. The creature lifted its head, revealing a cracked, stone-like face. I am Yasi, a crew member from the pirate ship Gady. Thank you for saving me. Gady? Never heard of it, Sun Mei replied, more interested in why he had turned into this form. Yasi explained. Gady has always been in pursuit of power beyond human limits. Every time he made a new discovery, he would experiment on his crew first. I was one of the failures. His expression was pained as he continued. That purple crystal turned me into a moving stone. On Gady's ship, I served as a menial worker for 200 years. I don't age, but I can't grow stronger either. Any ordinary adult could overpower me. Sensing the group's wariness, Yasi hastily added, please don't worry. Even though I'm from a pirate ship, I pose no threat to you. The fact that Yasi had lived for 200 years didn't surprise Sun Mei, given the nature of the game world. Instead, she asked, why are you here? I'm not sure why Gady came to this sea, but he definitely had a purpose. We encountered a shipwreck. The waves shattered our vessel. I clung to a piece of wood for a long time before passing out. That's when you saved me. After clarifying the situation, Sun Mei took out a letter. Do you recognize the writing on this? She asked. The Pirate King's secret message? Yasi exclaimed, staring at the letter in surprise. How did you come by this? As someone who had spent over 2 centuries aboard a pirate ship, Yasi clearly recognized the coded language used within the pirate ranks. Sun Mei remained silent in response to Asher's question. After a brief pause, Asher took the initiative to explain. The letter's content is very simple. It instructs someone named Jebbies to retrieve something from a certain location, and they must prepare 5 high-grade gemstones. However, the letter doesn't specify what exactly needs to be retrieved. Sun Mei thoughtfully took out the treasure map. Asher examined it carefully but shook his head, indicating he didn't know the exact location. At that moment, Chuang Chuang suddenly interrogated like a detective. You don't know Jebbies? Someone named Jebbies. Asher's phrasing clearly suggested he didn't know the person. Otherwise, he would have referred to them directly. He admitted frankly, no, I don't. What about the Crescent Sea? I know that place, Asher replied, his eyes widening suddenly. Wait a minute. Did you come from the Crescent Sea? That's impossible. He turned abruptly to Sun Mei. Does that mean you have the blessing of deep-sea dread? That's right. Our captain indeed has the gift of deep-sea dread. Sun Mei, unfazed by Asher's astonishment, silently put away the letter and continued focusing on the voyage. Where are you headed? Asher asked hesitantly. The Moon Goddess Cradle. What? Asher froze in disbelief. I've heard of that place. If I'm not mistaken, you need the guidance of the Moon Goddess to enter. Though Asher claimed to have lived for centuries, his true strength remained uncertain. However, his extensive knowledge of navigation was evident. On the 42nd day of the voyage, the ship passed through a layer of white mist, as if crossing an invisible threshold. In an instant, the surrounding darkness vanished, revealing a sky full of glittering stars and a bright, hanging moon. The ship came to a stop on the inky Black Sea, before a breathtaking sight. A colossal earthen mountain suspended upside down in midair, layer upon layer reaching toward the moon. Thick rope ladders connected the mountains, which were entwined with strange plants and vines. From a distance, it resembled a massive spider web covered in green moss, slanting between the heavens and the earth. The hazy moonlight and drifting white mist added an ethereal touch to this surreal landscape. Is this the Moon Goddess Cradle? Nai Tang marveled as she gazed at the floating wonderland. What does it look like? The black cat asked. Chuang Chuang sighed in mild exasperation. Ahem, it's very dreamy, like a fairyland. Black cat, I just trembled a little. I didn't lose my voice. Next time, let me describe it. Listening to you talk makes me anxious. Ahem, all right. Standing at the ship's bow, Sun Mei leapt effortlessly onto the first inverted mountain. The flat surface was lush with green grass, and faint insect chirps could be heard. Ahead, 2 rope ladders led higher, one to the left and one to the right, with faint silhouettes of people moving above. A system alert suddenly sounded. Warning, you have exceeded the protection range of the Maha tribe. Death protection is no longer active. Ignoring the warning, Sun Mei called out, come on up. It's safe for now. Having made it this far, retreating would be laughable. Death was acceptable, but running away was not. Chuang Chuang, carrying the black cat, was the first to jump onto the mountain, followed closely by Nai Tang and Asher. As for Wang Kai and Hong Yi, one couldn't climb the rope ladders, and the other, blinded, had lost their combat ability. They stayed on the ship to wait. Although the black cat couldn't contribute to combat, its condition of continuous health loss meant it would die without timely healing from Candy's abilities. Thus, it had to remain with the team. Before setting off, Candy cast buffs on Sun Mei and Chuang Chuang. Earth Strength granted 11 defense for 15 minutes, while Flame Strength provided 11 attack for the same duration. Then, Ash carried the black cat on his back, and the 5 of them began ascending the left rope ladder slowly. Halfway up, Sun Mei paused to observe the enemy above. It was a humanoid creature resembling a pirate the moon god follower. Dressed in a solemn white robe with a hood and wielding a dark green double-bladed axe, it had a staggering 2,300 health points. Understanding the signal, Chuang Chuang climbed up first, followed closely by Sun Mei, who gripped his knight's greatsword. Who goes there? The follower shouted sharply, raising its axe and charging forward. Chuang Chuang crossed his arms to brace his shield. At that moment, Candy cast the sacrifice skill, enveloping Chuang Chuang in a red glow. This not only restored health but, more importantly, provided resistance to prevent his shield from being shattered. The level 30 martial artist follower swung its axe with lightning speed. Even with Chuang Chuang's level 22 shield mastery and 76 constitution points, a single strike took away nearly a third of his health. However, Sun Mei's counterattack was even more ferocious 90 strength points, level 96 swordsmanship, 103 weapon attributes, and the added effects of flame strength brought his total attack power to 300. With the mission's 150 damage boost and a true damage bonus of 20, the knight's greatsword sliced through with a sharpness of 215, severing the follower's double-bladed axe. Enraged and unarmed, the follower threw punches, but Chuang Chuang blocked them. Seizing the opportunity, Sun Mei struck again, landing another blow on the follower's head. When the follower's health dropped to 140 points, it suddenly stopped attacking, clutching its head. Its body beneath the white robe began convulsing violently, as if a swarm of snakes were writhing inside, and it started regenerating health at a frantic rate. However, even at a regeneration speed of 1,000 health points per second, it was futile. With 3 powerful strikes from Sun Mei, the follower's body exploded, leaving behind a golden droplet and a palm-sized piece of pristine white silk. This discovery made Sun Mei laugh out loud. It turned out that the resources of the moon god's cradle were the moon god's blood, an essential ingredient for crafting berserk blood potions. The exploration continued, and they found that the second dirt mound on the right had only 1 follower, which they dispatched easily using the same strategy. However, the third dirt mound housed 3 followers and was adorned with faintly glowing moon orchid grass. Faced with such a daunting challenge, Sun Mei decided to focus on the followers on the first dirt mound instead. After waiting for about 5 minutes, the follower respawned. 2 words. Let's grind. In 1 hour, they could defeat 24 followers. During this long night, Sun Mei and his companions fought tirelessly for 9 hours, ultimately gaining 208 followers, 2 drops of moon god's blood, and 208 pieces of pristine white silk. When the clock struck 6 in the morning, the Black Cat and Hongye chose death as previously agreed. They had already decided in advance. If their severe illnesses and vision issues hadn't healed by the time they logged off, they would simply opt for death to return. Acknowledging their contributions, Sun Mei handed them the 2 drops of moon god's blood to take back. Although they didn't provide much combat support, they had helped bear the disease debuffs along the way, which was already a great assistance to Sun Mei. Meanwhile, Naitong and Chuang decided to continue accompanying Sun Mei in grinding. After agreeing on their next login time, Sun Mei logged out of the game, had a quick breakfast, and headed to school to catch up on sleep. As he drifted off into a hazy slumber, a familiar voice woke him up. Opening his eyes, he saw the face of his homeroom teacher, Tang Yichu. It was break time in the classroom, and most of the students weren't in their seats. Go get me an income statement now, Tang Yichu said softly, standing beside him. An income statement? Sun Mei rubbed his sleepy eyes. What do you need that for? Tang Yichu explained. First, I want to prove to the school that you have talent in esports. This way, you won't need to come to school every day, just call to notify us. ITLL also help you avoid staying up all night. Additionally, the school is considering establishing an esports program. While there's still debate, I'm in favor of it. Your income statement could serve as compelling evidence. Are you serious? We need to keep up with the times, Tang Yichu said with a smile. Anything that can't keep up will be left behind. With the advent of fully immersive games, how can we not adapt? Holographic technology will undoubtedly dominate the future. This is just the beginning of humanity's rise. Sun Mei had no objections as long as it didn't disrupt his plans. Getting the income statement was simple. Players could visit the official website of the Celestial Market, enter their order number, and retrieve and print transaction records. Sun Mei pulled up the transaction from his previous deal with Xiao Bei, which had totaled over 300,000 yuan revenue generated from items obtained while grinding the Stone Tower clock and surplus secret iron equipment from lucky gift boxes. The printed income statement only displayed the type of equipment traded, without revealing specific game details. However, it included Sun Mei's personal information, verifying that he was indeed the recipient of the payment. A QR code for anti-counterfeiting was also provided in the bottom right corner, allowing direct access to the order details upon scanning. When Tang Yichu received the income statement, his gaze lingered on the amount for a long time. 10, 100,000, 340,000? Yep, Sun Mei replied calmly. The recipient's information clearly displayed the name, Sun Mei, followed by an ID number and a bank account number. The transaction details showed equipment trade. Tang Yichu carefully reviewed the information several times, then gave a thumbs up and said, "All right, you can go rest for now. I'll contact you once I've handled everything on my end." Sun Mei was filled with curiosity, eager to see how humanity's rise in the game would impact the real world. After school, he logged in on time and spent another all-nighter gaming with Chuang and the others. However, the next day took an unexpected turn. Tang Yichu encountered resistance on his end. The school administration made their stance clear. They couldn't set a problematic precedent. In their view, Qingyang High School should always prioritize academics. Allowing Sun Mei to be an exception might disrupt the school's overall ethos. After all, very few students could earn tens of thousands through gaming, and most might end up wasting time with little to show for it. Although the school didn't accuse Sun Mei of doing anything wrong, they firmly believed special treatment was not an option. Sun Mei wasn't surprised by the decision, but the news soon reached his aunt. Not only did the school notify his family, but they also gave him a day off. "Xiao Mei, tens of thousands is indeed a lot," his aunt said with a complex tone. "I'm happy for you that you earned so much, but you still need to focus on your studies. That kind of money won't support you forever. It can disappear faster than you think." "I'm not saying I won't study," Sun Mei replied, confused about what the school might have told his aunt. Just then, the doorbell rang. When he opened the door, a middle-aged man carrying several bags stood there. It was Sun Mei's father, Sun Dingliang. His face was warm and friendly, with a slightly tan complexion. Dad! Sun Mei exclaimed in surprise. After understanding the situation in detail, Sun Dingliang told Sun Mei that Qingyang City was planning to establish an esports high school at the site of an old university, and Mr. Tang was already working on his transfer. Do you want to go or not? Sun Dingliang asked seriously. If you do, I'll work with Mr. Tang to get the paperwork done, and you can transfer next semester. If you don't, that's fine too. You're earning your own money now, so it's your decision. I'll go, Sun Mei answered without hesitation. At noon, in a lavishly decorated restaurant, Sun Mei hosted a meal for the first time in his life. Seated at the table were his father, Sun Dingliang, his aunt, and his cousin. Seeing his son take on this responsibility, Sun Dingliang beamed with pride, raised his glass and said, "Here's to you, my son. May your future be bright and full of success." That's a bit cliché, isn't it? Haha, his cousin said, raising his own glass with a laugh. May, I wish you many more days like this and a life brimming with confidence and vigor. His aunt added warmly, wishing you good health and smooth sailing in everything you do. The meal was filled with laughter and joy. In the afternoon, Sun Dingliang headed to the school to handle transfer procedures. Since the esports high school hadn't started its term yet, he could only submit the application and sign the initial paperwork, with the rest to be processed later. Before leaving, Sun Mei transferred 200,000 yuan to his father's bank account. Sun Dingliang didn't refuse. He simply said he would save the money for when his son might need it in the future. After seeing his father off, Sun Mei, introduced by Tang Yichu, arrived at a boxing gym. The air inside was filled with the rhythmic sounds of punches landing. Dozens of teenagers were either pummeling punching bags or sparring intensely in the ring, their sweat glistening as they worked. They were greeted by a coach named Meng Qingyu, towering at nearly 1.9 meters, with a broad chest and muscular build. He exuded a commanding presence. Yet, the short ponytail he wore lent him an unexpected touch of artistic flair, like a fighter with a love for the arts. "Hello, Coach Meng." Tang Yichu greeted him with a handshake and then introduced, "Sun Mei, this is the modern combat instructor from the esports high school. Don't think you'll have it easy over there. Learning this stuff is no walk in the park." Sun Mei opened his mouth to respond but hesitated. He was well aware of his lack of athletic ability. It was only the thought of how dominantly Xiang Qilin and Dian seemed in the game, with their combat skills, that made him curious to learn more. After listening to the discussion between Tang Yichu and Meng Qingyu, Sun Mei understood the purpose of this visit. It was to prepare him physically in advance so that he wouldn't fall too far behind at the esports high school. Since Humanity's Rise was a fully immersive game, mastering combat techniques could provide a significant advantage, making it a mandatory subject at the school. Meng Qingyu carefully examined Sun Mei's limbs and shoulder joints before nodding. "We'll create a training plan for him over the next couple of days. You'll need to supervise and make sure he sticks with it. The key is to develop a habit of disciplined training. Once he joins our school, they'll teach him the professional techniques." Though Meng Qingyu knew that it would be challenging for someone starting from scratch, like Sun Mei, to achieve much in the field of combat, unless they had extraordinary talent or unique advantages, he kept such thoughts to himself. "Great, thank you for your effort," Tang Yichu said. "No problem," Meng Qingyu replied politely. At that moment, a voice called out from the entrance, "Meng, there you are. You're not easy to track down these days." "Ah, Mr. Su," Meng Qingyu replied with a smile. "Sorry about that, I was out of town for work the past couple of days." The person who walked in was the Maha tribe player Sun Mei had seen in the restaurant. He looked exhausted, clearly just finishing a workout. "I asked around here and even changed into running shoes, but my soles still hurt terribly when I run," he said, frowning. "You're running too often. You can't run every day. They'll tell you what medicine works fast for recovery. Don't push yourself too hard." The two chatted as they walked, and Tang Yichu soon left the area with Sun Mei. By evening, Sun Mei returned to the game world. This time, instead of heading straight to fight monsters, she boarded a ship with Chuang and the others. True to her nature, she wasn't one to retreat easily. However, due to a shortage of food supplies, both Yasi and Wang Kai needed restocking. They had to leave the moon goddess cradle and locate the nearest supply point. Yasi, an old pirate who had lived for centuries, knew this sea like the back of his hand. After the ship sailed for a while, he quickly pinpointed their location. "I know where this is," Yasi said after glancing at the night sky for a moment. "Head that way. If I'm not mistaken, we'll reach 5 Dragon Islands soon." "All right." Sun Mei steered the ship in the direction he indicated. Without activating the navigation mode, it took just over 10 minutes to reach their destination. Out of curiosity, Sun Mei followed Yasi ashore with Chuang. "This island belongs to the notorious pirate Pattis," Yasi explained in a low voice. "He's betrayed the human race and now serves the sea demon with his crew. You'd better not cause trouble here. If you're caught, the consequences will be grim. If you run into trouble, offer them something valuable. They won't make things too hard for you." The group nodded in agreement. Before long, they arrived at a dark, eerie town. The entire place seemed as though it had just been dredged up from the ocean floor, wet, slimy, and unsettling. The buildings were covered in seaweed, coral, and shells, while the streets were layered with thick mud, making the environment uncomfortable for the three of them. The streets were bustling with a mix of humans, humanoid creatures, and even the legendary merfolk. Giant pearls hung from the tops of lampposts, casting a faint, eerie glow. Yasi stopped in front of an unassuming building and turned to pull out a tattered cloth covered with symbols. Thank you, Huang Feng. They'll be safe here as long as I avoid Gady. I should be able to survive in this place. I don't have much, but I hope this can help you. This will let you decipher the Pirate King's secret codes, Yasi explained. Thank you. Sun Mei smiled as she accepted the gift, casually handing him 1,000 pirate coins. In this immersive game world, she couldn't help but apply her real-world mindset. Surviving often required money. I'm deeply grateful, Yasi said, visibly moved as he pocketed the coins. Miss Wangfeng, you're truly a kind person. There's something I didn't plan to tell you, but now I've changed my mind. Oh. Follow the street ahead. When you see a building marked with a red starfish, go in city. I'll understand once you get there. After watching Yasi disappear into the strange house, Sun Mei continued forward with Chuang and Naitong. About 10 minutes later, they found the building marked with the red starfish, a chimney-like structure made of green stone, seemingly carved from a massive rock. A starfish was affixed above the entrance. The three of them stepped inside, only to find rows of pitch-black iron cages filled with various humans and animals. Are you here to buy or sell? Asked a man with a face covered in oozing boils, resembling a toad. Trading? Sun Mei's gaze swept over the densely packed cages around her, filled with all sorts of people and animals. The nature of the business here was unmistakable. No wonder Ash was reluctant to share more detail. She was likely worried about ending up as merchandise himself. Everything in these cages is for sale? Sun Mei asked with interest. She still had over 70,000 pirate coins, originally kept as a backup and not sold to Ichiofeng. Now, it seemed like she had found a place to put them to use. The toad-like man rubbed his hands together enthusiastically and began to explain. You must be new to Wulong. Our slaves here are one of a kind, all marked and trained by the Holy Master to ensure absolute loyalty to their owners. He gestured to the cages around them. These are lower-tier slaves, suitable only for manual labor. But if you're interested, I can show you the higher-end goods provided you can afford them. At the mention of the Holy Master, Sun Mei's thoughts stirred. This must be the sea devil Ash had mentioned. What's the highest-tier slave you've got? She inquired. The toad-like man grinned wide. You've come at the perfect time. Recently, we captured a big-shot General Sarid of the Khmeri Empire. The name Khmeri Empire was vaguely familiar to Sun Mei from the official records of humanity's rise. It was one of the empires destroyed during the war between the ancient demon gods and the spirits of all things. Though her understanding of the history was limited, she nodded knowingly, pretending to be well-informed. Under the toad-like man's guidance, the three of them arrived at a metal-barred cell deep on the second floor. In the corner, a disheveled, white-haired old man sat huddled, his tattered clothes caked in filth. He looked like a beggar, completely unresponsive to the outside world. This is the great general you mentioned? Chuang asked, frowning. Kid, don't judge a book by its cover, the toad-like man warned. 1.5 billion crescent coins. They'll give you a special price. The astronomical figure made both Chuang and Naitang gasp in shock. Sun Mei was momentarily taken aback as well. Let me see if he's worth the price first, she said. The toad-like man chuckled darkly. Suddenly, a translucent, deep blue glass orb appeared in his four-fingered hand, gleaming like the marbles children played with. As the marble appeared, Sarid's stats panel was immediately displayed for everyone to see. This burly commander-level NPC showcased astonishing attributes: 3,000 HP, 300 Constitution, 101 Spirit, 109 Strength, 120 Dexterity, and 141 Agility. Even more impressive was his level 49 Blade Master skill, which granted a 290-point attack bonus, 114 points of armor-piercing blade energy, and a 4.5 blade energy shield effect. This guy is practically a walking fortress, the trio gasped in unison. While Sarid's stats were undeniably formidable, it became clear that, like the little piglet sapling, he was better suited for boosting the overall strength of a tribe rather than providing direct assistance to an individual. At that moment, Sun Mei had a sudden idea. What if we give the eternal bark to the native NPCs? Would it? She quietly approached the prison cell, turned her back to the group, and tested by taking out the eternal bark. A system notification promptly appeared. If the eternal bark is gifted to Sarid, he will be able to produce 2 level 49 Blade Master experience books per day. However, note that the death of a native NPC will result in a 100 drop of valuable items. This discovery almost brought Sun Mei to tears of joy, but she restrained her excitement and casually asked, is there a cheaper option? The Toadman gave a knowing smile. Of course there is, but first, let me see what you're capable of. Sun Mei signaled her companions to present the gem pouch they had obtained from the pirate raid. Though the quantity was limited, it was enough to demonstrate their strength. Satisfied, the Toad Man nodded and led them to another pit. Inside was a frail, one-armed, one-eyed middle-aged man, the nameless swordsman. His stats appeared similar to Sarad's, but with only 1200 HP due to his disabled and amnesiac traits. His attributes were significantly reduced. Even so, his level 41 sword master skill still hinted at his former glory. Can't we go any cheaper? Chuang asked reluctantly, staring at the 297 gems in his hand. The Toadman remained firm. Loyalty has a price. No bargaining on the goods here. The Toad's attitude was unusually firm. Yet, before the deal could be finalized, a pressing issue arose. I'm from the Crescent Sea. How am I supposed to bring him back? Sun Mei asked. While she could use her previous method of activating the sailing mode to cross the ocean, it seemed far too risky to bring an unknown swordsman along. Without a telescope to avoid potential dangers, it would be akin to courting death. You can cross the sea? The Toad gave Sun Mei a deep look, a flicker of doubt flashing in his eyes, though he asked no further questions. While I can't guarantee his safety across the sea, I can at least ensure his safety here. As he spoke, he took out 2 silver, 5-point starfishes, each no larger than a quail's egg, shimmering softly under the sunlight. These are pirate emblems from Patty's. With them, you can move freely within Patty's territory and even construct a personal resurrection platform. 5 Dragon Island always welcomes its friends. This unexpected boon made Sun Mei's heart stir. With a resurrection platform, not only could she travel back and forth to 5 Dragon Island at will, but more importantly, even if the Maha tribe were annihilated, she could avoid the risk of being forcibly reset. Suppressing her excitement, Sun Mei asked, "Do you sell resurrection stones here?" "That's the key material for building a platform." The Toad froze for a moment, as if only then understanding her request. "An altar? That's simple, but it'll cost you an additional 50,000 pirate coins." "All right, can I buy 3? She asked. "Impossible." The Toad glanced at Chuang and Naitang. "Not just anyone can settle on 5 Dragon Island. If it weren't for the deep sea dread, I wouldn't even extend this kind of help to you." Though Sun Mei didn't understand the connection to the deep sea dread, she didn't press further. "Then just 1 will do." The Toad extended his long tongue, its tip curling around a silver mirror. Sun Mei found the mirror familiar, as she herself had a similar one in her possession. "Lord, grant me a small altar stone." The silver mirror emitted a dark purple glow, and a creature resembling a shriveled fishman emerged from it. It was emaciated, covered in barbs and fins, with a protruding forehead and blood-red eyes. Its grayish-blue skin was mottled with white scales, resembling a diseased pattern, while its black claws glinted ominously. The fishman handed the Toad a palm-sized white circular stone etched with peculiar symbols. Sun Mei quietly confirmed her suspicions. This lord must be the demon Ashi had mentioned. The price of pledging loyalty to a demon was to abandon one's identity as a living being and become its servant, a rule that extended beyond just the human race. After inspecting the resurrection stone, Sun Mei asked, "One last question, can you tell me more about this mirror?" "This is a silver mirror crafted with special materials and techniques. It was once the most popular tool in the 7-star empire of the mysterious continent. Originally, it was used to enable communication between 2 people across distances. Later, it was discovered to connect with the spirits of all things and guardian spirits, which led to its prohibition. With the fall of the 7 Stars Empire, the confiscated and sealed mirrors finally saw the light of day once again." The Toad carefully caressed the silver mirror, his expression focused as he explained these lost crafts with the familiarity of a seasoned collector. "The 7 Stars Empire?" Sun Mei asked in surprise, taking out her own silver mirror for confirmation. "Indeed, Lady of the Deep Sea Sanctuary." The Toad nodded with a smile. "Would you like me to lift the seal on it for you? If you decide to purchase this nameless swordsman, this service will be complimentary." "All right," Sun Mei agreed. When she took the silver mirror back from the Toad, a series of unusual attributes appeared on its surface. Silver mirror bound. Regional messages. Bindable requires bound region. Tribal messages. Bindable requires bound tribe. Friend messages. 0, none available. Stranger messages. Can be disabled, none currently. "This mirror has a chat function?" Sun Mei exclaimed in disbelief, her eyes widening. "Captain, try binding it," Chuang suggested excitedly. Sun Mei attempted to bind it to the region of Carla but was met with a system prompt. "You must bind to a tribe before binding to a region." She then tried to bind it to the Maha tribe, only to receive another prompt. "Binding functions can only be unlocked for medium-sized tribes. The Maha tribe does not meet the requirements." Left with no other choice, she temporarily put the silver mirror away. "Shall we proceed with the transaction now?" the Toad asked patiently. "All right, I'll take it," Sun Mei said, handing over a bag of gemstones and 50,000 pirate coins. In exchange, she received 2 silver sea stars, a resurrection cornerstone, and a dark blue marble the soul slave token. The toad explained, this marble is crafted using a special spell to extract a strand of the target's soul. It allows you to command the target at will. If the target resists, they will experience excruciating pain. Crushing it will instantly kill the target. He gave her a meaningful warning. Until your strength surpasses his, it's best not to return the soul slave token out of mercy. Otherwise, dangerous consequences may follow. Mercy always comes at a cost. At the toad's signal, 2 exquisite young mermen emerged from the shadows and opened the iron cage that held the swordsman captive. Despite their strange features, the mermen possessed an aesthetic charm that Sun Mei found captivating: large eyes, red lips, bodies covered in fish scales, white bellies, and blue backs, resembling finely crafted porcelain dolls. Come here and follow me, Sun Mei commanded, holding the soul slave token. The nameless swordsman trembled for a moment, then silently stood behind her. Once they left the building, Sun Mei immediately began arranging a place for the nameless swordsman. Knowing that she would eventually leave and that his current state of amnesia and confusion would make survival on his own difficult, she decided to seek out Yasi again. This is a new friend of mine. He's lost his memory. After we leave, could you help take care of him? She asked. Me? Yasi stared at the nameless swordsman in astonishment. Don't you think you're overestimating me? I can barely take care of myself, let alone him. I can guarantee your material needs, Sun Mei assured him. Faced with such an enticing offer, Yasi agreed without hesitation. The place you're living in now is? Sun Mei's gaze fell on the uniquely designed building behind Yasi. She was urgently looking for a safe shelter for Wuming, as well as a place to set up a revival platform. This is my house. Yasi turned and pointed to the building behind him. I set it up as a base while working near Wulong Island with Gu Di. I didn't expect it to still come in handy now. He glanced at Wuming and added, it has more than enough space for a few people. Housing for the human race was always affordable. As long as one obtained residency rights in a territory, a small amount of money was enough to secure a place to log off. Having Yasi's house certainly saved Sun Mei a lot of trouble. She carefully examined the 2-story house. Though simple, its layout, 2 floors plus a basement, was practical. Upon reaching the basement, Sun Mei immediately began setting up the revival cornerstone. Before long, a faintly glowing blue circle marking the player's respawn point rose in the corner. The revival platform, little b, is ready. After death, you can choose to respawn here. With this platform in place, Sun Mei no longer had to worry about the Ma tribe facing the threat of annihilation. This was her fallback plan. After settling these matters and handing over the eternal bark to Wuming, Sun Mei set off with Chuang Chuang and Nai Tang to continue their campaign in the Moon Goddess Cradle. The following evening, she logged in early, took her ship back to Wulong Island, and successfully obtained 2 experience books. The first swordsmanship experience book stated, players below level 41 in swordsmanship could use this item to gain combat points insights from the techniques of a nameless swordsman. Eagerly, Sun Mei tore open the first book and instantly received a 30 boost in combat points. Her swordsmanship mastery leaped to level 26, 52, with an attack power increase of 96 points and a 12-point boost in armor penetration from sword energy. The second book added another 31, bringing her swordsmanship mastery to level 26, 83. At this rate, who could possibly improve faster than me? Sun Mei was ecstatic, feeling as though the throne of the Martial Alliance leader was within reach. Without hesitation, she sailed back to the Moon Goddess Cradle to continue her conquest. Meanwhile, the Ma tribe was undergoing a dramatic transformation. Though the territory's buildings appeared somewhat chaotic, many new features had been added. Affordable taverns offering drinks with effects ranging from 5 to 10, statues scattered throughout that increased players' chances of earning special rewards, especially near quest 10 and points. The temple had even activated its marriage sworn brotherhood function. Players who completed specific tasks and collected enough materials could form marital or sworn sibling bonds with others, gaining attribute boosts and unlocking couple synergy brotherly unity skills. Some players even formed temporary partnerships for these benefits, while top-tier teams considered sworn brotherhood an essential strategy despite the challenging nature of these tasks. These notable changes were largely thanks to the opening of the Fairu Archipelago trade route. Sun Mei's temporary low profile also provided an opportunity for other solo player teams to shine. Currently, teams led by Hongya, Half Cigarette, Weiwei, and Half Eye were recognized as the strongest solo player groups in the Ma tribe, and the number of elite teams continued to grow. Among the teams, Hongya's group was the weakest, as it was a temporary assembly. However, they managed to join due to some connection with Sun Mei, as it was well known that Hongya and Black Cat were Sun Mei's teammates. The various teams got along quite harmoniously, with occasional minor conflicts that were insignificant. Overall, everything was progressing positively. At this moment, on the rugged, rock-strewn beach of Feilu Island, a decayed pirate ship lay capsized and stranded, half buried in the sand. In front of the ship stood a headless pirate wielding a dark, menacing blade. Surrounding the scene were teams of spectators watching intently, while inside the arena, only 4 teams Qilin, Half Smoke, Crescent, and Half Eye were present. Hongya's team, however, was notably absent. "I'll go first," Qilin proposed. The other 3 teams nodded in agreement and stepped back to clear the area. According to the system prompt, this pirate was the key to conquering Feilu Island and was incredibly significant to the Mahan tribe. The tribe required control of 3 maps to upgrade, and with Spider Forest and Spirit Soil Cave already secured on the same map, only the final map remained. "You're too weak. Are you sure you want to challenge me?" "My blade shows no mercy." The pirate's eerie, guttural voice emanated from his torso as Qilin's group of 5 approached. "We're sure. Then prepare to meet your end." The pirate brandished his blade and charged toward the group of 5. His attributes revealed: Headless Pirate HP 2500-2500. Though his health was low, his attack power was exceptionally high. Qilin thought to himself that as long as the Holy Shield could hold its ground, they should be able to finish the fight within 2 rounds. Coordinating seamlessly with the gunner, Qilin made the first move. He hurled a poison dart while the gunner took advantage of their ranged attack to strike first. Bang! The gunner's attack landed successfully, but the poison dart was effortlessly deflected by the pirate's blade. Unfazed, Qilin and his 2 melee teammates stood ready behind the Holy Shield, waiting for the pirate's attack. None dared move recklessly before the pirate struck the Holy Shield, as drawing his aggression would mean certain death from a single blow. Suddenly, damage numbers appeared above the pirate, and Qilin's heart sank. This was clearly skill-based damage. The pirate's dark blade shimmered with a blood-red glow as he viciously slashed at the Holy Shield's crossed arms. The crimson energy erupted, hitting Qilin and the other 2 melee fighters with unerring precision, and a single strike drained significant health from all 4. Remaining calm, Qilin assessed the situation. The damage was severe, but as long as they could survive 1 more hit, they could rely on Yumali's healing pastries to recover and drag the fight out for 2 rounds to secure victory. However, before they could even consume their recovery items, the pirate struck again with a swift and ferocious slash. This attack landed squarely on the Holy Shield, instantly killing Qilin and his 2 teammates. Although the Holy Shield managed to recover 400 health using the Spring Rebirth skill unlocked at level 25, it was already too late. The pirate's 3rd strike followed immediately, and the gunner, realizing the dire situation, abandoned the Holy Shield and fled. After 3 devastating blows, the blood-red glow on the pirate's blade faded, and with 1 final, clean strike, he finished off the last remaining Holy Shield. The teams watching from the sidelines were left stunned, their mouths agape as they witnessed the pirate return to his original position. The sheer, overwhelming damage output left everyone in shock. Who could possibly defeat that? To defeat the Headless Pirate, the key is to withstand the first 3 strikes. The Sacred Shield not only needs to meet the required defense threshold, but also must ensure that the damage from Blood Splinter doesn't harm teammates. It sounds straightforward, but in reality, it's incredibly challenging. Even the strongest Sacred Shield in the Qilin team loses 380 HP from a single hit. Can the Mahan tribe even find a character tougher than that? Isn't this pirate ridiculously overpowered? Are we using the wrong strategy? Someone couldn't help but complain. The surrounding players broke into discussions, with most agreeing that there must be a specific strategy to deal with the pirate. After all, in the game Humanity's Ascension, powerful entities like the Ghoul Giant or the Giant Lizard Lord couldn't be defeated hidden, but could be tackled easily if the right method was found. Going head-to-head only made things harder. A universal rule for 99 of the game's powerful monsters. Should we let Huangfeng give it a try? Someone suggested. Are you out of your mind? If even the Sacred Shield can't hold up, how can she deal damage? Another immediately retorted. The group could only helplessly stare at the Headless Pirate. Even though the chance to conquer Feilu Island was right in front of them, without finding a breakthrough, their efforts would remain futile. Day after day, the Qilin team attempted the challenge daily. Fair Archipelago offered 2 protection mechanisms, so dying once wasn't a big deal, but the result was always the same failure. Around 5 p.m. on the 3rd day, Sunmei stepped out of the Mahan tribe's resurrection platform, calculating in her mind, this teleportation fee is ridiculously expensive, but she quickly thought of the lucrative rewards from the Moon God Cradle, 15 drops of Moon God's blood and over 1,400 pristine silks in 6 days. More importantly, her swordsmanship level had been steadily improving. Her swordsmanship mastery had now reached level 29 at 22, granting 114 attack power and 18 armor penetration from sword energy. She also noticed that the effects of the level 41 experience books diminished as her swordsmanship level increased. At level 26, each book gave 30 combat score, dropping to 25 at level 27, 20 at level 28, and only 15 at level 29. She had a feeling the reduction might be even greater after reaching level 30. Her main reason for returning was to restock repair fluid for Naitong and to gather materials for crafting berserk blood potions. Since Chuang had personal matters to attend to today, she took the opportunity to handle these mundane tasks herself. Naitong had already informed Xiaobei through offline communication, and all the necessary items were prepared. While handing over the items, Xiaobei curiously asked, "Have you heard about the headless pirate?" "The headless pirate? What's that?" Sun Mei looked puzzled. Xiaobei explained the entire situation in detail before adding, "Right now, the tribe just needs this one piece of the map to level up. Once the tribe levels up, there will be so many benefits like divine authority, gaining a blessing position, and royal authority, earning a coronation spot. By being crowned, players can obtain various official titles, such as Commander of the Guard on Jest Island. These positions not only provide daily fixed martial arts score rewards, but also come with attribute boosts and special privileges. The larger the map, the more positions available for crowning. When upgrading a tribe, random challenge events are triggered, and the difficulty of these events is also influenced by the map size. Although the Guhu tribe has met all the requirements for an upgrade, they have delayed proceeding, mainly to prepare for these challenges. They have invested significant time in building city walls, both to face the upgrade challenges and to defend against attacks from numerous enemies. Sun Mei held high expectations for the crowning title and was especially curious if it would unlock a third talent slot. She then turned her attention to the current price of pirate coins. 1 to 5, Xiaobei replied. The Frost tribe hasn't collected enough yet. But with so many players farming pirate coins these days, it should be done by tomorrow or the day after. Sun Mei considered whether to equip the Holy Shield with a set of knight armor to withstand pirate attacks, but quickly dismissed the idea. Spending 4 million to counter a pirate when the armor could be repaired for just 1 million simply wasn't worth it. She headed to the shrine and consumed 6 bottles of berserk blood potion in succession. Her stats immediately soared: Constitution 48, Spirit 18, Strength 103, Skill 19, Agility 75. The tribe's power purified the inversion curse, and she successfully advanced to become a 100-strength swordsman. Afterward, Sun Mei took out a piece of smooth white fabric and handed it to the priest. The priest marveled at the rarity of the material, but regretfully admitted that the current strength of the shrine's power was insufficient to refine its energy. This marked the first time the priest encountered something beyond their capabilities, indirectly confirming that the quality of the white fabric surpassed that of mithril equipment. Leaving the shrine, Sun Mei headed straight for the Faroe Archipelago to explore the map. Beyond the Faroe Archipelago lay the final territory of Yebusai, the Walrus Island, guarded by the Walrus Spirit. Special ships or unique methods were required to set foot on the island. Otherwise, vessels would be swallowed by whirlpools. According to Asur's translation, the letter mentioned that Yebusai needed to prepare gemstones to retrieve an item. Sun Mei speculated that the treasure's location was likely within Yebusai's territory, either on the Faroe Archipelago or Walrus Island. Arriving at the first Faroe Island, she went directly to visit the headless pirate. The ventriloquist pirate, upon seeing her, said only one thing: "Your strength is decent, but it's still not enough. Missed it by a bit?" Sun Mei raised an eyebrow, deep in thought. The pirate's hint was quite clear: the way to deal with him likely involved meeting a certain strength threshold. Of course, she couldn't know if the pirate had said something entirely different to others. After leaving the pirate, she began to follow the clues. The Faroe Archipelago consisted of 7 islands. Islands 2 through 7 were all connected to Faroe 1 by stone bridges, but the smaller islands themselves were not interconnected. Players could only start their exploration from Faroe 1. She ventured across the islands in order. Faroe 2 was inhabited by crabs the size of wash basins, famed for their crab meat. Faroe 3 was home to white-furred monkeys, known for producing monkey fruit. In this manner, she explored her way through until she reached the final island, Faroe 7. Crossing the stone bridge, she was greeted by uneven terrain. Massive greenish-brown rocks were scattered about, and not far ahead to the left, a grayish-white stone sculpture lay half-buried in the soil. This sculpture, cracked and thinly coated with moss, was none other than the earth deity statue known as the Harvest Statue, one of the 4 divine statues of heaven and earth. As a player from the Maha tribe, she was all too familiar with such statues. The moment she saw the earth deity statue, Sun Mei's eyes lit up. She quickly pulled out her treasure map. Sure enough, in the map's lower left corner was a faint, small pattern. Though its details were unclear, its position and color matched the earth deity statue exactly. The map also displayed a dotted line stretching from the edge to the center, with an X marking the endpoint. She moved back and forth, testing her position repeatedly. When she stepped back 1 step, the dotted line on the map suddenly began to glow faintly. Finally, her years of treasure hunting experience were paying off. Following the glowing dotted line, she soon encountered towering stone golems. These constructs, composed of dozens of rocks, stood like sentries and hadn't attacked yet due to the distance. The system displayed their stats: Stone Golem HP 3000300. Sun Mei decided to circumvent them, carefully relocating the dotted line's path and pressing forward. The deeper she went, the more stone golems appeared, and avoiding them consumed a great deal of time. After a grueling half-hour, she finally reached her destination, a circular clearing about 5 or 6 meters in diameter. The ground was paved with greenish stones, with wild grass growing in the cracks. The most striking feature was the 5 brown stone pillars in the inner circle, shaped like colossal hands emerging from the earth, reaching skyward as if grasping for something. Although there were no prompts at the site, Sun Mei, thanks to the translated note from Yasi, knew this was where 5 high-quality gems needed to be placed. She retrieved a big eater gem from her inventory and cautiously placed it on one of the stone hands. A system notification immediately appeared. As a member of the Maha tribe, you lack the qualifications to offer sacrifices to the Lord of Greed. You cannot use this altar. However, the treasure map's aura grants you a single opportunity to make a sacrifice. The sacrifice rules were then displayed. 5 low-grade gems. Randomly choose one from items, equipment, or skills. 5 medium-grade gems. Randomly choose one from mid-level items, equipment, or skills. 5 high-grade gems. Randomly choose one from advanced items, equipment, or skills. 5 supreme gems. Randomly choose one from top-tier items, equipment, or skills. The system added a special reminder. Gem quality categories are provided for reference only. Players must assess their actual value themselves. As the treasure map disintegrated into dust, Sun Mei couldn't help but fall into deep thought. This might be the only chance for a sacrifice she would ever have. According to the official information, this type of wilderness altar requires special sacrificial qualifications to be used, making it a rare and highly sought-after facility. High-level sacrifices can yield rare, unique, or discontinued items. There is a fundamental difference between unique and discontinued items. Unique items are one of a kind but can reappear if damaged, much like certain special skills. On the other hand, discontinued items vanish forever once lost. Both types of items possess powerful effects, comparable to the rarity of Sun Mei's unique talent, heroic presence. Faced with such a rare opportunity, Sun Mei was naturally unwilling to settle for a low-level sacrifice. She quickly calculated the cost. The requirement for top-tier gems was 16, and she only had 1 ice core in her possession. This type of gem was currently valued at over 10 million on the market. Even at a conservative estimate of 12 million each, 4 gems would cost 48 million. So broke, Sun Mei sighed inwardly. Although she also owned a phantom soul orb, she would never consider selling it. Not only did this orb enhance her weapon's attack power, but it also served as her emotional anchor. Much like having savings in real life provides a sense of security, this orb gave her immense peace of mind. Pondering ways to gather the 48 million, Sun Mei left the Falu archipelago and returned to the Maha tribe. She planned to visit the temple to change her profession. With her balanced stats in strength, endurance, and agility, she could easily try out combat professions like Holy Shield, Berserker, or Holy Spear, while also completing related achievements along the way. However, as she passed through the square, a voice suddenly called out, "Miss Wasp." Sun Mei turned to see a fair-skinned young man standing there. His face bore a professional smile, his demeanor exuding experience and composure, though there was a deliberate sense of distance in his mannerisms. "And you are?" she asked. "My surname is Wu Sandong." The young man introduced himself directly, then added, "I'm with the Apocalypse Guild. I recently arrived here. Due to official duties, Leaping Dragon Gate has been reassigned elsewhere, so I'll be handling the guild's affairs in the Maha tribe from now on." So he was the replacement for Leaping Dragon Gate. "What do you want?" Sun Mei asked. "There are indeed some matters I'd like to discuss with you. How about we continue this conversation at the Trade Association?" Wu Sandong suggested politely. Once seated at the Apocalypse Trade Association, Wu Sandong got straight to the point. "You may already know that our guild's primary sponsor is the Feather Group from the Holy Light Tribe." Seeing Sun Mei nod, he continued, "The matter I wish to discuss pertains to this. The 1-of-5 trade rule you established for external trading. Our sponsor simply cannot accept purchasing goods at that price. Can we work something out?" Wu Sandong leaned forward slightly, his tone sincere. "With us here, the Shengguang tribe would be our ally. Trading at fair prices benefits everyone." He went on to explain the business model of the Nuanyuan Guild in detail, acquiring resources from employees at low prices through task-based arrangements and then selling them to clients at slightly below market rates. "We're a large organization with enormous daily expenses. It's impossible for us to survive on opportunistic tactics. What we strive for is stable, long-term collaboration." Sun Mei frowned, as if deep in thought, though her mind was already made up. As a partner of Fish Leaping Dragon Gate, there was no way she would cooperate with Wu Sandong. "No," she refused flatly. "Why not?" Wu Sandong was taken aback, clearly not expecting such a blunt rejection. Sun Mei calmly analyzed. "Whether Shengguang becomes Maha's ally is uncertain. You may be allies now while you're here, but what happens if you leave someday?" "That won't happen." You think just saying it won't happen makes it certain? Sun Mei's retort left Wu Sandong speechless. It wasn't baseless gaming guilds often operated independently of tribes and could withdraw at any time for profit or other reasons. If there's nothing else, they'll be going. Sun Mei stood, ready to leave. Wait, Wu Sandong hurriedly stopped her. Can't you make an exception? Just this once. Seeing the doubt in Sun Mei's eyes, Wu Sandong gave a bitter smile and confessed the truth. The guild's developments elsewhere had been unsuccessful, and only the Maha tribe remained stable. To secure this foothold, he had promised benefits to Feiyu Group. Now it was time to deliver, providing 2 million tree spirit branches at market price before autumn. The scale of the deal startled Sun Mei. Even the 10,000 drops of repair liquid the Frost tribe recently needed had taken the entire Maha tribe 5 or 6 days to gather. 2 million branches were no small amount. The guild alone couldn't possibly meet the deadline without purchasing externally, and such a large operation couldn't be hidden. Keep dreaming. Sun Mei rejected him with a cold laugh. Ms. Wasp, please reconsider. We can negotiate any price. Wu Sandong pleaded urgently, fully aware that the same benefactors who elevated him could just as easily bring him down. 50 million, can you afford that? Sun Mei threw out an astronomical figure. If he could genuinely come up with that amount, she might agree it wouldn't interfere with Fish-Leaping Dragon Gate's plans anyway. But the number was clearly beyond Wu Sandong's reach. He could barely muster 3 or 4 million at most. Wu Sandong's expression shifted. Ms. Wasp, are you absolutely sure about this? This is a deal with the Shengguang tribe. On the continent of Karla, the power of the Holy Light tribe was second only to the ancient Pot tribe. This massive force was backed by 3 powerful financiers, including the Feiyu Group, which operated like spiders entrenched at the center of a vast web. Through guild networks spread across various tribes, they continuously funneled resources into the Holy Light tribe, solidifying its dominant position. Under such influence, even strong players like Qilin and Dian could only hover between first and second-tier teams. Are you threatening me? Sun Mei stared coldly at Wu Sandong standing before her. Ms. Hornet, this isn't a threat, it's a statement of fact. Forced into a corner, Wu Sandong could only gamble everything. This deal doesn't just concern our guild. It also involves the Feiyu Group. If you sabotage this transaction, you'll be offending the Feiyu Group. They might retaliate against you or even the entire Maha tribe. What about Qilin? Sun Mei abruptly changed the topic. Though confused by her question, Wu Sandong answered honestly, he should be training martial arts in the Fairf archipelago. Bring him here. Soon, a puzzled Qilin arrived at the scene. Pointing at Wu Sandong, Sun Mei spoke in an unwavering tone. Tell your guild's boss that if they still want to operate here, they have 3 days to transfer you alongmen back. If, by then, this person or anyone else is still in this position, your guild might as well prepare to start over. Wu Sandong's face turned pale, and he hurriedly chased after the departing Sun Mei. Ms. Hornet, I really wasn't threatening you earlier, I was just worried. Sun Mei merely shot him an icy glance before walking away. Originally, the plan was to wait for Yue Longmin to expose the guild's misconduct before applying pressure, but since Wu Sandong had delivered himself to her, it saved her the trouble. After she left, Qilin, still in disbelief, asked, What on earth did you do? Wu Sandong hesitated, unable to disclose his dealings with the Feiyu Group. Seeing his evasiveness, Qilin frowned and said, It's not that I won't help you. Around here, no matter who you've offended, I'd back you even if it were the King of Wanderers. But her? I can't help you with that. Wu Sandong nodded bitterly. After logging off, he immediately transferred a sum of money. The phone rang shortly after. Did you fail? The voice on the other end asked. Yes. Wu Sandong sighed. I did as you suggested, but Hornet didn't agree and ended up offended instead. Well, looks like you're not cut out for wealth and power. The voice chuckled lightly. Still, I didn't expect a mere rogue queen to dare stand against the Holy Light tribe. I underestimated her. Listening to the words on the phone, Wu Sandong could only sigh. Even if he managed to earn Sun Mei's forgiveness, failing to fulfill his promise to the Feiyu Group meant he wouldn't keep his position for long. Yet now, that seemed far less important. The strategy to deal with Sun Mei had been carefully arranged among various plans. Even if they offended her, they could still provide an explanation to Feiyu Group and avoid their wrath. All conflicts and issues would be directed towards Sun Mei, ensuring that if Feiyu Group sought trouble, they would only target her and not anyone else. Wu Sandong's plan was actually quite simple. First, privately reach an agreement with Feiyu Group to gain an opportunity for advancement, and then discuss the execution of the agreement with Sun Mei. Even if the attempt failed, it wouldn't matter, at least he had secured a chance, which was far better than others who had none. At this point, Sun Mei arrived at the temple, ready to change her class. The system notification chimed. As a protector of the eagle, you can waive the cost of converting to the Holy Eagle class. Do you wish to change your class to Holy Eagle Shieldbearer? What a pleasant surprise. Sun Mei was delighted to discover that the usual 5,000 fame points required for the class change could be waived. Although the offer only applied to the Holy Eagle subclasses of Holy Sword, Holy Lance, and Holy Shield, it was a welcome relief for her, given that she only had around 30,000 fame points left. After confirming the class change, the system prompted her with another choice: whether to perform a martial arts transformation. The options indicated that she could consume 4 martial arts manuals of the same level to convert her swordsmanship to shield techniques or retain her existing swordsmanship. Sun Mei chose to keep her swordsmanship, as her primary goal was simply to achieve the Holy Shield accomplishment and unlock the associated class skills. Finding a secluded corner, she reactivated the heroic form ability. Accompanied by the sound of her bones restructuring, her physique rapidly expanded. She transformed from a graceful swordswoman into a burly young man. Beneath her sun-kissed wheat-colored skin, her well-defined muscles were reminiscent of a professional bodybuilder. Clenching her now broad and powerful hands, Sun Mei felt the surge of strength coursing through her. The system panel displayed: Little B hidden option available. HP, 480,480. Attributes: Constitution 48, Spirit 18, Strength 103, Dexterity 19, Agility 75. Special status: Heroic form unique active. Class talent: Self-sacrifice. In battle, damage received can be stored in a blood pool. This pool allows her to mark allied units. When a marked ally takes fatal damage, the blood pool can be consumed to negate the damage. One additional mark slot is gained for every 10 levels in shield techniques. Although the single class talent left Sun Mei slightly disappointed, the life-saving potential of the skill was quite impressive. What thrilled her even more was the discovery that, upon switching back to her eagle wing form, her body reverted to its smaller frame, transforming her from the burly bodybuilder back into the aloof and elegant swordswoman. Witnessing this transformation, a faint smile appeared at the corners of her lips. The wings of the eagle have been inherited. At the moment this fact was confirmed, Sun Mei felt her suspicions were validated. The newly inherited wings of the eagle perfectly replicated the appearance of the sacred sword, which allowed her to breathe a sigh of relief. At least, she wouldn't have to reintroduce herself every time she encountered someone familiar. She quickly switched to the sacred shield form, gripping the mithril shield she had prepared in advance, and headed into the wild. Thanks to the all-class weapon she had obtained earlier from a lucky gift box, the class transition felt particularly seamless. A wild coyote soon appeared in her sight. Sun Mei deliberately refrained from counterattacking, allowing it to launch attacks repeatedly. With her overwhelming attribute advantage, she effortlessly blocked every strike with her shield. Congratulations on achieving the milestone first defense. Next milestone: Novice Shield Bearer, successfully defend 10 times. The system notifications came one after another. The requirements for shield achievements were straightforward. Simply block attacks perfectly with the shield without taking damage. For her, this was an easy feat. Like a graceful matador, Sun Mei maneuvered with her mithril shield, skillfully engaging with the coyote. Half an hour later, she had earned all of the sacred shield achievements. If not for the coyote's slow attack rhythm, she could have completed it even faster. Returning to the temple, she switched to the sacred spear class. In the mirror, a beautiful young girl appeared. Her jet black ponytail tied high, her bright eyes and radiant smile exuding a spirited charm. Every movement was brimming with youthful energy. After observing herself for a moment, Sun Mei blinked and made up her mind. I still prefer the sacred sword, she murmured to her reflection. You're beautiful too, but you can only be considered a second choice. The sacred sword girl may not lose to you in elegance, but her queenly aura after growing stronger is something you can't compare to. Opening her attribute panel, the formidable abilities of the Saintly Eagle Spear Guard were immediately displayed. Saintly Eagle Spear Guard female. Born to be a master of controlling the battlefield, you can seize the winning edge on the brink of life and death. Control the field. Once a target is locked, their attacks will reveal weakness marks. Hitting a weakness mark grants a 20 attribute suppression effect. If your highest attribute exceeds the target's by 20 points, their attacks or skills are guaranteed to be interrupted. For every 100 points in dexterity, an additional weakness mark is unlocked. Every 10 levels in spearmanship unlocks an additional target lock slot. Break the field. At the start of a battle, gain 1 calmness mark every 5 minutes, stacking up to 6 layers. Activating the marks causes your next attack to deal critical damage equal to actual damage x the number of marks. The Sacred Spear's abilities were simply terrifying. Although Break the Field required a longer setup time, as a trump card for turning the tide, the chance to deal 6 times critical damage in one strike was undeniably tempting. Meanwhile, the Control the Field ability was outright formidable. Sun Mei excitedly calculated the stats. Once equipped with the Medal of the Free, her agility would reach an astonishing 105 points. This meant that as long as she landed a hit on a weakness mark, she could completely dominate opponents with a primary attribute below 125, leaving them utterly defenseless. Her strategy became clear: control the pace, stall for time, and seized the right moment to charge forward. Gazing at the increasingly radiant holy spear in her hands, Sun Mei felt an unprecedented surge of confidence. The immense combat power of this class filled her with eagerness to delve deeper into its potential. While mastering the holy spear required significant time investment, it was relatively straightforward compared to other classes. She only needed to patrol fixed routes among the tribes. It was precisely this tedious patrolling that made the holy spear an even less popular class than the swordsman. But for Sun Mei, monotony was never an issue. Patiently, she completed her patrols, lap after lap. Meanwhile, on the other side of Karla, a different scene was unfolding within the Tianyan tribe. 5 or 6 young men surrounded a delicate-looking youth, with a short but imposing young man taking the lead. "You have a Wanderer's Medal in your possession?" the leader asked directly. The surrounded youth, whose ID displayed as Chia Suifeng, frowned as he assessed the group. "Who are you?" "Me? I'm Liu Yi. Heard of me?" One of the lackeys immediately chimed in. "Our brother Liu here is a top player in Wang's team from the Shengguang tribe's Tianyi group." Chia Suifeng's expression shifted slightly. In Karla, no one was unaware of the influence of the 3 major financial groups of the Shengguang tribe. "Greetings, brother Liu," he said respectfully. "Do you have the medal?" Liu Yi asked with a satisfied smile. "Yes," Chia Suifeng replied. "Are you willing to sell it?" "Don't worry. We'll offer you a fair deal for a peaceful transaction." Chia Suifeng hesitated. Coming from a wealthy background, he wasn't particularly interested in money. Noticing this, Liu Yi changed his approach. "If you don't want to sell, we can trade instead." "Really?" Chia Suifeng's eyes lit up. "Of course. What do you want?" Liu Yi asked. "Brother Liu, can you get me into Leihe's team?" Chia Suifeng asked hopefully. Liu Yi's expression froze instantly. Leihe was the captain of the Wang team in the Tianyan tribe, a player with a unique talent coveted by every financial group. Allowing such a promising asset to join another faction would undoubtedly lower Liu Yi's own standing. "How about we consider another condition?" Liu Yi suggested. "But that's all I want right now," Chia Suifeng replied with a wry smile. After weighing his options, Liu Yi proposed. "All right, how about this? You hold on to the medal for now, but don't use it. When you're ready to make a deal, come find me." "How's that?" "Great. Thank you, brother Liu." Chia Suifeng agreed gratefully. "If you need anything, just come to the Shengguang tribe. Brother Liu has got your back." As Liu Yi and his group walked away, Chia Suifeng was about to form a team to grind his martial arts level when yet another group surrounded him. "Who are you?" Chia Suifeng asked warily. The burly man in the lead crossed his arms, looking down at him with an air of superiority. "Who we are is none of your concern. Name your price and sell me the medal." Chia Suifeng frowned deeply, about to respond, when one of the lackeys beside the man sneered and interjected. "You should already know who we are. Meeting the king of hell is easy. Dealing with his little devils is the hard part. We've got to do what we've got to do, right?" This cryptic exchange made Chia Suifeng realize immediately these men were from Liu Yi. His expression darkened at once. What a ruthless tactic, failing negotiations on the surface and then sending people to apply pressure. And even if he reported this, it would never trace back to Liu Yi's leadership. As fury churned within him, the burly man grew impatient and urged, "Stop stalling. Name your price. And if you don't sell..." He narrowed his eyes. "I guarantee no one in the Tianyan tribe will dare stand up for you. We'll hunt you down until you're too afraid to leave the respawn point until you hand over that medal." "You," Chia Suifeng began to retort. "You were the one who attacked and killed our people first." The burly man cut him off. "I never killed anyone from your group." Chia Suifeng shot back. The man smirked shamelessly. "You've got no proof you didn't. And we've got plenty of eyewitnesses here." The other lackeys chimed in, jeering. "Yeah, we all saw it happen." "Exactly. You ambushed his friend." This blatant reversal of truth made Chia Suifeng grit his teeth in frustration. "Aren't you worried about ruining your organization's reputation?" "Ruining it?" The burly man scoffed. "We're an organization, not a guild. As long as we don't mess with our own people, who cares what outsiders think? Look at Xiaofeng Yun's done far worse, and the Guhu tribe still supports him, don't they?" Faced with relentless intimidation, Chia Suifeng began to waver. The medal wasn't a rare item, and it wouldn't carry over after a reset. If they trapped him here and kept killing him, sensing his hesitation, the burly man pressed harder. "Kid, the fact that we're offering to buy it is already a show of goodwill. A friend is better than an enemy. Sell it to us, and if you run into trouble later, we can help you out. Isn't that better than us being the trouble?" Under the combined threats and persuasion, Chia Suifeng finally relented. "Fine. 2 million. Though he could sell it to a genuine wanderer for a higher price, he didn't dare ask for too much from Liu Yi. "Deal." The burly man turned and left, returning shortly with a middle-aged man in tow. "And you are?" Chia Suifeng asked, eyeing the newcomer with suspicion. The middle-aged man smiled faintly. "Just call me Camel. As for my identity, don't ask too many questions." Sui Feng frowned slightly as he glanced around, quickly assessing the group's demeanor. It was clear that Camel was their leader, likely a mid-level operative under Liu Yi. Camel, we can begin the transaction now, he said with a slight nod. All right. Camel offered a friendly smile. Once the deal was completed, he spoke meaningfully. Young man, remember this: never flaunt your wealth. Good things might not always bring good outcomes. Understood, Camel. Though displeased, Sui Feng feigned respect. I'm sure we'll meet again. Camel chuckled and left the Tianyan tribe with his men. Midway, he handed some money to his subordinates, shaking hands as they parted ways. Pleasure doing business, gentlemen. Haha, if there's another chance to make money like this, don't hesitate to call us. Exactly. I'm not afraid of trouble. I've got nothing to lose. As long as the money's right, I'll do anything. Camel nodded in satisfaction. After bidding them farewell, he retrieved a worn wanderer's badge. The badge, heavily damaged and grayish-black, bore the faint image of a figure holding a staff resembling a curved tree branch. Weighing it in his hand, Camel couldn't help but smile smugly. The following evening, Sun Mei, newly promoted to Saint Eagle Sword Guard, approached Xiao Bei. Do we have enough repair fluid from the Frost Tribe? She asked. Yes, plenty. Xiao Bei replied with a nod. Handing over her knight's armor, Sun Mei said, when the pirate coin prices drop, help me stock up on repair fluid and fix this. Why not give me the entire knight's set? Xiao Bei suggested, noticing Sun Mei's puzzled expression. He explained, everyone made good money this time. It's only fair to chip in. We'll pool together the funds to repair the whole set. Are you sure this will work? She asked. Of course. Everyone contributes a bit, and whatever's short, I'll cover. Seeing Xiao Bei's insistence, Sun Mei relented and traded her full knight's set to him. Shortly after, she chose to initiate a forced death at the revival platform. You have died. You lost 23 white silks. Protection mechanism. 4 uses remaining today. Please select a revival point. Maha Tribe, Jest Island, 5 Dragon Island. Items lost during forced deaths could be retrieved later, so it wasn't a big issue. 5 Dragon Island. As soon as she spoke, Sun Mei felt her ethereal body regain sensation. Emerging from the revival platform, she found herself in the basement of a small house on 5 Dragon Island. Climbing upstairs, she noticed Yasi was absent. Only Wu Ming was crouched dumbly in a corner, with 2 experience books he had crafted sitting on the table. After consuming the 2 books, her sword proficiency increased to level 29, at 53. Just 4 more books, and she could reach level 30. Feeling hopeful, she set sail for Moon Goddess Cradle, where Naitang and Chuang were already waiting. The trio had previously collected 15 drops of Moon Goddess blood. Sun Mei used 6 drops, leaving 9. Of these, 5 were reserved for Chuang, who had already consumed 5 doses of standard-grade Berserk blood elixir. The remaining 4 were allocated to Naitang, who required 10 drops as she had never used the elixir before. As the team leader, Sun Mei temporarily held onto these resources until they could gather enough for distribution. After handing the repair fluid to Naitang, the 3 continued grinding monsters. Maintaining a pace of 1 round every 5 minutes, they estimated they could gather 200 to 245 residual blood drops overnight. Originally, they planned to continue the next day, but Sun Mei first returned to 5 Dragon Island to use 2 more experience books. Setting out for Moon Goddess Cradle again, she suddenly found herself face-to-face with a pirate ship. The dark, ominous ship loomed under the moonlight, resembling a legendary ghost ship. Its ancient hull bore the marks of time. The creaking sound of the sails turning echoed sharply across the silent sea, breaking the stillness. Suddenly, with splashes of water breaking the surface, several shadowy figures shot out like arrows and landed firmly on the deck of Sun Mei's ship. A system notification immediately popped up. Mutated Pirate HP, 24002-400. Mutated Pirate HP, 4500-4500. The appearance of these pirates was grotesque and horrifying. Some had decaying skin with oozing green pus from their blistered faces. Others were deathly pale, their bodies covered in dark blotches. A few even appeared unnaturally refined, their skin glowing eerily under the moonlight, resembling wax figures overly polished to an unsettling realism. Sun Mei frowned deeply, fully aware that with her current strength, she stood no chance against these mutated beings. However, death was not the end for players' resurrection was the ultimate cheat code. Resolute, she drew her mithril sword, ready to fight to the death. Just as the pirates snarled and lunged at Sun Mei, a dry, raspy voice rang out from the ship. Wait. Though faint, the voice carried an undeniable authority, instantly halting the pirates in their tracks. A figure in tattered black robes appeared on the deck. Except for a pair of cloudy eyes, his entire body was wrapped in yellowed, darkened bandages. Gady HP, 3700-3700. Sun Mei was startled to recognize him. It was none other than the captain of the Ashes, Gady. His murky eyes scrutinized her closely. Have you encountered the deep-sea terror?
Yes.
I knew it, Gady said, a note of excitement in his voice. I can sense the aura of the deep-sea terror on you. It has granted you its blessing, hasn't it?
Yes.
Take her. Gady paused, then corrected himself. Invite her aboard. I mean no harm. I simply wish to ask for your help and discuss cooperation. Faced with these menacing pirates, Sun Mei had no choice but to leap onto the pirate ship. A pungent stench immediately assaulted her senses, like the odor of rotting rats, so foul it was nauseating. The smell seemed to emanate from Gady himself, though he appeared oblivious to it. I need to reach a certain place, Gady began. But I've failed many times. Every time I approach that sea region, violent storms strike. The ship gets shattered, and we're all cast out. Sun Mei suddenly understood. She recalled her first encounter with Ashes when she had rescued them after their shipwreck. As if reading her thoughts, Gady gave a faint smile. You understand now, don't you? I want to ask you to guide us, to help me cross that sea. As long as the money is good, I don't care who I work with, Sun Mei said bluntly. In Gu Dis' hand suddenly appeared a pitch-black, still beating heart. Even though it was no longer inside a body, the mysterious organ pulsed powerfully, as if it would never stop. As Sun Mei pondered how to get her hands on the heart, Gu Di took out a small, green pill the size of a soybean, the soul-destroying pill. This fearsome poison had a terrifying trait. Anyone who consumed it would die within a month unless they regularly took the antidote, and their mental state would deteriorate to rock bottom. Only those with a mental strength exceeding 200 could resist its effects. I'm not the kind of person who trusts easily, Gu Di said with a cold smile. Swallow this, and when you return, they'll give you the antidote along with your reward. Sun Mei was caught in a dilemma. Ordinary death would at most cost her a bottle of berserk blood potion, but if she took the soul-destroying pill and succumbed to its effects, her mental stats would drop to 1. Besides, Gu Di didn't seem like someone who kept his promises. She glanced at her meager 18 mental points, then at the tempting black heart. I have a rule too: before any deal, I always take a deposit, Sun Mei said nonchalantly, unfazed by Gu Di's chilling gaze. She knew the risks of this deal were immense, but her greed had already taken over. Bold. No wonder you're under the protection of the deep-sea terror. Gu Di suddenly chuckled and handed the pill to Sun Mei. Swallow it, and the heart will be your deposit. Sun Mei silently regretted not being able to grab both items at once. See if she could, she'd have swallowed the heart and walked away immediately. Only after she consumed the soul-destroying pill did Gu Di hand over the black heart. The sails rustled in the sea breeze as the pirate ship changed course, heading toward uncharted waters. Gu Di began explaining the destination. I don't know the exact name of the place. A late friend deciphered some ancient godly text and discovered it. It might be a prison or a treasure vault. Sun Mei listened intently to every word. As a seasoned gamer, she knew that NPC dialogue often hid crucial information, though it could just as easily be a web of lies. Don't you find this strange? Gu Di suddenly questioned. As a guide, all you need to do is lead the way. Yet here I am telling you all this, and you're not even reacting. Are you hiding something? Faced with the paranoid accusation, Sun Mei retorted bluntly, did I ask for all this? You can shut up. After a moment of silence, Gu Di responded, it's rare to meet someone so unafraid of death. Good. Very good. As soon as they set sail, Sun Mei immediately began considering survival. Is there any food? If I starve or die of thirst, you won't be able to go anywhere either. In response to her demand, Gu Di took out a small white porcelain bottle from his pouch and explained, this is food essence, a potion created with special magic. A single dose can sustain you for an entire month. Sun Mei took the bottle without hesitation and drank it all in one go. During the voyage, dangers came one after another. On the second day, a malicious spirit suddenly appeared. Gu Di swiftly pulled out a pure silver tool and dispelled it. On the fourth day, a strange sea creature surfaced, only to flee in panic under Gu Di's powerful attack. On the seventh day, they encountered a peculiar wandering soul, which Gu Di once again successfully banished using his silver tools. The 21-day journey proved to be an invaluable learning experience for Sun Mei. By observing the seasoned Captain Gu Di handle various emergencies, she gained significant maritime knowledge, particularly about the use of specialized tools. For instance, she learned how effective silver instruments were against malevolent spirits, something she hadn't known before. These lessons would undoubtedly benefit her in future voyages. Finally, the pirate ship anchored in an unusually calm stretch of sea. Looking around, there was nothing in sight, just endless water. With a serious expression, Gu Di said, ahead lies the special sea zone where any living creature entering will be repelled by the water. He ordered his crew to prepare a small boat and gestured for Sun Mei to scout ahead. Sun Mei boarded the small boat and rowed a short distance. The surroundings remained tranquil. Hearing Gu Di's call, she returned to the ship, and the pirate vessel resumed its journey. Before long, a flat, dark red landmass appeared on the horizon, resembling a massive wooden plank floating on the water. After the ship docked, Goody sent a few crew members ahead to scout the area. Once they confirmed it was safe, he led the team ashore. "You stay on the ship and wait for our return," Goody instructed, trying to prevent Sun Mei from following. "How could I agree to that? Exploring this strange land is part of pioneering," Sun Mei retorted, adding, "If I die, you might not even be able to get out of here." Her words left Goody speechless, and he could only glare at her in frustration. The group headed toward the central area of the land, the emptiness around them unsettling. After walking for quite some time, a blurry black figure appeared in the distance. Goody immediately signaled for caution, and everyone slowed their pace, gripping their weapons as they approached. Eventually, they discovered it was an enormous oval-shaped fruit, resembling a water-filled balloon. Bright red and about the size of a basin, it stood silently in place. "You, go check it out." The pale pirate, hesitating slightly, stood frozen before reluctantly dragging his stiff steps toward the red fruit. He moved like a walking corpse, each step exuding an eerie aura. Reaching the fruit, he turned back, awaiting further orders. Geedy decisively gave the command. The pale pirate immediately crouched down, his left hand slowly extending toward the base of the red fruit. At the very moment his fingertips touched it, boom! A deafening explosion echoed as the red fruit burst instantly. Blood-red liquid sprayed out like a dense rain of bullets, drenching everyone present in the blink of an eye. "What the hell is this?" Sun Mei stared at her left hand in horror. The red liquid seeped into her skin at a speed visible to the naked eye, spreading from a pin-sized to an egg-sized blotch within seconds. No amount of wiping could remove it. The surrounding pirates faced the same fate, turning into little red men covered in crimson. Only Geedy, who stood farther back and was wrapped in special bandages, remained unscathed. Suddenly, a spine-chilling scream tore through the air. The pale pirate who had been closest to the fruit was soaked entirely in the red liquid. He collapsed to his knees, his body convulsing violently as he let out a blood-curdling wail. One by one, the other pirates began exhibiting similar symptoms, some rolling frantically on the ground, others clawing at their own flesh until bone was exposed, as if consumed by indescribable agony. Sun Mei's heart sank as her system displayed Pirate Mutation HP? ATT? Without warning, Geedy delivered a swift knife hand strike, severing Sun Mei's left hand cleanly. The game's pain limiter caused her only a momentary pause before she quickly grasped Geedy's intention. "Run!" Geedy shouted, grabbing her severed arm with one hand and pulling her toward the pirate ship with the other. Thanks to his significantly superior stats, they quickly widened the distance between themselves and the mutating pirates. "Captain!" A heart-wrenching cry echoed from behind. Sun Mei glanced back to see a blood-red figure chasing after them at an alarming speed. It was the now crimson fat pirate, who seemed to retain a shred of sanity. "Captain, don't leave me behind." Ignoring the desperate plea, Geedy pulled out a small black bell and rang it forcefully. Clang! The sound caused the fat pirate to lose balance and crash to the ground. He knelt, retching violently, unable to stand. Clang! Clang! Geedy continued shaking the black bell, each ring sending tremors through his body. It was clear this act came at a cost. Just then, a piercing, maniacal laugh erupted. It was the pale pirate, now fully transformed into something horrific. "Ha ha ha! Captain, isn't this the power you've always dreamed of? It's right here, within your grasp. Why are you running?" At this moment, the pale pirate had completed a grotesque transformation. His entire body turned a vivid crimson, his skin taking on a rough, sand-like texture, resembling a figurine molded from red clay. In a flash of red light, he shot forward like a blazing streak, rapidly closing in on Sun Mei and his companion. Geedy abruptly halted, spinning around to face the approaching figure. Clutching the handle of the pitch-black bell tightly, he shouted sternly, "Stop right there. Mogan, take another step closer, and don't blame me for being ruthless." The crimson figure came to an abrupt stop. After a brief pause, he let out a sharp, grating laugh. "Captain, that's so unlike you. If that little bell could still deal with us, knowing your nature, why resort to such warnings?" At that moment, the agonized cries of the pirates behind him began to fade. One by one, scarlet figures rose, their cold and mocking gazes fixed on the scene. Under the moonlight, they exuded an eerie aura. Geedy's brows furrowed deeply. Being the owner of the bell, he knew all too well that this artifact had completely lost its effect on the pirates. Facing these once loyal subordinates, the shadow of death loomed over him, suffocating his resolve. Suddenly, as if struck by a revelation, Geedy's lips curled into a faint smile. "Mogan, how do you feel right now?" "Better than ever." Mogan spread his arms wide, clenched his fingers tightly, and inhaled deeply with a look of pure ecstasy. To everyone's shock, his body began to rise, levitating steadily into the air. He can fly. Sun Mei's eyes widened in disbelief. Based on his understanding of the game, aerial flight for humans required an exceptionally high threshold. It demanded specific attribute requirements, alignment with a particular energy source, and unlocking corresponding energy values to gain the ability. Simply put, it was a unique magical system, divided into various energy types such as fire and water, each governed by a corresponding spirit. To access such power, one had to earn the spirit's recognition. For Mogan to bypass recognition and wield the energy directly could only mean one thing. The original master of the energy had perished. This was no mere mutation, it was an inheritance of the energy, making him its new vessel. Given time, he might even become the energy's new master. As someone who had long sought to push the limits of humanity, Gady's understanding far surpassed Sun Mei's. His eyes widened in horror as the implications sank in. Mogan's eyes snapped open, a sinister grin spreading across his face. As great as this feels, it's still not enough. Only by killing you will I feel truly satisfied. Hatred burned in his eyes, and the pirates behind him revealed savage, twisted expressions. Just as Mogan prepared to strike, Gady suddenly reached out and clamped his hand around Sun Mei's throat. Oh, is that so? Then I'm afraid I have some bad news for you. You won't get your satisfaction today. Sun Mei turned his head toward Gady in shock, his eyes filled with disbelief. Sun Mei, though not fully understanding Goody's intentions, knew he was the only one she could trust at the moment, so she did not resist. Mogan furrowed his brows deeply, his face filled with uncertainty and suspicion. If she dies, do you think you can get out of here? Goody sneered. Mogan did not respond. Instead, he transformed into a streak of red light and darted toward the shoreline. At this moment, the pirate ship was only a few hundred meters away from Sun Mei and the others, and at Mogan's speed, he could reach it in an instant. However, just as he was about to break free from the land's confines, the once calm sea suddenly churned violently. A massive column of water shot up, striking Mogan with precision and forcefully slamming him back onto the ground. A flicker of triumph flashed in Goody's eyes, and a smirk crept onto his lips. Damn it! The group of crimson figures exclaimed in shock and anger. Mogan, drenched and furious, glared at the sea with defiance. This is impossible. I've grown so powerful, how can mere seawater stop me? Once again, he transformed into red light and charged toward the shore, this time flying higher in an attempt to avoid the water's reach. Yet before he could leave the land's airspace, another towering water column erupted from the sea, like a massive hammer, smashing him down from the sky. Why? Mogan roared in frustration. To him, the thought of being trapped after enduring so much to gain his strength was unbearable. Goody sneered coldly. The power of the sea is not something you can underestimate. And besides, this is a prison forged with ancient divine scripts. Did you really think escaping would be that easy? Mogan cast a murderous glare at Goody, then turned his gaze to Sun Mei, realizing she was the key to their escape. As the eagle had once said, the 10 calamities were second only to the ancient demon gods because they lacked self-awareness, acting purely on instinct. This also meant their power rivaled that of the ancient demon gods and could even surpass them in their respective domains. With Sun Mei bearing the blessing of the deep sea fear, the sea's imprisonment might not affect her. Hand her over. Do you think that's going to happen? Goody mocked in response to Mogan's demand. If I can keep you in check now, I can do it forever. Mogan, you've never been a true powerhouse. Even with all your strength, that hasn't changed. For now, you have no choice but to listen to me. The Crimson Pirates surrounded Goody and Sun Mei menacingly, their killing intent palpable. Mogan glared at Goody with murderous determination, and the situation reached a stalemate. I understand what you're saying. Sun Mei hesitated before speaking. But whether I can lead you out of here is still uncertain. Mogan, why don't we try boarding the ship first? Fine, but he stays here. Mogan agreed to Sun Mei's suggestion but refused to let Goody accompany them. No way. I have to go too. Goody immediately protested. He knew that his survival depended entirely on Sun Mei as a hostage. If she and Mogan boarded the ship without him, the other pirates would surely tear him apart. Dream on. If you don't agree, I'll kill her. The two of them argued heatedly. Sun Mei, feeling a headache coming on, interjected. How about we all board the ship together? Mogan, with the sea's restraints in place, Goody won't be able to escape anyway. Mogan fell silent for a moment before finally nodding. Fine, we'll all board the ship. But Goody, don't think for a second that you can get away. I wouldn't dare dream of it, Goody replied dryly. The three reached an agreement, but before attempting to board the ship, Sun Mei made one final demand. Give me the antidote for the soul-draining pill. Gady furrowed his brows, clearly caught in hesitation. The situation had already turned around, and Sun Mei seized the opportunity, urging him in a stern tone, "Hurry up. If you don't give it to me, we can all die here together. You'd better not try anything reckless, or I'll make sure to kill you before I die." Faced with such a threat, Gady appeared helpless and reluctantly handed over the antidote for the soul-loss pill to Sun Mei. However, after taking the antidote, Sun Mei didn't stop there and extended her hand again. "What else? There's more, isn't there? Hand it over." It was apparent that Gady valued the item greatly. He frowned and said, "That thing is useless to you. With your level of ability, you won't even understand how to dismantle the energy within it. Hand it over." After a moment of internal struggle, Gady finally produced the severed arm. It was an arm cut off at the elbow, completely transformed into a strange crimson hue, identical to the changes seen in the Scarlet Pirates. This was the arm of a player, altered by the power of undeath. Seeing this, Sun Mei's face lit up with excitement, confirming her suspicion. The arm had indeed been transformed by the red fruit's corruption, turning it into a unique artifact. At that moment, Gady suddenly proposed, "Your understanding of energy is far too shallow, definitely inferior to mine. Giving you this arm would be a complete waste. However, if you're willing to let me study it, I promise that once I decipher the energy within, whether it can be used by humans or not, I'll share the findings with you." A system prompt immediately appeared. In this mysterious domain, Gady has requested the arm for research and has promised to share the results. A. Agree. B. Refuse. The sudden appearance of this option surprised Sun Mei. Gady was clearly no ordinary NPC. Thinking quickly, she offered a compromise. "Can we split the arm in half?" Gady responded with a hint of resignation. "If you can manage to split it, I have no objections." Sun Mei quickly caught his meaning, placed the severed arm on the ground, and swung her knight's sword down with great force. The arm was indeed cut, but it regenerated almost instantly. "Can you grab it the moment I cut it?" Sun Mei suggested. Gady nodded in agreement and held up the arm as Sun Mei tried again. This time, their teamwork was flawless. Gady swiftly stored the severed hand in his inventory, but it was futile. The remaining portion on the ground quickly grew a new hand. Before Sun Mei could question him, Gady explained, "The hand I stored in my ring just disappeared." After repeated attempts, they discovered that the arm could not be divided. It would always regenerate to its original state. Gady, however, seemed unsurprised by the outcome. Sun Mei put the arm away and, after a brief moment of thought, said, "How about I give it to you after we leave this place?" Considering that Gady's ability to even leave this domain was uncertain, cooperating with him now seemed unwise. "Fine," Gady agreed without objection. To him, the arm would be useless if they were unable to leave. Afterward, Sun Mei, accompanied by Gady and Morgan, slowly made their way toward the pirate ship. When she and Gady boarded the ship, everything went smoothly, with no unusual incidents occurring. The moment Morgan leaped onto the ship, the surrounding seawater began to churn violently. His expression changed instantly, but soon gave way to delight. This time was different from before. Though the water boiled, it didn't erupt into columns to push him back. This meant Sun Mei truly could help him escape. However, the turbulence caused by the churning sea made the pirate ship sway violently, emitting unsettling creaks as if it might collapse at any moment. The blessing of deep-sea dread was clashing with the ancient demon god's water prison, a conflict of forces far beyond what an ordinary pirate ship could endure. "Get down now," Gady shouted urgently. "If we're going down, we go together," Morgan replied coldly. Left with no choice, Gady grabbed Sun Mei and jumped off the ship with her. If the ship were destroyed, they would all be trapped here forever, awaiting death. Once the three of them returned to the ground, the seawater finally calmed. "Now we need to talk," Gady said. "With you two on board, we'll never make it out. We need a sturdier ship to have any chance." "I can fly her out," Morgan suggested. "You think I'd agree to that?" Gady rejected the idea instantly, his wariness of Morgan growing even stronger. "Then what do you propose?" The pirates, who had been silently observing, finally spoke up. "Gady, we can promise not to kill you, but only if you genuinely help us get out of here." Gady knew full well that once these pirates escaped, they would undoubtedly come after him for revenge. But for now, he had no other choice. "The terms are simple. She takes me out first, then comes back for you. After that, you can fly wherever you want." "And what if you go back on your word and kill her?" Morgan demanded. "Do you think she's even human?" Gady snapped, lifting Sun Mei's severed left arm. The cut was smooth as glass, with not a single drop of blood. Only now did Gady truly notice the anomaly. He suspected that Sun Mei might be a puppet or construct controlled by some powerful figure, toying with all of them. Morgan was silent for a moment before turning to Sun Mei. "Do you agree to this?" His growing strength had also made him aware that Sun Mei wasn't ordinary. "Well, that depends on what benefits you're offering me," Sun Mei replied. "Benefits?" The pirates exchanged uneasy glances. Gritting his teeth, Morgan said, "Gady, you've enslaved us for years, hoarding all the spoils for yourself. Don't you think it's time for you to pay up?" Gady hesitated briefly. Morgan immediately threatened, if you don't agree, then none of us are leaving. I have plenty of ways to ensure you don't die, and we can all stay trapped here together. Noticing Gady's expression shift, Sun Mei seized the moment, flashing a charming smile. I'm not asking for much. Just a few top-quality gemstones, and I'll be perfectly satisfied. Top-tier gemstones? A few of them, just like that? Gady's expression darkened, a trace of mockery in his tone. If you want me dead, just say it outright. No need for all this roundabout nonsense. Looking at the young man before him, who dared to make such an outrageous demand, Gady became even more convinced that Sun Mei must be some puppet controlled by a powerful human warrior. Otherwise, with such mediocre strength, how could he have the audacity to ask for something so absurd? Morgan, standing nearby, also felt a deep sense of unease at Sun Mei's exorbitant request. How many do you have? Sun Mei asked bluntly. For her, top-tier gemstones were an urgent necessity. She only needed 4 more to proceed with the offering to the 7 sin gods. Not a single one. Gady spread his hands helplessly. I've been searching everywhere for energy sources that humans can harness. Every voyage costs a fortune. Even when I find something, it takes a tremendous amount of time, effort, and money to research these energy forms and test whether humans can utilize them. Do you think I have any wealth left? Unbelievable. Morgan couldn't hold back his anger and cursed. Still trying to make yourself look good, huh? Claiming you're searching for energy for all of humanity, when in reality, it's just for yourself. Disgusting. Don't make yourself sound so noble, it makes me sick. Experimenting on us with your energy tests, and you dare to brag? Do you believe I won't kill you right now? Gady merely let out a cold snort, choosing not to respond further. What benefits can you offer me? Sun Mei asked, uninterested in their quarrel and focused solely on her own interests. No gemstones? Then you'll have to give me something else. After a moment's hesitation, Gady pulled out a sheet of paper faintly glowing with a blue light. This is the only thing I can offer. It was a bounty decree from the Huangsha Empire of the Sorrowfire continent. This system, born out of the empire's corruption and the greed of its officials, was a unique bounty framework. The document detailed its usage conditions and methods. Only mid-level or higher tribes could utilize it, and it had to be handed to the tribe leader. Once a tribe activated the bounty decree, qualified players could accept bounty missions from designated NPCs, with the chance of earning martial arts experience, skill scrolls, and other rewards upon completion. Players could also pay to issue their own bounty tasks. Sun Mei immediately recognized it as a reputation reward system, but its value to a tribe was significant. Not only did it offer a unique activity, but it also introduced a mercenary framework, akin to the adventurers' guilds often seen in anime. She pondered silently whether she, as the one handing it over, could receive any special rewards. Is that all? Sun Mei accepted the document, but still seemed dissatisfied. Don't be so greedy. Gady snapped, visibly annoyed. This is an artifact passed down from humanity's peak era. If you don't understand its worth, then give it back to me. Why so worked up? Sun Mei thought to herself, knowing full well she had no intention of returning it now that it was in her hands. She simply nodded and said, all right, let's head out for now. Before leaving, Morgan couldn't help but voice his concern. Are you sure he can't kill you? Don't worry. All right, we'll wait for you here. Morgan called out to Sun Mei, though his eyes momentarily darted towards Gudi, revealing his lingering suspicion about the man. Just to be safe, he added. As long as you can get us out of here, we'll help you with anything you need in the future. Moments later, a system notification appeared. Friendship with the Undead. 10. The information clarified that this was a bond formed with the inheritors blessed by the power of the Undying, individuals seeking to escape the ancient god's imprisonment and willing to forge an alliance with Sun Mei. The notification left Sun Mei puzzled. She had previously gained the friendship of the corpse giants and knew that reaching full friendship allowed her to command them once. However, this friendship with the undead seemed unusually vague, lacking any clear benefits. It made her wonder if, like malevolent spirits, it might carry negative consequences. But now wasn't the time to dwell on it. Without a word, Sun Mei led Gudi onto the boat. Morgan's group didn't follow but stood at a distance, watching them depart. The sea remained calm. After they had sailed a good distance, Gudi broke the silence. Are you really planning to bring them out? He asked in a low voice. From what I know, they can hardly be considered human anymore. Sooner or later, they'll become slaves to their power. It's their inevitable fate. Releasing them won't benefit anyone. Gudi elaborated, explaining that while the energy infusion didn't instantly transform someone like possession might, it subtly and inexorably altered them. Much like a vampire's craving for blood, the deep-seated desire might initially be resisted through willpower but would ultimately consume them entirely, leaving death as their only release. Don't worry, Sun Mei replied bluntly. Until you've finished your research, I won't release them. But you'd better hurry, I'm not the most patient person. Though she wasn't sure yet what Gudi's research would yield, she already had a plan in mind. The undead could serve as leverage to keep Goody in check. After all, in their current state, Morgan's group posed a significant threat to anyone. Goody's expression darkened, and he let out a cold snort. If you let them out and those monsters wreak havoc everywhere, you'll regret it someday. Maybe, Sunmei said, unconcerned. In these challenging times for humanity's resurgence, a few more inheritors were hardly a big deal. Even the return of several ancient gods wouldn't faze her. After all, what's one more debt when you're already buried in them? With Goody's expertise and strength, combined with the deep-sea fear powers Sunmei possessed, they safely returned to the waters surrounding Five Dragon Island. Sunmei leapt onto her own ship and used the Moon Goddess emblem to travel to the Moon Goddess cradle. Losing her left arm wasn't a major issue. It could be regenerated through death and resurrection. However, she delayed doing so, wanting to learn more about Goody's navigation skills. By now, it was close to 11 p.m. Chuang and Nai, who had been waiting for her, were visibly startled when they saw her missing arm. "Captain, your arm. It's fine. Keep grinding." Sunmei waved them off, pulling out a knight's great sword from her ring and leading the two in their continued quest to collect Moon Goddess blood. The following evening, she went to Five Dragon Island and used an experience book, immediately receiving a notification. Swordsmanship Expert, level 30, 0. 120 attack power, 20 sword aura penetration, expert level swordsmanship. Sunmei's heart surged with excitement, and she felt an urge to shout to the heavens. Next, she used a second experience book, and the result was as expected. At level 29, using a level 41 experience book granted a 15 boost, but at level 30, it only provided 5A full 10 reduction. Still, this diminishing return was the same for everyone. She then returned to the Moon Goddess cradle and spent the entire night grinding again. Finally, she collected all the Moon Goddess blood Nai needed, with an extra drop to offset an upcoming death penalty. In the end, the three of them returned to Five Dragon Island and chose to undergo forced death in the underground chamber. As expected, after being resurrected, her left hand was fully restored. Sunmei gathered her thoughts and planned her next steps. The first priority was to find a priest to craft a frenzy blood potion to counter the penalties of death. Next, she needed to retrieve her knight set from Xiao Bei. Finally, she planned to visit the temple to learn more about the Navy captain profession. The first task went smoothly. When she arrived at Xiao Bai's place, she saw the repaired Knight Sita's sleek black design with white trim, polished to a mirror-like shine. The full set included a helmet, armor, bracers, gloves, and iron boots, each piece boasting an impressive 530 defense. Both the helmet and armor had gem slots, and enhancing them required only 21,000 honor points. Looking at the armor, Sunmei thought to herself, at this stage, no player could break through such defense hidden. Must cost a fortune, right? Sunmei asked. Xiao Bei smiled and shook his head. Not too much. I've kept track of everyone who helped fund it. They'll prioritize working with them in the future. By the way, Camel was looking for you yesterday. He said he'd wait for you in Firu, but didn't mention why. Sunmei caught up on the latest news from the Maha tribe. While there were many minor issues, none were significant. The problem of the headless pirates remained unresolved, and Sunmei suspected it might be related to level 30 martial arts. After all, both attributes and martial arts directly impacted player strength. However, since her strength had just surpassed 100 at the time, she wasn't sure which factor had been the decisive one. Before meeting Camel, Sunmei headed to the temple to learn about the Navy captain profession. Although level 30 swordsmanship didn't unlock new skills, it allowed an upgrade to the captain class. At the temple, she discovered the specialization traits of the Tier 3 profession, from basic navigation skills to awe-inspiring ship abilities and even methods for acquiring guild-building tokens. Advancing to Tier 2 captain was clearly challenging, but what shocked her the most was the Tier 1 skill summon Cataclysmic Storm map. The power of this skill was staggering. Even a notorious pirate like Gu Di would struggle to survive such a disaster, let alone other tribes. Whether it was the Guhu tribe or the Holy Light tribe, none could withstand the devastation of this calamity. Despite the overwhelming strength of the Tier 3 profession, Sunmei didn't plan to advance immediately. The reason was simple. Advancing would lock her talent, removing the flexible bonuses that came with the Tier 2 profession's versatility. Besides, with her current abilities, she could already dominate pirates, reaching the level of a Tier 4 captain. So there's no need to rush for now. When the conditions are better, or when more third-year professionals emerge, it won't be too late to advance then. After leaving the temple, Sunmei headed straight to Fair One Island. In this familiar place, finding Camel wasn't difficult. She casually asked a vendor at a medicine stall for information and quickly got the exact location. The moment Camel saw Sunmei, his eyes lit up, and he hurriedly pulled her into a secluded corner. With a mysterious air, he took out a medal from his pocket, immediately capturing Sunmei's attention. Heh, Camel chuckled as he handed over the medal. I know you've been collecting these. A few days ago, I stumbled upon it while doing business with the Tianyan tribe. It was in high demand at the time. A player from the Holy Light tribe named Six Wings was fiercely competing with me for it, but fortunately, I have a good relationship with the seller, and in the end, he chose to sell it to me. How much? Sun Mei asked. No need for money, Camel said with a flattering smile. I just have one small request. Let's hear it. Can I use your name to conduct some business in the future? Camel looked at her expectantly. As someone who had first-hand experience, he had a better understanding of the external dynamics than Sun Mei. Currently, in the entire Karla region, strong teams, whether independent players or guild elites, were not lacking investors. The stronger a tribe was, the more merchants wanted to collaborate with its internal teams. This had even led to a surge in cross-tribe partnerships. The influence was mutual. Merchants provided resources, while strong teams offered protection. Failure on either side would affect the other. This small-scale phenomenon reflected the larger picture of humanity's rise. All right, Sun Mei said with a meaningful smile. If Camel hadn't brought out the medal, she wouldn't have agreed. After all, Camel was someone who often pushed boundaries. If he did something outrageous, wouldn't her reputation be ruined? However, this issue was solvable if needed. She could always change her face and identity. But, her tone turned cold. I have one condition. Before using my name for anything, you must get my approval first. If you can't reach me, go to Xiaobei. If you act without permission and I find out, you'll be the first one I deal with. No problem, I understand, Camel agreed immediately, clearly aware of her concerns. Afterward, Sun Mei set off to find the headless pirate. Along the way, she took out 3 medals. When they were brought together, they transformed into a valuable item. Nameless 33, Liberator 33, Wanderer 33. Set bonus, rare. Passenger of the mortal world. This notification suddenly popped up before Sun Mei's eyes. It was the set effect of the Freedom Seeker 3-piece set, which could be used once a day. It allowed the user to fabricate a false ID to replace their real identity, enabling them to participate in various system events and rankings under the alias. Sun Mei paused slightly, surprised. This effect was completely different from the attribute modification she had anticipated. She quickly tested it out and easily altered her ID. Was. Undo change hidden. HP, 480,480. Constitution 48, Spirit 18, Strength 103, Technique 19, Agility 75. This effect might seem trivial to others, but it was perfectly suited for Sun Mei. Finally, she no longer needed to constantly hide her ID, and the once-a-day modification limit was more than sufficient. When she arrived at the headless pirate's location, the scene before her was unexpected. A dense crowd of players had gathered in multiple circles, fervently discussing strategies. 4 shields? Can that even work? This must be your first time here, huh? Without 4 shields, what else can hold the line? Yesterday, we were just over 200 HP away from winning. Maybe we'll make it today. If Hongya lands 3 critical hits, it's a sure win. 3 crits? Do you realize how few chances he even has to attack? Standing at the outermost circle, Sun Mei could only piece together the general situation of the battle from these fragmented conversations. Suddenly, a gasp came from the back of the crowd. Wasp? Huh, what did you say? Like ID actually turn around, holy crap, it really is Wasp. The crowd parted like Moses parting the Red Sea, opening up a clear path. Among them were 4 elite teams from Maha, scattered throughout the crowd rather than standing in the usual 5-person formation. Captain, Hongya exclaimed in delight as he rushed over. The others also looked at her with expressions of excitement. What's going on here? Sun Mei asked, scanning the scene. We're fighting the pirate. Hongya explained with a wry smile. We've been trying over and over, but we just don't have enough damage output. Hongya's martial arts level was 26, slightly lower than the guild's top-tier players like Qilin, who were at level 28. However, his skill in firearm negotiations compensated for this gap, giving him an edge in output capability. Can you beat it? Nope. Hongya shook his head. Without a 4th shield, we can't hold the line. But with the 4-shield strategy, we're short on damage. I've already died here 7 or 8 times. Each player had 2 attempts per day, and Hongya was reluctant to keep trying. The 4-shield tactic was specifically designed for this pirate, but relying on one person for damage was too slow. Even 4 shields couldn't endure the fight. Then let me do it, Sun Mei said as she surveyed the crowd. Qilin and the others nodded in agreement, their eyes gleaming with anticipation. They had already heard about Sun Mei's incredible output capability during their discussions with Hongya. Now, the key question was who Sun Mei would choose to form the team to take down the pirate. After all, her team already included Chuang, a sacred shield. The remaining 3 shields would have to be selected from the 4 teams present, and everyone was eager for their own sacred shield to be chosen. Hongya was about to ask Sun Mei about his selection criteria, but he was interrupted as Sun Mei raised his hand. Sun Mei walked alone toward the headless pirate, whose attitude this time was surprisingly different. Your strength is impressive, and you might even help me avenge my grievances. Unfortunately, I can sense that your connection with those witches is far from ordinary. I cannot trust you, the pirate said, leaving the crowd around them stunned. Some exchanged meaningful glances, seemingly lost in thought. Sun Mei quickly analyzed two possibilities in his mind. Either the pirate's hidden quest conflicted with the tree spirit mission, or the unique way he had used bark scrolls to enhance his martial arts level had aroused the pirate's suspicions. Regardless of the reason, it was clear this quest was not meant for him. There's nothing more to say then. Let's team up. Sun Mei decisively turned to the crowd. As soon as he spoke, the atmosphere exploded. Count me in. I'm a level 25 tank with the Withered Tree Rejuvenation skill. Me. Take me, Huang Feng. The crowd clamored, voices overlapping as eager eyes sparkled with anticipation. They all understood that Sun Mei wasn't looking for tanks with maxed out attributes. At that moment, Half-Smoke Heath, carefree pioneer of the gunslinger class, stepped forward. All right. Stop shouting. Resources like these are limited. Let's all be reasonable and listen to how Huangfeng plans to allocate them. Sun Mei scanned the crowd and spoke bluntly. You 4 teams, pick 4 tanks to join. They'll work with me on damage output. He knew full well that such resources needed to be prioritized for top-tier teams. Ultimately, 4 tanks were selected. Daniu, level 28 shield skill, 89 constitution. Wang Gu, level 27 shield skill, 84 constitution. Pai Yanzi, level 26 shield skill, 86 constitution. Degutu, level 27 shield skill, 85 constitution. The strategy was quickly finalized. Daniu would take on the main damage, while the other 3 would handle split damage. Sun Mei would focus on dealing damage. Meanwhile, the Barbarian Witch from the Apocalypse Guild would lend support, using his level 26 Witchcraft's Flame Power skill to boost Sun Mei's attack by 13 points. With this simple yet efficient plan in place, the teams swiftly prepared themselves. Sun Mei led them forward to challenge the pirate. Faced with Sun Mei's challenge, the stats of the Headless Pirate appeared. HP 25002-500. He let out a disdainful snort and threatened in a guttural voice, if you want to fight, don't think it'll be easy to take down. The battle erupted instantly. The pirate raised his black blade and charged straight at Sun Mei's team. 4 shieldsmen Daniu, Wang Gu, Pai Yanzi, and Degutu stood ready in formation, leaving a gap in the middle. Sun Mei positioned herself one step behind this opening. The pirate's first wave of attacks came down like a storm, his blood-stained black blade slashing relentlessly. Each strike caused the shieldsman's health to plummet, nearly reaching 0. However, just as their HP hit rock bottom, the Withered Tree Revives skill activated, restoring 400 HP to each of them thanks to a pre-prepared health buff. After the 3 consecutive strikes, the shieldsmen quickly consumed large biscuits. These powerful items instantly restored 300 HP but came with a 30-second cooldown. Even so, their health remained precariously low. The tankiest, Daniu, had only 450 HP left, Wang Gu 640, Pai Yanzi 660, and Degutu 650. During a brief pause in the pirate's attacks, Sun Mei seized the opportunity and thrust her sword toward his chest. Her attack was astonishingly powerful. 103 strength, 103 weapon attack, 120 expert swordsmanship, 13 fire damage, totaling 339 attack power. Combined with a 20 true damage bonus from the challenge and a 150 mission damage boost, her strike dealt nearly 1,500 damage to the pirate in one blow. The surrounding players were dumbfounded. A single strike, dealing over 1,000 damage, was unheard of. The pirate retaliated with even greater ferocity. His next slash claimed Daniu's life, and his unfinished combo shifted to the remaining teammates. The third strike targeted Wang Gu, who barely managed to survive. But that was the pirate's final attack. As he retracted his blade, Sun Mei spotted an opening and drove her sword into his chest once more. The fatal blow caused the pirate to freeze in place before collapsing, his body disintegrating into fragments. All that remained was a black blueprint and a purple headscarf. Holy crap, that was brutal. Took him down in just 2 strikes. Even Redleaf's critical hits with weak point bonuses only do 700 damage, but she just hit for 1,200 in one go. The Queen of Violence lives up to her name. The surrounding players were in disbelief. The Headless Pirate, who had plagued them for nearly a week, was defeated just like that. Even the top-tier teams couldn't help but marvel at the staggering damage output. This time, Sun Mei chose not to remain anonymous. A broadcast announcement followed, delivering an exhilarating piece of news. Players Huangfeng, Daniu, Pai Yanzi, Shihui and Wang Gu, and Degutu successfully defeated the Headless Pirate on Fair Island, enabling the Maha tribe to seize control of the island. The system detailed the rewards for this victory. The 5 players received a 50,000 point increase in reputation, a 2-level boost in martial arts skills, and the privilege to negotiate with Udyr regarding the tribe's upgrade. To celebrate this significant achievement, Udyr announced a banquet to be held the following evening at 8 p.m., inviting all players to join. The most noteworthy update was the introduction of a new level 25 skill for the swordsmanship class, Facing Death with Courage, due to Huang Feng's stellar performance in battle. This news caused a sensation among players, with many remarking on the bright future for the swordsmanship class. Sun Mei's swordsmanship level also rose to 32, granting her substantial attribute bonuses. Swordsmanship Expert level 32-3, an additional 136 attack points, and a 28-point increase in sword energy armor penetration. As for loot, the Headless Pirate dropped 2 significant items: the Black Cloud Ship blueprint and a 1-star pirate headscarf. The Black Cloud Ship, capable of maintaining stability in harsh sea conditions, was a crucial vessel for reaching Walrus Island. Although the pirate headscarf only added 2 points of constitution and seemed unremarkable, Hong Yi astutely pointed out that it might be a key item for unlocking a specific type of equipment. Soon after, Qi Lin approached and announced an important decision in front of the crowd. The U team had been reassigned to take full charge of the Maha tribe's affairs on behalf of the Apocalypse Guild. He mentioned that the U team was waiting at the trading post with an important item to hand over to Huang Feng. This public declaration was an unmistakable show of support from the Apocalypse Guild for Sun Mei. Unconcerned with the political undertones of such statements, Sun Mei was more interested in the item the U team might be holding, possibly the lucky coin. Surrounded by a lively group, including the ever-joking Ban Jin Yin, the entourage made their way back to the Maha tribe in high spirits. Following the clan leader's instructions, Huang Feng first sought out Udir to hand over the acquired blueprint and the pirate headscarf. As Hongya had mentioned, the pirate headscarf was indeed an item that needed to be submitted. Upon receiving the blueprint for the Black Cloud ship, Udir immediately unlocked the player's ability to construct this special type of ship and awarded them 20,000 reputation points. As for the pirate headscarf, Udir admitted that the tribe currently lacked the capability to decipher its ancient craftsmanship. They would need to wait for the tribe to upgrade before unlocking the crafting of related equipment, which granted the players another 20,000 reputation points. In the blink of an eye, Huang Feng had amassed 90,000 reputation points. Adding the 30,000 he had left from before, his total reputation now stood at a staggering 120,000. After handling these matters, Sun Mei led the group to the Merchant Guild, where they finally met the long-anticipated Yue Longmin. Without concern for whether there were others present, Yue Longmin immediately expressed his heartfelt gratitude. This was understandable, as their collaboration involved no theft or robbery, nor did it harm the company's interests. As long as Nuan Company intended to continue developing in this region, they would not make things difficult for him. Moreover, the company had no reason to abandon opportunities here without cause, so Yue Longmin had firmly aligned himself with Sun Mei's side. Ban Jin Yin and the others exchanged a silent glance, but refrained from saying anything. No need to be so formal. Here's to a successful partnership, Sun Mei said, shaking hands with Yue Longmin. To a successful partnership, Yue Longmin replied with a smile, handing over 2 lucky coins. I got these from the Shengguang tribe. Their stock is limited, and these 2 coins belong to our guild. Now that the use of lucky coins has been published online, it's nearly impossible to get them. Sun Mei was already quite pleased to obtain this 3rd lucky coin. Once everyone was seated, Yue Longmin got straight to the point. Upgrading a tribe is actually a challenging task because the events involved are entirely random, and their difficulty is unpredictable. Most tribes have relied on mutual cooperation to complete their upgrade challenges. Have any tribes successfully upgraded yet? Ban Jinyan, seemingly not up to date with the online situation, asked. Yue Longmin nodded and explained. Here in Karla, there are only a few tribes, 2 or 3 at most, that have successfully upgraded. Interestingly, they tend to be weaker tribes. The stronger tribes, on the other hand, are far more cautious. Weaker tribes can upgrade. There's more to it than meets the eye, Yue Longmin elaborated. The difficulty of the upgrade challenge is random. For those weaker tribes, heavy player losses have left them with little to lose. Instead of waiting for their inevitable decline, they take a gamble. If they succeed, they can make a comeback. If they fail, they can disband and join other tribes. The Maha tribe offered a completely different gaming experience compared to the outside world. Maha felt more like a cooperative, team-based ocean exploration game, whereas the outside world was rife with intense competition and conflict. For players at their current level, conquering a level 2 resource site wasn't overly difficult. The real threat came from other tribes eyeing them hungrily. Large-scale battles between tribes frequently broke out over the control and defense of resource sites. If not for a semblance of rationality among the tribes, full-scale war would have erupted long ago. For now, everyone was biding their time, waiting for the arrival of autumn. A unique aspect of the autumn season added to the tension death immunity. This meant that players who died in PvP battles would only deplete their tribe's stored provisions without facing any other penalties, effectively serving as a call to arms for war. Resource sites had turned into powder kegs among the tribes. Powerful tribes like Shengguang and Guhu openly oppressed weaker ones, either by forcibly seizing resource sites or by pressuring others to allow their merchants to take control of local markets, aiming to dominate resources. Faced with such a situation, weaker tribes had 2 choices. form alliances for mutual protection, or fight alone. Worse yet, as had happened when Guhu attacked Maha, some players from weaker tribes, unable to withstand the pressure, chose to leave their tribes and join others. This only exacerbated the problem. In response, some tribes took desperate measures, opting for forced upgrades to protect themselves. Successfully upgrading would elevate them to the ranks of the strong tribes, significantly boosting their power and attracting players from other tribes. Failure, however, would result in devastating losses to their tribe's rituals, infrastructure, and provisions, potentially leading to the tribe's dissolution. This was why the stronger tribes were even more cautious when it came to upgrading. Sun Mei was well aware of the situation. When Yu Longmen suggested collaborating with Guhu, everyone present was visibly surprised. Collaborate with Guhu? Ban Jinyan frowned. Would Yixiafinjian agree to that? Don't they hate our Maha tribe to the core? However, Shilin expressed confidence that the proposal was likely to succeed. According to our guild analysts, Yixiafinjian is highly likely to agree. The reason is simple. Maha is right next to them. If they want to declare war in the autumn season, they first need to ensure we won't ambush them. Agreeing to collaborate would mean they need our cooperation this season. If they refuse, then it means we're their war target. Shilin's words left everyone deep in thought. Hongya was the first to grasp the critical implication. If they refuse, does that mean we'll have to upgrade on our own? Exactly, Yu Longman explained. If Guhu plans to target us this autumn, they'll certainly cut off our connections with other tribes and prevent anyone from helping us upgrade. Sun Mei made the decision immediately. Then let's test Gu's stance. If they agree to collaborate, that would be ideal. If not, we'll upgrade on our own and prepare to fight them in the autumn. If we've beaten them twice, we can beat them a third time. While some rational players remained silent, the majority supported Sun Mei's decision. Alright, Yu Longman said seriously. They'll reach out to Yixiafinjian today to discuss this. Once everything was finalized, the group began delving into the finer details. The first issue was the resources on the Fair 7 Island, specifically Qingyan stone, an essential material for constructing walls and buildings. If Yixiao Fengyan refused to cooperate, they would have to build defensive fortifications along the edge of the Ghoullands, ready to fend off potential attacks from Guhu. Under the current circumstances, the Ma tribe's defensive counterattack strategy seemed like the wisest choice. Another challenging issue was the stone golem puppets on Fair 7. These creatures had high health, strong defenses, and formidable attack power, but their single weakness was their sluggish movement. To address this, they decided to send miners and tomb raiders to secretly extract resources. During the hour-long meeting, Sun Mei underwent a subtle transformation from a carefree, easygoing player to a more attentive and thoughtful leader. She started offering her insights and carefully considering others' suggestions. The change was so seamless that even she might not have noticed it herself. By the end of the meeting, Tang Koshue made a request to Yu Longmen. Captain Yu, can you spare me some feathers? I need to go to the temple to learn skills, but I might not have enough feathers on hand. As a teammate from the original Tailmoon group, he and Pai Yinzi were the only ones remaining. The other three had been recruited by the guild. After a brief moment of thought, Yu Longmin readily agreed. Though the feathers were of little value to everyone present, he understood that accepting payment directly would come across as more considerate, avoiding any awkwardness for Tang Koshue. Sun Mei also needed to visit the temple to learn skills, so she exchanged some pirate coins with Yu Longmin for feathers. Tang Koshue then set off with Ironhead as his companion. Have we met before? Sun Mei asked Ironhead curiously. Ironhead scratched his head with a laugh. The Ma tribe isn't that big. We've already run into each other several times. You just didn't notice me. Is that so? Well, I'll be sure to notice you from now on, Sun Mei replied with a smile. At that moment, Tang Koshue eagerly asked, Huang Feng, can you help me craft a swordsmanship manual? I'll prepare the bark scrolls, and you can name your price. What level is your swordsmanship at now? Sun Mei inquired. Level 26, with 54 left to level up, Tang Koshue said with a hint of frustration. Like Qilin, he was part of the Drunken Never Stop group, but real-life obligations prevented him from focusing on leveling up. I'm at level 32 swordsmanship. A manual for me might not provide much of a boost for someone at level 26. Are you sure you want it? Sun Mei asked patiently, as she had a good impression of Tang Koshue. It's fine. Anything helps, Tang Koshue insisted. Seeing his determination, Sun Mei relented. Alright, I'll charge you 200 feathers as a crafting fee. You provide the bark scrolls. The price was already quite generous. Tang Koshue immediately agreed without hesitation, handing over 5 bark scrolls and 1,000 feathers to Sun Mei on the spot. Sun Mei explained, if I'm in the tribe, I'll hand it over to Xiao Bei once it's done. You can just go to him to get it. If I'm not around, it might not be finished yet, so you'll have to wait a bit longer. Tang Koshue nodded in understanding. Given his current swordsmanship level, catching up to level 32 would indeed take some time. So waiting a few more days wasn't a big deal. Nearby, Tai Tu's eyes were filled with envy, but when he thought about spending over 50,000 to buy that bit of martial arts experience, he gave up on the idea. Currently, almost no one in the market was trading martial arts insights, mainly because the bark scrolls were too expensive, and the returns were too low. Ordinary players simply couldn't afford them. Such transactions only circulated among top-tier teams or wealthy groups, and unless pirate coins depreciated in the future, it was unlikely to become widespread in the market. As the group chatted while walking, they quickly arrived at the temple. The temple was packed with holy sword players who had come to learn new skills. When they saw Sun Mei, their reactions were remarkably consistent. The wasp is here. Make way. Let the pro go first. Don't waste their time. Taitu and the others couldn't help but marvel at Sun Mei's influence as they watched the scene unfold. Sun Mei, unfazed, walked straight into the temple. The system notification displayed. This skill originates from the heroic performance of the player Wasp during the headless pirate battle. Truly fearless, Sun Mei thought to herself. Using this will cost 750 health. Where am I supposed to get that much health at this stage? However, after switching to the nameless 96 constitution attribute, she could withstand the damage. Despite the significant cost, the skill was undeniably powerful. The strength attribute it boosted was more valuable than simply increasing attack power, since strength impacted multiple aspects, such as skill bonuses and attribute suppression. Only when armor penetration was insufficient would an increase in attack power be more advantageous. This is definitely a god-tier skill for PK, Sun Mei assessed privately. She imagined how an experienced player like Qilin mastering this skill could dominate in PK matches. As long as they hit their opponent, they could maintain pressure until victory. The thought made her technical skill gaps were indeed hard to bridge. After learning the skill, Sun Mei set out alone for Faroe Island to hunt pirates. With her improved strength, she decided to attempt solo farming. The pirates on Faroe Island also had 600 health, but they appeared in groups of 7 or 8, led by a pirate captain, and were more densely distributed than those on Jest Island. With her current stats 103 strength, 136 swordsmanship, 103 weapon mastery, totaling 342 attack power, she could handle them effectively using her whirlwind skill. The system notification, "You have killed one pirate, Honor 1, kept popping up. Sun Mei precisely controlled her positioning and distance, switching to the Eagle Wing talent and using a whirlwind to clear all the smaller enemies except for the 900 health pirate captain. Before the captain could close in, she advanced and finished him off with her sword. 75 agility. This is the advantage of attributes, she thought as she effortlessly moved on to the next group of pirates. The pirates here were densely packed, with another group just a few dozen meters away. After waiting for her skill cooldown, she repeated the same tactics to clear the enemies. Although the drop rate for these pirates was lonely 7 pirate coins per group of 7 or 8, she endured it to grind combat points. At that moment, Fishleap over the Dragon Gate also arrived at the Guhu tribe Tian City. The towering, imposing black city walls stood between heaven and earth, resembling a massive black beast coiled in the distance. The wide city gates, like the gaping maw of the beast, swallowed and expelled a constant flow of players and caravans. Inside the city, the buildings were orderly, with streets paved in white stone and lined with neatly arranged flower beds and trees. Heavily armed black-armored soldiers moved through the bustling crowds, maintaining order and showcasing the city's prosperity and grandeur. At the city center, the most striking feature was a massive building foundation, covering an area equivalent to 2 football fields. Construction on this structure had temporarily halted, lacking a certain material. Nearby stood an imposing estate. This was the residence of the clan leader. It was here that Yu Longmin met Yi Xiao Fengyun. Without preamble, Yu Longmin got straight to the point, asking directly, "Are you interested in a collaboration?" Yi Xiao Fengyun furrowed his brows slightly, a thoughtful expression crossing his face. "Have you really never considered this?" Yu Longmin asked, clearly surprised. He found it hard to believe that Yi Xiao Fengyun would ignore the potential impact of Maha on Guhu. Yi Xiao Fengyun chuckled softly. "Of course I've considered it, but you don't understand the structure here." His expression turned serious. "Our Guhu tribe has over 90,000 players, but fewer than a third truly support me. Most of them are warlike individuals drawn by our reputation, forming various groups of different sizes, ranging from dozens to tens of thousands. If not for my presence keeping them in check, they would have been at each other's throats long ago." He continued, "Given the current relationship between our 2 tribes, forming an alliance outright could easily lead to dissent among my supporters. Ambitious leaders among the players would seize the opportunity to stir up trouble. They care only about their pride. If I lose my authority and can't suppress them, the entire Guhu tribe will fall apart." Yu Longmin was momentarily at a loss for words. He hadn't expected Yi Xiao Fengyun, who seemed so powerful on the surface, to be in such a precarious situation. However, he quickly sensed that Yi Xiao Fengyun wouldn't share so much without having an alternative plan. Sure enough, Yi Xiao Fengyun soon proposed his idea. "We can form a secret alliance. You can seek help from other forces to upgrade your tribe, and I won't interfere. In exchange, we'll ally in secret, and during the autumn season, We only need to occasionally stage battles to maintain appearances. But wouldn't this deepen the hatred between our tribes? Won't it ultimately lead to a decisive war? Yu Longmin asked, frowning. How many tribes do you think will still be standing in the end on Karla? Yi Fengyun answered calmly. This is nothing more than a game of goo worms. Even if there's no enmity between us in the end, we will still have to compete for supremacy. So does it really matter whether there's hatred or not? Hearing this, Yu Longmin fell into thoughtful silence, beginning to grasp the true meaning behind Yi Fengyun's metaphor of goo worms. Yi Fengyun compared the development of the human race to a brutal game of venomous insects. Each region represented a container, with the tribes inside being the venomous insects fighting for survival. In the end, only the strongest could prevail, and those who emerged victorious from their regions would still have to compete in the larger, global container to determine the ultimate winner. Are you planning to develop alongside us until the end, and then settle it in a final showdown? Yu Longmin stared directly into Yi Fengyun's eyes.
Yes.
Yi Fengyun grinned. Gu now needs a powerful external enemy to divert its internal conflicts, and Shangguang is the perfect target. I don't want to waste too much time in the autumn attacking your Maha. That would only give Shangguang a chance to grow. He folded his hands on the table and continued, given Maha's geographical position, you won't be able to expand unless you destroy Gu. Now, you have two choices. Cooperate with me to jointly fight Shangguang, or form an alliance with Shangguang and attack nearby enemies. But eventually, you'll still have to face Shangguang in battle. Yu Longmin remained silent for a moment before cautiously replying, I can't make such a long-term decision, but I can agree that our two tribes won't interfere with each other's development for now. Good. Take your time to think it over. There's no rush. Yi Fengyun nodded, then noticed Yu Longmin's hesitant expression. You want to ask when we're upgrading our tribe? The day after tomorrow. Yi Fengyun casually revealed the timing, meeting Yu Longmin's slightly surprised gaze. The day after tomorrow at 6 p.m. marked the beginning of summer, a season known for random disasters. Clearly, Yi Fengyun intended to upgrade their tribe at this precise time. Other tribes, preoccupied with handling summer's challenges, would naturally have no capacity to interfere. After leaving, Yu Longmin immediately contacted Sun Mei, who was busy dealing with pirates in Feilu. Would better upgrade at the same time as them. Even though we've verbally agreed to an alliance, it's not necessarily reliable. Synchronized upgrades will prevent them from causing trouble. Is one day enough to prepare? Sun Mei asked. Just about. Then we'll upgrade the day after tomorrow. Sun Mei was about to return to dealing with pirates when Yu Longmin asked, Wang Feng, if you had to choose, would you cooperate with Gu Hu or Shangguang? Gu Hu, Sun Mei replied without hesitation. If we work with Gu Hu, they'll be tied up with Shangguang for a long time, giving us ample time to develop. But if we side with Shangguang, I think the war would end quickly. Hearing this, Yu Longmin fell silent, letting out a sigh in his heart. Yi Fengyun's strategy left him deeply impressed. Most people would prioritize eliminating Maha, their immediate threat, but Yi Fengyun chose to tolerate this looming danger and focus his efforts on confronting Shangguang. What was even more astonishing was that Gu Hu and Shangguang hadn't even crossed paths yet, and Yi Fengyun was already fully prepared for an all-out confrontation. Sun Mei had spent the entire night grinding pirates, only stopping at 4 in the morning. By the end of the session, she had accumulated nearly 4,000 honor points, bringing her total to over 5,000 when combined with her previous progress. However, her swordsmanship score only increased by 4, which surprised her. She figured it might be because her swordsmanship level was already high, and the points gained from defeating pirates were too minimal. Otherwise, killing nearly 4,000 monsters should have resulted in a more significant improvement. The next day, she slept until the afternoon at school. Her phone buzzed with a voice message from Manager Liu. Payday. The payroll breakdown was detailed. A base salary of 2,000, plus 300 pirate coins, 200 mithril, and additional income from helping miners with achievements and participating in territorial battles. The total came to 2,880. Can you be online tomorrow during the day? The Maha tribe is getting an upgrade, Manager Liu asked. Although Sun Mei had already taken leave for this, she declined. The upgrade would definitely take place during the daytime before summer, a time when she'd need to use her sacred sword talent, which couldn't be activated remotely. Manager Liu understood and said, Don't stress about it. The guild still isn't stable enough right now. By next year in-game time there will be more guild missions, and the income will improve. He assumed she was worried about her earnings, unaware that Sun Mei had long lost interest in guild missions. To her, they were just a waste of time. She was already considering ways to climb the guild ranks to reduce unnecessary trouble. As she ended the call, Wu Lexi's teasing voice came from behind her. Mage, up so early today? Sun Mei turned to look at him and couldn't help but retort. You've got dark circles under your eyes, and you're calling me out? By the way, how's it going with that college girlfriend of yours? We broke up, Wu Lexi replied flatly. What? Sun Mei was taken aback. Just a couple of days ago, Wu Lexi had been saying things were going well with He Xiao Xiao. How had it ended so suddenly? Seeing that she was about to press for details, Wu Lexi's expression turned complicated. Don't ask. I don't want to talk about it. Noticing his mood, Sun Mei didn't push further. Relationships come and go wasn't unusual. For all she knew, they might reconcile in a few days. That evening, after returning home, she did a quick workout, had dinner, and logged into the game. Drawing from the experience of the last banquet, the Maha players were much better organized this time. They divided into groups of 3 or 4, and as others finished eating, they pooled their food for one person to continue eating. This ensured a steady pace, as anyone had a shot at first place in this kind of non-combat event, and no one wanted to waste the opportunity. Although the second banquet consumed 10 of the tribe's food reserves double the 5 used during the first, it was negligible for the Maha tribe, which still had 99 of its supplies intact. Sun Mei spent about an hour grinding pirates in Fairu before timing her return to the tribe perfectly to join the banquet. He quickly reverted to his original appearance and put away all his gear. This small detail seemed to reveal how much he cherished the image of the goddess. Just then, an announcement shattered the calm. Dear players of the Maha tribe, the tribal feast will begin in 10 minutes. Please return to the tribe promptly to participate. Participants will receive martial arts score rewards. The more you eat, the higher the reward, with a maximum of 3 levels up. The Big Eater champion will also receive a mysterious prize. Martial arts score? The square erupted in excitement. Players who had previously agreed to team up immediately turned against each other. Then I'll eat by myself. Back off. Don't even think I'll share with you. This unexpected reward instantly reignited Sun Mei's motivation. Originally planning to just go through the motions, he now had no choice but to give it his all. He was about to ask Xiao Bei for help with serving dishes when a familiar laugh sounded from behind him. Hey, long time no see. Sun Mei looked up and saw He Shun approaching with a group of guild junior players. These were internal staff members primarily responsible for gathering resources, earning salaries far higher than Sun Mei's as a full-time employee. Technically, He Shun shouldn't have been part of this team, but he had chosen this path himself. Yeah, it's been a while, Sun Mei replied with a smile. He Shun and his group sat nearby, and he remarked, so, how are things going for you now? Not bad. Sun Mei responded casually, then asked with curiosity, Brother Shun, why did you move to the resource department? A complicated expression crossed He Shun's face. I had no choice. My girlfriend's pregnant, and we just got married. Things aren't the same as when I was singlistable. Income is the priority now, he explained. As a top-tier player in the company, maintaining his status required significant investment. Just one drop of the mysterious blood cost over 300,000. With the rise of newcomers like Kirin and Ghostfire, the mounting pressures led him to step back into a less demanding role. Congratulations, you're going to be a dad, Sun Mei said sincerely. He Shun's face softened into a warm smile. Heh, thanks. By the way, I remember you have a talent skill, right? After receiving Sun Mei's affirmative response, He Shun immediately followed up. What level is your martial arts now? 25. Sun Mei casually threw out a roughly accurate number. That high? He Shun's eyes widened in surprise. His thoughts inevitably turned to his own situation, had exchanged all his accumulated reputation points for fragrant wine, which was either sold to the guild at a slightly lower price or consumed by Qielin and the others. The remaining stock was sold at the original price. Meanwhile, Qielin and his team had been steadily accumulating reputation points to exchange for rare items like the freelancer medals, just like the ones they had traded to fish leaping over the Dragon Gate. In comparison, He Shun had hardly used any wine and had been grinding for materials in low-level areas, resulting in slow progress in his martial arts score, which was now only at level 21. To him, it was impressive that someone without the support of guild resources, like Sun Mei, had managed to reach level 25. You're doing pretty well, kid, He Shun said with a grin. Make the most of this opportunity. Who knows? You might climb even higher. Maybe. If I get the chance, I'll give it a shot. Sun Mei replied nonchalantly, already thinking of an excuse to leave. But He Shun clearly had other plans. He glanced around at his team and said, Brothers, this is my friend and a member of the guild. For now, let's prioritize feeding him so he can max out 3 levels. Once he's done, we can take it slow. Got it, Shunj. No problem. The young men in the team readily agreed, clearly on good terms with He Shun. Sun Mei was surprised by this unexpected arrangement. Don't feel awkward, He Shun said, patting him on the shoulder. It's no big deal. We're just grinding for materials anyway, and we're still farming level 1 resource monsters near the ancient pot area. It's not challenging at all, just boring. Thanks, Shunj, and thanks to all of you. Sun Mei expressed his gratitude sincerely. During the subsequent idle chatter, the group proved to be particularly talkative. Someone began reminiscing, not to brag, but you guys have no idea how amazing I was back in the day. Even cheaters couldn't beat me. Another chimed in. What are you even saying? Do you know how smooth I was in my prime? I started an online store in my 20s and was making over 10,000 a month. As the banquet officially began, the surrounding crowd busied themselves. Solo players indulged in the food, while guild experts gathered in specific zones. The wandering kings had their own circles, and merchants had arranged for dishes to be delivered to them. Following Shun's instructions, his team members passed their food to Sun Mei. With each bite, his martial arts score steadily increased. Swordsmanship score 0.05. Swordsmanship score 0.2. Swordsmanship score 0.1. Small items like flatbreads and bamboo tube wine provided minor boosts, while larger portions that required multiple bites offered more significant gains. As soon as the enormous beast leg touched Sun Mei's lips, he felt a one improvement. He buried his head in the feast, his face almost disappearing into the food. After 20 minutes, his swordsmanship finally reached level 33. Without a moment's pause, he continued devouring the meal with gusto. Meanwhile, other solo participants, struggling without help to serve more food, were clearly lagging behind. In contrast, the top-tier teams with assistance were progressing faster. Due to their lower martial arts levels, they earned more points per bite and finished eating in just over 50 minutes, much faster than Sun Mei. Shun and his companions, unaware of these mechanics, kept delivering food to Sun Mei. They had planned to wait until his martial arts leveled up 3 times before enjoying the feast themselves, but to their surprise, Sun Mei continued wolfing down food without stopping. Why is leveling up so slow? The group exchanged puzzled glances, but since they had already committed to helping, Shun decided to see it through to the end. After an entire hour, Sun Mei's jaw was beginning to ache. Yet the results were far from satisfying. His swordsmanship reached level 34 at 26, increasing his attack power by 152 points and armor-piercing sword energy by 36 points. However, he hadn't managed to fully level up 3 times. This unexpected outcome was due to diminishing food points. The points earned at level 33 were noticeably less than at level 32, and even more so at level 34. For martial arts below level 30, having assistance might have made achieving 3 levels possible. Go anonymous? The system prompt appeared as the banquet concluded. The identity of the Big Eater was now evident. No. Sun Mei decisively declined anonymity and removed his alias, Hornet. The system immediately announced, "Congratulations to player Little B for earning the title of Big Eater, consuming a total of 69 roasted legs, 137 pieces of roasted meat, 121 large pancakes, 189 fruits, and 121 cups of beverages. Reward: 5,000 prestige points and a mysterious gift." What? Someone ate more than me? The square erupted in astonishment as everyone began searching for the mysterious Little B. Although many hadn't won the title, they were eager to catch a glimpse of the champion. Sun Mei stepped forward to meet the crowd's curiosity. "Come on, everyone, let's see what the first place prize is. Don't tell me it's another Big Eater gem." Among the crowd, players like Denyo and Degutu wore disappointed expressions. Their shield skills had also surpassed level 30, but they failed to secure the full reward. Though they had eaten from start to finish, minor delays in food serving had cost them the title to Sun Mei. Under the eager gaze of the crowd, Sun Mei revealed a green gem. Big Eater level 2, weapon attack power 6. That's it. The crowd's excitement dimmed slightly. While the gem was valuable, it wasn't particularly impressive to players like Denyo. Unfazed, Sun Mei handed the gem to Shun, leaving the group to decide how to distribute or sell it. Shun glanced at the gem, then gave Sun Mei a meaningful look. He vividly remembered the Big Eater gem Sun Mei had bought for tens of thousands during the Battle of the Earth. This was definitely not the real first-place reward. Indeed, that was the case. Sun Mei, well-versed in the intricacies of such matters, deliberately kept the true reward for first place a secret. Given his current standing within the guild, revealing something too valuable could lead to the guild confiscating it under various pretexts. While the Warm Guild was unlikely to resort to outright coercion, avoiding unnecessary trouble was always a wise choice. Moreover, this approach helped prevent potential conflicts with unaffiliated players. The actual reward for first place was 15 Bark Scrolls expert-level martial arts insights. Using them granted expert-level insights at a specified level. If converted entirely into level 39 martial arts insights, it could significantly enhance his level 35 swordsmanship. However, Sun Mei chose not to do so. With tomorrow's tribal upgrade challenge event and the upcoming summer disaster looming, he might need to switch professions depending on the circumstances. Converting martial arts insights required 4 scrolls of the same level, so these Bark Scrolls could prove invaluable later. After the banquet concluded, the attendees gradually dispersed. Sun Mei immediately switched to his eagle wing form and headed straight to Felu to continue farming pirates. With the tribal upgrade event scheduled for 11 a.m. the next day and lunchtime typically being a busy period, he had no intention of staying up too late. Around 10 p.m., Xiaobei suddenly approached him, holding a palm-sized oval-shaped bronze mirror. The mirror had not been bound, meaning it couldn't receive tribal messages or be used for communication with friends or strangers. Compared to a silver mirror, it lacked the functionality of regional messages. Noticing Sun Mai's puzzled expression, Xiaobei explained, "This is brought by merchants from the Xingho tribe. It's a level 2 product of their tribe." The price? Sun Mei frowned as he asked. The very fact that Xiaobei had sought him out suggested there was likely an issue with the price. 4,000 per piece. Hearing this, Sun Mai's expression darkened instantly. The same item was sold to stronger tribes for only 700, yet they were being charged 4,000? In the eyes of outsiders in Karla, the Maha tribe, though once glorious, had now fallen into obscurity. More importantly, many believed that Yixiao Fengyun would be the first to destroy the Maha tribe come autumn. No matter how strong their potential, it would be meaningless if they couldn't utilize it. This belief was reinforced by Yixiao Fengyun's dealings with other tribal merchants, where they had hinted at such intentions. As a result, outsiders were increasingly convinced that the Maha tribe's days were numbered. Many merchants, including those from the Xingho tribe, aimed to profit as much as possible before the tribe's demise. Should we buy these? Xiaobei hesitated and asked. They said if we buy more, they'd give us a discount. How much of a discount? 3,500. They claim we'd still make 500 in profit, Xiaobei scoffed. At that price, making any profit was unlikely. Selling them at the original price would already be a challenge, and raising the price would undoubtedly provoke unrest among unaffiliated players. No. Sun Mei firmly refused without hesitation. That's impossible, Xiaobei said firmly. A 5-fold price difference might barely be acceptable to players, as bronze mirrors and the Frost Tribe's repair liquid were both necessities. But 10 times the price? That was not only unacceptable to her, but also unbearable for the over 40,000 players of the Maha tribe. Xiaobei quickly did the math. 40,000 players, each needing 1 bronze mirror, would amount to a staggering total of 160 million. While a small number of players could obtain mirrors through special channels, the vast majority would still have to purchase them. Instinctively, she thought that once similar products appeared elsewhere and broke the monopoly of the Spark tribe, the prices would naturally drop. Sun Mei fell into a long silence after hearing her out, then suddenly curled her lips into a meaningful smile. How many merchants are you currently working with? About 20 or so, from various industries, Xiaobei replied, puzzled as she looked at her. Buy the same number of bronze mirrors as the merchants you work with and have them put them up for sale, Sun Mei said slowly. But don't actually sell them. If anyone asks, just tell the truth. Xiaobei froze for a moment before realization dawned on her. You're planning to strike against the Spark tribe? The plan was simple. Leverage the high prices to stir discontent among independent players, then launch an attack when the timing was right in autumn. If they lost the battle, they would have no choice but to accept the high prices. If they won, it would be the Spark tribe's own fault for their downfall. As the leader of the Maha tribe, Sun Mei had been enjoying increasing benefits and couldn't turn a blind eye to the injustices her tribe faced. Moreover, she was no longer the person she used to be. She would rather lead the Maha tribe than live under someone else's rule. Even though she already possessed a more advanced silver mirror, she still had to consider the interests of the entire tribe. I understand now, Xiaobei exclaimed, enlightened, and promptly left. On Jest Island, the Spark tribe merchant Mo Bailey had been waiting for a day. When he saw Xiaobei again, he was full of anticipation. Have you made up your mind? For now, I only need 50 bronze mirrors. I'll give you a definite answer before winter, Xiaobei replied. Mo Bailey frowned, thinking that the Maha tribe might not even survive until autumn, though he couldn't say it outright. Brother, this is a rare opportunity to make money. Are you sure you want to miss out? Seeing that Xiaobei remained resolute, Mo Bailey grew anxious. Xiaobei, how about this? I'll lower the price to 3,000. You can sell them for 3,800 to others and pocket 1,000. How does that sound? No. Brother, are you out of your mind? Mo Bailey asked, utterly baffled. What's that supposed to mean? Xiaobei looked at Mo Bailey with a face full of surprise. Mo Bailey furrowed his brows and lowered his voice. Brother, do you really think you can offend the Guhu tribe so badly without consequences? Come autumn, they'll be the first to attack you. Can Maha hold out? This might be your last hurrah. He leaned in closer, winking suggestively. Take my advice, let's work together and sell bronze mirrors. We could both make a fortune. Before Maha gets wiped out, let's cash in big time. Xiaobei responded with a polite smile. How about I give you an answer before autumn? Let me think it over. All right. Mo Bailey nodded eagerly. Just don't agree to work with anyone else. We're brothers. We can work things out. No problem. And with that, a simple trade deal was struck. Mo Bailey, seemingly trying to curry favor with Xiaobei, gave away 50 bronze mirrors as a gift, without charging a single coin. Xiaobei didn't hesitate to accept after all. They'd end up fighting them sooner or later. At around 2 a.m., Sun Mei logged off to sleep. After more than 5 hours of effort, he had gained 2,200 honor points, bringing his total to just over 8,000. By mid-morning, players began arriving one after another. They had trekked through Guhu, enduring countless challenges in the land of the undead, and finally stumbled into the Maha tribe, battered and bruised. To increase the chances of success in the upcoming event, Fish Leaping Over Dragon Gate had reached out to numerous team leaders within the company, seeking reinforcements. While not many agreed, a few did come to help. Unfortunately, a significant number of players couldn't even make it past the land of the undead, getting crushed midway by undead giants. The Maha tribe was bustling with activity. Many players who couldn't make time during the day had taken leave to join today's event, with at least 80 showing up. Alongside Maha's elite teams, top-tier squads from other tribes had also gathered. Among these reinforcements were players personally invited by Fish Leaping Over Dragon Gate, as well as others brought in through the connections of independent players. Some, though not particularly strong within Maha, had powerful friends in places like Karla, who came specifically to lend a hand. As the host, Fish Leaping Over Dragon Gate handled the reception with ease. "Fish team, remember me?" A cheerful voice rang out at the tribe's entrance. Fish Leaping Over Dragon Gate paused for a moment before recognizing Chen Tao. He was accompanied by a few familiar faces, including Lon Lon Ramen. Most of them had left during the Soil War, unable to handle the pressure, and had joined other promising tribes. Chen Tao's case was somewhat unique. We had left after the Soil War ended, influenced by the online backlash against Maha. How could I forget? Fish Leaping Over Dragon Gate smiled, stepping forward to shake his hand. Where are you now? You should know Jiushin Mountain. Jiushin Mountain was one of the tribes that had successfully completed a forced upgrade. Impressive, Fish Team remarked knowingly. Develop well over there. You've got a bright future ahead. Chen Tao merely sighed, his gaze sweeping over the bustling crowd of players within the Maha tribe. A hint of regret flickered in his eyes. While upgrading a tribe unlocked numerous features, the most valuable reward was the title given to the first generation of players, first generation member of tribe name. This title granted an additional free attribute point. Titles and ranks, though seemingly ordinary, carry a profound sense of belonging and status for players. Chen Tao deeply resonated with this sentiment. As someone who joined Jiushin Mountain later on, he understood the feeling of being treated as an outsider before earning the title. Gazing at the Maha tribe, he couldn't help but wonder. If he had chosen to stay back then, perhaps tomorrow he, too, could hold this title. Unfortunately, the Maha tribe no longer had any player slots available. Noticing Chen Tao's pensive expression, Fish Leaps Over Dragon Gate asked with concern, "What's wrong?" "Nothing," Chen Tao replied, forcing a faint smile before speaking more seriously. "Fish, I've brought people to help this time, but I also wanted to discuss some business. Jiushin Mountain is looking to purchase some branches. Could you offer a favorable price?" Branches weren't exactly a scarce resource, with numerous alternatives available on the market, such as certain types of burning spirit stones. Even repair fluids were less common than branches. As players had taken control of most Tier 2 resource maps in Karla, the prices of ordinary supplies had stabilized, unlike in the past, with only rare resources maintaining high value. The competition among merchants further balanced the market, and the Maha tribe was one of the earliest to benefit from this economic shift. Fish Leaps Over Dragon Gate hesitated for a moment before smiling. "I'm not sure I have the authority to decide on this. Let me check with someone later, alright?" "You don't have the authority?" Chen Tao was taken aback. Just as Fish was about to explain, a wave of cheers erupted from within the tribe. Shouts and whistles echoed one after another. Without needing to look, Fish Leaps Over Dragon Gate already knew what was happening. He smiled and said, "Want to go in and meet them?" "Sure," Chen Tao replied, nodding thoughtfully. The crowd parted, creating a path. Sunmei appeared, clad in brand new jet black armor and draped in a red cape, walking slowly toward the square. Though she wasn't entirely comfortable with the attention, the thought of being able to shift forms at will in the future gave her some reassurance. Captain, Hongya and Milk Candy had been waiting eagerly and rushed forward with excitement. "Cheelin and the others are waiting for you outside the chieftain's house." "Got it," Sunmei replied. The tribe's upgrade still required her, Big Ox, and the other 3 shield bearers to activate the process. Cheelin, Half Cigarette, Tail Moon, and Half Eyeballs 4 teams had already gathered there. Just as Cheelin was about to explain Fish Leaps Over Dragon Gate's whereabouts, the latter emerged from the crowd. Sun Mei turned to see Fish Leaps Over Dragon Gate and his group, along with Chan Tao. Fish introduced, "This is Yellow Bee, the leader of our Maha tribe. She oversees all major tribe matters now." He then leaned closer to add in a low voice, "This is Chan Tao. He used to be with our tribe and played a key role in taking down the old chieftain." Although Sun Mei already knew of Chan Tao, she hadn't expected him to have joined another tribe. After a brief handshake and polite exchange, Fish Leaps Over Dragon Gate explained that Chen Tao's visit wasn't just to help but also to propose a trade and alliance between Jiushin Mountain and Maha. "Let's discuss this later, shall we?" Sun Mei said, her mind occupied with other pressing matters. Of course, Chen Tao promptly agreed. With that, Sun Mei led Big Ox and the other 4 holy shields into Yuder's residence. It seems you have already made up your minds. When do you plan to upgrade the tribe? Udur stood in the center of the tribal square, his sharp gaze fixed on the 5 individuals before him. His voice was steady and powerful, carrying a hint of anticipation. Sun Mei nodded solemnly. Yes, Chief. A faint, reassuring smile appeared on Udur's face as he continued. What are your thoughts on the direction of our tribe's development? Before them lay 3 choices. Valuing freedom, this would enhance the overall strength of the natives and increase the likelihood of rare NPCs appearing. Valuing strength, this could attract powerful individuals to join, accelerating military growth. And valuing knowledge, this might lead to diverse advancements, the development of new skills, and unique professions, though it also posed the risk of crossing into forbidden territories. Learning is humanity's strength. I believe knowledge is crucial. Sun Mei voiced the conclusion they had reached earlier. By a narrow margin of 14 votes to 13, valuing knowledge had triumphed over the more fitting choice of valuing strength, which aligned better with Udur's iron-blooded style. Considering the geographical disadvantages of the Maha tribe, solely pursuing military power could repeat the mistakes of the ancient Hu. I respect your decision, Udur acknowledged with a nod. Now, you can go to the priest. Once he approves, you can proceed with the upgrade. The 5 made their way to the priest's hut. The elder priest, waving a withered branch, exclaimed excitedly, "We have waited a long time for this moment. Let the 2 great guardian spirits bear witness to this historic event, the rise of the Maha tribe." White smoke roiled and surged within the triangular hut, and soon a system announcement echoed. Tribe upgrade initiated, random challenge event is being generated. Suddenly, a golden radiance burst forth from above the Maha tribe. As the light dissipated, a colossal golden gate, as tall as a 12-story building, appeared out of thin air. On either side of the gate stood massive spectral figures. On the left, a black figure with the head of a bird and the body of a human. On the right, an earthy yellow figure with the head of a bull and the body of a human. Together, they pushed open the gate, revealing a dark, swirling vortex within, which slowly descended into the center of the square. A system prompt immediately appeared. The Maha tribe has received the upgrade challenge event, the Betrayer, Kagosi. To gain power from ancient knowledge, one must approach it with reverence for the old civilizations, maintain clarity of mind, and remember their human identity. Otherwise, betraying humanity will become the ultimate fate of the Maha tribe. Objective: eliminate the Betrayer, Kagosi. Time limit: 24 hours. The system notification appeared clearly in front of all players. This mission offers no special rewards for individuals. Upon completion, the entire tribe will receive a fixed reward. The square was buzzing with excitement as players clenched their fists, eager for battle. Even without the lure of personal rewards, shouts of "for the Maha tribe" echoed in waves. Despite the fervor, no one acted recklessly. Instead, they waited patiently for the top teams to take the lead. When Sun Mei and his group arrived, the players fell into an orderly formation, following the elite team through the massive golden gates. A brief moment of dizziness passed, and the scene before them opened. UPA barren plain stretched endlessly under the moonlight, with cold starlight adorning the night sky, offering excellent visibility. One by one, the players materialized on this unfamiliar land, their expressions tinged with confusion as they took in the strange surroundings. Everyone, quiet down for a moment. Half Cigarette agilely leapt onto a teammate's shoulder, preparing to organize the group. But before he could continue, a deafening boom erupted from the sky. To their left and slightly ahead, a massive crimson exclamation mark lit up, clearly pointing the way forward. Led by Sun Mei, the group advanced in the direction indicated by the exclamation mark. After about 10 minutes, they reached a high ridge overlooking a sprawling village below. The settlement was at least 3 times the size of the Maha tribe, with a winding river flowing through it, the sound of water faintly audible in the still air. Suddenly, countless dark figures shot up from the village, piercing the sky. As they drew nearer, their horrifying forms became clear. They were humanoid. Each figure had jet-black skin, grotesque and fearsome features, and enormous bat-like wings sprouting from their backs, resembling demons straight out of a nightmare. At the forefront stood a towering man with a muscular build, his upper body bare as he crossed his arms, gazing down at the army of players below. His fanged grin glimmered menacingly in the moonlight. The status panel above him displayed, Betrayer Health, 800800. Clearly, this was not their ultimate target, Kagosi. It's been a long time since I've seen living humans, the Betrayer leader sneered, his voice dripping with malice. Capture them all. Before his words had fully faded, thousands of winged figures plunged toward the players like arrows loosed from a bow. The players were prepared. The sharp cracks of gunfire echoed through the air as musket fire erupted in a coordinated counterattack. A flurry of red damage numbers filled the screen. Though the winged creatures in this battle had only 800 health points, their astonishingly high armor rendered the musketeers' attacks significantly less effective. What made matters worse was that their vital points were neither the conventional head nor heart. The winged beings pierced through the musketeers' line of fire, skillfully evading the defensive positions of the paladins, and targeted the vulnerable mages and musketeers at the rear. Once their pitch-black claws seized a target, the victim was rendered helpless and carried into the sky. This suppressive effect was only countered by the target's physical constitution and strength. Even strength-based classes like Berserkers and Holy Knights found it challenging to break free. Fight to the death. The restrained Holy Knights activated this sacrificial skill, instantly boosting their strength by 25 points. With a roar, they broke free from their bonds and landed heavily on the ground. Sun Mei stood at the front lines, facing 5 or 6 incoming winged creatures. With the battle cry enhancing her stats, her attack power soared to an impressive 403, 128 strength, 103 weapon value, and 152 swordsmanship. When one of the winged creatures attempted to ambush Milk Candy, she seized the moment to unleash a crescent slash. Despite the creature's 147 attack power, its raw strength of 133 Sun Mai space 128, plus the crescent slash's additional 5 points, was no match for Sun Mai's superior force. Due to the restricted terrain, Sun Mei could only fend off the diving winged creatures like a batter swinging at fastballs, sending them flying one by one. Though two managed to grab her, her knightly armor shielded her from harm. She swiftly cut one down, forced the other to retreat, and then delivered a finishing blow to the fallen foe. Hongya and Chuang worked seamlessly together, successfully protecting Black Cat. The winged creatures that failed in their assault circled back, waiting for another opportunity to strike. Other elite teams were also locked in battle. Swordsmen like Drool and Ironhead relied on the fight to the death skill to suppress the winged creature's stats, though their damage output lagged behind Sun Mai's. While the rear player teams suffered heavy losses initially, they quickly adapted their tactics. Swordsmen who activated Fight to the Death formed a protective barrier around the mages, effectively thwarting the winged creature's predatory strategies. Amidst the chaos, however, Sun Mei became acutely aware of a critical issue. She was neither skilled at nor capable of effectively commanding the battlefield as a whole. Her limited field of vision only allowed her to see the teams at the edges, and the various groups seemed to be fighting independently. Though there were occasional moments of coordination, they were far from functioning as a unified army. Looking ahead, a chaotic group of players was fiercely entangled in battle with the winged beings. Sun Mei realized that gaining a higher vantage point might provide a better grasp of the battlefield's overall situation. However, doing so would not only waste her position as Maha's strongest combatant, but also exchange her skilled fighting abilities for a role in command, something she neither had experience in nor a natural talent for. She understood fully that Maha likely had no one comparable to Lai Long, a born leader. For now, brute force was the only option. Thankfully, these winged beings were not particularly strong. After a grueling 10-minute battle, they were finally forced to retreat. Stay here and keep an eye on them. The rest of you, follow me to report back, announced the leader of the winged beings without hesitation. He then led hundreds of them back toward the village. In the skies above, hundreds more winged beings circled, refusing to descend, leaving the players on the ground helpless. Keep moving forward. Though Sun Mei lacked command experience, she had no choice but to lead the troops onward with determination. Her holy sword was fully unleashed, embodying a resolve to fight to the death. As the large group advanced toward the village, the system issued a prompt. You have entered Kajexi's territory. Movement speed is suppressed, and agility decreases by 20 points. Agility above 100 is immune to this effect. The village entrance was densely packed with figures. Aside from the winged beings who had taken flight again, the rest had no wings. Their skin was pitch black, and they bore various animalistic traits. Their abilities varied greatly, but they were all uniformly labeled as the Forsaken. A tall, burly man stepped forward, wielding a large, jet-black guandao. His face was grotesque, with tusks protruding, resembling an insect-like creature. The system displayed his stats. Kajexi, HP 30003000. Seeing this number, the players were momentarily stunned. Was this the mission's target? It didn't seem particularly daunting. After all, this was a group battle, not an unknown duel. If they could deal damage collectively, focusing fire would be enough to take him down. Attack. Sun Mei ignored Kajexi's questioning and gave the order directly. This time, she couldn't charge recklessly. Instead, she needed to rely on the players to create an opportunity to encircle Kajexi. Kajexi appeared to regard the group of players with disdain. Letting out a cold snort, he swung his guandao and led the village's forces in a direct charge. Simultaneously, the winged beings in the skies launched their attack. The two sides clashed like massive waves crashing together, colliding fiercely in front of the village. Kajexi wreaked havoc among the players, his guandao cutting through everything in its path. When someone finally managed to deal damage to Kajexi, The top-tier teams observing from the shadows breathed a sigh of relief. If regular players could penetrate his defenses, then they could undoubtedly inflict significant damage. 5 elite teams began to stealthily close in on Kajexi, preparing to deliver a decisive strike. Bang! The armor-piercing effect was triggered instantly, reducing the target's defense by 20 points. The musketeers of the Chilean team fired with precision, not only dealing damage but also applying the armor-piercing debuff. Kajexi swung his guandao in a wide arc, effortlessly clearing out the shielded players in front of him, but more players immediately filled the gap. Although the Black Cat team's musketeers lacked the firepower of the Chilean unit, they still utilized their range advantage to snipe at the conspicuous Kajexi from afar. Despite his relentless efforts, Kajexi was unable to break through the shielded defense line or reach the musketeers in the back. Sun Mei and the Chilean team focused on protecting their own firepower points while blocking the attacks of the wing players. The air was filled with the deafening sound of gunfire, and Kagexi's health continued to drop steadily. "Get out of my way! Move!" Kagexi roared in frustration as he realized the situation was turning against him. However, the players of the Maha tribe used their sheer numbers to form a human wall, completely isolating him from the rest of the betrayers. No matter how wildly he swung his guandao, the players held their ground, keeping him trapped. In the chaos, wizards chanted spells, and players of the Holy Spear class launched relentless charges against the betrayer forces. Surrounded and under siege, Kagexi's health quickly plummeted below 1,000 points. Could it really be this easy? Sun Mei wondered to herself, though she understood that the difficulty of random events often depended on luck. Under the concentrated barrage of firepower, Kagexi soon fell. Everyone who witnessed the scene was momentarily stunned. After all the preparation, was the opponent really this fragile? Just then, the system announcement echoed. "Congratulations to the players of the Maha tribe for completing the tribe upgrade mission. The tribe will successfully upgrade in 1 hour." Before the crowd could recover from their shock, a new event option was suddenly triggered. Would they challenge the next phase of Kagexi? Option A was to challenge, and Option B was to decline, with both vote counts currently at 0. The system prompt indicated that failure would not affect the tribe's upgrade, but success would grant additional rewards. The voting rights were held by Huang Feng, Denyo, Pai Yinzi, Degu Tu, and Shihui and I Wang Ge. The top teams all turned their eyes towards Sun Mei in unison. Faced with such a risk-free opportunity, Sun Mei made her decision without hesitation. She chose to challenge. With her approval, the other 4 also cast their votes in favor. At that moment, an eerie scene unfolded. Kagexi's body suddenly split open like a cracking shell, and from within emerged a massive, pitch-black worm. Under everyone's watchful gaze, the creature swelled rapidly, growing to the size of a truck in mere moments. Its bloated, grotesque form loomed ominously over the battlefield. The betrayer, Kagexi. HP 40,000,400,000. The massive insectoid beast bared its fanged maw, letting out a blood-curdling roar as viscous saliva sprayed in all directions. Its enormous size and terrifying stats left all players in stunned silence. The first gunshot shattered the tension, jolting everyone into action. The group launched an all-out assault, determined to fight to the end even in the face of death. However, during the second phase, gunfire damage sharply decreased, with some attacks failing to inflict any harm at all. Suddenly, the dark beast shot a sharp, barbed spike from its maw, sweeping diagonally through the group and impaling several players in one strike. 70-60 floated above the beast repeatedly, and each time it retracted the spike. A green healing effect appeared above its head as it continued its relentless assault. Its health bar remained at a steady 40,000. Chuang Chuang, try using my armor to block it. Sun Mei quickly handed over his knight's armor to Chuang Chuang. Amid the chaos of the battlefield, Chuang Chuang patiently waited for the right moment and was eventually targeted by the beast. With a loud clang, the spike collided with the knight's armor but failed to penetrate it, bouncing off as if repelled by high defense. This time, the beast couldn't regenerate its health. The team's morale surged, and they resumed firing their guns. Though the damage per round was only around 100 points, as long as Chuang Chuang could keep blocking, they believed the giant creature could eventually be worn down. "Fall back. Everyone fall back. Shield bearers, pull out," came the commanding shouts amidst the turmoil. The shield bearers began to spread out, leaving Chuang Chuang to hold the beast's aggro alone. But just then, the insectoid beast began to tremble violently. Countless dark projectiles shot out from its body like homing missiles, piercing through every gunner with unerring precision. 40-40-30 numbers popped up continuously, and the beast's health bar returned to full once again. Melee fighters, move in and attack. Qilin led the melee team in a charge toward the beast. Meanwhile, Sun Mei carefully analyzed its abilities. Killing a target seemed to restore its health by approximately 10 of the target's HP. It prioritized ranged attacks and likely had other unknown skills. As Qilin approached, the beast suddenly shifted its attack pattern. Its massive body twisted midair, swinging like a colossal hammer as it slammed into Cheelin. A Devour 410 notification appeared, and the team following Cheelin recoiled in horror. The beast had swallowed Cheelin whole. What retreat? Hold your ground and fight. Diane's furious roar echoed across the battlefield. Force this slimy creature to use all its skills. Otherwise, how are we supposed to win? The command reignited the morale of the melee team that had started to pull back. Though Diane lacked Sun Mei's meticulous planning, he understood that to defeat this massive insect, the first step was to uncover its abilities. Hundreds of melee players, despite their fear, gritted their teeth and charged back into the fray, their weapons slashing at the giant insect in unison. Each strike only dealt slightly more damage than the musketeer's shots, but the sheer number of attacks added up to an astonishing effect. With Chuang Chuang blocking the insect's deadly stingers at the forefront, they managed to shave off over 300 health points in the blink of an eye. Suddenly, the giant insect unleashed the same ability it used earlier to kill Killen. It devoured a pirate player in one gulp, instantly restoring its health to full. This confirmed Sun Mei's suspicion about the insect's third skill, Devour, a lethal execution move that instantly kills the target and restores an equivalent amount of health. More importantly, the insect only targeted melee classes like pirates and holy swordsmen, completely ignoring holy shield players. This revealed that it could only devour targets whose maximum health was lower than its attack power, 704 points. As the battle grew increasingly desperate, Sun Mei remained calm, observing the creature carefully, waiting for it to reveal a potential fourth skill. Sure enough, the insect began to tremble violently, and countless dark projectiles shot out from its body, snaking through the air and homing in on the nearby melee players. This attack cleared the surrounding battlefield entirely, leaving only Chuang Chuang standing. It became clear that the stingers targeted only those who dealt damage to the insect. 5 or 6 minutes passed without the insect showing any additional abilities. Just as Diane was about to order the revived musketeers to resume the assault, Sun Mei intervened. Take your team to capture the village and see if there's anything useful there. Leave this to me. Continuing like this will only waste everyone's death protection mechanism. A numbers-based strategy won't work against a creature with mechanics like this. After a moment of hesitation, Diane nodded in agreement and led the team to bypass the insect, heading toward the direction of the Forsaken. Sun Mei stepped forward, carefully calculating her position and distance before unleashing her Fian corridor attack. The Knight's Greatsword, a top-tier weapon of the human race, pierced through the insect's defenses and dealt a staggering 1,422 damage. She quickly withdrew and switched to her nameless attribute, 96 Constitution, 73 Strength, 57 Agility. Her plan was simple. Deal damage using her whirlwind attack, then switch to the nameless attribute to withstand the stingers, repeating the cycle. With the insect's total health at 40,000, she estimated that 29 whirlwind attacks would be enough. The only thing she had to avoid was being hit in a critical area by the stingers, as even the nameless attribute couldn't withstand that. But just then, the insect revealed its fourth skill, Hatred Lock. Kagosi's combat instincts drove it to prioritize eliminating any target that posed a significant threat. When Sun Mei noticed the mark appear on her, she immediately realized the situation had just taken a dangerous turn. The damage was too high, and the aggro is locked. The giant bug ignored Chuang Chuang's presence, letting out a sharp, piercing screech as its massive body wriggled rapidly towards Sun Mei. This kind of hatred lock was clearly more than just superficial. It likely provided the bug with additional buffs, similar to a challenge lock. The bug's speed was unexpectedly fast, closing the distance to Sun Mei in the blink of an eye. Its sharp, venomous stinger sliced through the air. Sun Mei felt as though she was just a fraction away from dodging it, but the stinger still pierced her, leaving an icy chill deep in her heart. Whether it was due to insufficient stats or lack of skill was hard to determine in that moment. Even if she managed to narrowly avoid this attack, the next strike would still mean certain death. You have died. Facing death effect and cost cleared. You have lost Secret Iron Blade 1. Daily protection mechanism remaining. For uses. Frowning deeply, Sun Mei chose to revive at the tribe. This method of fighting was clearly not viable. Even without considering the bug's health regeneration from kills or the reduction in her damage output due to stat penalties, calculating based on her whirlwind skill dealing 1,422 damage per hit, she would need to die at least 29 times to defeat the bug. That kind of trade-off was simply unacceptable. After careful consideration, Sun Mei came up with a second plan. She headed to the temple and switched her class to Holy Shield. Then, she used 4 martial arts manuals to convert her level 34 swordsmanship into shieldsmanship of the same level. Accompanied by the sound of bones cracking, a muscular, well-built figure emerged from the temple, flexing and proudly showing off their bulging arm muscles. Looking at her new form, Sun Mei smiled in satisfaction and strode confidently toward the plaza. Her updated stats panel displayed. Shieldsmanship Expert level 3427. 152 to personal defense, 36 to armor penetration resistance. Shield Unity, Converts shield defense into personal defense. Revitalization. Stores up to 400 HP. Automatically restores in critical moments. Self-sacrifice. Converts receive damage into stored health pool. Bull strength. 8 constitution, 8 strength. Nameless 1. 104 constitution, 73 strength, 49 agility. Meanwhile, on the battlefield outside the village. Hey, are we fighting or not? Chuang Chuang shouted loudly. The surrounding teams exchanged hesitant glances, but no one responded. While Chuang Chuang, clad in knightly armor, could withstand the damage, the others' attacks were largely ineffective and would only heal the bug upon their deaths. Well, it is the second phase. It's fine if we can't beat it. At least the challenge event was a success, one of the Holy Shields muttered, trying to console themselves despite the disappointment. Just then, a voice rang out. Let me give it a shot. A deep, resonant voice suddenly broke the silence, snapping everyone out of their thoughts. Turning toward the source, they saw a towering, muscular young man striding forward with unwavering determination. His rippling muscles were so imposing that everyone present instinctively held their breath. You. Nai Tang interrupted her chant, eyeing the unfamiliar Sun Mei with suspicion. At this moment, the top teams, including Hongye's group, had already gone to attack the village. As a member of the Yellow Hornet team, Nai Tang found herself unexpectedly holding the highest authority here. I have a way to deal with that bug, Sun Mei said directly, but I'll need a few skilled musketeers to assist. Want to give it a shot? What's your stat level? Nai Tang wondered privately. This unfamiliar face, could he be a foreign expert someone had called in? Constitution, 104, Sun Mei replied calmly. Nai Tang's expression shifted slightly. You're not joking, right? Even the strongest player on the Qilin team only has 89 constitution. Sun Mei flexed his muscles confidently. Do I look like someone who jokes around? Get me 3 top-tier musketeers. He didn't mention that his level 30 shield technique could lock onto 3 allied units. No problem. Nai Tang sprang into action. Chuang Chuang, stall it for now with potions. Don't let it run wild. Got it. About 10 minutes later, Nai Tang returned with 3 musketeers, Ban Jin Yin, Ling Hu, and He Mao. Her selection carried a hint of bias, as He Mao had the lowest damage output on Wang's team. If she were aiming for absolute efficiency, she would have sought out musketeers from Wei Yu or Ban Qianqiu's teams. Sun Mei pretended not to know them and gave concise instructions. Follow my lead. Shoot when I say shoot. Stop when I say stop. Got it. The group exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. After all, if Nai Tang recommended a 104 constitution expert, he was worth their cooperation. With the plan set, Sun Mei approached the giant bug alone. Let me tank first. Huh. Chuang Chuang, though confused, stepped aside to let him take over. The bug immediately turned its aggression towards Sun Mei, its venomous stinger piercing through his body. Blood pool storage. Chuang Chuang, you're up. On it. Chuang Chuang quickly took over. Nai Tang caught on to the plan, casting a sacrifice skill 515 on Sun Mei, while continuing her chant. Sun Mei seized the moment to heal with potions, and once his state was restored, he instructed, when my health hits around 900, I'll tank again. Then you'll take over. Got it. Chuang Chuang, though unclear on the details, knew better than to question orders. The two alternated taking damage, allowing Sun Mei to accumulate a blood pool of 7,040 points. Self-sacrifice lock. Now attack. Gunfire erupted instantly. Ling Hu fired first, followed closely by He Mao and Ban Jin Yin. Each round dealt 8 points of damage, meaning they would need 5,000 rounds to deal 40,000 damage. Thanks to their mastery of firearms, their reload speed far outpaced rookies like Hongye, taking only about 2 seconds to reload. 5,000 times 2 is 10,000 seconds. 10,000 seconds is. Chuang Chuang suddenly paused, puzzled, and turned to Sun Mei. How many hours is 10,000 seconds? 10,000 seconds is approximately 167 minutes, which equals 2 hours and 47 minutes. Ling Hu quickly blurted out the answer while Sun Mei was still calculating 10,000 divided by 60. At that very moment, the giant insect launched an attack, knocking over 100 health points off Chuan Chuan. As Chuan Chuan's body trembled from the impact, Ling Hu and the others' expressions turned grim, bitter memories of past defeats resurfaced vividly. All eyes turned to Sun Mei, hoping for him to take action. But Sun Mei remained motionless. In an instant, 3 sharp spikes pierced through Chuan Chuan's body. Holy crap! I'm not dead? Even the usually composed Ling Hu couldn't help but curse. Stop wasting time. Focus on damage output. Sun Mei barked, snapping the group back into action. The 3 immediately resumed reloading and shooting. At this point, Sun Mei no longer needed to consume potions. He simply waited for Nai Tang to heal him before continuing to endure the damage. His sole task was to be ready to transfer the self-harm marker at any moment. In this battle, the survival of the front line was absolutely critical. If Chuan Chuan fell, no one would be able to withstand the boss attacks. If Sun Mei fell, the backline damage dealers would be left completely exposed. Although Sun Mei couldn't protect himself, he could protect Chuan Chuan by transferring the marker to him whenever necessary. The giant insect, unable to kill any players, could not regenerate its health. After an hour, it had already lost over 10,000 health points. The number of spike attacks was countless by now, but none of them posed a real threat to the trio. The terrifying aspect of the self-harm ability was that as long as the health pool wasn't drained, the marked teammate would never fall. Meanwhile, Qilin's team had finished clearing out the other defectors and looting the village. They discovered an important item inside a temple, an ancient bronze three-legged cauldron engraved with patterns of mountains, rivers, the sun, and the moon. This altar could activate the tribe's sacrificial function. Though it was just a standard tribal altar, its greatest advantage was its portability and accessibility. When Qilin's team returned, they saw Sun Mei's group of 6 still battling the giant insect, with the boss health reduced to 14,000. Shangdun quickly explained the situation and cautioned everyone against rashly intervening. Unkillable? Qilin mused, recalling Lai Long's divine regeneration ability. It might be some kind of special talent. His gaze grew intense. The guild was currently offering high rewards for recruiting talented players. If he could bring Sun Mei into their ranks, not only would he earn a $2 million referral bonus, but he'd also secure a powerful asset for the team. Such an advantage would be hard for rival guild leaders to match. Not just the Qilin, but everyone around was looking at Sun Mei with eyes filled with envy and eagerness. Since the rise of humanity, there had been numerous online records about the opening gifts, among which innate talents were unanimously regarded as the strongest. Due to limited data, talents had not yet been systematically categorized, and only scattered fragments of information were available. For instance, the divine regeneration of the fiery dragon allowed resurrection on the spot after death, though its exact drawbacks remained undisclosed. Similarly, the vile world of the Thunder Crane had an intimidating name, but its true effects were completely unknown. A few other talents had also been exposed, and while the details were incomplete, at least their names and owners were known. Major guilds fiercely competed to recruit players with talents, offering exorbitant prices. The mere introduction fee could reach as high as 2 million. Even if they couldn't recruit the talents directly, just introducing them to the guild could be a lucrative deal. At that moment, under the peculiar gazes of the crowd, the giant insect collapsed with a thunderous crash. Its death was rather pitiful. A massive creature with 40,000 health points was slowly chipped away by 3 firearms. As the insect fell, a series of system notifications sounded. Sun Mei's shield technique experience increased by 50. The Maha tribe has completed the second phase of the challenge event. All NPC attributes 10. All players free attributes 4. Temple level upgraded. 1 additional blessing slot and coronation slot unlocked. Earned the title First Generation Hero of the Maha tribe, which grants attribute bonuses and increased mission rewards. Amid the announcement of the tribe's challenge event completion, a massive azure vortex appeared before the crowd. Although the tribe's upgrade had unlocked many new features to explore, related information was already available online for reference. Qilin wanted to strike up a conversation with Sun Mei, but seeing through his intentions, Sun Mei simply waved and walked away. The others, noticing this, didn't dare to insist, fearing they might overstep. Left with no choice, Qilin turned to Linghu to ask if he had received any special rewards. Linghu replied that he only received the hero title, which offered slightly better bonuses than the first-generation tribe member title. It could, at least, be considered a special reward. After returning to the tribe, Sun Mei first switched to his eagle wing form at the resurrection platform. Then, he sought out Udyr. Finally, he could address the bounty ordinance that had been delayed for so long. Udyr took the ordinance, studied it carefully for a long time, and fell into deep thought. Sun Mei stared at the system prompt, silently debating whether to choose anonymity. However, she quickly dismissed the idea. After all, the name and form of the hornet were already tied to her. There was no point in hiding. Reputation 500,000? That's it. Sun Mei frowned as she saw the reward. She had high hopes for this bounty system, considering it was part of a fully developed mercenary framework. Just then, Udyr spoke up. The item you gave me is of great help to the tribe. I'd like to offer you a special reward. Sun Mei's eyes lit up immediately. What kind of reward? Now that the tribe has upgraded, there are many vacant positions within. If you're interested, you can choose one. Hearing this, Sun Mei frowned again. This was a coronation position, entirely different from a simple blessing. She recalled the information she had looked up online. Coronation positions were earned solely through strength. It was similar to the system on Gust Island 1 commander, for sub-commanders, and 100 guards, each role offering fixed martial skill bonuses and attribute enhancements. The higher the position, the greater the rewards. Commanders even enjoyed special privileges. Once a tribe reached intermediate level, players could use a portion of their reputation to challenge the corresponding NPCs. If victorious, they would claim the position. Players could also challenge each other to seize roles. In essence, strength ruled supreme. What specific positions are available? Sun Mei asked patiently. Yuta replied earnestly, ordinary positions might not interest you. Considering your significant contributions to the tribe, I'm willing to offer you a special coronation position, one reserved for individuals I trust deeply. The system immediately displayed a selection panel with 3 options. Commander Military, can form an army and train professional NPCs. Chancellor Internal Affairs, can influence tribal development and appoint or dismiss standard coronation positions. Lord of Gust Island or Lord of Pharaoh Island Territorial Lord. Sun Mei looked at the options, feeling both thrilled and torn. She quickly ruled out the commander role. Her previous challenges had proven she lacked leadership skills. She knew all too well that a leader without command abilities was no different from an inept chieftain. While the Lord position appealed to her desire for focused development, the Chancellor role stood out as more unique. After all, there were 2 lords, but only one Chancellor. Torn between the choices, Sun Mei fell into deep contemplation. The title of Lord of Guest Island signifies absolute authority. As a lord, one has the power to appoint and secure coronation positions within the domain, significantly enhance personal capabilities, and enjoy the privilege of recruiting and building a private army. This status is akin to that of a regional sovereign. Sun Mei stood at a crossroads in her life, faced with 2 choices: to become a lord pursuing personal power or to take on the role of a governor committed to the tribe's development. The position of Lord of Felu Island was particularly enticing, leveraging the abundant resources of the Funlu archipelago. Any player who claimed this title could establish a formidable force. Her eyes sparkled as the thought of the captain's dominion skill crossed her mind. Suddenly, the answer became clear. I choose to become a governor, she declared firmly. While a dominator can control the map, similar to an island lord, the rarity of a governor is far greater. Yuta's face lit up with a pleased smile. From this day forth, you are the first governor of the Maha tribe. I have no doubt that with your abilities, you will excel in this position and lead our tribe to greatness. As his words settled, the system's notification sound chimed. Sun Mei had been granted the governor title, a position of immense responsibility capable of influencing the tribe's rise or fall. This role endowed her with comprehensive administrative authority, along with a boost to her attributes, 20 to mental attributes, and a daily fixed amount of martial arts points. The system then prompted her to reactivate her social profession. Realizing that coronation positions also conferred a charisma bonus, Sun Mei's lips curved into a subtle smile. Bowing slightly, she said, I will dedicate everything to the tribe. Yuta nodded and said, there happens to be a pressing matter. The Maha tribe has grown significantly in strength, and it's time to design a unique emblem that symbolizes our identity. This will strengthen our tribe's cohesion, but since this is not my expertise, I hope you can take on this task. The system immediately issued a governor's quest designing the Maha tribe's emblem. The task required her to create a distinctive emblem and find the finest materials. The better the material, the stronger the emblem's attributes would be. As governor, she also had the freedom to set the emblem's grade classifications, including hidden emblems. However, the system warned her to handle this carefully, as failure could result in a loss of reputation. This task was non-negotiable, as it fell squarely within the governor's responsibilities. However, the opportunity to personally design the tribe's emblem intrigued Sun Mei. She assessed that the main challenge would lie in sourcing suitable materials. I'll do my best, she assured, accepting the quest. After bidding farewell to Yuta, she made her way toward the revival platform. Becoming a governor had unlocked a special interface for her, displaying various research probabilities: 0.025 for profession research, 0.025 for skill research, 0.025 for building research, 0.025 for event research, and 0 for additional probabilities. As a governor, she could adjust these probabilities, but only within the constraint of maintaining the total unchanged. If all probabilities were concentrated in one area, it could reach a maximum of 0.1. In addition to her known powers as a governor, Sun Mei held even more significant authority. She could control the tribe's player recruitment system, oversee the activities and feasts of the Maha tribe, and even initiate declarations of war. Although there were currently no project applications, she had considerable autonomy in appointing and dismissing positions of coronation. The roles of the Maha Imperial Guard Commander and the Jest Guard Commander were still vacant, and she could appoint suitable players to these ordinary positions of coronation at any time. Without an island lord or a second governor, only the clan leader could revoke her appointments. However, Sun Mei had no intention of abusing this authority. Although the temptation of favoritism was real, there was currently no one worth such a risk. What mattered most to her was the bonus brought by the aura of leadership. Upon stepping into the resurrection platform, she immediately activated it. Similar to the blessing position, there were no visible changes to her appearance this time either. It seemed to be a form of inheritance. A system notification confirmed that she had inherited the position of governor, symbolizing her role in leading the tribe with strength and wisdom toward the prosperity of martial virtue. To her surprise, the governor's aura turned out to be a group-wide enhancement, which also included special protection tied to the Maha tribe's death mechanics. As for the tribe's food reserves, after consuming 10 during the feast and 50 for the tribe's upgrade, the remaining supply stood at 49. If the summer disasters were mild, the reserves could potentially reach 80 before winter, at which point she could activate the prosperity of martial virtue. In her contemplation, Sun Mei suddenly had a thought. Could the mission and honor from the blessing position and the prosperity of martial virtue from the coronation position be connected to the sacred sword form in some way? Reflecting on the scene of inheriting the blessing, these descriptions all seem to point to the same Amagia gifted swordsman with a heavy responsibility, who ultimately became a strong and wise governor. This theory thrilled her, since both the eagle's wings and the governor's position were inherited from the sacred sword form. If the bonuses of these positions were indeed tied to the sacred sword, it could mean that inheriting coronation blessing positions from different professional forms might grant entirely different auras. Even more intriguing was the fact that the fear of the deep sea could distort biological forms, enabling her to change her form with just 2 coins. Could this mean she could swap aura abilities by altering her form? Furrowing her brow, Sun Mei felt as though she had stumbled upon an important revelation but was still missing a critical piece of the puzzle. After pondering for a long time, she decided to set the matter aside for now. Filling her stomach was the more immediate priority. Since her aunt and cousin were busy with work and school, Sun Mei had to figure out lunch on her own. She returned to the familiar upscale restaurant, ordered a few dishes to pass the time, and then rushed back home to log into the game again. To her surprise, the tribe had unlocked the profession equipment system. This was a new feature unlocked by submitting the pirate headscarf earlier. The system showed that professions above Tier 3 were equipped with 3 exclusive items, while certain special professions received additional gear, such as the unique super battleship for T3 captains. Sun Mei had already read about some of this information online. Just as she was about to visit the priest to deal with the white silk fabric in her inventory, a member of the Apocalypse Guild stopped her in her tracks. "Miss Wasp," the person said politely, "Fish Team is waiting for you at the guild hall. They asked us to inform you that the matter regarding Chun Tao still requires your input." This reminder jogged Sun Mei's memory about something she had almost forgotten. After a brief moment of thought, she replied, "Just tell Yu Long Min that he can decide on this matter himself. I have no objections." Watching the messenger nod and leave, Sun Mei considered the situation. The fact that they had sent someone specifically to inform her was enough to make her seriously think about forming an alliance with them. After all, the successful takedown of the chieftain was largely thanks to the ultimate sword provided by Chen Tao. Partnering with Juxian Mountain seemed like a promising idea. Arriving at the priest's hut, Sun Mei took out a piece of pristine white silk. The priest examined it carefully and then smiled. "I can process this type of fabric now, but since our tribe has a limited number of high-tier professions, the range of equipment we can forge is also quite restricted." "What types of equipment can be forged?" Sun Mei asked. Information like this was hard to find online due to the unique professions of each tribe. Currently, the Maha tribe only had the Tier 3 captain profession. The priest explained, according to the guidance of the guardian spirits, captains have 3 pieces of equipment: a battle flag or pirate headscarf, a telescope, and ship cannons. This fabric can only be used to forge the battle flag or headscarf, and each piece requires at least 1,000 pieces of fabric. Holding 2,430 pieces of fabric, Sun Mei immediately handed over 999 to the priest. "Which type of flag would you like to forge?" the priest asked. "The battle flag," Sun Mei replied. Although she wasn't planning to advance to captain just yet, it wouldn't hurt to prepare the equipment in advance. The priest waved his staff, and soon, thick mist enveloped the area. Moments later, the mist dissipated, and in his hands was a neatly folded, heavy white cloth. Sun Mei took it and unfolded it, revealing a white battle flag embroidered with golden patterns. It featured a design of ocean waves, and the system displayed a prompt panel explaining the rules for professional equipment, and Sun Mei began to carefully read through it. Equipment is divided into 2 main categories: crafted gear and natural gear. Crafted gear can be made through smelting, forging, sewing, and other methods. During the creation process, heavenly spirit stones can be added to maximize attributes, and the quality can be upgraded later. Natural gear, on the other hand, is crafted through refining and sacrificial rituals. Although it cannot use heavenly spirit stones, it can be enhanced with earth spirit stones, but it cannot be upgraded. All these spirit stones must be obtained through sacrifices at the tribal altar, which is currently under construction. Sun Mei quickly grasped the key points. The defining feature of crafted gear is its ability to be upgraded from 1 star to 7 star, while natural gear has a fixed star level. The pristine silk she possessed could be used to craft a 5-star, Tier 3 natural gear, which she found quite satisfactory. However, she decided not to proceed with crafting immediately. Despite having 1,430 pieces of silk left, she wanted to reserve some in case she unlocked other Tier 3 professions. Switching to the Eagle Wing talent, she noticed a prompt for the Navy flag, 5-star. which could be enhanced by consuming 3,000 honor points. This unused talent piqued her interest. With over 8,000 honor points in hand, she decided to give the enhancement a try. The system asked if she wanted to mark a name. After confirming, the flag's attributes changed. Constitution increased from 15 to 55, while maintaining a 45 agility bonus. The effect applied to both the captain and all crew members. Notably, the bottom of the flag now bore the label produced by Yellow Hornet. Since her remaining honor points were insufficient to fully upgrade the flag to max stars, Sun Mei decided not to continue. She switched back to her original appearance and strolled through the plaza. With summer approaching, random disasters were imminent, and she needed to remain prepared to switch professions at any time. Her current profession, Holy Shield, was inefficient for farming pirates, and there wasn't enough time left for significant progress. Additionally, bounty missions could only be accepted the following day, so she decided to relax and take a break. Just then, an angry argument broke out nearby. She saw a young man with a livid expression angrily shouting at a vendor, "A broken mirror for 4,000 coins? Do you think I'm an idiot?" The vendor, a middle-aged man, explained helplessly, "That's the price set by the Xingho tribe. They sell it to us for 3,800, and we sell it for 4,000. That's absolute nonsense. What kind of mirror costs 4,000? Let me take a look." The young man's angry voice erupted in the marketplace, instantly drawing a large crowd of onlookers. Among them were players knowledgeable about bronze mirrors, and their discussions quickly filled the air. "Whoa, isn't this just a friend feature? For 1,000? That's way too expensive." "Expensive? Does your family own a bank or something? I remember reading online that some tribe sells them for just 400 apiece. What? A tenfold price difference?" Shock was written all over people's faces. Sensing the situation spiraling out of control, the vendor hastily explained, "It's not me setting this price. I'm just a merchant working with Xiao Bei. The Xingho tribe decided on this price for trade." "The honest Xiao Bei?" "Yes, him." Hearing the mention of Xiao Bei, the players, who were ready to lash out, hesitated slightly. After all, everyone knew Xiao Bei had the backing of the Hornet and was known for conducting business fairly. "This price is outrageous. 5 times would be bad enough, but 10 times? Seriously?" The vendor sighed helplessly, "There's nothing I can do. The Xingho tribe has a monopoly on the resources. They know we have to buy from them, so they dictate the price." Seeing the players still unconvinced, the vendor added, "They tailor their prices based on who they're dealing with. For big powers like the Guhu tribe or the Shengguang tribe, they sell it for just 500 or 600. But for us, the Maha tribe, it's 4,000. This statement completely ignited the crowd's fury. "Are you kidding me? Bullying us, huh? The Guhu tribe? They're nothing. They've lost to us twice already. Why should our Maha tribe be treated as lesser? Brothers, if we don't deal with the Xingho tribe this autumn, we're letting them walk all over us. Yeah, let's take them down. Let's find the Yu Alongmen. They can't ignore this." The enraged players stormed off toward the Tianqi Trading Guild. If they knew where the Hornet was, they would have gone straight to confront him. Unfortunately, Sun Mai's whereabouts were elusive, making him hard to track down. Watching this unfold, a sly smile crept across Sun Mei's face. Instead of rallying freelance players to declare war on the Xingho tribe as the Hornet, it was far better to let them initiate the fight themselves. The impact of these two approaches was entirely different. Just as he was basking in the success of his scheme, a heavy pat landed on his shoulder. Turning around, he saw He Yidao, the slightly chubby supervisor. "What are you grinning about so sneakily?" He Yidao asked. "Just thought of something amusing," Sun Mei replied casually, his attention shifting to the unfamiliar faces behind He Yidao. "And who are they?" "They're just regular members of the guild," He Yidao explained tactfully, though they were essentially lower-tier members. Since the tribe's been upgraded, the guild plans to focus on development here. These folks have been transferred from some fringe tribes. You can expect more people to arrive in the coming days. With the Maha tribe's upgrade, an additional 20,000 player slots had been unlocked. It's just that these slots aren't open yet. Sun Mei nodded slightly, pondering Udir's authority over this matter. He Yidao shifted the topic. "The guild has received quite a few tasks recently. Interested?" "What kind of tasks?" Sun Mei asked, already determined to elevate his status to avoid being bogged down by trivial guild matters. He Yidao elaborated, "For instance, we need materials from the fellow archipelago crab meat, monkey fruit, greenstone, things like that." "No other tasks?" Sun Mei interrupted. He knew full well that grinding material collection tasks wouldn't lead to a promotion. He Yidao frowned in thought for a moment before his face lit up. "Actually, there is one that might suit you." "Oh." "Help the guild gather information on who holds the sacrificial rights to the wild altars," He Yidao explained further. "It doesn't matter if it's for the ancient demon gods, the 10 calamities, or the spirits of all things. Any offering will do." Sun Mei froze for a moment. He possessed sacrificial rights himself, but obviously wasn't about to give them up. Nothing else? Not for now. There'll be more tasks come spring. Things are still uncertain right now. All right then. Realizing a promotion wasn't happening anytime soon, Sunmei stood up. If there's nothing else, I'll be on my way. After watching He Dao and his group leave, Sunmei continued wandering around the plaza. By evening, he logged off to eat, did some light exercise, and then logged back into the game at the precise time. The system promptly displayed a notification. Maha Tribe. Intermediate worship level, 31. Development level, 37. Food reserves, 50. Countdown to autumn, 16 days, 23 hours, 59 minutes. The scorching sun bore down, enveloping the Maha tribe in an oppressive heat. Waves of heat shimmered visibly in the air, and even the breeze that brushed against him carried a searing warmth. Suddenly, the system alert chimed. Summer disaster. Insect plague. An unknown swarm of insects has descended upon Karla, numbering in the thousands, capable of annihilating entire tribes. The system detailed that players might encounter insect swarm attacks or refugee groups in the wild. Assisting the natives in fighting off the insect plague could increase the tribe's population and possibly unlock special NPCs. Additionally, Valani had updated the bounty tasks related to the insect plague. Insect plague? It won't affect the autumn harvest, will it? Sunmei wondered. He understood that the tribe accumulated one food reserves daily during spring, with everything calculated for the autumn harvest, a natural cycle of farming among the natives. Stepping out of the grass hut with this concern in mind, Sunmei found the tribe seemingly normal, apart from the unusually harsh weather. Other players who had logged in at the same time saw no immediate danger and went about their tasks. Just as Sunmei was considering heading to the dock to purchase a black cloud ship for a trip to see Elephant Island, a low buzzing sound filled the air. Looking up, he saw dense black dots gathering in the sky, their numbers growing at an alarming rate. A swarm of tiny black insects filled the sky, resembling a dark veil that divided heaven and earth. The sudden appearance of the insect horde made every player in the square instinctively look up. Even the most seasoned veterans couldn't hide the shock on their faces when confronted with such a dense swarm. The system quickly issued a response plan. Due to the tribe being afflicted by a mysterious insect plague, Udur had already lit piles of dry grass with insect-repelling properties throughout the tribe. Wisps of smoke began to rise, dispersing the insects in the air almost instantly. The smoke, optimized by the game mechanics, was not irritating to breathe but slightly obstructed visibility. The system displayed dry grass pile status 1010, capable of burning for 10 hours. Players, please actively gather plants with insect-repelling or exterminating properties and submit them to the warehouse to earn tribal rewards. This will also ensure the insect-repelling fires continue to burn and protect against the insect plague. Be warned. Once the smoke dissipates, the swarm will return immediately. Players sprang into action. Who's a shield bearer? I know where to find a large amount of wormwood. Is there a gunslinger above level 20? We need someone with the Swallow Corridor skill and a sacred sword. As a governor, Sunmei received additional intel. Jest Island and the Faroe Archipelago were unaffected by the insect plague as they were outside Karla's jurisdiction. Players stationed there would soon be able to provide reinforcements. Additionally, the Crescent Sea region had a summer buff for active fish schools, though, unfortunately, the Maha tribe had yet to acquire fishing rods. I'm a shield bearer. Need help? Sunmei spoke up. The player looking for a shield bearer gave him a once-over and asked, "What level is your shield skill?" Level 28, Sunmei replied casually. In truth, his actual stats far exceeded that figure. Constitution 112, Spirit 38, Strength 79, Dexterity 19, Agility 49. His attributes were boosted by multiple factors: tribal upgrades, challenge rewards, the power of the wild bull, his governor status, and equipment enhancements. Big brother, hello? My name's Isin Chobai, but you can just call me Chobai. The young man enthusiastically extended his hand. Sunmei froze for a moment. The player in front of him, who was clearly older than him, was addressing him as Big Brother. Then again, in the game world where strength reigned supreme, such occurrences were not uncommon. He shook hands with the young man and introduced himself. My ID is Little B. All right, Brother B, let's head out now. Chiobai sprang into action, leading the team forward in the direction of the ghoul grounds. This five-member squad had a well-rounded composition: 2 gunners for range damage, a wizard for spell support, Chiobai as the berserker, and Sunmei as a holy shield warrior. As a berserker, Chiobai's class traits were highly distinctive. Upon advancing, this class gained access to a unique skill called Fight to the Death, which consumed 1 of health with each attack but dealt equivalent bonus damage. Once a berserker's axe mastery reached level 20, the Rampage skill could be unlocked, burning 20 of health to break control effects and granting 20 points of attribute suppression resistance for the next 5 seconds, at the cost of increasing the berserker's frenzy level by 20. Sunmei, being familiar with the effects of frenzy, knew that at 50 frenzy, one would nearly lose self-awareness. However, a 20 frenzy level was relatively manageable. Under Qiu Bai's guidance, the team skillfully navigated through the ghoul grounds and arrived at the territory of Gu Hu. This area, once belonging to the Luoshan tribe, was an undeveloped wasteland with only a few low-level beasts roaming about. While it had potential for construction or farming, Gu Hu's vast territory meant this area was currently left undeveloped. I knew it. I wasn't wrong. Qiu Bai exclaimed as he led the group through the forest, soon spotting a large patch of lush mugwort. This plant was not only common in the game but also something Sun Mei had often seen in real life during his childhood, cutting it with bamboo sticks on his way to school. However, the game had previously provided no prompts regarding its use. You harvest it, and we'll keep watch, Sun Mei suggested. Qiu Bai nodded in agreement, pulling out a mithril axe to collect the mugwort while the other four stood guard, keeping an eye on the surroundings. Suddenly, a panicked cry for help shattered the calm. Help! Help! Is anyone there? Please save us. The four exchanged quick glances, and Qiu Bai immediately paused his harvesting. Based on earlier system notifications, this was clearly a group of refugees in trouble. Let's check it out. Sun Mei decided without hesitation, leading the charge toward the source of the cries. In the distance, they spotted dozens of ragged refugees fleeing desperately in the direction of the ghoul grounds. Their bodies bore scars, with some showing signs of festering wounds or red rashes, likely caused by poison or disease. Chasing after them were 3 adult dog-sized pale blue beetles, crashing through the trees and leaving destruction in their wake. Unicorn beetles, HP 1500-1500, Sun Mei quickly noted after scanning their stats. Qiu Bai turned his gaze to the level 28 shield specialist, waiting for his decision. Fight! With Sun Mei's command, the wizard immediately cast an earth power rune, boosting his defense by 11 points. With 152 points in shield mastery, 45 points in man and shield as one. The iron physique trait adding 11 points of defense, and the earth power buff, Sun Mei's total defense reached an impressive 219 points. The beetles were instantly drawn to him, charging with their sharp horns. Clang! The sound of metal clashing echoed as the beetles' attacks failed to penetrate Sun Mei's formidable defense. Bang! Bang! The two gunners opened fire simultaneously, but their damage output seemed underwhelming. What's your firearm proficiency level? Sun Mei asked, somewhat puzzled. I'm at level 21. I'm at level 20, the two gunners answered, looking a bit sheepish. Qiu Bai quickly explained, Brother B, we only joined the game after the winter event, so our weapon mastery levels are still pretty low. Hope you don't mind. Sun Mei's focus wasn't on the plight of the refugees, but rather on the durability of the beetles' armor in front of him. His priority was figuring out how to end the battle as quickly as possible. Though the team's damage output was relatively low, which affected efficiency, with Sun Mei serving as the stalwart shield at the front, victory was never in doubt. After a brief exchange, the wizard moved the refugees to a safe spot and began chanting healing spells. With a steady healing rate of 4 points per second, supplemented by potions, Sun Mei held his ground against the attacks of 3 beetles. These beetles, in addition to their regular attacks, seemed to possess special abilities. One of them, after failing to break through for a while, circled around and attempted a charge. However, its movement was sluggish, and Sun Mei easily dodged it. With the respectable damage output of Qiu Bai, the first beetle soon fell, dropping a palm-sized light blue carapace. This material, both tough and durable, was highly valuable for forging. Handing it to the priest might result in a piece of excellent equipment. Just as they began to engage the second beetle, the system issued a sudden warning. They had triggered a swarm event due to their prolonged stay in the field map. Before the team could react, 5 or 6 clusters of black clouds, each the size of a basin, emerged from the forest and surrounded them methodically. The system displayed, Flying Ant Swarm HP 10001000. These flying ants, smaller than mosquitoes, moved like the wind in dense clusters. While they posed no threat to Sun Mei, the rest of the team wasn't so fortunate. The swarm completely ignored Sun Mei's aggro and engulfed the wizard and others, causing their health to plummet rapidly. Sun Mei clapped his hands together, crushing a few flying ants, but a question suddenly crossed his mind. If he used the eagle wing talent, would this swarm count as a single entity for honor calculation? Or would each ant need to be counted individually? Big Brother B, retreat. We can't hold out any longer. Qiu Bai's shout snapped him out of his thoughts. Both the berserker and the rifleman were helpless against these densely packed, tiny flying insects. While they could swat a few to death with each slap, it was far too time-consuming. Sun Mei nodded in agreement and took up the rear, covering the retreat of Qiu Bai, the other 3, and the refugees. 2 persistent beetles gave chase and even followed them into the land of the ghouls. Ra, a small ghoul giant, appeared just in time, smashing the beetles into pulp with 2 punches. Sun Mei quickly collected the 2 drop carapaces, but not all the news was good. The ghoul giant also killed several refugees in the process. There was little he could do about it. Until the refugees officially joined the Maha tribe, they were seen as enemies by the ghoul giant. By the time they made it through the land of the ghouls, more than half of the refugee group had perished, leaving only a dozen survivors. Without Sun Mei's instructions to scatter and flee, even fewer might have survived. On their way back to the tribe, they encountered several other player groups. Some were also retreating while under attack by flying ant swarms, barely holding on with the help of potions and healing spells. Others were struggling against different insect swarms, battered and disheveled. The swarms varied in size, from as small as eggs to as large as bowls, but the most troublesome were still the relentless flying ant swarms. Sun Mei observed a pattern among the swarm of insects. The larger the insect, the fewer their numbers. Medium-sized insects like the horned beetle typically only appeared when encountering the refugee group. After some time dealing with the insect disaster, he formed an initial assessment. Although the insects were numerous, they weren't particularly challenging, just rather annoying. Of course, this conclusion was based on the current encounters, and any future changes might alter the situation. Insect disaster? More like adorable little honor points, Sun Mei thought to himself. With his talents, this was undoubtedly a great opportunity to rack up honor. As the group approached the tribe, the insect-repelling smoke finally dispersed the pesky swarm of flying ants. Chiobai looked frustrated. Since I started this game, I've never felt so helpless, so much strength and nowhere to use it. The other two gunners could only smile bitterly. Let's turn in the quest, Sun Mei urged. Chiobai led the refugee group to the warehouse, handed over the collected mugwort, and made a request. These are refugees we encountered along the way. They've lost their homes. Can the tribe take them in? Of course. Helping others is helping ourselves. With their addition, the tribe will thrive even more, Granny Tsong replied with a warm smile. She then handed over the rewards. Over 50 feathers and 5 pork buns, each about the size of a cup. These pork buns were made from a special pork filling and contained faint energy, capable of keeping someone full for an entire month. The system even hinted at other potential uses, leaving players to discover them on their own. These seemed to be items unlocked by the earlier piglet quest, and appeared to be tailored for long voyages. How should we divide these? Chiobai looked at Sun Mei. I want the buns. You can split the rest, Sun Mei replied. Having already traded for feathers with Fish Leaping Dragon Gate earlier, he wasn't in need of more. Though the group understood the pork buns were more valuable than the feathers, they still gave Sun Mei 3 buns, dividing the rest among themselves. After distributing the rewards, Chiobai hesitantly asked, Brother B, are we heading out again? No. Sun Mei shook his head, bid them farewell, and ventured into the wild alone for some testing. As he had anticipated, each insect killed granted 1 honor point, but entire ant swarms counted as a single unit, meaning killing individual ants didn't increase honor. After confirming this, Sun Mei returned to the temple. He planned to use the spinning blade technique to farm insects. Although the Maha tribe currently didn't offer any class with area damage skills, the Scorching Summer still had 17 days left. By using 4 martial arts manuals to switch back to a swordsman, he would be able to farm honor points in bulk. He adjusted his attribute configuration, swapping Bull's strength for Eagle's strength and setting the nameless one of 48 constitution, 115 strength, and 75 agility. Then, he patrolled near the tribe, retreating when encountering ant swarms and engaging other insect groups directly. Before long, the system notified him that he had stayed too long in the wild and triggered an insect disaster attack. Sun Mei immediately unleashed the Swallow Corridor Slash, his silver spinning blade sweeping through the bushes and annihilating a large portion of the emerging insect swarm in one strike. You have killed a giant toothed bug. Honor level 1. The notifications flashed repeatedly. With his 370 attack power, these insects were no match for him. A single spinning blade attack granted him over 60 honor levels, while the remaining giant toothed bugs added another dozen or so. In just 2 hours, his honor points surged from over 5,000 to surpass 10,000 once again. Isn't that a wasp? Someone murmured in surprise from a distance. It was indeed a wasp. Sun Mei was intensely focused on grinding insects at the outskirts of the tribe. Players passing by were astonished by the sight, but none dared to approach or interrupt. As the undisputed top player on the Maha server, Sun Mei's reputation inspired both awe and fear. Players only whispered among themselves from afar, falling silent the moment she entered their line of sight. After an entire night of grinding, Sun Mei's skill progress skyrocketed. From the initial inconsistent efficiency of 1 to 2,000 layers per hour, it had now stabilized at over 3,000 layers per hour. By the end of the first night, she had accumulated 23,000 layers of honor, with her swordsmanship score improving by 2. Just one more day, and 50,000 layers is within reach. Sun Mei thought to herself as she reluctantly logged off. At 6 in the morning, as she arrived at the school gate, she was greeted by an unpleasant scene. A trendy young man with brown-dyed streaked hair and earrings had his arm draped over Wu Lexi's shoulder. The young man was dressed in a light blue denim outfit paired with a white t-shirt, exuding the vibe of a brash, streetwise character. What do you mean by that? The young man asked in a hostile tone. Wu Lexi, usually mild-mannered, lowered his head in silence under the pressure. What are you doing? A loud voice broke the tension. Tang Yichu arrived just in time, pulling the two apart. Who do you think you are? I'm his friend, the young man replied nonchalantly. Do you know him? Tang Yichu turned to Wu Lexi. After a moment of hesitation, Wu Lexi shook his head. No, I don't. Consider this a warning, stay away from our school. You're not welcome here. Tang Yichu said firmly, though his confidence wavered slightly. The young man shot Wu Lexi an annoyed glance. All right, kid. You think you're something? What? Trying to scare someone? Tang Yichu interrupted, giving him a hard shove. Get lost. Now. The young man gave them one last icy look before shoving his hands in his pockets and walking away. What happened? Why was he bothering you? Tang Yichu pressed Wu Lexi, but the latter only stammered and refused to answer. If anything happens, call me. Don't feel embarrassed. You're still a student when it comes to dealing with people like that. Leave it to us adults, okay? After watching Wu Lexi head into the school, Tang Yichu noticed Sun Mei standing nearby and greeted her with a smile. Hey, took a day off and made some big gains, huh? Sun Mei responded with a faint smile. Come on, spill it. How much did you rake in this time? Not every day is about making money. You're dreaming too big, she replied calmly. Really? How's the training going lately? Still keeping up with it? After exchanging a few casual remarks, Sun Mei returned to the classroom alone, thinking that perhaps if Tang Yichu couldn't get answers, she might have better luck trying herself. As expected, Wu Lexi was somewhat reserved towards Tang Yichu but seemed willing to open up to Sun Mei. After a brief hesitation, a faint, bitter smile appeared on his face. That person is he Xiao Xiao's ex-boyfriend? Why would her ex-boyfriend come looking for you? Still holding on to some unresolved feelings? Sun Mei asked, frowning. Seeing Wu Lexi hesitate again, Sun Mei grew a bit impatient. Fine, if you don't want to talk about it, then forget it. You're so wishy-washy all the time, it's annoying. Wu Lexi seemed spurred by these words and finally made up his mind to reveal the truth. Erase the thing. He began slowly, his expression growing more melancholy. It turned out that while he was dating He Xiao, he found out that she had just broken up with her ex-boyfriend, Yu Fei. And then, I got a little upset and said some things I shouldn't have. Wu Lexi stammered, reluctantly recounting the entire story. The truth left Sun Mei both amused and exasperated. As Wu Lexi's first love, he had displayed a strong sense of possessiveness. When he learned that He Xiao had an ex-boyfriend, he lost his temper, had a huge argument with her, and impulsively broke up. This deeply hurt He Xiao. Her ex-boyfriend, Yu Fei, found out and came to comfort her. However, an unexpected twist occurred. Yu Fei used the opportunity to try to reconcile with her, but it was clear that He Xiao still had feelings for Wu Lexi. This led to the earlier scene where Yu Fei came to confront Wu Lexi, warning him to stay away. What kind of ridiculous drama is this? Sun Mei couldn't help but comment. You really know how to stir things up. Mage, stop laughing and help me think of a solution. Yu Fei definitely won't let this go easily, Wu Lexi pleaded earnestly. Sun Mei waved his hand dismissively. Forget it. How am I supposed to help? Beat Yu Fei up for you? I'm not a thug. Figure it out yourself. If he really causes trouble, just report it to the class teacher. His focus was entirely on the rise of humanity, and he had worked so hard, pulling countless all-nighters to gain an advantage. There was no way he would let this kind of petty drama ruin his efforts. Besides, in this situation, Wu Lexi was clearly at fault. Wu Lexi let out a bitter laugh, seemingly realizing his own thoughtlessness, and said nothing more. That evening, after returning home, Sun Mei followed his usual routine, eating dinner, doing a simple workout, and then logging back in to grind monsters. Not long after, a familiar voice suddenly rang out. We meet again. Sun Mei froze for a moment before recognizing the voice. It was Kai Feng. He saw her leading 5 or 6 people from the direction of the ghoul area to the entrance of the Maha tribe. What brings you to our side? Sun Mei asked curiously. Kai Feng hesitated briefly. There's something I'd like to discuss with you. I heard that the players in the Maha tribe all listen to you. So you're the right person to talk to, aren't you? Of course, in our Maha tribe, the wasp is the queen. The surrounding players immediately grew excited, eagerly expressing their admiration for Sun Mei. This sudden enthusiasm made Sun Mei sigh inwardly. The title of queen truly made her feel awkward. Noticing her slightly furrowed brows and unhappy expression, the players around her wisely quieted down. Standing to the side, Kai Feng silently observed the scene, feeling a twinge of alarm. If the players of the Maha tribe revered Sun Mei this much, her influence might already surpass that of her own elder brother. What brings you here? Sun Mei asked directly. Kai Feng collected her thoughts and said seriously, can we talk somewhere more private? All right. Though a bit puzzled, Sun Mei led Kai Feng to a randomly purchased straw hut to serve as a temporary meeting spot. I'm here on my brother's orders, Kai Feng began straightforwardly. We captured a very skilled NPC yesterday, but he refuses to join our Guhu tribe. Sun Mei's interest was piqued immediately. This was a rare opportunity to exploit a weakness in the Guhu tribe. Pretending not to know, she asked, "Oh, then why come to us?" "Don't play dumb." Clearing her throat, Sun Mei replied, "All right, just tell me what do you want?" Kai Feng explained in detail. The NPC is currently in Luoshan City, the city built on the ruins of the Luoshan tribe, which is closest to your Maha tribe. His ID is Master Chef, and we suspect that, like Wameli, he's an NPC capable of making recovery food or similar items. But since he hasn't joined a tribe, his exact abilities are unclear. My brother says we can sell him to you. But of course, there needs to be something in it for us. And what exactly do you want? Sun Mei asked. Qingyan stones. 10,000 of them. Sun Mei exclaimed in disbelief. If you want to make a wish, go to the temple. What good does it do telling me? A single Qingyan stone was the size of a cubic meter, and 10,000 of them would be enough to build a pyramid. Besides, the Maha tribe currently had no Qingyan stone reserves, as most had been used to fortify the walls of Feilu Island. Kai Feng retorted, displeased. If we hand this NPC over to you, it's essentially aiding the enemy. Asking for 10,000 Qingyan stones is hardly excessive. Don't give me that nonsense. Do you think I don't know you've been secretly arranging merchants to sell recovery items on our turf? Every piece of pastry from your Guhu tribe wasn't it made by Wameli? After a round of bargaining, Kai Feng suddenly proposed, how about this? You give the Guhu tribe 1,000 player slots so my brother can arrange for people to switch to the Tomb Raider profession. We'll collect the stones ourselves. Sun Mei immediately grew wary. For how long? In game, 10 years. No way. 2 years, tops. How about this? Kai Feng proposed a compromise. If that chef is an NPC for crafting blood-replenishing medicine, then we'll stick to the 2-year plan you suggested. But if he serves other purposes, let's make it 5 years. Sun Mei furrowed his brow, deep in thought. The terms were indeed reasonable. Based on past experience, having mining rights in the game for 5 years didn't necessarily mean continuous extraction. Certain seasons could bring special events that halted mining activities, and actual yields often depended on these seasonal factors. Suddenly, a question surfaced in his mind. What does Guhu need Qingyan stone for? Building city walls? They had already constructed 4 cities, and while the current materials didn't match the quality of Qingyan stone, they were more than sufficient to handle the combat level of existing players. Noticing Sun Mei's confusion, Kai Feng hesitated briefly before explaining, I suppose it's fine to tell you. After all, this material can't cross the Ghoul lands anyway. Our Tier 3 Mechanist class unlocks war golems at T3, and they require a huge amount of high-grade stone. Mechanist? Sun Mei studied Kai Feng curiously. Are you a mechanist? Kai Feng nodded in acknowledgement. That's right. Mechanist is an advanced branch of the crossbowman class, where crossbow skills evolve into mechanized techniques. Just like the Holy Sword class can advance into a captain or other sword-related professions, it's one of many class specializations. During their detailed conversation, Kai Feng revealed that she was already a Tier 3 mechanist. Due to the insect plague, they couldn't import high-grade stone from distant regions and had no choice but to seek help from the nearby Maha tribe. If not for this fortunate turn of events, they wouldn't have had any chance of crafting a war golem before autumn. When Sun Mei asked about the specific attributes of the war golem, Kai Feng candidly admitted that its details were unknown until it was crafted, as the golem would essentially become her equipment. In the end, Sun Mei agreed to the terms. All right, I accept your conditions. Let you Long men handle the handover process. Joy was evident on Kai Feng's face as she hurriedly bid farewell and headed straight for the Tianqi Trading Association. Upon receiving the news, Yu Long men immediately set things in motion, recalling top-tier teams like Qi Lin and Ban Jin Yin, who were out in the field gathering insect repellent plants and hunting bounty insects. They were instructed to head to Luoshan City to complete the handover. About an hour later, while Sun Mei was still engrossed in farming low-level insects, the team returned from Luoshan City with a large and corpulent NPC in tow. Accompanying him were hundreds of players from the ancient Pot tribe and a colorful phoenix. Sun Mei looked at the team, weathered by the trials of the Ghoul lands, and sighed inwardly. It was no small feat that so many had survived to make it this far. Should we take this chef with us, or leave him to you? Fish leaping over the dragon gate asked politely. You take him, Sun Mei replied decisively. This type of quest mainly rewarded reputation, and with 760,000 reputation points at her disposal, 20,000 of which were from her original balance, 500,000 from turning in bounty orders, and another 50,000 from merit reward, she had no concerns about running out. Fish leaping over the dragon gate nodded in agreement and led the team into the tribe. Before long, a system notification rang out. Native resident Sua Dong has chosen to join the Maha tribe. He is a highly experienced chef skilled in various culinary techniques, with a particular expertise in handling meat. Interested players may approach him for inquiries. Congratulations to the Maha tribe for unlocking the Tier 3 profession butcher. Advancement requirements include level 30 blade mastery, Interested players may find Suodong to complete the profession upgrade. A Tier 3 profession unlocked? Sunmei exclaimed in surprise, thinking to herself that the Green Rock Island mining rights in the fellow archipelago would be secure for the next 5 years. However, she didn't rush to meet Suodong and instead remained focused on grinding bugs. From 7 p.m. until past 5 a.m., she tirelessly farmed until she finally accumulated the promised 50,000 honor points. Sunmei then retrieved the Navy flag to begin its upgrades. Navy flag 5-star upgrade requires 3,000 honor layers. Effect: when equipped on a ship, all crew members under the captain gain 5 constitution and 5 agility. However, the upgrading process didn't go as smoothly as she'd hoped. The effect of Sin Repulsion 3-star only increased from 35 points of damage per second to 45, and the Majesty 5-star effect, which reduced enemy units' agility, required multiple upgrades to reach its maximum of 30 points. After a series of efforts, consuming 39,000 honor layers in total, the final upgrade results were as follows. Navy Flag 5-star total of 30,000 honor layers consumed. Effect 1. Crew members gain 5 constitution and 5 agility. Effect 2. Sin Repulsion 3-star, dealing 5 points of damage per second within a 20-meter radius. Effect 3. Majesty 5-star, reducing enemy agility by 30 points within a 20-meter radius. Creator: Hornet. Although it was costly, the result was acceptable. More importantly, Sunmei had finally grasped the nuances of utilizing honor layers effectively. As she had guessed, once the equipment was fully upgraded to the maximum level, it could be further enhanced by consuming honor points. However, the cost of upgrading was quite steep. While the Knight's Greatsword required 21,000 honor points, this particular piece of equipment demanded a whopping 30,000. Sunmei wasn't disappointed though. In her view, honor points were essentially free rewards, so being able to use them to enhance equipment was already a pleasant surprise. She calculated her next step: she would continue farming honor points tomorrow. After all, the captain still had 3 pieces of equipment left to upgrade: the ship's hull cannon, the telescope, and the super battleship. She would need to gather enough honor points to upgrade an entire set of top-tier gear. After returning to the tribe, she asked around and eventually found the newly transformed Suodong in a loft-like building. Suodong was entirely different now, clad in grayish-brown attire with a white apron, holding a spoon in one hand and a spatula in the other. His face bore a simple and honest smile. "How can I help you today? Just provide the ingredients, and I can prepare all kinds of delicious dishes for you." "I can handle most ingredients now," Suodong said enthusiastically. Sunmei noticed that there was no interface above Suodong's head, unlike Womei. It seemed his mechanics required players to provide ingredients first in order to receive the corresponding food. "Can I learn more about the butcher profession?" she asked. "If you don't even know basic knife skills, how could you possibly become a butcher?" "You'd better not waste your time on this," Suodong replied, shaking his head. Sunmei silently pondered. Spending 4 martial arts manuals to transform them into knife skills just to satisfy her curiosity didn't seem worth it. She then consulted the tribe's priest briefly before logging off. Through her inquiries, she learned that the butcher profession required 3 pieces of equipment: skinning knife, beast hide coat, and bone mask, all of which needed Tier 2 or higher resources. Meanwhile, the captain's telescope and ship hull cannon required Tier 2 sand and metal. However, the Felf archipelago only produced food and building materials, and the bones from the Ghoul lands were merely Tier 1 resources. Although mithril was a refined Tier 2 metal, it had long disappeared from the market. Fortunately, there was Tier 2 metal available from Gu Hu's side, so she sent Xiao Bei to gather information. "I can't let Kaifeng get too far ahead on the T3 mechanist path," Sunmei thought. "Even though I can't acquire the Great Pirate Skull right now, I can at least prepare the rest of the equipment." After waking up, having a quick meal, and exercising, she logged back on promptly at 7 in the evening. After handling some miscellaneous tasks, she continued farming bugs. Before long, Xiao Bei returned with news. While there were Tier 2 metals and beast hides available over there, the locals needed these materials for crafting their own professional equipment, so few were willing to sell them. "How many Tier 3 professions do they have over there?" Sunmei asked. 2. The mechanist was unlocked by forcibly inviting an NPC using an invitation letter, and the other, the 6-banner elite soldier, was unlocked through a tribe upgrade. Hearing about the invitation letter, Sunmei remembered she still had an unused one in her possession. She had once considered using it to recruit Gu Di into the Maha tribe, but unfortunately, Gu Di was aligned with the Pirate King's court, making it impossible to bring him over. The news that the ancient pot was unwilling to sell level 2 resources was disappointing, but Sunmei was not in a rush. She pinned her hopes on Walrus Island. It was currently summer, and there was still plenty of time. She continued focusing on accumulating honor points. After 3 days of persistent effort, she had amassed over 110,000 layers of honor. Holding the precious Knight's Greatsword, Sunmei carefully inspected its attributes: attack power 88, sharpness 220, embedded with a Spectre Magic Orb weapon attack power 2017.6, magic damage deepening 100. Upgrading it required 22,000 layers of honor, but the results were underwhelming, only a 2-point increase in attack power and a 5-point boost in sharpness. In comparison, upgrading profession equipment required only 3,000 honor per enhancement. With 21,000 layers of honor, she could enhance it 7 times, but such an investment clearly seemed inefficient. After weighing her options, Sun Mei decided to prioritize crafting Tier 3 profession equipment, putting the sword upgrade on hold for now. For days of grinding honor points resulted in only a slight improvement in her swordsmanship, increasing by just 2. Meanwhile, Qilin and others, benefiting from the dual bonuses of banquet dungeons and bounty insect tasks, had raised their martial arts levels to 31, with Big Bull even reaching level 32. This growing gap made Sun Mei realize she couldn't continue like this. Decisively, she walked to the resurrection platform, switched to her governor identity, and chose force death. A system prompt appeared. You have died. Rebirth begins. You are immune to this death penalty. Protection mechanism. 4 times remaining. After being transported to the basement of 5 Dragon Island, Sun Mei saw Asher eating, while Nameless stood silently in the corner, lost in thought. Upon seeing her, Asher immediately stood up, handed over 10 experience books, and relayed a message from Geta funds had been fully secured, so she didn't need to worry, and results would come soon. After exchanging a few words to confirm there were no other urgent matters, Sun Mei once again chose force death and returned to the Maha tribe, temporarily leaving Wonkai behind. Back at the resurrection platform, she immediately began using the experience books. The first 2 books boosted her swordsmanship by 3 and 2, bringing it to level 34 at 89. Using the 3rd and 4th books added another 5, and the 6th book pushed her progress to 99. Finally, with the 7th book, she broke through. A system notification appeared. Swordsmanship Expert level 35 at 1, 160 attack power, 40 sword chi armor penetration. The remaining 3 experience books each provided a steady 2 increase. Afterward, Sun Mei headed to the temple, where reaching level 35 unlocked a new skill, Falling Thunder 0. Your attacks can charge energy, gaining 1 sword energy for each unit hit. After combat ends, sword energy decays by 1 per minute. Notably, this skill was also available for Navy captains to learn. A new sword technique notification appeared in Sun Mei's vision, consumes 100 of sword energy. After charging for 2 seconds, the sword can be thrown into the air, targeting a landing point within a 10-meter radius. Upon hitting a target or landing, the sword deals splash damage within a 1-meter radius. For every 100 points of strength, the throwing range increases by 10 meters, and the splash radius expands by 1 meter. Targets struck by the sword will experience strength suppression. The system also highlighted, sword energy can be prestered by consuming energy items. Sun Mei frowned slightly. Accumulating sword energy was indeed convenient, especially when using the Flying Swallow Corridor technique, which could strike multiple targets simultaneously. However, throwing the Knight's Greatsword came with risks if it failed to eliminate the enemy in one strike. Retrieving the precious weapon in the chaos of battle would be challenging. The sword would only automatically return to her inventory if her character died. At that moment, her attention was drawn to a pork bun stored in her ring. After examining its properties, Sun Mei's eyes lit up. This bun, capable of keeping someone full for an entire month, contained a faint trace of energy. It was precisely the type of energy item mentioned in the skill description. Quickly storing the bun, she headed to the plaza. Earlier, she had instructed Xiao Bei to notify Hongya and the others to gather there. As expected, the 4 of them had been waiting for some time. Captain, you're finally done, Chuang said with a helpless smile. Lately, due to Sun Mei's focus on farming low-level bugs, they had been forced to form a mediocre musket team. If it weren't for borrowing Sun Mei's knight set, they might have been wiped out multiple times. Pretty much, Sun Mei nodded. Let's go. They'll take you to hunt bounty bugs. Oh, and hand over your meat buns for now. Chuang and the others were unaware of the level 35 skills features, but willingly handed over their buns. Together with Sun Mei's 3 buns, they had a total of 120. Sun Mei tried eating one of the buns and immediately received a notification. Sword energy increased by 20, cooldown time 30 seconds. This meant that 5 buns would be enough to accumulate the energy required to use the skill once. Let's move. Sun Mei led the team out of the tribe. Hongya suggested, Captain, I know there's a giant moth nearby with 3,000 HP and 156 attack. Should we give it a try? Absolutely. Chuang chimed in. This morning, around 6, we spotted an emperor butterfly at the edge of the ghoul lands. We didn't engage because we were escorting refugees, but it should still be there. On the way, Sun Mei pondered the characteristics of bounty bugs. These creatures, equivalent to elite monsters or mini-bosses, were either tanky with high defense or fast with powerful attacks. Some even came with minions, making them tough to handle even for top-tier teams. As for the annoying swarms of flying ants, they could be dealt with using repellent liquid obtained from collecting insect-repelling plants. After clearing 2 waves of regular insect swarms, they finally caught sight of the legendary giant moth. A monarch butterfly, as large as a black sedan, rested silently on a protruding rock. Its black and yellow wings were dusted with a fine layer of powder, giving it an eerie appearance. Sun Mei observed the attributes of the giant moth, monarch butterfly, level 3 bounty bug, HP 30003000, while biting into a steamed bun. She asked, "What are your current attributes and martial levels?" She calculated silently. 5 buns could provide 100 sword energy, but it would decay by 2 every 30 seconds. To fully activate her skill using buns, she needed 6 of them. While eating, she carefully listened to her teammates' responses. "I have 94 constitution, level 30 shield technique. My strength is 90, level 31 blade technique. Advanced to pirate captain, level 31 firearms technique, 77 mixed damage, level 29 sorcery, 64 spirit." The 4 of them answered while watching Sun Mei expectantly, eager to see the skill she was about to unleash. Just over 2 minutes later, as Sun Mei anticipated, her sword energy reached only 98 after finishing the 5th bun. While waiting for the last bun, she pushed her status to its peak. Strength, 115-25. Fearless resolve. Attack power, 160. Swordsmanship, 106. Weapon, 20. Battle cry. Challenge locked. Although this area was on the edge of the Ghoul Lands, it was part of the Maha tribe's territory, within the same map. The system identified the monarch butterfly as an invading entity. With the last bun consumed, Sun Mei activated Falling Thunder. Her knight's greatsword shimmered with a pale white glow, blending with the ghostly green beam of her soul orb. As she charged her power, she noticed a red indicator circle with a 2-meter diameter appear within a 20-meter radius around Hera's splash damage zone, with the center marking the sword's impact point. She precisely aligned the red circle with the monarch butterfly and hurled her greatsword into the air. The blade traced a graceful arc before transforming into a bolt of white lightning, striking downward with immense force. Crack power overwhelmed. At the moment of impact, pale white sword energy erupted in all directions. The knight's greatsword pierced through the butterfly's head with precision, pinning it to the ground. The massive butterfly furiously flapped its wings, creating gusts of wind that whipped the group's clothing, but it remained unable to break free from the blade's suppression. "Holy crap! 2045. The 4 companions exclaimed in shock. They had speculated that Sun Mei was farming smaller creatures to refine her skills, and the power of this strike confirmed their suspicions. Black Cat calmly raised his gun and fired. Bang! The first shot hit, showing full damage, confirming that the monarch butterfly had low armor. Bang! Another shot. Gunfire negotiation. The 3000 HP monarch butterfly couldn't withstand the relentless assault and collapsed with a thunderous crash. Its body vanished, leaving behind only a pile of black powder and a tattered butterfly wing. The system displayed flower powder. Seems unusual, possibly a crafting material. Damaged butterfly wing. Bounty item. This can be exchanged with Valani for a bounty reward. Captain, your damage is insane. 2000? That's absolutely ridiculous. The team member's astonishment brought a smug smile to Sun Mei's face. The power of the Thunderstrike skill lay in its sustainability. As long as there were enough buns, it could be cast continuously. Combined with the boost from the mission skill, the damage output reached an astounding level. Milk Candy efficiently gathered pollen and broken butterfly wings into a beast hide bag and handed them to Sun Mei. The 5 of them then continued their search for bounty insects. Before long, they encountered a giant centipede with 3000 HP. Following their usual strategy, Sun Mei ensured her status was fully restored before unleashing her ultimate move. Although she didn't hit a critical point this time, Chuang's Knight Greatsword pinned the centipede to the ground. Taking advantage of its immobilization, Black Cat and Hongya fired a volley of attacks, quickly finishing the target. Harvesting the centipede's venom and fangs, the team pressed on. Their stash of 120 buns seemed plentiful after all. It had taken Chuang's elite team 4 days to gather that many. Yet, given Sun Mei's terrifying damage output, the supply felt insufficient. In every encounter, she opened with Thunderstrike, supported by Black Cat and Hongya's ranged attacks, and followed up with Whirlwind if necessary. This strategy rendered them nearly invincible. Of course, they occasionally faced tougher opponents. Bounty insects with high health and defense often couldn't be immobilized by the Knight Greatsword. Once they broke free, they charged straight at Chuang. Fortunately, Chuang's knight armor provided enough protection to withstand the attacks. In such cases, Sun Mei had to look for opportunities to regain control. Though Hongya and Black Cat's weapons were less effective against high defense targets, they could still gradually wear them down. The real challenge, however, was the time-consuming process of finding bounty insects. By the time they had hunted 23 of them, it was already past 4 a.m., and only 2 buns remained. Along the way, they aided several refugees, earning some additional bun supplies. Back at the tribe, Sun Mei handed over the bounty items to Wei Laney. I didn't expect you to hunt down so many pests, Wei Laney said with a satisfied smile. This is the reward you deserve. The system notification showed that Sun Mei's martial arts score had increased by 46. Combined with the 5 gained from hunting bounty insects, her swordsmanship score had risen by a total of 51 overnight, reaching 35th level and 58 progress as a swordsmanship expert. Such rapid progress was thrilling, though unfortunately, it was impossible to gain honor points this quickly without special events. In addition to experience points, Wei Laney also rewarded them with some items: 2 Heaven Spirit Stones and 11 Earth Spirit Stones. These translucent, egg-sized crystals could be exchanged for feathers at the altar: 50 feathers for 1 Heaven Spirit Stone, 20 feathers for 1 Earth Spirit Stone, but receiving them as rewards was still exciting. After dividing the stones among the 5 of them, the rest of the materials were temporarily entrusted to Sun Mei for safekeeping. Holding an Earth Spirit Stone, Hongya couldn't help but complain. This thing is such a rip-off. Her remark piqued Sun Mei's curiosity. Not being particularly knowledgeable about item attributes, Sun Mei was about to ask for details when Hongya mentioned the Qilin. She explained how their guild had used secret iron to commission a priest to refine ship cannons. At this point, Hongya suddenly burst into laughter. The refined professional equipment was already considered naturally powerful, yet that person insisted on using Earth Spirit Stones to max out its attributes. What was even more absurd was that he poured over 100 Earth Spirit Stones into a cannon that was only 2-star rated. Over 100? That's more than 20,000. Sun Mei and the others were stunned upon hearing this, especially Sun Mei, who recalled her own experience of enhancing a navy flak. She didn't think it was that difficult. Besides, a cannon made of secret iron with just 2 stars? She wouldn't even take it if it were free. Each star upgrade costs 30,000 honor points, making it a complete waste. Hongya couldn't help but complain. That unlucky guy's 2-star cannon, with a max attack power of 200, kept failing from 137 onwards. If it weren't for the cumulative success rate after failures, I doubt even 100 stones would be enough. And each successful enhancement only adds a few attack points. It took him 11 tries to max it out. Honestly terrifying. That ridiculous? Sun Mei clicked her tongue, suddenly realizing the strength of honor talents. While the enhancement values might be random, at least it guaranteed success every time, which was far better than relying on Earth Spirit Stones. He spent that much on a 2-star cannon? I wouldn't even dare to make equipment anymore. Chuang interjected. Hongya immediately raised an eyebrow and retorted. You've benefited so much from following the captain, and you're still playing poor? Don't overestimate me, Chuang explained. It's true the captain helped me earn money, but I spent a lot on buying Stronger's blood. It really stings. The Stronger's blood he mentioned was likely the high-quality type with a guaranteed 2 minimum boost. Alright, that's enough for today. Sun Mei clapped her hands and said, tomorrow, everyone log in and collect meat buns. Take as many as you can get. After getting agreement from the other 3, she disbanded the team. With some time left, Sun Mei headed to Xiaobai's trading guild. Originally nameless, the guild had been renamed Hive Guild due to the increasing number of merchants needing differentiation. A name Sun Mei found hard to accept. Xiaobai wasn't at the guild, leaving Camel in charge. Staying up so late, what brings you here? Camel greeted her with a smile, knowing she wouldn't come without a reason. What's the current price for meat buns? Well, Camel hesitated. There's no market for them right now, so it's hard to set a price. Everyone knows they're useful, but since their exact purpose is unclear, they're difficult to value. Then just help me collect them. Take as many as you can get. Got it. Camel agreed readily. Sun Mei then returned to the revival platform to log off. It had become her usual logout spot. Since she finished early today, she accidentally fell asleep. Fortunately, while the school hadn't granted her any special privileges for her talents, it was lenient enough that being late wasn't a big deal. By evening, after dinner and exercise, Sun Mei logged back in at exactly 7 p.m. She headed straight for the guild. Camel was absent, but Xiaobai had already taken over the task. We've collected 400 buns throughout the day. How much did you pay for them? Sun Mei asked curiously while accepting the buns Xiaobai traded to her. The price really varies, Xiaobai explained. Some people sell to us for 200 or 300, while others demand 500 or 600. Taking the items from Xiaobai, Sun Mei, who had nothing extra in her hands, handed over the Heaven and Earth Spirit Stone to him. She then found Hongya and his group in the square. After a smooth and silent transaction, they managed to acquire over 60 buns. Although collecting items from solo players was less efficient than dealing with merchants, Sun Mei didn't mind the difference. Let's move out. The group once again headed to the nearby ghoul grounds to grind monsters. Sun Mei repeatedly cast her lightning strike skill, and the pace of battle was no different from the previous night. Everything proceeded methodically. However, around 1 a.m., the situation suddenly changed. A few players hurriedly emerged from the ghoul grounds, their conversation catching Sun Mei's group's attention. Whoa, that was terrifying, a level 4 bounty bug. Thank goodness we ran fast. If it weren't for the ghoul grounds, that thing would have chased us to death. What a pity, though. If only that bounty bug had followed us into the ghoul grounds, maybe the ghoul giant could have smashed it for us. As if we'd be that lucky. The three players looked flustered, clearly having lost two teammates and now rushing to regroup with them. They didn't even notice Sun Mei's group nearby. A level 4 bounty bug? Sun Mei and her teammates exchanged a meaningful glance. Their extensive experience with level 3 bounty bugs had piqued their interest in this rare, higher-level target, especially considering the potential rewards. Noticing Sun Mei's intrigue, Hongya immediately called out to the trio, "Hey, you guys, wait up." The three stopped in their tracks and, upon recognizing the leader of the group, their expressions shifted slightly. "Brother Hongya, what's up? Where did you see the level 4 bounty bug?" The three exchanged glances before one of them replied, "If you head past the ghoul grounds and go right, it's at the base of the cliff near Shangshan Mountain. We stumbled upon it by accident." After a brief thank you, the two groups went their separate ways. Returning to his team, Hongya asked, "Captain, should we give it a shot?" "Let's go check it out," Sun Mei decided without hesitation. The five of them traversed the ghoul grounds, following the directions they had been given. After about 10 minutes, they spotted the level 4 bounty bug from a distance. The creature resembled a giant cockroach with a light brown body, two long antennae, and a ring of gray fuzz around its head. It looked almost like a bald old man in brown clothing crouched on the ground. Oblivious to their presence, the bug was engrossed in grooming its antennae. The system displayed Ancient Rune Bug Level 4 Bounty Bug. HP 8500-8500. Sun Mei mentally assessed the difference in levels. The gap between a level 4 bounty bug and a level 3 one shouldn't be as drastic as the difference between the captain and the holy sword. Although the bug stats were indeed impressive, having encountered a giant bug with 40,000 HP before, she wasn't easily intimidated. "Captain, should we give it a try?" Black Cat asked eagerly. After a brief moment of thought, Sun Mei nodded. "Let's try." Although this wasn't Maha's territory, meaning her mission's damage boost was only 150 and she had just 2 death protections, she already had a plan in mind. Start with a lightning strike to test its abilities, then switch to the Arbiter talent for survival, avoiding death penalties. Understanding the bug's characteristics was the key to devising a winning strategy. Sun Mei started eating her steamed bun while Nai Tang placed charm talismans on all team members. With her martial arts breakthrough yesterday, her sorcery had now reached level 30, granting a 15 buff, almost surpassing the bonus from their war cry. At the moment they were ready, Hongya unleashed the war cry with perfect timing, just at the last second. Sun Mei ran her fingers lightly along the blade of her sword, and the mithril greatsword began to emit a faint white glow. As the light spread across the blade, she tossed the sword into the air, summoning a bolt of white lightning that struck the giant cockroach. The enormous cockroach immediately broke free from the sword's suppression and charged forward like a menacing brown tank. The Black Cat's attack dealt full damage, indicating that the cockroach's armor wasn't particularly high. This discovery brought some relief to the team. There was no need to rely on the strategies they had developed against high-defense beetle-like creatures before. Sun Mei quickly drew her second mithril sword and launched a whirlwind attack to counter. The 10-meter distance was just enough for the charging cockroach to collide with the spinning blade. While the attack dealt damage, the cockroach's sheer force sent the spinning mithril sword flying. Hongya seized the opportunity to close in and strike the cockroach with a powerful slash. The three worked seamlessly together, shaving off 3,631 health points from the cockroach in the first round of attacks. Sun Mei immediately switched to her Arbiter talent to ensure a death penalty exemption, then left the party to retrieve the knight's greatsword that had been knocked away. Meanwhile, the cockroach lunged at Chuang Chuang, its sharp mandibles snapping ferociously. Chuang Chuang instinctively raised his bracer to block, the screech of metal and metal piercing the air. Though unharmed, he was caught in the cockroach's grip and flung around violently, losing his sense of direction. Fortunately, this bought time for the others to deal damage. Seeing the battle progressing smoothly, the team's morale soared except for the dizzy and disoriented Chuang Chuang. The Black Cat fired a second shot, and Hongya followed up with a finishing blow. However, just as the ancient patterned insect's health dropped below 4,000, its body began to quake, and its abdomen released a massive spray of transparent liquid that hit the ground with a hiss, emitting white smoke. Sun Mei immediately retreated. Chuang Chuang and Hongya, splashed by the liquid, began to lose health continuously, a corrosive effect dealing 53 damage per second for 15 seconds. Hongya quickly took an antidote, while Chuang Chuang relied on his high health to endure the damage. At that moment, the cockroach charged at Nai Tang. As a level 25 bull sorceress, she possessed the Purify skill, which allowed her to cleanse curses, poison, and other internal effects, adding 1 additional target per 10 sorcery levels. However, it was ineffective against external injuries and attribute suppression. Nai Tang didn't rush to use Purify. Instead, She waited until the cockroach stopped spraying corrosive liquid before activating the skill, demonstrating excellent combat awareness. As the cleansing skill took effect, the corrosion debuff was removed, and Sun Mei and the others were finally freed from the constant health drain. During the battle, the Bang Fire gun provided the most consistent damage output. However, right after Black Cat fired a shot, an unexpected event occurred. The ancient rune insect special ability was triggered, instantly restoring its health from 3,666 to 4,000. The group froze momentarily in surprise, but seeing that the ancient rune insect wasn't continuing to heal, Hongya immediately swung his blade at it. Yet, when the damage number 253 appeared, things took an unusual turn. The ancient rune insect continued to thrash Chuang back and forth, but no matter how they attacked, its health remained locked at 4,000. Sun Mei switched back to her sacred sword talent and struck with a powerful blow, dealing 758 damage. However, the insect instantly restored the same amount of health. This realization made everyone aware that the 4,000 health points seemed to be an unbreakable threshold. After over 10 minutes of various attempts, they still couldn't lower the insect's health. Black Cat hesitated before suggesting, "Captain, maybe we should try Thunderstrike again?" No, Hongya immediately rejected the idea before Sun Mei could respond. The captain's Thunderstrike deals over 1,500 damage to this insect's weak point, and even with a critical hit, our total damage would only reach 3,000. We've already confirmed it won't kill it. As the team's damage calculator, he was intimately familiar with the numbers. Black Cat continued, "I know it's a bit short, but we could try lowering its health first. Maybe if we get it below 3,000 or 2,000, it won't heal anymore." This suggestion caught Hongya's attention, and Sun Mei also expressed agreement. She quickly replenished her health with a few buns and charged her sword energy to the maximum. Thunderstrike. Since Chuang was a native unit, it neither benefited from the mission damage boost nor the splash damage weakness bonus, only taking Sun Mei's base attack damage. Black Cat and Hongya coordinated perfectly, and the three dealt a total of 3,030 damage. Yet, in an instant, the ancient rune insect restored its health back to full. "Still 1,000 damage short," Black Cat said regretfully. He had even included Sun Mei's 600 points of windmill damage in his calculation. However, adjusting the lineup wasn't a viable option. Natang's cleansing skill was indispensable, Lingus' output boost was limited, and Hongya's critical damage was unmatched. Adding more team members could also prompt the system to scale up the difficulty of the ancient rune insect. What a shame. Sun Mei sighed. If they were in the Meihan territory, the 200 mission damage boost would have been enough to solve the problem. Chuang, initiate force death in 10 seconds. If you understand, give me a squeak. Got it. Chuang replied weakly. Afterward, Sun Mei switched to her arbiter role and led the team to retreat. Not long after, they reunited with the revived Chuang at the tribe's entrance. "What is Revival's beginning?" Chuang asked in surprise. "I just died, but the system said Revival's beginning spared me from the death penalty. What does that mean?" As everyone turned their gaze to Sun Mei for an explanation, an unexpected voice chimed in nearby. "Chuang bro, you got spared by Revival's beginning too?" A group of players familiar with Chuang approached, politely greeting Sun Mei's team. "Did you guys also get spared from the death penalty because of the Revival's beginning?" Chuang asked curiously. The young man leading the group nodded in confirmation. "Yes, all three of us just experienced death, but we were spared from any punishment. Honestly, we're also puzzled about what the Revival's beginning really is." "Haha, I can't figure it out either," Chuang said, scratching his head with a laugh. The atmosphere at the scene became more relaxed. Other teams had encountered similar situations, but Hong Yi and her group didn't associate it with Sun Mei. Naitang flipped through the event log as she commented, "Strange, there's no related hint in the tribe's records." Meanwhile, Sun Mei seemed too uninterested to explain. After a brief exchange between the two teams, they went their separate ways, and no one managed to unravel the mystery of the Revival's beginning. Sun Mei led her team to continue hunting level 3 bounty bugs. After a whole night of effort, her swordsmanship level improved. Swordsmanship Expert reached level 36 with 6 progress, attack power increased by 168 points, and sword energy penetration improved by 44 points. However, after level 36, the effectiveness of items dropped by level 3 bounty bugs on swordsmanship improvement decreased from 2 to 1. "Captain, are we continuing tomorrow?" Chuang asked. Sun Mei paused, deep in thought. She knew she had the capability to take down ancient pattern forbidden bugs because her sacred spear had a 6-fold critical hit ability. Level 4 bounty bugs offered far greater rewards than level 3 ones, even though they required half an hour of stacking time. Currently, it was already challenging to find a single level 3 bounty bug, as many elite teams were competing for the limited number available. Encounters with bugs being hunted by others were common, and the only chance to score a kill was when another team was wiped out. In contrast, level 4 bounty bugs were left untouched, But the problem was that the Maha tribe's territory did not spawn level 4 bugs. With the mission's damage boost and the sacred sword, it was possible to take down cockroach-level monsters. After weighing her options, Sun Mei decided, "We'll continue to observe tomorrow." Got it. The team members responded enthusiastically. After logging off, Sun Mei researched the Carla bug disaster online. Bugs were categorized into 5 difficulty levels. Level 1 included low-level bugs like swarms of flying ants. Level 2 were the bugs that pursued refugee teams. Level 3 referred to emperor butterflies. Over 90 of tribes only had these 3 difficulty levels of bugs. Level 4, which included ancient pattern forbidden bugs, was currently only seen in tribes like Shengguang and Guhu. This might be related to the size or scale of the tribe's territory. A distinguishing feature of level 4 bugs was a thin silver-white line on their abdomen, something Sun Mei hadn't noticed before. As for level 5 bugs, players from the Gaogu tribe confirmed the existence of a blue, attributeless bug in the central area of Carla. It was said to kill anyone instantly upon approach. Another night of grinding passed, but no level 4 bounty bugs appeared in the Maha tribe's territory. The competition for level 3 bugs grew even fiercer than the previous day. Even second-tier teams were starting to attempt them. While the risk of total team annihilation was high, they occasionally succeeded. These teams recklessly took advantage of the 5-death protection mechanism, acting without restraint. Even if things went south, their losses were minimal. They even had backup players ready if the main team failed and the bounty bug was killed by someone else. The backup would quickly arrive to pick up the equipment dropped by their teammates. Being part of the same clan, it wasn't worth causing discord over such trivial matters, especially since the value of mithril equipment had significantly declined. However, disputes over bounty bugs weren't unheard of. Some teams would even settle their grudges in the arena. But such conflicts were far removed from the level of elite teams like Sun Mei's. The plaza was bustling with teams, each employing their own strategies. Some stayed in one area, lying in wait and striking the moment a bounty bug appeared. Others, in almost laughable superstition, came up with bizarre theories to predict where the bugs would spawn. Strangely enough, many teams actually believed in these methods. Sun Mei frowned as she reviewed the night's haul. Just 12 bounty bugs. Some were scavenged from the aftermath of others' defeats. Others were the dangerous level 3 toxic bounty bugs that no one dared touch, and a few were found near the ancient urn. Compared to their usual haul of over 20 bugs per outing, this efficiency was unacceptable. "Captain, are we farming again tomorrow?" "No," Sun Mei replied decisively. Her teammates understood there were simply too many teams hunting for bounty bugs now, and the process was becoming far too time-consuming. After disbanding the team, Sun Mei headed to the temple to switch her class to Holy Lance. With a sound like cracking bones, her form shifted from the Holy Sword to the youthful and energetic Holy Lance Maiden. The system immediately displayed the traits of the Holy Eagle Spear Guard. Precise crowd control abilities, capable of seizing fleeting opportunities in life-or-death battles. 2 talents, Control and Breakthrough, were revealed. She could lock onto targets and apply suppression effects through flaw marks, while comm marks could stack up to 6 layers within 30 minutes, doubling damage to weak points and delivering devastating single-target damage more potent than the Holy Sword's restructuring ability. The following evening, the plaza was as lively as ever, teeming with players looking for teams. Experienced leader here, recruiting high DPS players level 30 and above guaranteed to secure level 3 bounty bugs within an hour. Fixed camping spot. Need 1 more DPS. Looking for fearless players. If you're chatty, don't bother. Backup player needed. Sun Mei had just stepped out of the resurrection platform when someone approached her. "Hey, miss, want to join my team? They'll even share some earth spirit stones with you." "No thanks," she replied, giving him a brief glance. Clearly, had mistaken her for a newbie. At the moment, Sun Mei was preoccupied with a tricky dilemma. While she could use a disguise, it came with numerous limitations. If only she could utilize the Holy Lance's talents while in her Holy Sword form, she could directly team up with Chuang and the others to hunt level 4 bounty bugs. However, to avoid exposing this ability, she needed to carefully regain their trust and ideally make them invite her to join their team willingly. Fortunately, she already had a plan in mind. Sun Mei logged in early today and patiently waited in the plaza for over half an hour before finally spotting Chuang and his group arriving. "Chuang-go, do you think I'm good enough?" 77 strength, level 30 swordsmanship, pirate captain. One player spoke up first, sparking a wave of eager introductions. The stronger players quickly listed their stats, while the weaker ones directly asked to be carried. Level 32 spear skills, with critical hits. Suddenly, a crisp voice caught everyone's attention. Turning towards the sound, they saw a girl with a ponytail standing among the crowd. She held a long spear, her face lit up with a cheerful smile, exuding a carefree and vibrant energy, like a free-spirited bird. Despite the curious gazes from the crowd, she remained calm and composed. "Do you really have level 32 spear skills?" Chuang skeptically sized up the young-looking spear maiden, but he had to admit, She carried that unmistakable aura of a woman who favored weapons over adornments. Want me to stab you to prove it? No, that won't be necessary. Chuang Chuang hesitated, then turned to the trio of Nai Tang, He Mao, and Hong Yi. What do you guys think? I'm fine with it. Your call. He Mao and Nai Tang responded casually. As a team in need of high damage output, a critical hit skill naturally piqued their interest. Hong Yi, however, focused on the skill specifics. What kind of critical hit? Can you elaborate? It's a skill I got from a special drop. It takes half an hour of combat to activate, Sunmei replied, causing the surrounding players to gasp in surprise. Half an hour? That counts as a critical hit? What kind of fight lasts that long? That's so impractical. It's a six-fold critical hit, Sunmei added, and the crowd instantly fell silent. Such a critical hit would be a terrifying burst skill, whether in prolonged battles or on the battlefield. Chuang Chuang and his group exchanged knowing glances. Hong Yi spoke up, all right, you're in. What should we call you? Fei Dai. As Sunmei announced the name she had just come up with, she couldn't help but smile. Watching these people take the bait, she felt a growing thrill in the art of manipulation. Are we heading to farm level 3 bounty bugs? She asked, feigning ignorance. Ahem, Hong Yi cleared his throat. We're not farming level 3 bounty bugs today. We're going for level 4. Interested? Level 4? Sunmei acted surprised. Yeah, Hong Yi explained. Chuang Chuang can tank the damage from a level 4 bounty bug, but our damage output is lacking. That bug heals itself. How much attack power do you have? 261. Sunmei answered honestly. She was currently using the freelancer talent, with meticulously allocated stats, 48 constitution, 79 strength, and 112 agility. Combined with 168 points in gunmanship, a 79 strength bonus, and a 14-point mithril spear enhancement, her total attack power reached an astonishing 261 points. If Hongya activated her battle cry, the attack power could soar to 281. Paired with six-fold critical hits and double weakness effects, a single spear strike could deal 3,372 points of damage. Such a level of output, combined with the teamwork of Hongya and Black Cat, was more than enough to handle the 4,000 HP of the ancient rune insect. Sunmei understood the intricacies of this system well. While focusing on strength attributes could yield higher damage, discrepancies in gunmanship levels might arouse suspicion from Hongya and others. She had carefully considered all these details. Chuang Chuang and the others found the attack power reasonable, but Hongya, after pondering for a moment, exclaimed in surprise, "You have 111 strength?" At this, the three companions turned their astonished gazes toward her. While having an attribute exceeding 100 was no longer unheard of, it was usually achieved through perfect-grade berserk blood potions. No, I have a skill that boosts attack power, Sunmei calmly explained. Oh. The group nodded in understanding. You're so strong, how come I've never seen you before? Naitang asked casually. Among the Maha tribe, top-tier players were generally familiar with one another, and with Sun Mei's distinctive appearance, she was certain she had never encountered her before. I just transferred from the Holy Light tribe a few days ago. Ah, I see. Welcome, welcome. They greeted her warmly, never suspecting the secret behind her transformation. As long as Sun Mei kept her lips sealed, no one in the world could uncover her true identity. The five of them arrived at the ancient rune insect's location. This level 4 bounty insect was still entrenched there. In the current environment, level 3 insects were being hunted fervently, leaving the level 4 ones largely ignored. Hongya had already outlined the tactics on the way. Hell, engage first, and then you follow us to deal damage. Sun Mei nodded in agreement. Chuang Chuang then approached the massive cockroach, using his bracers once again to draw its attention. All he had to do next was let it toss him around like a toy. With loud thuds, the increasingly powerful Black Cat and Hongya launched a fierce assault. Sun Mei followed closely behind, using her control ability to lock onto the target and precisely aim for the weak point on the inside of the cockroach's head, marked with a red dot. While such weak points were typically targeted to interrupt attacks, there was no need for that at the moment. Thanks to the precision skill that came with her advanced Holy Spear, her attacks inflicted an additional 5 points of armor penetration, and fully breaking the armor could add another 10 points of damage. With their combined efforts, the three dealt 1,588 points of damage in one round. As the cockroach's health dropped to just over 4,000, Hongya immediately warned, "Fall back?" Sure enough, the cockroach spewed corrosive liquid from both sides of its abdomen. This time, only Chuang Chuang was hit. Once the skill ended, Naitang used cleansing to treat the corrosive damage he had sustained. Black Cat fired a shot, dealing 210 points of damage. All right, now we just need your six-fold critical hit, Hongya remarked while reloading her bullets. Sun Mei gave a slight nod, standing ready with her spear. She couldn't help but feel how much harder the spear was to master compared to a great sword. Anyone could swing a sword or blade a couple of times, but a spear required skill and familiarity. Without proficiency, It was almost impossible to wield effectively, something she was acutely aware of at this moment. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.